Chapter 1. System Binding. Ding! Host selection complete. Binding system. Ding! System binding successful. The ultimate shelter system is now activated. Who? Who is speaking? Inside a rental apartment in Zhanghai City, Suchen looked around in a state of panic. Seeing no one in response, he muttered to himself, "The ultimate shelter system?" Suddenly, he noticed a panel materializing before his eyes. Host, Suchen. Age, 22. Strength 6. Speed 6. Constitution 5. Spirit 7. Shelter none. Resources none. This. I can't possibly be dreaming. Taking a deep breath, he slapped his own cheek to confirm it was not an illusion. He had actually acquired the legendary system. Wait. Just as his excitement peaked, Suchen realized a crucial point. Shelter? Could it be that a disaster is imminent? The system responded. Ding! The host's home planet, Blue Sea Star, is about to enter a cataclysmic phase. All living beings on Blue Sea Star will undergo the baptism of the apocalypse. Only by constructing a shelter can survival be assured in the face of the impending doom. Hiss! Suchen inhaled sharply. The apocalypse was about to descend. Having seen numerous disaster films, he understood that humanity was fragile in the face of calamity. A global catastrophe would be even more terrifying. With that thought, a wave of dread washed over him. Had he not received this system, he would likely perish when the apocalypse struck, and even if he managed to survive, life would be exceedingly difficult. Now that he possessed the system, surviving the impending disaster should not pose a significant challenge. The weight that had burdened his heart slowly began to lift. The most pressing concern now was to ascertain the timing of the disaster's onset and how to construct the shelter. It seemed the system had heard Suchen's thoughts. The novice gift pack has been distributed. Does the host wish to claim it? Ding! There are 3 days remaining until the arrival of the apocalyptic disaster. Please prepare accordingly. 3 days. The time allotted to me is far too short. Suchen sighed deeply. Regardless, he decided to claim the novice gift pack first. He wondered what treasures the system had bestowed upon him in this novice package. Claim the novice gift pack. Suchen poked at his hand, hoping for good fortune. Ding! Claiming novice gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a level 1 shelter. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a versatile drone. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a spatial ring. The items have been successfully distributed. Please collect them in a timely manner. A shelter, a drone, a spatial ring. These 3 items were quite satisfactory for Suchen. The level 1 shelter offered a living space of 500 square meters, accommodating up to 15 residents, with an additional storage room capable of holding 3,000 cubic meters of items. Construction can commence once the host selects a location. The versatile drone, measuring 30 centimeters in length, had a flight range of 50 kilometers, could adapt to all harsh environments, boasted artificial intelligence with detection and alert functions, carried small weapons, and had a 60-hour endurance, capable of charging via electricity or solar power. The spatial ring contained an internal space of 10m times 10m times 10m, was unable to house living beings, and items stored within would not deteriorate. Upon reading the system's descriptions, a broad smile spread across Suchen's face. Now that he had secured a shelter, his safety was temporarily guaranteed. What surprised him the most was the spatial ring with it. Procuring supplies and transporting items became significantly more convenient. He pulled out his phone to access the map of Zhanghai City and began selecting a location for the shelter. After some contemplation, he decided on a spot near Taihu Park. This location was the best he could think of at the moment. Zhanghai City was overly bustling, with a permanent population exceeding 30 million. Too many people. Currently, due to plans for expansion at Taihu Park, many residents have been relocated, and several warehouses have been constructed nearby, rendering the area relatively deserted and highly concealed. Choosing this location would greatly minimize the risk of drawing attention before the disaster struck. Another important reason was that this was Suchen's original hometown, as he was an ordinary second-generation demolisher. Now, with a substantial sum from the demolition compensation in hand, he need not worry about funding for his procurement of supplies. The compensation from the demolition of a building was an inheritance from Suchen's parents, sufficient to sustain him for a lifetime. Time was of the essence. He needed to act swiftly. in a community near Taihu Park. Bang! Bang! Hearing the knocking at the door, Zhang Wei opened it impatiently. Who is it? Upon seeing Su Chen outside, his tone softened considerably, though it still bore a hint of annoyance. Clearly, the two were already acquainted. Oh, isn't this Su Chen? Aren't you living it up in the city center? What brings you here at this late hour? Zhang Wei's home was directly across from Su Chen's, but unfortunately, while Su Chen's home had been demolished, Zhang Wei's had not. He harbored a deep jealousy towards Su Chen, which soured their relationship. Su Chen paid no heed to Zhang Wei's tone. His purpose for visiting was to inquire about Zhang Wei's warehouse, conveniently located near Taihu Park. He needed a place to store the supplies he was procuring, which he would later transport to the shelter. It wasn't that he desired such complications, but rather to avoid drawing attention. After all, if he bought so many items without a storage solution, anyone would suspect something was amiss. With the apocalypse looming, it was prudent to exercise caution. In planning to procure a considerable amount of supplies and need a warehouse for storage. I heard your family's warehouse has recently become available, so I was hoping to rent it for a few days. After a conversation with Zhang Wei, Su Chen ultimately rented the warehouse at 1.5 times the original price. With his objective achieved, Su Chen did not linger. He took the key to the warehouse from Zhang Wei and departed. Regarding Zhang Wei's extortionate behavior, Su Chen couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Once the apocalypse arrived, Zhang Wei would soon learn the meaning of regret. Let him wait for his demise when the end comes. The money extorted from him could be considered a mere contribution to the banquet. Oh, but no. During a global apocalypse, there would be no banquet to attend. Before long, Su Chen arrived at the location of the warehouse. The warehouse was not particularly large, encompassing approximately 1,000 square meters, which was sufficient for Su Chen's temporary storage needs. It served to keep his activities discreet. He had another purpose. He intended to have the system construct the shelter underground in this warehouse. For Su Chen, the specific location of the shelter was inconsequential. He chose this site primarily for convenience in transferring the purchased supplies into the shelter. The decision to build the shelter underground was made not only for its high concealment, but also to avoid most potential disasters. P.S. There will be car scenes. The protagonist is not a mute. Chapter 2. The Shelter. Ding! Shelter construction in progress. Please be patient, host. Time required for shelter construction: 1 hour. The fact that constructing a shelter could take such a short time left Su Chen marveling at the system's capabilities. During the construction, there was not a single abnormal sound. This was fortuitous, as it spared him the need to deceive others. Gazing at the layout of the shelter, Su Chen grew increasingly eager to see what it would look like upon completion. The passage of time always seemed interminable while waiting. Ding! Shelter construction complete. Please take note of the reception. Finally, it was done. An hour was not a long time, but Su Chen had grown impatient with the wait. He was eager to explore his shelter, his future bastion for survival in the apocalypse. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed no changes whatsoever. Had it not been for the system's prompt, he might have thought the shelter did not exist at all. As Su Chen pondered how to access the shelter, the system's notification chimed in his ear once more. Host, please be patient. The passage to the shelter is about to appear. With those words, Su Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how the system had connected to the underground shelter and how he would gain entry. Suddenly, Su Chen noticed something unusual. A square opening, approximately 3 square meters in size, appeared in the ground not far ahead. Following this, a futuristic metallic elevator ascended smoothly from the opening, coming to a halt before Su Chen. Driven by curiosity, Su Chen reached out to touch the elevator doors. A mysterious beam of light emerged above the door, scanning Su Chen from head to toe. Beep beep. Biometric information collection complete. Identity successfully verified. Welcome home, master. A completely emotionless electronic voice emanated from the door, which then slowly opened. Su Chen immediately understood that the only way to access his shelter was via the elevator. This method was indeed quite discreet. No one would suspect that beneath an ordinary warehouse lay a shelter. Adjusting his mindset, Su Chen stepped into the elevator, curiosity coursing through him. Upon sensing his entry, the elevator doors closed once more. Within the confines of the elevator, a soft, ethereal white light emerged, illuminating the entire space with a brightness that was neither blinding nor harsh. Rather, it evoked a sense of mystery and warmth. The electronic voice echoed once more. "Please prepare, Master. The ascending and descending elevator is about to commence its journey. Your destination is 100 meters below ground. We kindly ask for your patience." 100 meters underground. Su-Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. The shelter's depth beneath the surface seemed perilously low, raising concerns about oxygen levels. Of course, Su-Chen merely expressed his thoughts with a hint of sarcasm. If the system had chosen to construct the shelter at such a profound depth, there must surely be a rationale behind it. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he found the descent remarkably smooth, devoid of any jarring movements. Were it not for the subtle sensation of weightlessness that accompanied the descent, he might have believed the elevator remained stationary at ground level. Arrival. As the elevator came to a halt, Su-Chen sensed the change immediately. Destination reached. With the electronic voice's announcement, the elevator doors slid open once more. The moment Su-Chen stepped out, he was greeted by an imposing iron door. With multiple layers of security, he silently commended the system's caution. Beep beep. The previous electronic voice resonated again. "Master, I am your intelligent steward, Xiao AI. Welcome home. Please hold on a moment, as the shelter is retrieving your biometric information and binding the highest level of authorization." The binding process was swift, and Su-Chen did not have to wait long. Once the authorization was fully established, the door swung open. Simultaneously, the entire shelter seemed to come alive. Every light flickered on, illuminating every corner of the refuge. "Shelter number 01 awaits your designation, Master." In that moment, the shelter appeared to exhibit its loyalty to Su-Chen. Regardless of the circumstances, this shelter had pleasantly surprised him. After a moment of contemplation, he stated softly, "Dawn. Let the shelter be named Dawn. May my future existence in this apocalyptic world be filled with light." Upon receiving the command, Xiao AI promptly responded, "Beep beep. Shelter number 01 is officially renamed to Dawn Shelter." The characters for Dawn emblazoned the entrance, marking the refuge with Su-Chen's unique insignia. Upon entering the shelter, his first impression was one of opulence, accompanied by a profound sense of technological advancement. Under the guidance of his intelligent steward, Xiao AI, he learned that every item within the shelter was under her control. He also discovered that the shelter was entirely sealed, with oxygen generated by a specialized oxygen machine. No wonder, at a depth of 100 meters underground, his breathing remained unaffected. The air was even fresher than that above ground. Water was sourced from underground aquifers, meticulously filtered through complex machinery to ensure safety for the inhabitants. The shelter maintained a temperature conducive to Su-Chen's comfort, adjusting according to his needs. Even the illumination within the shelter mimicked sunlight, preventing any adverse effects from the absence of natural light. Every piece of furniture was readily available. Requiring no additional purchases, he could move in immediately. In summary, the system had clearly invested considerable effort, and as the host, he felt immensely satisfied. Its primary focus was evident: diligence and responsibility. Perfect. Apart from this singular word, Su-Chen struggled to find any other term to describe the shelter. Currently, as a level 1 shelter, its functionalities were not yet fully realized. It merely provided the essentials for survival. To endure over the long term, many additional features were necessary. For instance, independent zones for cultivation and livestock were imperative. No one could predict the duration of the apocalypse, and supplies brought from the outside would inevitably deplete. Moreover, machines for the production of various items were essential. According to the system, once the shelter upgraded, everything Su-Chen required would become accessible. Furthermore, the upgrade might unveil unexpected functionalities. Additionally, Su-Chen learned from the system that the shelter operated on an independent energy source. The power for the shelter was also self-sufficient, supplied by a compact nuclear fusion power plant. Whenever the shelter underwent an upgrade, the power plant would also require enhancements, lest it face the embarrassing predicament of insufficient energy. Upon inquiring about the system, He discovered that upgrading these two components necessitated a substantial amount of points. System points served as currency, whether purchasing items in the system marketplace or upgrading the shelter. They were indispensable. As for acquiring points and accessing the marketplace, the system provided an answer. However, the outcome left Su Chan feeling disheartened. According to the system, activation would only commence once the apocalypse officially began. Yet, the impending apocalypse was merely 3 days away. Su Chan reassured himself that he could wait. Initially intending to purchase supplies, he glanced at the clock 2:30 a.m. At this hour, the shops had long since closed, leaving him with no choice but to wait until dawn for his procurement. With only a few hours until daybreak, Su Chan decided to rest within the shelter, rejuvenating his spirit before embarking on his frenzied shopping expedition at first light. Chapter 3. The frenzied shopping. On the following morning, Su Chan awoke from the spacious master bedroom of the shelter, lying on a bed 3 meters wide and 5 meters long. This night, he had enjoyed an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Now, he radiated vigor and vitality. After a simple grooming, he took the elevator back to the ground floor. The entire operation of the shelter was now under his control, and this feeling was simply marvelous. The elevator was equipped with a detection system capable of sensing the presence of strangers nearby. Should anyone be detected, Su Chan would decide whether to proceed to the ground. A feature that was remarkably considerate. From a safety perspective, it ensured that Su Chan would not encounter danger the moment he stepped outside. Upon returning to the ground, the elevator vanished, and the entrance sealed shut, making it impossible for anyone to discern any irregularities. Stepping out of the warehouse, Su Chan found the area eerily deserted, with hardly a soul in sight, but he swiftly made his way to the largest department store in the vicinity. Before the apocalypse descended, he was determined to spend every penny on his card, transforming it all into useful items. After all, once the end of days arrived, money would likely be worth less than mere scrap paper. Perhaps even too rough for practical use, the funds in his bank account would soon become nothing more than useless numbers. Upon arriving at the department store, he summoned the manager and declared his intent to purchase all varieties of food available. Pack up every morsel, be it rice, meat, flour, or any consumables, everything. At this moment, Su Chan resembled the archetype of a newly wealthy individual, albeit in a rather peculiar setting, while others would typically reserve bars or hotels. This was the first time anyone had witnessed someone attempting to clear out an entire department store of its food supply. Are you joking with me? The manager, initially taken aback, wore a rather displeased expression. Do you have any idea how much all of this costs? I don't have time for your nonsense. Leave at once, or I shall call security to escort you out. Su Chan, uninterested in engaging in a dispute with the manager, focused solely on his purchases that he understood the nature of these individuals. Once he demonstrated his financial prowess, the manager would quickly switch to a more accommodating demeanor. Producing his bank card, he retorted, "Who's joking here? I have plenty of money." Su Chen's display of extravagance was palpable. The manager, observing Su Chen's demeanor, began to believe him, yet was still cautious due to the substantial quantity of items involved, which directly impacted his livelihood. "Sir, may I verify the balance on your card?" The manager's tone had noticeably shifted as Su Chen handed over the card, urging him to expedite the process. "Please be swift. My time is exceedingly valuable." Indeed, with the apocalypse looming, every moment counted. The manager took the card and called over an assistant to swiftly check the balance. Before long, the assistant returned, whispering something in the manager's ear. Su Chen noticed the manager's expression transform. "My dear, my esteemed boss, I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. I failed to recognize your stature." The manager's rapid change in demeanor left Su Chen somewhat awestruck. He had deftly navigated the complexities of social interaction, transitioning from young man to sir, and now to boss. "Now you see I wasn't jesting. Quickly pack the items I requested." Su Chen was eager to move past this exchange. Securing the food was his utmost priority. "Ensure that these supplies are delivered to this location without delay. That if you perform well, rest assured there will be rewards for you." To motivate the manager to act diligently, Su Chen promised substantial benefits. After all, money could grease the wheels of progress, and expediting the process was a worthwhile investment. The allure of wealth was undeniable. In any case, once the end of days arrived, money would lose its significance. "Fear not. I shall see to it with utmost diligence." The manager, elated by Su Chen's generosity, felt he had struck gold. He respectfully ushered Su Chen into the lounge. "Might I inquire why you are purchasing such an extensive quantity of food?" "Just focus on completing the task at hand. My affairs are of no concern to you," Su Chen replied, providing the manager with the address of the warehouse. "Arrange for the supplies to be delivered promptly." The manager readily agreed. Having secured food, Su Chen did not neglect other necessities. Under the manager's guidance, he proceeded to purchase an array of fruits, vegetables, meats, oils, and seasonings, leaving no stone unturned, even acquiring seeds for various fruits and vegetables. This spectacle left onlookers in awe, speculating whether Su Chen intended to empty the department store entirely. However, they were mistaken. He exclusively purchased food and related items, paying no mind to anything else. The manager, bemused by Su Chen's eccentric behavior, chose to feign ignorance. His focus remained solely on achieving impressive sales figures, indifferent to Su Chen's motivations. As for the other customers, their concerns were of no consequence. After all, he had brought in a monumental sales volume, a feat that would certainly not go unnoticed by corporate, as Su Chen reiterated multiple times that all items must be delivered within a day. The manager assured him repeatedly that the task would be completed, respectfully escorting Su Chen out of the department store. However, Su Chen did not halt his shopping spree just yet. The stock from one department store was evidently insufficient to satiate his appetite, prompting him to venture to a second and then a third store, employing the same straightforward approach, money as his weapon. While money may not be omnipotent, it could resolve 99 of issues that he paid little heed to whether he could consume everything he purchased. His mantra was simply to buy. Once the apocalypse arrived, food would be the ultimate currency, an undeniable necessity. According to Su Chen's estimations, he had acquired over 30,000 tons of food, ample sustenance for 100,000 people for an entire month. As for concerns regarding spoilage, he was untroubled, for the storage facilities within the shelter had been meticulously designed using advanced technology, capable of extending the shelf life of all items indefinitely. As Xiao AI had informed him, some items could be preserved for over 1,000 years. Thus, Su Chen's frenzied food purchases were free from the fears of decay. With expiration dates no longer a worry, the more provisions, the better. In addition to food, Su Chen also set his sights on acquiring medical supplies. Illness was an inevitable part of life, making medicines essential. Moreover, skilled medical practitioners would be indispensable in such dire circumstances. He was not concerned about recruiting help. With sufficient financial resources, he could secure common medicines through regional distributors, regardless of whether he would personally require them. He had long contemplated that the future shelter would house individuals with valuable skills. Men were not a primary concern. He envisioned welcoming professionals, nurses, teachers, flight attendants, celebrities, who could pass his evaluations and become part of his community. As the shelter evolved, it could accommodate an ever-growing population. The only aspect requiring attention was Su Chen's need to enhance his nutrition and fortify his physical health. He did not overlook other essentials either: various gaming consoles, films, and music tapes. Entertainment was a necessity, that a solitary existence within the shelter could lead to loneliness, necessitating diversions to pass the time. Overcoming solitude was vital. Chapter 4. Expanding storage space. As Su Chen embarked on a shopping frenzy, the balance on his bank card dwindled rapidly, until finally, he transformed every last cent into tangible supplies, leaving not a single drop behind. The sheer volume of goods he had procured was staggering. Delivery trucks from various locations arrived in a continuous stream, crowding the warehouse entrance with unloading personnel, transforming the once quiet compound into a bustling hub. Driven by financial motivation, the managers of the department stores dared not slacken their efforts, urging the truck drivers to expedite their deliveries one by one. The trucks worked overtime, transporting supplies into the warehouse. Su Chen beamed with satisfaction as he observed the ever-growing stockpile. This would be the foundation of his future survival. However, as the influx of goods increased, Su Chen soon realized a pressing issue. One warehouse simply could not contain it all. To this end, he certainly had ample space to expand his storage, having intentionally leased several large vacant warehouses in the vicinity, employing a cunning strategy akin to robbing Peter to pay Paul. He painted a grand vision for the warehouse owners, promising to pay them tenfold once his funds were sufficiently rotated. Naturally, upon purchasing such a vast quantity of goods, the warehouse owners readily agreed, unaware that they would never receive that rental payment in their lifetime. With the new warehouses, he could finally accommodate all the supplies he had procured. However, Suchin soon encountered a new dilemma. There was simply too much stock, and the storage room in the refuge could not contain it all. Fortunately, the system proved to be user-friendly, assisting Su Chun in resolving this issue by presenting him with two options. One was to upgrade the storage room, and the other was to provide temporary storage space for excess supplies. Both options required spending points, though the amounts varied. As a novice, Su Chun was permitted to incur a debt against his points. The solutions proposed by the system alleviated his immediate crisis, and with a plan in hand, he naturally agreed. There was no way he would relinquish these precious resources. After all, it was merely a matter of advancing his points. He was more than willing to proceed. The priority was to safeguard the supplies he had acquired, ensuring they did not fall into the hands of others, by opting to advance his points for the storage room upgrade. The space expanded several-fold, providing ample room for all these materials. This decision bore the advantage of being a one-time solution, though it was evident that it demanded a significant number of points. Su Chun, still unaware of the purchasing power of the points, had no choice but to forego this option. Thus, he was left with no alternative but to rent temporary storage space from the system. The rental fee would be calculated daily, with points settled at the end, making it far less costly than the first option. Consequently, Su Chun opted for the second method. At this juncture, he was oblivious to the potential difficulty of acquiring points. So any savings were welcome. It was only the beginning, and already he found himself indebted to the system for points, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. Nevertheless, Su Chun had no regrets about his decision. His greatest advantage was having foreknowledge of the impending apocalypse. Utilizing this advantage, hoarding supplies before the catastrophe struck was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Points could always be repaid in due time. But if he missed this critical window for stockpiling food, securing provisions post-apocalypse would be far more challenging. At that point, who could say how many would resort to violence over a mere morsel of food? System. I choose the temporary storage space. Ding. The temporary storage would deduct 10 points daily. Would the host like to continue? Of course. Upon making his choice, Su Chun noticed a vast new space adjacent to the refuge's storage room, ample enough to accommodate all his remaining supplies. At last, all the materials were gathered, and all that remained was for Su Chun to transfer them into the refuge. Once the delivery personnel departed the warehouse, Su Chun secured the large door, concealing his activities from prying eyes. He tirelessly transported supplies back and forth between the warehouse and the refuge. Thankfully, the space ring he received from the novice gift pack greatly enhanced his efficiency, allowing him to move the goods at an astonishing rate, saving him considerable time. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss as to when he could possibly transfer such an immense quantity of supplies, perhaps even by the time the apocalypse arrived. Half of the stock might remain untransferred to the refuge. After a strenuous afternoon, he had entirely emptied the warehouses. During this time, Su Chun's frenzied purchasing spree gradually became the talk of the town. No one knew who had spread the word, nor could anyone ascertain his motives. Many openly mocked Su Chun, deeming him a wasteful spender, while others believed he was insane. Few understood his reasoning. Even Zhang Wei, the individual who rented the warehouses to Su Chun, could not comprehend his actions, thinking Su Chun must simply have too much money to spend. Yet the opinions of these individuals held no sway over Su Chun. Such reactions were entirely anticipated. It was impossible to make such extravagant purchases without drawing attention. Before the relevant authorities could scrutinize him, he needed to swiftly transfer the supplies into the refuge. Once the dust settled, even if the authorities took action against him, it would be too late, for he would already be comfortably ensconced within the refuge, awaiting the apocalypse while observing the tumultuous events unfolding in the outside world. A mere 100 meters above his refuge, it would be nearly impossible for others to trace his whereabouts. As for those who mocked Su Chun online, their current arrogance would eventually meet with a dire fate. Internet trolls would inevitably face the harsh reality of life, providing them with a much-needed lesson. Then, the zombies would not engage them in online banter, but rather confront them in visceral, corporeal conflict. Such life-and-death scenarios would surely terrify them into submission. At that point, they would come to realize the magnitude of their error. The time until the apocalypse drew near was not far off. The entire world was on the brink of entering a new era. This era would be a paradise for the strong and a hell for the weak. Chapter 5. The eve of arrival uncertain, how much time had elapsed. Su Chen finally transferred all supplies into the refuge's storage room. After completing his tasks, he collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. From this point forward, he had no pressing matters requiring his presence outside. Until the apocalypse descended, he intended to remain within the refuge, with his sole task being to patiently await its arrival and embark on his journey of survival. Meanwhile, Su Chen received word that he had caught the attention of the authorities, not due to his excessive actions, which had effectively emptied local food supplies, but rather because he had become a topic of scrutiny that, of course, Su Chen no longer feared investigation. Before the materials were in place, he might have harbored some concern. But now he felt entirely unburdened. Investigate all you like. All that remained for these individuals were empty warehouses, devoid of any findings. Whether in terms of supplies or his own presence, they would find nothing. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they would never suspect that a refuge lay just 100 meters beneath the warehouse. More crucially, time was running short before the apocalypse. Even if the authorities wished to investigate, they would soon find themselves without the time or energy to do so. After the apocalypse struck, everyone would be preoccupied with self-preservation. Who would have the bandwidth to investigate Su Chen? As Su Chen glanced at the system prompts, he noted that only 3 hours remained until the apocalypse. Leaning against the sofa, he gently swirled the glass of red wine in his hand, leisurely watching television. The refuge was fully equipped, and even at a depth of 100 meters underground, it maintained connectivity with the outside world, allowing Su Chen to stay in touch. The refuge's built-in firewall effectively shielded against any external intrusions, ensuring that his location remained concealed. That moment, a breaking news alert captured his attention. The kings of various nations had simultaneously issued a statement, sending shockwaves across the globe. They declared that scientists worldwide had detected anomalies on the planet, signaling that an apocalypse capable of annihilating humanity was imminent. The end was nigh, had a single nation's king made such a proclamation. People might have dismissed it as a conspiracy, subjecting the messenger to scorn and ridicule. However, the collective announcement from all kings lent credence to the claim, suggesting that this news was likely true. In that instant, humanity plunged into a state of utter panic. Such circumstances often serve as a catalyst for chaos. Other nations descended into turmoil, with violence and looting erupting everywhere. Fortunately, Longxia country had long been prepared. Stability officers were on high alert, swiftly quelling any unrest among those seeking to exploit the situation. That a series of decisive actions momentarily pacified the agitated crowds. In truth, the reason nations believed in the impending apocalypse stemmed not from scientific findings, but from an unidentified source that had disseminated information regarding the impending doom. Had it been merely that simple, the kings would not have taken such drastic measures. The message also indicated that prior to the apocalypse, all of humanity's long-range weaponry, such as nuclear missiles, would gradually become inoperative and utterly unusable. When the kings realized that all nuclear weapons had fallen into disuse, panic ensued. This revelation confirmed that the apocalypse was indeed real. Everything about this situation feels utterly surreal, leaving no room for disbelief. It is precisely for this reason that he simultaneously announces the impending apocalypse to his people. In a frenzy, everyone rushes to procure supplies, stockpiling provisions to weather the impending doom. The most unfortunate are those in close proximity to Su Chen, where he has nearly depleted the local resources, leaving others in despair. The moment the news concludes, Su Chen hears his phone ringing, inundated with messages. Without needing to look, he knows it must be the suppliers reaching out to him, likely hoping to reclaim their goods, or at the very least, a portion of them. Su Chen, however, has no intention of indulging these individuals. Once the items are in his possession, not a single morsel will be relinquished, especially considering that each item was purchased with hard-earned money. To avoid the incessant noise, he decisively powers off his phone, plunging into complete silence. Seeing that Su Chen's phone is unreachable, the suppliers hastily make their way to the warehouse, only to find it entirely barren, devoid of even a single item. They have gone mad. Both Su Chen and the supplies have vanished without a trace. Yet, the chaos unfolding outside bears no impact on him. He continues to savor his meal, indulging in fine wine, relishing the life of luxury within the shelter. From the earlier news report, it appears that the outside world remains unaware of the precise timing of the apocalypse, even oblivious to the fact that they have a mere 3 hours left. Su Chen contemplates whether to disclose the exact timing of the apocalypse to the public, but upon witnessing the pandemonium online, he doubts anyone would believe him that as an ordinary individual. How could he convince others? This thankless endeavor is one he chooses to forego. System. How does the outside world come to know about the apocalypse? Was it you? Su Chen inquires mentally while sipping his wine. Ding. This system will not communicate with anyone other than the host. As for the source of the external information, the host currently lacks the necessary authority to be informed. Having been met with a closed door for the first time, Su Chen's curiosity deepens. Propping his chin with his hand, he muses. It seems the system harbors numerous secrets. Even if this matter is not directly orchestrated by the system, it undoubtedly bears some connection. Since the system remains silent, he decides not to dwell on it any further. According to the system, once he upgrades the shelter's level and gains sufficient authority, he will uncover all truths. After all, it does not affect him directly, so why waste energy on it? With his phone powered down, Su Chen approaches his computer, perusing various online reports. People have begun to realize that even offering exorbitant prices yields no results. Food vendors have shuttered their doors, seemingly intent on hoarding their supplies to survive the impending apocalypse. Consequently, numerous conflicts have erupted, with bloodshed becoming increasingly common. Su Chen can only silently pray for these unfortunate souls, as online platforms are inundated with vitriol. While others desperately search for sustenance, he has long since stockpiled an abundance of food. The sensation is rather peculiar. Shortly thereafter, he notices reports stating that all regions have been placed under martial law. Even with peacekeepers present, tensions continue to escalate. Ultimately, everyone is instructed to return to their homes to prevent unforeseen incidents that Su Chen cannot help but sigh inwardly. While this strategy is indeed prudent, it comes too late. The apocalypse is imminent. Chapter 6. The advent of the apocalypse. Pulling up the system interface, Su Chen observes the countdown. Apocalypse countdown. 0 days, 0 hours, 10 minutes, and 34 seconds. A mere 10 minutes remain. 10 minutes is far too brief, leaving humanity with little time to prepare. Under Su Chen's watchful gaze, the seconds tick away. When the countdown reaches 0, he silently acknowledges it has arrived, as anticipated at that moment. The entire world experiences an anomaly that a crimson mist envelopes the sky, slowly descending to the ground. This critical moment does not escape the attention of the global populace. Many feel a sense of unease, with some astute individuals speculating whether this is a harbinger of the apocalypse. Amidst the anxious glances of humanity, the red mist touches the earth and abruptly vanishes. Simultaneously, the human world undergoes a cataclysmic transformation. Countless individuals discover that their family members, neighbors, and others have morphed into the legendary zombies, ravenously tearing at the living in a scene of utter chaos. The apocalypse is indeed real. Those fortunate enough to remain human, witnessing this horror, are engulfed in profound despair. Zombies, the end of days, manifests silently, transforming people into the undead. How terrifying! The bloodthirsty carnage incited by the zombies unfolds in every corner of the globe, presenting humanity with its greatest trial. In this fleeting moment, a majority succumb to the infection. The remaining survivors are paralyzed with confusion. Only Su Chen's shelter remains a bastion of safety, impervious to the chaos outside. As he gazes at the endless stream of photographs and desperate pleas for help flooding online, he is filled with a mixture of emotions. Had he not possessed the system, he too would likely be ensnared in despair alongside these individuals. As for why he can still access the internet, it is because the world's network has long since achieved global coverage. As long as not all satellites malfunction, connectivity remains intact. Su Chen offers a silent prayer for his surviving compatriots. Take care. Amen. His thoughts return to the system. Ding. All system functions activated. System shop now online. System tasks activated. System. With the apocalypse officially underway, the long-awaited system shop has been launched, unveiling all functions for him. Upon receiving the system's notification, Su Chen mentally declares, System. Open the system shop. A semi-transparent screen materializes before him, showcasing a plethora of items. Weapons, genetic serums, robots, and much more. Su Chen yearns to acquire every single item. Yet alas, such desires remain unfulfilled. Not only is he unable to purchase anything, but he is also burdened with considerable debt. His immediate goal is to amass points swiftly, repay his debts, and then indulge in a shopping spree within the system shop. Reluctantly diverting his gaze from the system shop, Su-Chen learns from the system that the current zombies are merely the beginning. The disaster currently unfolding is classified as a viral invasion. This virus causes living beings to mutate into bloodthirsty zombies, attacking all living creatures. This is merely one facet of the apocalypse. In the future, more perilous types of disasters will emerge, each presenting greater threats. Each disaster type will be accompanied by new mutations, their strength escalating and posing an even greater threat to humanity. Reading the system's description sends a chill down Su-Chen's spine from the system's brief insights. He can envision how challenging human existence will become in the future. Various disasters and formidable mutated creatures, each capable of delivering devastating blows to humanity, seem to conspire against the human race, as if the world itself has awakened with the intent to eradicate them. Su-Chen instinctively clenches his fist. He firmly believes in his ability to survive, determined to navigate this hopeless apocalypse with grace. This conviction stems from the confidence the system instills in him. He resolves not to leave the shelter until he acquires a basic genetic serum, enhancing his physical capabilities and significantly boosting his strength. The allure of the basic genetic serum is irresistible. According to the description, it can fully unleash the body's potential. Underestimating this would be a grave mistake. Once the body's potential is fully realized, one could attain a terrifying level of strength. While he may not rival a superhero, he would be quite close that if not for his lack of points, Su-Chen would have eagerly seized the opportunity to procure and consume it immediately. For now, he shifts his focus to the system tasks. Only by completing the tasks issued by the system can he earn substantial points. This functionality is of paramount importance. The most critical goal now is to acquire points, and the sole sources for substantial point accumulation are system tasks and the extermination of mutated creatures. However, Su-Chen temporarily dismisses the latter option at present. He is merely an ordinary individual, making it exceedingly difficult to earn points by slaying zombies that to recklessly engage in combat would likely result in certain death. In the absence of formidable strength, cautious development is the wisest course of action. After all, he remains safe within the shelter, affording him ample time to enhance his abilities. Ding, the task has been issued. Please check promptly. Main Quest 1. Survival. The apocalypse serves as a nightmarish ordeal for all beings. Each time the host survives through a different type of apocalypse, they earn 1,000 points. To Su-Chen, this task feels like a gift of points. However, its duration is excessively long, rendering it a distant solution to his immediate needs that he continues to peruse the tasks. Main Quest 2. Salvation. As the future hope of humanity. For every additional person who takes refuge in the shelter, the host receives 1,000 points. This task aligns perfectly with his inner thoughts. The refuge must undoubtedly seek to attract others for residence, as solitude can be quite burdensome, necessitating companionship. However, Su-Chen is discerning in his selections and does not extend invitations to just anyone that he has long established as objective. Only women shall be welcomed into the sanctuary. He cannot permit other men to enter regardless of their intentions, as it poses inherent risks. Only a man can truly comprehend another man. Yet again, he finds himself faced with a task that cannot be pursued at this moment, compelling him to delve further. The main quests are limited to these two, while the rest are side missions, all of which require him to venture outside, an endeavor he must temporarily set aside. After rummaging around, he finally uncovers a task that resonates perfectly with his aspirations. Side Mission 3, Show Off. Permanent task. While others endure suffering and hardship, the host thrives within the safety of the refuge and ought to showcase to those in distress what constitutes a high-quality existence in the apocalypse. By gauging the emotional fluctuations of the targeted individuals, he can earn corresponding points, with each person yielding between 1 to 10 points. Chapter 7. System Marketplace. Su-Chen's gaze flickers. The rewards for system tasks are indeed bountiful. Yet the only one he can effortlessly accomplish at present is the third side mission that requires no risks. He can amass a significant amount of points simply by remaining in the refuge. The completion method is remarkably straightforward, easily facilitated through online group chats, that he only hopes that his acquaintances in the chat do not perish, or else he would be left without anyone to provide him with points. The sole downside of this task is that it may incite jealousy and animosity from others. After all, while they suffer, Su-Chen indulges in pleasure. Such psychological disparity is unbearable for most in truth. Su Chun is reluctant to engage in this behavior, yet the system's offerings are too enticing to ignore. Coupled with his urgent need to repay previous debts, he steels himself to temporarily embrace this unseemly path. Is it not merely a facade of grandeur before others? He shall proceed. As he reflects on how others struggle amidst the apocalypse, he savors his meat and wine with carefree abandon. The contrast starkly highlights the chasm between their experiences. Indeed, Su Chun finds this task rather intriguing. To speak candidly, he does not entirely reject the prospect of deriving joy from the suffering of others. He acknowledges a hint of mischief within himself. Upon further contemplation, he realizes that now is not the opportune moment to undertake this task, that he must wait until the survivors have endured a few days of life in the apocalypse. Allowing them to truly perceive the disparity at that juncture, their emotional fluctuations will be heightened, resulting in greater point accumulation for Su Chun. Currently, the apocalypse has just erupted. Many are preoccupied with escaping and contemplating survival, leaving them little inclination to engage in online chatter. This is evident from the volume of his online contributions. He silently revels in the fact that technological advancements have held up fairly well. Even with the onset of the apocalypse, the internet remains functional. As long as the satellites in the sky remain operational, the network signal will persist unimpeded. Otherwise, his endeavor to acquire points through this task would be exceedingly challenging. Only through online interactions can he engage with multiple individuals and swiftly accumulate points. At this moment, Su Chun notices that announcements are being incessantly shared across the network. Official communications. The content is succinct, to alleviate the burden on satellites. Only one official announcement website will remain, serving to disseminate crucial information. The software now consists solely of a messaging application, ensuring that interpersonal communication is preserved. This decision demonstrates commendable foresight. Humanity is inherently social, and isolation can drive individuals to madness, leading to extreme actions. The ability to communicate offers a modicum of solace. Simultaneously, all signals and networks are regionally allocated, permitting communication only within designated areas. Cross-regional exchanges are limited to 3 instances per individual within a month. Upon encountering this announcement, he cannot help but exclaim in admiration. The officials are indeed astute. Even amidst such dire circumstances, they maintain a level of consideration that is truly commendable. But he surmises the rationale behind this approach. In the short term, satellite maintenance is unfeasible, necessitating a reduction in their load to prolong their lifespan. None can predict when humanity will regain its productive capabilities. This also subtly conveys that in this sudden apocalypse, humanity is utterly powerless, merely striving to survive. When Su Chun next accesses the internet, he discovers that all other websites and applications have ceased functioning. However, this does not significantly impact him, as he has long been prepared. Possessing ample sources of entertainment, films, television, games, music, and more, all readily available at his disposal. Subsequently, he enters the messaging application, where the number of participants in group chats has surged that he casually joins one group chat to observe the ongoing discussions. Some express understanding, others voice complaints, and a few even resort to vehement curses, unable to accept the situation. Yet the topic quickly shifts to other matters. Mumu. Help! Help! The landlord came to collect rent, and suddenly he turned into a zombie. I barely escaped to my bedroom. What should I do? Wang Mumu. QEQ, can someone tell me if there is still hope after being bitten by a zombie? Lai Mao. Damn it, I was just enjoying some intimate moments with my girlfriend when she suddenly transformed into a zombie. I nearly had a heart attack. Upon reading Lai's message, Su Chun nearly burst into laughter. What an experience! The poor fellow might be too fearful to date again. Each individual shares their current predicaments, and it is clear that few are fortunate. Most are enduring abysmal circumstances. Su Chun cannot help but ponder that, had he not possessed the system and the refuge, he too might be struggling for survival like these individuals. He remains silent, refraining from voicing any opinions. Now is not the time. Moreover, Su Chun stumbles upon a rather surprising revelation. Some participants in the group chat are situated in distant locales. Logically, he should not be receiving messages from them. Yet, he experiences no restrictions and can communicate freely with individuals from other regions. After inquiring with the refuge's intelligent steward, Su Chun learns that the signal and network of the sanctuary are unrestricted, allowing for normal interaction with the outside world. Indeed, the system's construction of the refuge proves exceptionally beneficial. In the short term, This may seem inconsequential, but over time, its advantages will become increasingly apparent in the future. Humanity will undoubtedly establish a foothold in the apocalypse, forging a new societal structure. Under regional constraints, these individuals will certainly remain uninformed about developments in other areas, while Su Chun will remain unimpeded. Capable of capitalizing on the information disparity, of course, this is a scenario that will unfold much later. Returning to the matter at hand, Su Chun only glances at his device for a brief moment before setting it aside. Now that the world has officially entered the era of the apocalypse, he must contemplate his future trajectory. That a well-thought-out plan is essential. After all, his initial advantages are substantial, and he must not become complacent or stagnant. He must strategize on how to expand these advantages and ensure that he perpetually remains ahead of others, navigating this protracted apocalypse with grace and ease. Gradually, Su Chun realizes that he currently has little to occupy his time. Even if he wishes to engage in conversation, others are likely too preoccupied to respond, either fleeing for their lives or contemplating how to endure. Reluctantly, he chooses to continue browsing the system marketplace. Previously, he had only skimmed the surface. There remains a plethora of items yet to be explored. The more he peruses the system marketplace, the more captivated he becomes. The array of items is vast, each possessing tremendous utility, that he discovers an exceptionally valuable item capable of perfectly resolving future loyalty issues concerning personnel entering the refuge. The Soul Contract. This contract ensures that those who sign it cannot inflict harm upon Su Chun through any means. Additionally, there is an implicit function. As time progresses, the loyalty of those bound by the contract will intensify, ultimately reaching maximum loyalty. What is even more remarkable is that this extraordinary treasure is priced at a mere 50 points. 2 words encapsulated: sheer perfection. The system is truly benevolent. Su Chun had not anticipated the existence of such an astonishing item within the system marketplace. With this, he can finally quell the last remnants of his concerns and confidently invite exceptional women into the sanctuary. Chapter 8. The Art of Pretension. 3 days have elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse. The initial chaos and bloodshed have gradually subsided, and the survivors have begun to acclimate, albeit slightly, to their new existence. After paying a hefty toll in lives lost, the panic that characterized the early days of the end times has somewhat abated, while others live in constant fear, grappling with hunger and cold. Su Chun enjoys an ordinary life within the confines of the shelter. His days are unadorned. Rising promptly at 9 in the morning, he freshens up before embarking on a fitness regimen. Breakfast consists of a simple glass of milk and an egg, followed by a hearty lunch of 3 dishes and a soup, devoured in 3 substantial bowls. Dinner is a modest affair of noodles. To an outsider, it appears utterly mundane. Should others learn of Su Chun's daily routine, they would undoubtedly be consumed by envy. The apocalypse descended with alarming swiftness, catching humanity off guard and leaving no opportunity to stockpile provisions. Many find their living quarters unsafe, ever at risk of encountering zombies. Su Chun surmises that now is the opportune moment to undertake missions, as the spirits of others have likely plummeted to their nadir after 3 days of darkness. This presents Su Chun with an ideal chance to earn copious points by stimulating the emotions of those around him. According to the description of Side Quest 3, his task is to provoke these individuals. The greater the emotional upheaval, the more points he stands to gain. As the hours in the shelter pass swiftly, it is now time for dinner, and Su Chun resolves to indulge a bit. Just a single photograph of a sumptuous dinner could incite jealousy among the masses. Without hesitation, he prepares a lavish spread of beef, fish, lamb, pork, and an assortment of vegetables. Click, edit, upload. The process unfolds seamlessly. He decides to test the waters in his classmates' group chat, the one boasting the highest number of living members among his current chats. The other groups have dwindled, with few remaining to voice their thoughts, had the officials not closed down the portals and forums. Su Chun muses he could have amassed a staggering amount of points in a short span, potentially even millions. The treasures in the system shop would then be his for the taking. Before Su Chun shares his photo, his classmates are busy lamenting their plight, the sole means of communication with the outside world. The group members are notably active, as if only through this chat can they affirm their existence and stave off solitude. Zhang Yang. Does anyone know how to reduce physical consumption? Our food supply is dwindling, and I hope it lasts a bit longer. I'm struggling. Wu Tao. What? The esteemed one above still is food. I, in my humble abode, have nothing left. I'm preparing to venture out to scavenge. Li Wei, you all are so unfortunate. I have a few boxes of instant noodles left. If I ration them, they should last me a month. Zhao Hua, I can't believe you're all in such dire straits. Thankfully, my mother had the foresight to stockpile a substantial amount of food before the apocalypse, that we have enough to last a long while. Though the meat is scarce, just plenty of rice and potatoes. Versailles. This is the immediate thought shared by everyone. Zhang Yang. I envy you so much, just as others prepare to express their envy. Su Chen's photo successfully uploads that Su Chen. Dinner, that JPG, an array of meats and vegetables, accompanied by the caption, an utterly ordinary dinner. What to do with so much food? The group chat falls into an eerie silence. As if someone had pressed the pause button. Even Zhao Hua, who had intended to boast, is left speechless. The members are momentarily shattered by Su Chen's display, in a time when many are struggling. Su Chen's life appears remarkably lavish. Steaks paired with fine wine, complemented by a well-rounded selection of vegetables and fruits. What may have seemed trivial before the apocalypse now strikes as extravagant. Many lack even basic rice, making Su Chen's situation seem even more ostentatious. That if this is deemed ordinary, what could they possibly be consuming? Su Chen, my dinner is simply too mundane. I wonder what you all had for supper? Internally, he whispers a word of guilt. He has observed their conversations and recognizes the excessiveness of his actions. Yet he attributes it all to the system. It is the system demanding tasks that are at fault. Not his own, that he is, after all, the kind-hearted Su Deshan Run, with the system bearing the blame for any wrongdoing. Should the system possess consciousness, it would undoubtedly exclaim, "Bravo!" This last remark incites a flurry of responses from the group. Li Wei, damn. Su Chen, you've gone too far. Wu Tao, I'm so envious, it's infuriating. Su Chen, come out and face me. I want to challenge you. Li, jealousy is tearing me apart. Zhang Yang, enough said. Su Chen, just give us your address. I'd risk my life to find you. Wang Wu, have you ascended to paradise? Su Chen. Su Chen's words provoke even more lurking members to emerge. Indignation etched across their faces. Their collective ire is directed at Su Chen, each expressing their jealousy and envy. The disparity in their circumstances is glaring. Zhao Hua experiences a surge of embarrassment and anger. He had intended to flaunt his own situation for a moment of vanity, only to be overshadowed by Su Chen's sudden emergence, realizing his own plight pales in comparison. This realization leaves Zhao Hua deeply dissatisfied, harboring resentment towards Su Chen. Zhao Hua. Su Chen, what are you pretending for? It's not about the quality of food, but the quantity. That don't deplete your supplies just to show off. You should be aware of your limits. Zhao Hua, you're just a pathetic loser. Who knows where you got that food? It's a disgrace for you to consume it. Zhao Hua unleashes his full barrage of insults, showing no mercy. His words resonate with some classmates, who begin to see a semblance of logic in his argument. Suddenly, attitudes shift, with many taking on the role of educators, admonishing Su Chen to conserve resources. This is particularly true for those who felt deeply provoked by Su Chen's earlier display. Their response is unyielding as they vent their jealousy. While they may not be as harsh as Zhao Hua, the underlying tone is undeniably unfriendly. Chapter 9. Confronting the adversary. Witnessing this unfolding drama, Su Chen merely chuckles to himself that if Zhao Hua is presenting his face to be struck, he will not hold back. That Su Chen. What are you barking about? Zhao Hua. Su Chen, mind your own affairs. What do you have at home that's worth mentioning? If you're so stubborn, I'll show you what reality looks like. With that, he casually snaps a photo of a corner of his storage room and sends it to the group chat, letting the evidence speak for itself and delivering a powerful rebuttal to everyone. Mountains of rice and meat. The JPG as the photo appears, the once vibrant chat descends into a profound silence. The group members are rendered speechless, as if they've been choked, unable to type a single word. That Su Chen, undeterred, continues his tirade against Zhao Hua. That Su Chen, one must possess self-awareness. If you're ignorant of the facts, refrain from barking up the wrong tree, lest others think you've contracted rabies. That Su Chen, who in this group doesn't know what kind of person you are? Zhao Hua, you once had power and influence, but now you're nothing. And you still act so arrogant, unaware of when you might meet your end at the hands of a zombie. That Su Chen, I will flaunt my wealth. I have the means to do so. Do you? He holds no reservations in his disdain for Zhao Hua. Their rivalry stretches back to their university days, filled with animosity. Zhao Hua's previous connections had caused Su Chun to suffer greatly, with Zhao Hua covertly sabotaging his scholarship and accolades. Now, in this new world, Zhao Hua's former advantages are rendered useless that Su Chun vows to repay Zhao Hua for his past grievances when the opportunity arises. Zhao Hua had intended to teach Su Chun a lesson, only to find himself the fool in this scenario. Upon hearing Su Chun's words, Zhao Hua is so enraged he nearly smashes his phone. Fortunately, a sliver of rationality prevents him from doing so that in the past, he could afford to break a phone and replace it tenfold. But now, a broken phone equates to having no means of communication. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Zhao Hua curses vehemently in his room, wishing to confront Su Chun in a life-or-death struggle. After venting his frustrations for a while, Zhao Hua's rage gradually subsides in the past. He would have sought out someone to teach Su Chun a lesson. Zhao Hua loathes the apocalypse that has stripped him of everything he once held dear: his popularity, familial influence, and the admiration of others, leaving him confined to his home, unable to step outside. How can someone who once basked in glory adjust to such a reality? Just moments ago, Su Chun was left utterly humiliated by Zhao Hua, and he now lacks the inclination to engage in conversation within the group chat, opting instead to feign ignorance and remain silent. Meanwhile, the other group members, witnessing Su Chun's formidable prowess, are taken aback, especially as Zhao Hua himself has been thoroughly berated, which has dramatically altered their perception of Su Chun. Once oppressed by Zhao Hua's authority, Su Chun has now turned the tables as university classmates. They are acutely aware of the long-standing enmity between Su Chun and Zhao Hua, which was ignited by a woman. During their college years, Zhao Hua relentlessly pursued the class beauty, Li Tingting, who paid him no mind due to his notorious reputation as a playboy. By a stroke of fortune, Su Chun found himself partnered with Li Tingting on a project, which led Zhao Hua to fixate on Su Chun, seizing every opportunity to undermine him. However, Su Chun is no pushover, and the two have been at odds ever since, their animosity deepening to an almost unfathomable degree. With Zhao Hua now silent, Su Chun seizes the moment to exhale a long-awaited breath of relief, feeling as though he has merely repaid a small fraction of the debt owed. The tides have turned, and Su Chun is determined to reciprocate the grievances inflicted upon him by Zhao Hua. He dismisses the notion of magnanimity, particularly when it comes to Zhao Hua's conduct over the years. Su Chun is willing to forgive minor transgressions if they stem from inadvertent mistakes, but the egregious actions of Zhao Hua have left no room for forgiveness. Had he not exercised caution, he might have already faced ruin at Zhao Hua's hands. Now that fortune has finally smiled upon him, he knows he cannot afford to squander this advantageous position. Just moments ago, Su Chun had already devised a plan to confront Zhao Hua. The previously silent group chat gradually resumed its activity, with those who had once chastised Su Chun now feeling the sting of embarrassment. They secretly berate Zhao Hua, reveling in his downfall, and reflecting on how they had once been forced to curry favor with him due to his connections. With Su Chun's rise, they feel emboldened to rise against Zhao Hua, whom they now view as a villain. Zhang Yang. Su Chun is absolutely right. Zhao Hua has grown arrogant, and now that his downfall is upon him, he should have learned to keep a low profile. Wu Tao. I have long found Zhao Hua insufferable. His previous antics were utterly outrageous. Li Li. Exactly. People like him are destined to meet an untimely end in a world like this. The group members recall that they are now in a dire situation, and Zhao Hua's influence has waned. Judging by recent events, he pales in comparison to Su Chun, marking a significant shift in power dynamics. The conversation in the chat soon devolves into a litany of accusations against Zhao Hua, as if he were an irredeemable criminal, allowing them to vent years of pent-up frustration. Zhao Hua, who had just begun to quell his fury, now finds it reignited. Those he once regarded as mere sycophants have revolted against him. With no outlet for his rage, he opts to exit the group chat in frustration. That Su Chun observes the group's outcry against Zhao Hua with a detached demeanor. To him, the only distinguishing factor between these individuals and Zhao Hua is that they have not truly committed any heinous acts. At worst, they have merely been complicit in his wrongdoing, that he regards these individuals as mere tools for accruing points, harboring little affection for them. Upon seeing Zhao Hua's departure from the chat, everyone is taken aback. The once indignant members are left at a loss for words. That Su Chun remains unfazed. Losing one source of points is hardly detrimental to him. Moments later, someone leads the charge in expressing a desire to curry favor with Su Chun, and soon the chat is flooded with similar sentiments that it seems that the essence of humanity is to echo one another. From their perspective, anyone who thrives in such dire circumstances must possess exceptional abilities. Their rationale is straightforward. If they appease Su Chun, they might secure his assistance in the future, even if the odds are slim. Offering a few flattering words incurs no cost, so why not take the chance? Chapter 10. Accumulating points. At this juncture, Su Chun is too preoccupied to entertain the group members' flattery, as the system notifications are incessantly ringing in his ears. Ding! Emotional fluctuation detected from Zhang Yang. Congratulations, host, you have earned 7 points. Ding! Emotional fluctuation detected from Li Wei. Congratulations, host, you have earned 9 points. Ding! Emotional fluctuation detected from Zhao Hua. Congratulations, host, you have earned 10 points. The time for harvesting has arrived. The reason Su Chun engaged with the group was solely for the sake of accumulating points. Confronting his old rival Zhao Hua was merely a bonus. Following the recent upheaval and the impact of Su Chun's words and images, the emotional responses of these individuals have been exceedingly pronounced, providing Su Chun with a near maximal yield of points. Notably, Zhao Hua's contribution reached its peak, illustrating just how deeply his emotions had been stirred. He was likely teetering on the brink of a breakdown. Had Zhao Hua not exited swiftly, Su Chun would have relished the opportunity to provoke him further. To Su Chun's surprise, the system notifications indicate that there are still more active members in the group than those currently participating in the chat. It appears that a small faction is lurking in the shadows. Although they are all classmates, Su Chun remains uncertain of their true intentions. Nonetheless, from another perspective, this is advantageous for him. The more active members there are, the greater his potential point accrual. Once the system notifications conclude, Su Chun calculates his total points earned from this session, in just a few fleeting minutes. The group members have collectively bestowed upon him a staggering 566 points. An urge to continue provoking them arises, but ultimately, reason prevails, and he abandons this immature notion. Points must be harvested gradually. One cannot strip everything away at once that he fears that if he pushes too far, these individuals may become incensed and expel him from the group, resulting in a net loss. After all, these members are his source of points, and he cannot afford to lose them. Therefore, he resolves to test the boundaries cautiously. Ensuring a steady stream of points. Of course, Su Chun understands that this bounty is due to the novelty of the situation. As time progresses, the group members will likely adapt, and their emotional responses will diminish, leading to a corresponding decrease in points. However, he is not troubled by a reduction in quantity. What he seeks is sustainability. With patience, he can accumulate substantial points over time. At the very least, he will have more than enough to cover the costs of the temporary storage facility. By carefully gauging the situation and stimulating these endearing group members on a daily basis, he can reliably harvest a considerable amount of points. His strategy hinges on extreme manipulation, transforming the group members into his personal point-generating machines. Su Chun estimates that it won't be long before he has accrued enough points for a vial of basic gene serum, a coveted item he has long desired, but was previously unable to procure due to a lack of points. While he can delay the purchase of other items, acquiring the basic gene serum is paramount for enhancing his safety. Su Chun cherishes these point-generating individuals and wishes for their survival to be prolonged. He resolves to devise a method to elevate their survival skills in this apocalyptic landscape, but he is more than willing to offer guidance to his group members on how to navigate this harsh reality. After all, they are his points providers, and it is only fitting that he takes care of them. Without further ado, Su Chun swiftly picks up his phone and deftly taps on the screen. Su Chun, your admiration has left me quite humbled. Su Chun. In light of this, I shall generously share some survival tips for the apocalypse and the weaknesses of zombies. Certainly, if someone chooses not to believe, I shall not impose my views upon them. It is entirely a matter of personal conviction. As Su Chun spoke, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, regardless of whether they ultimately accepted his words. They deemed it prudent to hear him out. After all, they were all adults, possessing their own discernment. Each individual awaited with bated breath to learn what Su Chun had to impart, for if his claims bore truth, they could prove vital for their survival. Su Chun began. I have 3 pivotal recommendations. The first and most crucial is to exercise caution in trusting others. Save for your closest kin, the absence of societal safeguards can unveil the terrifying darkness of human nature. The second is to select a safe haven, be it your own domicile or an alternative location. Wherever it may be, it must be fortified against the encroachment of zombies and other threats. The third is to maintain composure when confronted by zombies. Do not let panic disrupt your clarity. Zombies are primarily driven by sound and scent, with blood being their greatest lure. Thus, it is imperative to avoid injury while venturing out. And should you encounter a zombie, remain calm and avoid generating any noise. That Su Chen's suggestions were both succinct and clear, and all present grasped their significance. However, opinions regarding his first point diverged. Some regarded Su Chen's perspective as excessively radical, while others found themselves in full accord with his sentiments. For the moment, the group refrained from engaging in disputes, as Su Chen had already articulated that belief was a matter of personal choice. Even if he were aware of their differing opinions, he would not engage in arguments. His willingness to alert them stemmed solely from the desire to earn points. That Wu Tao interjected. I must say, I have encountered zombies several times, only to find that they lost interest in me halfway through. It appears they were lured away by the screams of others. That Wu Tao, I love you. From this day forth, you shall be my savior, Su Chen. I now understand what I must do. When I return alive, I shall express my gratitude on my knees. Wu Tao, brimming with excitement, could not contain his words. He wholeheartedly believed in Su Chen's assertions regarding the vulnerabilities of zombies. Lacking provisions, he felt compelled to venture out in search of sustenance. Given his prior experiences, he found Su Chen's advice to be exceedingly reasonable. The third recommendation was particularly crucial, as it significantly ensured his safety. Regardless of their beliefs, the others conveyed their gratitude to Su Chen. They awaited Wu Tao's safe return before deciding whether to heed Su Chen's counsel. While the group lavished praise upon him, Su Chen responded with polite acknowledgments before preparing to log off. His objectives had been fulfilled. Remaining further seemed futile. You all carry on. I shall indulge in a bath, he declared, leaving the group with a stark reminder. In the wake of the apocalypse, numerous essential facilities had fallen into disrepair, with no one to maintain them. For the time being, the supply of water remained relatively stable, though the unpredictability of future failures loomed large. Ordinary individuals struggled even to procure hot water, let alone enjoy a bath. The envy of the group was particularly pronounced among the women, who reacted with fervent admiration upon reading Su Chen's message. Amidst the chorus of envy from his peers, Su Chen departed the chat. After exiting, he discovered a plethora of friend requests awaiting his attention. Initially, he had no intention of acknowledging these individuals, yet upon noticing a few distinctive names, he opted to accept their requests, curious about their motives for seeking him. The first to engage in conversation was Wang Yuning. Su Chen's decision to accept was prompted by her intriguing message. To my knowledge, in the days preceding the apocalypse, there were rumors of someone feverishly stockpiling supplies, including various provisions. Might that individual be you, Su Chen? Su Chen was no stranger to Wang Yuning. She was renowned in their class as a wealthy and beautiful young woman, her family affluent and her appearance rivaling that of Li Tingting. However, due to her late transfer to the school, she had missed the opportunity to compete in the annual beauty contest. Yet, no one doubted her allure, given her privileged background, which attracted admirers in droves, comparable to those vying for Li Tingting's attention. Upon reading her message, Su Chen's expression shifted. He sensed that Wang Yuning was indeed aware of his prior endeavors in gathering supplies. However, he did not regard this revelation as particularly significant. He had never intended to shroud his actions in secrecy, as such attempts would only draw more scrutiny. The knowledge of his activities was already widespread, so adding Wang Yuning to the list held little consequence. Even if others harbored ulterior motives, it was of no concern to him. Firstly, no one knew his exact whereabouts, and secondly, he was safely ensconced in a shelter 100 meters underground. There was no way anyone could extract him from such a secure location. Besides, Su Chen had no intention of recklessly exposing himself until he possessed sufficient strength. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Whether or not that person is me is of little consequence. I presume you did not reach out merely to discuss this matter, did you? Please be direct. I am not fond of beating around the bush." Intrigued by Wang Yuning's background, Su Chen discerned that her family wielded considerable influence within the city. That it was evident that she had access to information beyond what an ordinary individual would possess. as only someone well-connected could ascertain his identity amidst the general knowledge of rampant supply purchases. Wang Yuning remained silent, a smile playing on her lips. Initially, she held no particular impression of Su Chun until witnessing his recent actions within the group chat. This prompted her to recall their shared status as classmates. With the two pieces of information intertwined, she had pieced together a considerable amount regarding Su Chen's activities that a greater suspicion arose within her mind. It was highly probable that Su Chun had foreknowledge of the impending apocalypse. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in such fervent stockpiling. Yet, without solid evidence, she refrained from voicing her suspicions. She held a favorable disposition towards Su Chun and had no desire to confront him. Given that their relationship was still in its infancy, she aimed to foster a sense of camaraderie to avoid any misunderstandings. Wang Yuning proposed, "If the opportunity arises, I would like us to collaborate in the future." A hint of amusement danced in her gaze. She believed that while Su Chun currently lacked the power to partner with her, his actions prior to the apocalypse indicated a potential for growth that she found promising. As for Wang Yuning's confidence, it stemmed from her own advantageous background. The Wang family was among the most powerful clans in the city, with their influence permeating much of its commercial landscape. Even in the wake of the apocalypse, their resources and capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary folk. Prior to the king's announcement, the Wang family had already gleaned information through their channels, enabling them to amass supplies and assemble a formidable defense. Although the initial turmoil of the apocalypse had caused some upheaval, they swiftly quelled the chaos, eradicating all zombies. Thus, the Wang family's might remained formidable. Her interest in Su Chun was fueled by her knowledge that he had vanished without a trace just before the apocalypse. Alongside the mysterious disappearance of his bulk supplies, she was convinced that beneath it all lay a significant secret, and her curiosity was piqued. Should Su Chun indeed be the enigmatic figure she suspected? He could achieve remarkable feats in this new world, precisely what Wang Yuning sought, a capable ally with substantial external influence. Unbeknownst to her, Su Chun was only aware that Wang Yuning's background was noteworthy, and that Zhao Hua refrained from being brazen in her presence. Upon receiving Wang Yuning's message, Su Chun felt somewhat perplexed. "Collaboration? You wish to partner with me in the future?" he inquired. "Indeed, I see great potential in you, and I am confident that a future collaboration between us would yield significant rewards. Of course, your current capabilities require enhancement. I hope you can expedite your progress." Wang Yuning candidly conveyed her identity and intentions. "Fascinating, indeed." Su Chun chuckled softly, astonished to discover that Wang Yuning was the sole heiress of the illustrious Wang family, a local of Haicheng. He is undoubtedly aware of the significant influence and formidable power the Wang family wields within the city. Had it been the former Su Chun, the prospect of facing Wang Yuning would have undoubtedly placed immense pressure upon him. However, since acquiring the system, Su Chun is resolute in his belief that he will eventually surpass those aristocratic families and no longer feel apprehensive towards their science. In this apocalypse, what truly matters is strength, not authority. Su Chun, since Miss Wang has extended an invitation, I shall naturally oblige that I believe this time will not be prolonged. He has no intention of refusing Wang Yuning. Rather, he is curious to discern her true intentions, that he is determined to elevate his own strength with utmost diligence before that moment arrives. Regardless of what cooperation may lie ahead, he aims to hold an unequivocal advantage. Wang Yuning refrains from elaborating, and Su Chun chooses not to inquire further. In due time, the truth will unfold. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two parted amicably. Even in those brief interactions, he sensed that her character resonated well with his own. Time is on their side, and as long as no unforeseen circumstances arise, they have ample opportunity for further engagement. That it can be said that in this apocalypse, individuals like them who manage to live so leisurely are indeed rare. Next, Su Chun continued to reach out to the final person who had sent a friend request. Chapter 12, an acquaintance that Li Tingting. Indeed, she is one of the school flowers of Haicheng and the catalyst behind Zhao Hua's relentless targeting of Su Chun. Although neither she nor Wang Yuning had spoken in the group, both had privately added him as a friend. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Su Chun naturally opted to engage in conversation. Wang Yuning and Li Tingting are among the individuals he has selected for entry into the shelter. Upon learning of Wang Yuning's status, Su Chun realized that convincing her to reside in the refuge would not be feasible in the short term. Fortunately, he harbors confidence in persuading Li Tingting to agree to his terms and become one of his own. Refocusing his attention on his phone, he initiated the conversation that on the other side, upon seeing Su Chen's acceptance of her friend request. Li Tingting felt a sense of relief wash over her. Her slender fingers danced swiftly across her phone as she composed a message to Li Tingting. Su Chen, are your photos genuine? Su Chen, of course. What would there be to fabricate? To me, the images captured in those photos are of little consequence to Li Tingting bit her lip, hesitating for quite some time before resuming her typing to Li Tingting. Su Chen, can you save us? Su Chen. Oh, has something happened? He was not inclined to agree lightly. He sought to understand the specifics of her situation before making any plans that end this apocalyptic landscape. Su Chen could not and would not make promises to others casually. Even if Li Tingting was a target of interest, he intended to convey that if she wished for him to act, there would be a price to pay. The notion of freeloading was out of the question. He had no intention of becoming a selfless benefactor. Everyone yearns for a hero, yet few are willing to embody that role. Selfishness is the essence of most individuals, especially in an apocalypse where those who consistently prioritize others often meet the most tragic fates. This is not an extremist viewpoint, but rather a reflection of human nature. Li Tingting, unwilling to conceal the truth, divulged the details of her predicament to Su Chen. Li Tingting, can you come to rescue us? Before the outbreak, my friends and I were out shopping for food and had not returned to the girls' dormitory when the zombies appeared. The entire school has essentially fallen that we managed to escape to the nearest health room while there were still few zombies. But now we find ourselves surrounded with no means of escape. That Su Chen empathized with Li Tingting's plight, but refrained from immediately expressing his willingness to save them. Su Chen, I apologize. But I currently have no plans to venture outside. If an opportunity arises in the future, I will consider attempting to rescue you. That he did not outright reject her, leaving her with a glimmer of hope. Based on her account, he deduced that as long as they did not recklessly venture outside, they would remain safe. They had sufficient food to last for a while and would not perish from hunger in the short term. For them, the primary issue was merely being trapped with no means of departure. Setting aside whether Su Chen possessed the strength to rescue them, even if he did, it was not the right moment to act. The optimal time would undoubtedly be when Li Tingting ran out of food and found herself in dire straits. Only then could he maximize his own interests and maintain complete control over the situation. Do not fault Su Chen for being selfish and unscrupulous. Selflessness was not in his character. With the apocalypse upon them, all previous methods of survival must be reevaluated. Only the self-serving can endure longer. The archetype of the hero rescuing the damsel, while cliché, proves effective, especially when one appears as a savior in a moment of despair, making it easier to capture the heart of the other party. Upon reading Su Chen's reply, Li Tingting's eyes dimmed with despair. In reality, Su Chen was not the first person she had sought help from. Sa Schoolflower. She attracted numerous admirers. In times of peace, individuals of her caliber enjoyed many privileges, but in this apocalypse, their status plummeted to the depths. Many were unable to save themselves, so how could they possibly assist her? Initially, she had sent distress signals to her former suitors. But as one might expect, all had rejected her. Had it been before the apocalypse, those admirers would surely not have declined her requests. However, when it comes to personal safety, few are willing to take risks. Repeatedly faced with rejection, Li Tingting felt deeply disheartened. Su Chen contemplated the necessity of leaving her with hope. Otherwise, she might succumb to despair, leading to adverse outcomes that he wished to avoid. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to give Li Tingting a deadline. Su Chen, if you can endure for 10 days, I will venture out to attend to certain matters. Perhaps then I can conveniently rescue you. Upon receiving this message, Li Tingting felt a flicker of hope rekindle within her. Yet before she could fully rejoice, her spirits were dampened by the subsequent message. Su Chen, however, why should I come to your aid? You are not related to me, so why would I risk myself so greatly? You just mentioned that there are quite a few zombies outside. If I were to rescue you, I might very well fall victim myself. Su Chen, thus, I hope you can provide me with a reason, a compelling justification that I cannot refuse. That he aimed to make her aware that he was not the same as those admirers surrounding her. If she wished to obtain something, she must be prepared to pay the necessary price. For now, he needed to ensure she humbled herself. Su Chen would not behave like those sycophants. Anyone wishing to enter his refuge must adhere to his terms. To demonstrate his substantial resources, Su Chen decided to send Li Tingting some enticing glimpses of his life within the shelter. He chose photographs of the refuge's interior, accompanied by images of various sumptuous foods, sufficient to convey to Li Tingting the extent of his assets. That Li Tingting was captivated by Su Chen's photos. She beheld mountains of provisions, an opulent living room, and an expansive bathtub. In that moment, Li Tingting became increasingly convinced that Su Chen possessed the capability to rescue her. It was merely a matter of his reluctance to take risks. The distinction lay simply in the balance of sacrifice and reward. From Su Chen's earlier words, she began to grasp his intentions. His insistence on not rescuing her unless they were akin to kin suggested that perhaps familial ties could lead to salvation. She had previously received similar propositions from others, all of which she had unequivocally rejected. However, faced with Su Chen, she found herself uncharacteristically hesitant. She recognized that those individuals bore no comparison to Su Chen. Thus, Li Tingting became assured that he was the only one with the potential to save her, that a safe living environment and ample food represented the greatest desires of all those struggling to survive in this apocalypse. To be honest, Li Tingting longed to move into the shelter immediately. Had it been anyone else, they might have instantly acquiesced to Su Chen's demands. However, she possessed her own sense of dignity and pride. Just recently, she had been an untouchable goddess in the eyes of many, and she could not simply alter her mindset overnight. Yet, Li Tingting dared not directly reject Su Chen, fearing that her sole lifeline might abandon her. For a moment, she stood frozen, uncertain of how to respond. After a prolonged silence without reply, Su Chen discerned that she had likely grasped his intentions. Her lack of response indicated her ongoing hesitation. He understood that expecting Li Tingting to make a decision at this moment was unrealistic. Only after she had endured some hardship, having to face hunger for several days, would she comprehend what choice she needed to make. Su Chen, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. That I hope you can provide me with a definitive answer before the deadline arrives. Upon seeing Su Chen's offline message, a sigh escaped Li Tingting within the confines of the health room. Chapter 13. An unexpected delight. In the following days, Su Chen's life remained remarkably simple, ever since he had tasted the sweetness of earning points. He sought every possible means to discover new group chats. The allure of points had captivated Su Chen. Regrettably, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the number of deceased has been staggering. Most group chats consist primarily of acquaintances, with few outsiders permitted entry. Su Chen, after exhausting various methods, finally managed to join a new group chat and commenced his unorthodox yet joyful existence. Each day, he continued his routine of analyzing and sharing photos of meals with his delightful group mates. Through a series of relaxing interactions, he joined additional group chats, repeating his previous actions. However, some group members were overly sensitive, and upon seeing his photos, they were deeply offended, leading to his expulsion from the chat, a truly outrageous outcome. This turn of events left Su Chen feeling quite disheartened, as his accrued points significantly dwindled. Moreover, certain groups began to prohibit outsiders from joining, solely to prevent Su Chen from inflicting psychological harm upon them. In light of these occurrences, Su Chen's approach underwent considerable alteration. He decided to proceed with caution, first stabilizing his remaining group chats, as losing even one felt akin to a dagger piercing his heart. Thus, he resolved to adopt a more understated demeanor, recognizing that subtlety might be the most prudent strategy. Of course, Su Chen did not forget about Li Tingting, who persistently reached out to him, subtly indicating her dire circumstances and her urgent need for rescue. Particularly, she had run out of food a day prior and was now facing starvation. Unable to endure much longer, that moment, a photo arrived on his phone, depicting Li Tingting and her companions trapped in the health room. Su Chen was taken aback upon seeing her message and the accompanying image. This unexpected turn of events was, surprisingly, a stroke of good fortune for him. The photograph featured 3 individuals, aside from Li Tingting. The other 2 were equally captivating classmates, Li Yingying and Li Wanyan. Though they appeared somewhat disheveled, their innate grace and beauty remained undeniable, evoking a pang of sympathy within him. Typically, these enchanting figures navigated life independently, and it was unfathomable that they would find themselves confined within the same health room. Could it be a case of buy one, get 2 free? Was such luck truly on Su Chen's side? He recalled his earlier words that might have driven the others to conceal their true feelings. Not long ago, he had candidly informed Li Tingting that he would only rescue her, paying no heed to anyone else. Such bluntness made it clear to all that Su Chen's willingness to help depended on individual merit. Initially, Li Tingting had contemplated sacrificing herself for the sake of others, yet she had not anticipated Su Chen's unexpected maneuver, which revealed that there were indeed others involved. Had he intended to save only Li Tingting, what would become of the others? Would they remain trapped, awaiting a slow demise? They would never resign themselves to such a fate. At worst, they would willingly submit to Su Chen, as that was far preferable to perishing in this forsaken place. Each day spent in the health room, they acutely sensed the looming threat posed by the zombies outside, compounded by the dire predicament of dwindling food supplies. Had they not known of Su Chen's capacity to extricate them from their plight, their spirits might have faltered long ago. Throughout the past few days, as Li Tingting and her companions communicated with Su Chen, their yearning for his stable existence grew ever stronger. The tranquility of his life was something they longed to experience, the By revealing their presence to Su Chen. They harbored ulterior motives. Should circumstances necessitate their allegiance to him, they wished to retain some semblance of autonomy. They hoped that by making themselves known, Su Chen's urgency would escalate. When people are pressed, they often act impulsively, that if Su Chen felt compelled, he might relent in his demands. That Su Chen chuckled softly, fully aware of Li Tingting's intentions, or rather, the collective intentions of the trio, that a slight smile graced his lips. Their schemes were all too transparent. Did they truly believe he would succumb to the allure of beauty? Such a notion was utterly implausible, regardless of whether it was Li Tingting or anyone else. As long as they did not acquiesce to his terms, he would not extend his aid. These trivial tactics held no sway over him, but he knew that Li Tingting would need to endure a bit longer before comprehending who truly wielded the power. For Su Chen, their sole advantage was their beauty. Attempting to negotiate with him was futile. In times of peace, they might have held the upper hand, but in the apocalypse, such leverage was non-existent. They possessed only the illusion of choice, if that. What could they do? He had sent the photo, yet they remained obstinately silent. Li Tingting set her phone down and glanced at the two girls beside her. Must we all acquiesce for him to come to our rescue? The two fell into silence, clearly having deduced Su Chen's intentions. Although their resolve wavered, they had not yet reached a point of utter despair, still clinging to a flicker of hope. Let us wait. We still have time. After all, it is only at the last moment that we may make our ultimate decision. Whoever uttered those words was unknown, yet all understood that their final outcome would inevitably lead to submission before Su Chen. The health room descended into a profound stillness. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, he could surmise the thoughts of Li Tingting and her companions with reasonable accuracy. Ultimately, he would emerge victorious in the days that followed. Aside from Li Tingting, Su Chen received numerous private messages. The content was largely uniform. Most were pleas for help, expressing the belief that he possessed the ability to save them, that a significant number resorted to moral coercion, implying that if he did not act, he would bear the burden of humanity's sins. Such nonsensical rhetoric was hardly worth his time. He simply blocked them without a second thought. Who were these individuals to impose moral obligations upon him? Concurrently, a fraction of people reached out to Su Chen, expressing a desire to purchase food from him, willing to pay in currency. That Su Chen responded with exasperation, questioning their sanity, that in a world ravaged by the apocalypse, paper money was worth less than toilet paper. What made them think they could buy his provisions? Subsequently, this group shifted their approach, offering to barter instead, regardless of whether their intentions were genuine or merely a ruse to launch an attack on him. Su Chen found their motives too convoluted to decipher, and he had little interest in guessing. His unified response was simply, not for sale. He was not in need of supplies. Why risk trading with such dubious individuals? After addressing these troubling matters, Su Chen turned his attention to his points. Through relentless effort, he had managed to stabilize 5 group chats that consistently provided him with points. These chats had initially offered a substantial number of points, but their contributions had since stabilized at about 1/5 of the original amount. Now, he was able to reliably accumulate hundreds of points daily from these 5 groups, after a span of 7 days. Su Chen's points had accumulated to over 6,000, a veritable fortune. With points in hand, it was time to indulge in some shopping. Opening the system's marketplace, he was reminded that the arduous task of earning points was intended for acquiring items within the store. What he desired most was the beginner's gene serum, capable of unlocking his physical potential entirely. In addition, according to the system's description, consuming the gene serum would enhance his immunity, rendering him resistant to the zombie virus. Even if he were to be bitten, he would not succumb to zombification. This was one of the primary reasons Su Chun valued the beginner's gene serum so highly, swiftly locating the gene serum within the marketplace. He noted its cost, 5,000 points. Though it was quite pricey, it was worth every point for Su Chun. This was the foundation of his confidence in rescuing others. Once he consumed the gene serum, as long as he avoided recklessly confronting hordes of zombies, ordinary zombie-related threats would pose no danger to him. Beep. Does the host wish to purchase the beginner's gene serum? Yes, Su Chun replied decisively. Beep. Congratulations, host, on your purchase of the beginner's gene serum. In the next moment, a vial of the long-coveted serum materialized in Su Chun's hand. Without hesitation, he opened the vial and drank it in one swift motion. After gulping it down, he found himself savoring the sensation, though he had consumed it too quickly to discern its flavor, leaving only a hint of sweetness akin to fruit juice. Before long, a wave of warmth began to radiate from his abdomen, spreading throughout his entire body, that he felt enveloped in comfort, reminiscent of a soothing soak in a hot spring, that he understood that the gene serum was actively modifying and enhancing his physiology. Approximately half an hour later, as he reveled in the sensation, the effects of the gene serum were fully absorbed. When Su Chun finally regained his senses, he exclaimed, "What the hell?" He discovered, to his astonishment, that his entire body was enveloped in a layer of black sludge. It quickly dawned upon him that this black muck was likely the impurities expelled from within his own body, that he had not anticipated that such a vast amount of impurities resided within him. The sticky sensation covering his skin was exceedingly uncomfortable. With no time to assess the effects of the gene serum he had consumed, Su Chun hurried into the bathroom to cleanse himself. After a thorough washing, Su Chun felt considerably lighter. His skin had also brightened, invoking a sense of envy in any woman who beheld him, hinting at the potential of becoming a charming young man. The minor ailments caused by his irregular schedule had vanished entirely, but he felt rejuvenated, as if he had been granted a new lease on life. His emaciated frame concealed terrifying power. With a single punch, he could obliterate his former self. The primary gene serum had completely unlocked the latent potential of the human body that in a certain sense, Su Chun now epitomized the limits of humanity that he called forth his attribute panel. Host, Su Chun age, 22 strength, 100 speed, 100 constitution, 100 spirit, 69 remaining lifespan, 150 years shelter level, 1 points, 1066 shelter personnel. 1 from the data, it was evident that his attributes had skyrocketed more than tenfold. However, Su Chun was certain that it was not as simple as it appeared. Had he possessed the proper testing tools, he would have thoroughly assessed his limits. He had an inkling that the feats spoken of in ancient times, such as single-handedly confronting a fierce tiger or uprooting a willow, were no longer daunting tasks for him. The initial gene serum had already achieved such remarkable results, extending his lifespan by over a century. This left Su Chun curious about the astonishing effects that intermediate and even advanced gene serums might yield. Would his lifespan surpass a millennium? Perhaps even a myriad of years, when he eagerly sought out the intermediate gene serum and beheld the price. His heart sank. Intermediate gene serum. 500,000 points. Farewell. My apologies for the intrusion. This is utterly outrageous. If the intermediate serum costs 500,000 points, surely the advanced one must be 5 million or even 50 million points. System, come forth. This pricing is unreasonable. Why is there such a vast disparity between the primary and intermediate gene serums? A staggering difference of 100 times. Su Chun felt a shiver run down his spine. Relying solely on group chats to accumulate points, who knows how long that would take? He would probably die of old age before reaching that amount. That it was as if he were being coerced into venturing out to earn points through perilous tasks. Fuming with indignation, Su Chun sought an explanation from the system. Ding. Host, please do not misunderstand. The gene serums enhance from a genetic level, a technology far surpassing the current technological capabilities of your era. The more advanced the purchased item, the higher the price. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Su Chun reluctantly accepted the situation. The items in the system store were undeniably useful. If they were expensive, so be it. After all, the primary gene serum was sufficient to ensure his survival in this apocalyptic world. That as for the rest, he would consider them in the future. Refocusing on the system shop, he intended to procure tools necessary for his expeditions. With the primary gene serum consumed, he could now venture forth to implement his plans. After a brief search, Su Chen identified the items he needed to purchase. First, Sano No. 1 Battle Vehicle, Level 1. Dimensions: length 7 meters, width 3.1 meters, height 2.2 meters, armor thickness 25 mm, capable of withstanding 9 mm armor-piercing rounds, accommodates 15 individuals. Price: 300 points. Second, detector, capable of sensing life forms within a radius of 500 meters. Detecting zombies, humans, and animals alike. Price: 100 points. Third, advanced combat skills, possessing profound fighting techniques. Price: 300 points. Su Chen temporarily selected these 3 items, awaiting the accumulation of points to secure them all at once. The battle vehicle would allow him to traverse the outside world without fear of zombie attacks, as the undead and ordinary firearms could not breach its defenses. The detector, of course, was indispensable, ensuring he would not fall prey to ambushes. Advanced combat skills were equally crucial, for even with the primary gene serum, he lacked the finesse to wield his newfound strength effectively, and the advanced combat skills would significantly enhance his combat prowess. Chapter 15. A frantic accumulation of points. 3 days passed. After Su Chen satisfactorily harvested points from the group chat, he realized the time was not at Li Tingting and her companions, now pushed to their limits due to a lack of food. Were faced with a critical decision that he retrieved his phone and sent a final notification to Li Tingting. Their lives now rested in their own hands. That Su Chen. Today marks the final deadline. Have you made your decision? There is only one last opportunity. I hope you make the best choice. If anyone truly opts for defiance, Su Chen would only feel regret, but he would not humbly plead with them. Merely allowing them to choose their own fate, to to him. The world was vast, and there were countless souls eager to submit to him. Of course, Su Chen felt confident. Had Li Tingting and her companions been in a sound mental and physical state, they would never consider submission. The pressures of hunger and mental strain were simply too great for them to withstand. In truth, few could resist the pangs of hunger that Su Chen had surmised. After being trapped in the infirmary for so long, Li Tingting and her companions were utterly exhausted. They had reached the end of their endurance, unable to hold out any longer. Thankfully, they had sufficient water. Otherwise, they would not have lasted this long. The gnawing hunger consumed their bodies, each one weakly kneeling on the ground, their complexions drawn and pale, their once radiant beauty now dulled. They had considered venturing out to seek food. Yet the zombies outside had never relented. Forcing their way out would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, they remained confined in the infirmary, awaiting rescue from the outside world. Having lived for so many years, this was their first experience with starvation, compounded by the terror of death brought on by the zombies. The dual pressures of physical and mental strain had nearly broken them, had it not been for the glimmer of hope that Su Chen represented. At this stage, they all came to the realization that submitting to Su Chen was the best outcome. From both safety and resource perspectives, what Su Chen possessed far exceeded that of others. At this juncture, they had no choice but to choose submission. Ultimately, it was Li Tingting who, as their spokesperson, conveyed their decision to Su Chen. Li Tingting. Su Chen, you have triumphed. We agree to any conditions. As long as you can save us. Upon receiving the message, Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. After such a lengthy scheme, the prey he had set his sights on had finally fallen into his grasp. This haul far exceeded his expectations. Since Li Tingting and her companions had made their choice, it was time for him to act, demonstrating his superiority in personal strength and ensuring they would not regret their decision. Su Chen, congratulations on making the most correct choice. To show my sincerity, you shall be rescued today. Su Chen had no intention of prolonging the matter any further. He aimed to act swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications. He certainly did not wish for a cooked duck to fly away. Meanwhile, upon seeing Su Chen's reply, Li Tingting and her companions felt their anxious hearts settle. The originally exhausted group mustered their spirits, knowing that if they could just hold on a little longer, they would soon be saved and liberated from their current plight. After sending their location to Su Chen, they awaited his arrival with bated breath. At that moment, Su Chen had left the shelter and arrived on the surface. The warehouse remained eerily silent, unchanged from the state he had observed before the apocalypse. That he retrieved the recently purchased detector and found that there were virtually no signs of zombies nearby, nor any traces of humans. Had Su Chen not known that the system's items were reliable, he would have returned them without hesitation. This underscored how wise his choice of location had been. After stowing the detector in a spatial ring, he summoned the Sano #1 battle vehicle from the same ring. For this mission to rescue people, he intended to drive this formidable vehicle. The next moment, an imposing battle vehicle materialized before him. Truth be told, no man could resist the allure of such a battle vehicle. The heavy armor and majestic presence instilled a profound sense of security. Su Chun felt a twinge of regret that the vehicle lacked heavy weaponry, rendering it somewhat cumbersome in terms of offensive capabilities. Nevertheless, for Su Chun at this moment, it was more than sufficient. The sheer size and weight of the vehicle could unleash tremendous power, whether against zombies or humans. All would be rendered weak before the might of the battle vehicle. It could simply crush anything in its path. Flesh and blood stood no chance against this steel behemoth. As Su Chun entered the battle vehicle, he eagerly took his place in the driver's seat, preparing to drive towards Haicheng University, DAS for any potential issues with driving. The system had conveniently resolved those concerns. Following the purchase of the vehicle, the relevant driving techniques were seamlessly transmitted into his mind. It could be said that as soon as Su Chun sat in the driver's seat, he could instinctively operate it even with his eyes closed. In his view, driving the battle vehicle was not significantly more challenging than operating an ordinary car. Vroom! Vroom! The engine of the armored vehicle roared to life. Under Su Chun's deft control, the tank successfully started and rolled out of the warehouse. What a thrill! This was Su Chun's immediate sensation. Seated in the driver's cabin, he felt an exhilarating power, as if he could crush everything in his path with the tank. He set his sights on the destination, Haicheng University, as the steel behemoth bulldozed its way down the road, unrestrained and fearless. Barely having left the warehouse, Su Chun noticed an increasing number of zombies lurking on the streets. These wandering undead, drawn by the thunderous sound of the tank, surged towards it in a frenzied rush. Alas, they had chosen the wrong adversary. While ordinary cars might succumb to the assault of these zombies, the armored vehicle was an entirely different entity, forged entirely of steel and impervious to their flesh and blood bodies, Su Chun observed, with an unwavering heart, as the grotesque zombies recklessly charged toward him. The outcome was predictable. Those once fearsome creatures were mercilessly reduced to mere pulp beneath the unstoppable tank in mere moments. The highway traversed by the armored vehicle became drenched in blood, while the tank itself remained unscathed. Appearing as though it were cloaked in a shroud of crimson, Su Chun, however, paid little heed to the carnage. His mind was captivated by the incessant chimes of the system notifications from the moment the tank crushed its first zombie. The alerts had not ceased. Ding, congratulations, host, you have slain a zombie and earned 5 points. Ding, congratulations, host, you have slain a zombie and earned 5 points. Ding, congratulations, host, you have slain a zombie and earned 5 points. The notifications continued, and he lost count of how many zombies he had dispatched or how many points he had accrued. All he knew was that his points were rapidly multiplying, and Su Chun was elated. He had never anticipated that crushing zombies with a tank would yield such rewards. Now, Su Chun found himself somewhat addicted. This was far more lucrative than his daily exploits in the group chat. The rewards were staggering. He was astounded to find that his points had already reached 2,000, indicative of nearly 100 zombies dispatched. As he drove the tank, mercilessly obliterating the undead, his spirits soared. And he reveled in the dual benefits of relaxation and point accumulation. It was a double victory. If not for his lingering desire to rescue others, he would have been tempted to drive the tank around the entirety of Haicheng, potentially amassing hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of points. Of course, that was merely fanciful thinking, as the tank's fuel consumption was significant, preventing such indulgences. Therefore, Su Chun's mission, aside from rescuing the living, also entailed gathering as much gasoline as possible. He recalled that a gas station was situated not far from Haicheng University. Rescuing others while collecting fuel was a perfect combination. Gradually, Su Chun noticed numerous abandoned vehicles littering the road, likely left behind by people who had fled in a panic when the apocalypse struck. With survival at stake, no one had the presence of mind to adhere to traffic regulations. They simply abandoned their cars and fled. A multitude of vehicles obstructed the road, rendering passage nearly impossible. Had Su Chun been driving an ordinary car, he might have been stymied, but he was at the helm of a colossal tank. Such trivial matters were easily resolved. One word: ram. He barreled through, smashing aside all obstructing vehicles in the presence of the tank. Every private car blocking the way was reduced to ruin. There was no path, but one could forge a way through sheer force. Chapter 16. The excited trio. The sky was overcast, with sunlight unable to penetrate the dense clouds at Haicheng University. Most students had transformed into zombies, aimlessly wandering the campus that once thrived with life. Since the onset of the apocalypse, those fortunate enough to survive had resorted to hiding in the shadows, cautiously observing their surroundings, fearful of attracting the attention of the ravenous undead. The sheer number of zombies made this place a veritable prison for the few remaining humans. In such a nightmarish environment, a single misstep could lead to being torn apart by the horde. A piercing scream echoed through the campus, sending nearby zombies into a frenzy, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water. It was evident that yet another unfortunate soul had encountered the relentless undead. Many survivors had grown desperate from hunger over the days, compelled to take risks in search of sustenance. Some were fortunate enough to secure food, while many others paid the ultimate price for their folly. The anguished cries soon faded into silence, marking the end of yet another life. For the survivors here, existence had become a living hell. It was a choice between inaction and starvation or gambling their lives for a chance at food, with death lurking at every turn. Such oppressive days had dulled many to the point of numbness, their spirits crushed by relentless despair. Another life extinguished. Can we truly endure this apocalypse? Li Tingting leaned against the wall, her eyes devoid of light, filled with trepidation for her uncertain fate, even knowing that Su Chen was coming to rescue them. Her heart remained in a state of suspension, shrouded in uncertainty. The recent scream had originated near the infirmary, where she and her companions were confined. Though they could not venture outside, the view from their location offered a clear sight of many areas of the campus. Over the past few days, they had witnessed too many such events, the grim theater of life and death unfolding daily before their eyes. Moreover, they had witnessed the basest aspects of human nature laid bare in this apocalypse. It had revealed the ugliness of humanity in stark relief, especially in recent encounters. Once dear friends, romantic partners, had turned on one another in a brutal quest for survival, betraying each other in their desperation for life. Even once decent instructors and idols had morphed into grotesque caricatures of themselves, committing unspeakable acts. That it was these harrowing revelations that had extinguished their hopes of finding salvation among their peers. Witnessing those once dignified individuals devolve into beasts had shattered any remaining illusions. Adjacent to the infirmary lay the equipment room, where a group of individuals, primarily athletes, had taken refuge. Armed with makeshift weapons, they had barely managed to fend off a small horde of zombies, seizing a substantial cache of food in the process. Initially, Li Tingting and her companions had been unaware of their presence, until an ill-fated encounter led to a clash between the two groups. The athletes held the advantage in both numbers and strength. Following their victory, they cruelly executed the defeated, injuring the survivors and tossing them into the ravenous throng of zombies. The scenes of brutality left the girls horrified. They soon discovered that these individuals had also begun to forcibly seize women, committing their vile acts in plain sight. Those who resisted met a grim fate, slaughtered mercilessly by these fiends. Having witnessed the tragic end of their fellow females, Li Tingting and her companions had shed any naive notions of hope. They had long ceased to believe in the goodness of those within the campus, instead praying that they would remain unnoticed by these predators until Su Chen arrived. This series of events had solidified their reliance on Su Chen, compelling them to place their faith in him. From their exchanges over the past few days, it was clear that Su Chen was far superior to those who reveled in malevolence, at the very least. He laid everything bare, unlike those who thrived on deceit. That we will survive, we will thrive. Beside her, Li Yingying settled down next to Li Tingting, a year her senior. She was a goddess from the art department. Her words served to comfort both Li Tingting and herself, and no one could say for certain whether Su Chen would succeed in rescuing them. The fear of their long-held hopes turning to despair loomed large. After enduring days of hunger, their bodies were nearing their limits, teetering on the brink of collapse from malnutrition. Do you think Su Chen will be frightened away upon arriving at the school? On the other side, Li Wanyan voiced her long-buried concern. The overwhelming number of zombies on campus instilled fear in her that Su Chen might abandon his rescue mission. That a heavy silence enveloped the infirmary, as uncertainty hung in the air. Over 2 hours had passed since Su Chen's departure. The wait was excruciating, filled with a sense of anticipation and trepidation, rife with uncertainty. Suddenly, the shrill ring of Li Tingting's phone shattered the oppressive atmosphere. Wonderful! Upon seeing the message on her screen, she clasped her mouth in disbelief, exclaiming, "It's a message from Su Chun." Her reaction stirred the others into a flurry of excitement as they hurriedly pressed her for details. "What did he say?" With a gleeful grin, Li Tingting handed her phone to the nearest person, exclaiming, He says he has arrived near the school and will soon come to rescue us." This news has left everyone utterly astonished. It has hardly been any time at all, and Su Chun has already arrived near the school. Although they are unaware of the external circumstances, they can infer a few details from the descriptions provided by others. The outside world is equally perilous, teeming with even more zombies. They cannot fathom how Su Chun managed to reach this place so swiftly. Could it be that he flew here? Or does he possess a method to evade detection by the zombies? Each one of them is consumed by speculation regarding Su Chun's remarkable feat prior to this. They only knew that Su Chun was well equipped with supplies, inadvertently enhancing his impression in the minds of Li Tingting and the others. Subsequently, Li Yingying and her companion hurriedly seized Li Tingting's phone, taking turns to read through the messages sent by Su Chun, including a photograph of the entrance to Haicheng University, confirming the authenticity of the news. Once everyone was assured of the truth of the message, they were overwhelmed with excitement, some even weeping tears of joy. The initial thought that crossed their minds was that salvation was at hand. After being trapped in the infirmary for so many days, they would finally be able to escape this wretched place. Chapter 17. Formulating a plan, while Li Tingting and the others rejoiced at the prospect of liberation. Su Chun was nearby, tallying his gains from the recent expedition around Haicheng University that he had dispatched countless zombies along the way. If it wasn't 1,000, it must have been 800 that his total score had soared to an impressive 7,000 points. The sheer number of zombies he had encountered had inadvertently netted him a small fortune. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he accumulated enough points to purchase intermediate gene serums. Therefore, Su Chun altered his initial intentions, deciding to frequently venture outside in his armored vehicle. Not for any other reason, but to eliminate a few more zombies for humanity's sake, contributing his modest effort towards the survival of mankind. Earning points along the way seemed only fitting. Indeed, Su Chun is, at his core, a remarkable individual. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, he refocused on the objective of his outing. After sending a message to Li Tingting, Su Chun didn't hastily drive the armored vehicle inside, for he understood the necessity of caution. Earlier, he had used a detection device and discovered a dense concentration of zombies indicated on the signal. If someone with a phobia of crowded spaces were to see it, they would surely feel a chill run down their spine. Su Chun surmised that there were likely tens of thousands of zombies within the school. He could not recklessly drive in, needing to devise another plan. The overwhelming number of zombies posed a threat. Even if the vehicle's defenses held strong, he could easily become trapped inside. While Su Chun might be able to break through the horde, his primary goal was to rescue people. His energy was limited, making it impossible to protect everyone, including Li Tingting and her companions. For the sake of safety, alternative strategies needed to be considered. He was well prepared for such a scenario, if brute force wouldn't suffice. Then a more subtle approach would be required, that a balance of strength and finesse is the true path. At this moment, another item from the novice gift pack could prove useful. Indeed, it was the intelligent drone. Su Chun retrieved the drone, for the upcoming actions would rely heavily upon it. The noise produced by this drone during flight was minimal, ensuring it would not attract the attention of the zombies. Allowing it to efficiently scout the area, he maneuvered the drone into the campus of Haicheng University. The visuals from the drone's camera were transmitted in real time to Su Chun. Observing the images on the monitor, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The situation here was even more dire than he had anticipated. Zombies were ubiquitous, both on the roads outside and within the various buildings. Even if Su Chun were to abandon the vehicle and enter alone, there would be no way to avoid them unless he could fly. Otherwise, he would have to fight his way through. After gaining a general understanding of the route to the infirmary via the drone, Su Chun fell into deep contemplation that he needed to rethink his approach, as his previous ideas had lost their viability in the face of such a dense horde of zombies. Faced with this situation, he realized he had two options. Either he could fly, or he could devise a method to lure the zombies away from the roads outside. Yes, he could draw the zombies out. This thought sparked a solution within Su Chun's mind. Unable to eliminate the zombies, he could instead redirect them, that he recalled that zombies were acutely sensitive to blood and sound, leading him to consider these two aspects. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to focus on the blood aspect. Zombies are particularly obsessed with the fresh blood of living beings that as soon as they catch a whiff of blood, they would undoubtedly attack the source with fervor. Conversely, they show no interest in the blood of their kind, often exhibiting a degree of aversion. This was a discovery Su-chun had recently made. The vehicle had crushed its way through, unknowingly coated in the blood and flesh of countless zombies that as he neared Haiching University. He found that very few zombies approached the vehicle to meet their demise. His conclusion about zombies' disdain for the blood of their own kind was derived from several experiments he had conducted on-site. The reason he had invested time in these experiments was that the zombies' reluctance to attack the vehicle had significantly reduced his potential score, a result he would not accept. Thus, Su-chun had gained an additional tactic to deal with the zombies. While he had no intention of employing this method himself, he could certainly share it with others, such as those in the group chat who served as point-gathering tools, equipping them with more strategies against zombies to extend their survival and boost his own points. Upon this realization, Su-chun couldn't help but marvel at his own benevolence. He was truly considerate towards his endearing group members. In this apocalyptic world, individuals like him, who selflessly assist others, are exceedingly rare. Of course, his assistance had its limits, that if it required Su-chun to sacrifice his own resources to help others selflessly, he would never engage in such folly. Now that he had devised a method to disperse this horde of zombies, there was no time to waste. He would employ the drone to carry the blood and lure the wandering zombies in the campus to ask for the source of the blood. Su-chun would not resort to using his own. As he commanded the drone back over the armored vehicle, he retrieved the blood bags he had prepared in advance. These blood bags had been acquired before the onset of the apocalypse while he was purchasing medical supplies, obtained through various means that he had stocked up on blood of various types, originally intended for future inhabitants of a potential refuge, in case anyone required a transfusion. Even if these blood bags ultimately went unused, Su-chun would not suffer any loss. Blood has a profound effect on zombies. When employed in the right context, it could yield tremendous results. For instance, had Su-chun found himself inadvertently trapped by a horde of zombies, he could use the blood bags as bait, tossing them far away to lure a portion of the zombies away. Thus, the blood bags served a dual purpose. Therefore, Su-chun had deliberately brought several blood bags with him on this outing, stowing them in his spatial ring as a contingency. Now, the moment had arrived for them to be put to use. Utilizing the drone to carry the blood bags, he entered Haiching University, luring out all the zombies along the route to the infirmary. Once the zombies had largely been drawn away, he could seize the opportunity to slip in and rescue the trapped individuals. This method was time-efficient, labor-saving, and worry-free. It significantly reduced Su-chun's unnecessary troubles. Having made his decision, he would no longer linger. He would act decisively. Su-chun also spared no expense, suspending all the blood bags he had brought beneath the drone. This weight posed no hindrance to the drone's operation. A small incision was made in the blood bags, allowing the scent of blood to waft through the air. Only then could he attract the zombies. With his expectations riding on the drone, it soared towards Haiching University. Chapter 18. Successful entry, just as anticipated. When the drone, laden with the blood bags exuding a scent of blood, soared above the horde of zombies, the aroma quickly captivated their attention. The zombies below became frenzied, unleashing a chorus of furious howls directed towards the drone overhead. Nearby zombies were drawn in by the commotion. Through the drone's camera, Su-chun could clearly see the area below, packed to the brim with zombies, tightly clustered together, that he began to maneuver the drone above the route from the infirmary to the school gate. Seizing the opportune moment, Su-chun set the drone to automatic flight mode, allowing it to follow the pre-established route and draw the zombies out of Haiching University, guiding them to another location. This was the ingenious plan that Su-chun had devised. The results far exceeded his expectations. As he had predicted, countless zombies surged toward the direction the drone was departing, creating a small tide of the undead. Yes, indeed, a tide of the undead. A cursory glance revealed a staggering number, approaching 1,000. This could certainly be classified as a small-scale tide of zombies. Su-chun sat quietly in the armored vehicle, observing the horde as it streamed out of the campus, that if anyone were to inadvertently find themselves near this frenzied mass of zombies, they would likely be torn to shreds. After waiting for some time until the zombies had departed, Suchin once again retrieved the detection device to scan the area, discovering that the number of zombies within range had diminished significantly. A few minutes passed, and the horde that had crowded the roads of Haicheng University had largely dispersed, leaving only a small remnant behind. This posed no issue for Suchin. The armored vehicle roared to life once more, heading directly towards the infirmary. The remaining zombies were drawn to the noise of the vehicle, given that the exterior of the armored vehicle was drenched in the blood of the undead. These zombies did not rush forward. Presently, Suchin had no intention of seizing the opportunity to slay the remaining zombies. Both parties found themselves in a peculiar state of uneasy peace. The recent events did not escape the notice of the survivors within Haicheng University. They were aware that the zombies outside had suddenly gone into a frenzy, rushing away, yet they remained oblivious to the reasons behind this phenomenon. The most elated were those survivors near the infirmary. With the threat having vacated, their quest for sustenance became considerably easier, no longer fraught with the peril of death lurking at every step. Regardless of the cause, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous development for them. The remaining zombies posed little threat, but of course, Li Tingting and her companions had also taken notice. Everything had transpired too suddenly and too coincidentally. Regrettably, only the zombies outside the corridor had left, while those within remained unaffected. Li Tingting whispered, "Could this be his doing?" She posed the question not only to others but also to herself. Everyone else understood precisely who she was referring to. Suchin. None were foolish. Each heart had already drawn its conclusions. This was likely the handiwork of Suchin. To attribute it all to mere coincidence would indeed be stretching credulity. It happened neither before nor after. But precisely when Suchin came to their rescue, the likelihood that Suchin was responsible stood at a staggering 90%. Consequently, their esteem for Suchin elevated once more. The strong are eternally revered and admired. The instinctual desire of the weak to align themselves with the strong is ingrained in their very nature. Having chosen to ally with Suchin, the stronger he became, the more advantageous it was for them. The mightier Suchin grew, the safer they felt, and their futures appeared more secure. As the armored vehicle approached the dormitory building, the survivors inside discerned this sudden metallic monstrosity upon catching sight of the vehicle. They initially believed that the official military had come to their rescue, erupting into cheers and cries for help directed at Suchin, hoping for salvation. Alas, this group had forgotten one crucial detail. While the number of zombies outside the corridor had diminished, those within the dormitory had not died in their moment of distraction. Their shouts attracted the attention of the zombies lurking in the corridor, which began to batter against the doors, breaking in and devouring the unfortunate individuals within. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of anguished screams echoing throughout the dormitory. That a series of deadly lessons jolted the others into a stark realization, silencing their exuberant cries. They soon recognized that the armored vehicle showed no signs of halting to save them, igniting a fury within them. After finally glimpsing a glimmer of hope, it had evaporated into thin air. Having learned from their previous experience, they dared not shout in anger, shrinking back into the dormitory, murmuring curses instead. Meanwhile, Suchin, who was driving the armored vehicle, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding chaos. Even if he had known, he would have dismissed their plight as self-inflicted. He had no intention of rescuing those unrelated to his mission. The fates of those who perished due to ignorance were of no concern to him. From the outset, his purpose in coming to Haicheng University was solely to save Li Tingting and her companions. The lives and deaths of others held no significance for him. Before long, Suchin arrived at the floor beneath the infirmary. At that moment, Li Tingting and the others spotted the armored vehicle from the window. Just as they began to suspect it might be the military, Li Tingting's phone rang. She quickly answered, only to find a message from Suchin. "I have reached the floor beneath the infirmary. Prepare yourselves, I will come to rescue you shortly." A gasp escaped Li Tingting that if Suchin claimed he was downstairs, then the armored vehicle below must indeed belong to him. Her voice brimmed with astonishment. She had not anticipated Suchin possessing such a contraption. The others were equally taken aback by her words. Then, before their incredulous eyes, a figure emerged from the armored vehicle, and Li Tingting instantly recognized him as Suchin. It truly was him. The others, witnessing Li Tingting's confirmation, were filled with awe. None had expected Suchin to make his entrance in such a manner. Although they were unfamiliar with the armored vehicle, they understood that it was not something an ordinary person could possess. Initially, they had speculated on the means by which Su Chun would ensure their safe escape, perhaps envisioning him driving a larger car. Yet here he was, piloting an armored vehicle. Their curiosity regarding Su Chen's background intensified. They even found themselves wondering if he might unveil even greater surprises in the future. Regardless, Li Tingting and her companions understood that having chosen Su Chun, their destinies were now irrevocably intertwined with his. The stronger he demonstrated himself to be, the safer they felt. Shock transformed into delight. Chapter 19. Total Annihilation. Meanwhile, the survivors near the infirmary had also discovered Su Chun. Initially, they too believed that the military had arrived, fearing that their previous misdeeds might be uncovered. However, when a young man stepped out of the armored vehicle, their expectations were dashed. He was not the soldier they had anticipated. Their emotions oscillated, leaving them at a loss for words to describe their internal turmoil. At that moment, someone in the crowd remarked, "If only we had such an armored vehicle, we might fare much better in this apocalypse. Even zombies would pose no threat to our safety." More crucially, this individual appeared to be alone. These words reverberated through the crowd, igniting their interest in the armored vehicle from the moment they laid eyes upon it. Upon realizing that Su Chun was indeed solitary, their eyes widened with greed. They yearned to seize the opportunity to eliminate him and claim the vehicle for themselves. Had they possessed such an armored vehicle, they would not be trapped here. Where could they not venture in such a vast world? They then observed Su Chun making his way towards the infirmary alone. Confusion reigned. They could not fathom his intentions. "Boss, let us take him out," one of the subordinates suggested, addressing the man known as Zhang Chong, the former captain of the basketball team. Following the onset of the apocalypse, Zhang Chong had rallied his former lackeys, and freed from the constraints of law and morality, they had committed numerous heinous acts. Hearing his subordinates' words, Zhang Chong felt a surge of envy towards Su Chen's armored vehicle. To him, this was a divine opportunity for his ascent. Missing it would surely invite calamity. As for Su Chen's abilities, Zhang Chong dismissed them entirely. He believed that no matter how formidable Su Chen might be, he would not stand a chance against him and his men, that he was convinced that as long as they banded together, even the mightiest could be overwhelmed. Zhang Chong and his subordinates shared this belief. Unfortunately, they did not realize that Su Chun was no ordinary individual. He had been enhanced by a basic gene serum and had surpassed the realm of normality in mere moments. Zhang Chong and his cohorts devised a plan to deal with Su Chun. They believed that once Su Chun exited the armored vehicle, they would easily subdue him and seize the vehicle for themselves. "Let us go. Arm yourselves and follow this peculiar fellow," Zhang Chong urged his subordinates, excitement coursing through them. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity from the heavens, and they could not afford to let it slip away. At that moment, Su Chun remained blissfully unaware of their intentions, since consuming the basic gene serum and acquiring advanced combat skills. He had yet to engage in a confrontation with anyone. Although uncertain of his exact capabilities, he was confident that dispatching a few ordinary individuals would be a trivial task. The infirmary was located on the second floor. As Su Chun ascended the stairs, he encountered 5 zombies. He wasted no time. Retrieving the Tang Dao he had purchased from the system marketplace for 5 points, he gripped it tightly and prepared for battle. This was Su Chen's first direct confrontation with zombies. Previously, he had relied on the armored vehicle to crush them, which differed significantly from actual combat. For reasons unknown, he felt a mix of tension and excitement within himself. Taking a deep breath, he steeled his resolve. The zombies had noticed Su Chun, and one by one, they emitted guttural howls as they charged towards him. Exhaling forcefully, he advanced rather than retreating. With a thunderous roar, he swung the Tang Dao with lethal intent, aiming for the necks of the zombies. Tio dispatch a zombie. One must strike at its head. Crack. The sharp Tang knife, combined with Su Chen's formidable strength, effortlessly severed the neck of the nearest zombie, delivering a swift and decisive kill. Undoubtedly, it was a kill in an instant. As long as Su Chen performed to his usual standards, dispatching zombies was a trivial task. Following his initial success, Su Chen's confidence soared as he proceeded to engage the remaining undead. Within approximately 10 seconds, 5 headless corpses lay motionless on the ground. Gazing at the lifeless bodies, Su Chun experienced a peculiar sensation. The act of personally taking a life was an entirely different encounter than merely running them over with a vehicle. After a brief pause, he continued his ascent, for the recent skirmish had barely served as a warm-up. Akin to effortlessly swatting a fly, leaving his stamina completely intact. Another 25 points were swiftly acquired. Upon reaching the second floor, he encountered a corridor filled with over 10 wandering zombies. That it was no wonder that Li Tingting and her companions found themselves unable to escape. As he surveyed the creatures, Su Chun felt the blood coursing through his veins begin to boil with excitement, his mind consumed by a singular thought: battle. Before the zombies could detect his presence, he advanced to attack. With a swift turn and a flash of his blade, one zombie's head toppled to the floor. Exhilarating. The thrill of combat resonated deep within Su Chun, igniting a newfound passion for the fight. With each swing of the Tang knife, he felt his understanding of advanced combat techniques deepen. The more he struck, the more adept he became at harnessing his strength. After dispatching 2 more zombies, Su Chun noticed that only one distinct zombie remained in the corridor. This particular creature appeared significantly more robust than its counterparts, emanating an imposing aura. Instantly, Su Chun's attention was drawn to this unique foe. With a roar, its crimson eyes fixed on him, it let out a thunderous cry and charged forward to his surprise. Su Chun noted that this creature moved with greater speed than the others. Quickly, he positioned his knife defensively, intercepting the zombie's razor-sharp claws. The force behind the attack felt unusual. Sensing the power transmitted through the Tang knife, Su Chun murmured to himself that he surmised that this zombie was likely an evolved variant, surpassing the capabilities of ordinary zombies. While a typical human might falter against such a foe, for Su Chun, it would merely require a bit more effort. With a powerful shove, he propelled the zombie away, swiftly regaining his balance before pursuing it. Recognizing an opening, he seized the opportunity for a counterattack. "Huh," he exclaimed softly, his Tang knife striking fiercely against the zombie's arm. Severed limbs and darkened blood splattered the ground. Relentlessly, Su Chun pressed on, delivering a final blow. The keen edge of his blade pierced through the zombie's eye, penetrating its skull. The outcome was clear. Withdrawing the Tang knife, the extraordinary zombie collapsed helplessly to the floor. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 2 zombie. You have earned 50 points. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Su Chun displayed an expression of knowing satisfaction that a level 2 zombie. No wonder its strength surpassed that of the others. For the moment, he set aside thoughts of how this level 2 zombie had come to be. With the corridor cleared of zombies, it was time to reunite with Li Tingting and the others. Chapter 20. The sole contract. The entire battle had lasted less than 5 minutes, a feat not easily accomplished by an average individual. That Su Chun was left yearning for more after the exhilarating fight. However, he understood that it was time to attend to more pressing matters, as others awaited him. Arriving at the infirmary door, he knocked. Knock, knock, knock. "Open up, it's me." Upon hearing Su Chun's voice, Li Tingting, who had been anxiously waiting at the door, quickly swung it open. While Su Chun battled the zombies, she and the others had remained at the threshold, their view entirely obstructed by the door. Though they could not witness the fight, they discerned from the diminishing roars of the zombies that Su Chun was gaining the upper hand. When the sounds from the corridor ceased entirely, their hearts skipped a beat. They feared the worst for Su Chun. However, when his voice rang out from the entrance, they knew he had triumphed. As the door opened, the girls felt as if they were in the presence of a war god. As Su Chun stood before them, his right hand gripping the blade, his clothes stained with traces of dark blood. An aura of fierce determination emanating from him. He exuded an irresistible charm. "Hello," Su Chun greeted, observing the pale and weary faces of the girls. "That I have kept my promise to rescue you." At that moment, the girls snapped back to reality, stepping aside to invite Su Chun into the infirmary. "Please come in." They were overwhelmed with excitement. They had been saved. Su Chun, not one to stand on ceremony, sheathed his Tang knife and entered. Once inside the infirmary, he conducted a cursory inspection of the surroundings. The conditions here were woefully inadequate compared to his own refuge, and he felt a pang of sympathy for the girls. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed an eerie silence enveloping the room. The 3 girls regarded Su Chun with complex expressions, momentarily at a loss for words. They understood that, per their earlier agreement, they were now bound to him. Eventually, Su Chun broke the silence. "According to our prior arrangement, From today onward, you shall be my women. With me around, you will no longer endure such hardships. While I cannot promise everything, I assure you that food will always be plentiful, and your living quarters will be utterly safe. This is my pledge to you." Though his words were rather blunt and straightforward, they resonated perfectly with the current circumstances. After experiencing the tribulations of the apocalypse, one's desires for life are reduced to merely having enough to eat and a secure place to reside. Fortunately, Su Chun could fulfill both of these needs. Upon hearing Su Chin's declaration, the girls harbored no doubts. Knowing he possessed the capability to deliver on his promises, countless words hovered on the tip of their tongues, ultimately coalescing into a single expression of gratitude. Thank you. From the moment Su Chin appeared before them, they recognized their future was assured. Having witnessed his formidable prowess, they were resolute in their loyalty. As the saying goes, survival of the fittest. That Su Chin observed that the girls appeared extremely frail, clearly having gone a long time without proper nourishment. If they did not replenish their strength soon, they would struggle to even walk. "You must be starving after not eating for several days," Su Chin remarked, retrieving bread and water from his backpack and offering them to the three girls. "I only have these provisions on hand. Please make do for now. Once we return to the refuge, if you perform well, you may choose from a variety of meats, fruits, and vegetables." First, he aimed to satiate their hunger, ensuring they had the strength to move. The three girls, having endured days of starvation, could no longer resist the pangs of hunger upon seeing the bread. As Su Chin mentioned the prospect of meat and vegetables, their stomachs growled even louder. Without further hesitation, they tore open the packaging and devoured the food voraciously. Only those who have experienced true hunger can comprehend the sheer agony of starvation, a torment capable of shattering one's spirit. Witnessing this scene, Su Chun shook his head slightly. In this apocalyptic world, the vast majority of people were unfortunate beings. Individuals like him, possessing ample resources and a secure haven, were exceedingly rare. With his abundant capital, Li Tingting and the others would not endure hardship under his care. After consuming the bread Su Chin provided, the girls had merely managed to quell their hunger. They were still far from satisfied. However, one cannot gorge on food after prolonged fasting, as it could lead to health complications. Following the replenishment of water and sustenance, their spirits revived significantly. "It is time we discuss matters of importance," Su Chin declared. "This is the soul contract. Once you sign your names, the agreement will be complete. Once signed, even if you wish to retract, it will be impossible." He produced 3 copies of the soul contract, purchased directly from the system's marketplace, placing one in each girl's hand. The content of the contracts had already been prepared, stipulating 2 primary conditions. First, that Su Chin's will would take precedence. Second, that they could not harm or betray him by any means. The girls' faces were filled with confusion. Had it not been for the earnestness reflected in Su Chin's demeanor, they might have thought he was jesting. Su Chin continued, "The soul contract can never be broken unless one meets death." He refrained from elaborating further. Whether to believe him or not was entirely up to them. Upon hearing Su Chin's explanation, the 3 women were only half convinced. Years of scientific education made it difficult for them to accept such notions. However, they soon considered the sudden onset of the apocalypse, and the emergence of this so-called soul contract seemed plausible. Moreover, the conditions outlined in the contract were not as excessive as they had initially imagined. Su Chun had already shown considerable integrity. Had it been someone else, the terms would have likely been far more unreasonable. The 3 women exchanged glances and ultimately each inscribed their names on the soul contract. Truth be told, they lacked the courage to refuse Su Chun. After enduring hardships, suffering from hunger, and constantly worrying about their safety, the prospect of having a protector in a less arduous life was too enticing to dismiss. Without hesitation, they swiftly signed the soul contract. Once they had completed their signatures, the contract transformed into a beam of light that entered their foreheads. This extraordinary spectacle convinced Li Tingting and the others that Su Chin's assertion about the soul contract was indeed authentic. An unseen force seemed to be guiding them. The women remained frozen in place for a considerable time until Su Chin's voice snapped them back to reality. "All right, from now on, you are all under my protection. With me around, no one can harm you." Though his words were somewhat cliché, they emanated a profound sense of security, especially coming from Su Chun, who possessed the confidence to make such claims. In this world of chaos, no one else could live as freely and joyfully as he did. Chapter 21. Vulnerability unveiled after a brief respite. As the three women regained some strength, Suchin made it clear he did not intend to linger. "Let us depart. This is no place for us to stay." Being ordinary individuals, it was essential to escort them back to the armored vehicle as swiftly as possible for their safety. Upon hearing Suchin's words, the three women promptly rose to their feet. They had long wished to leave this place, but had been trapped in the infirmary by the zombies, unable to move an inch. Everything had transpired too abruptly, and they had no belongings to gather, so they followed Suchin without hesitation. Upon exiting the infirmary, they were met with a gruesome sight. The hallway was littered with the corpses of zombies, a scene both bloody and brutal. The women gripped each other's hands tightly, frightened by the horrific sight. Even those accustomed to dealing with the dead would find such a scene unsettling that as they reached the staircase on the first floor, Suchin suddenly halted and cautioned the women to be careful. With his gaze fixed ahead, he unsheathed his Tang Dao, ready for any confrontation that a group of individuals was advancing towards their location. Suchin regarded these strangers with immense suspicion. In the apocalypse, one must remain vigilant of any unfamiliar faces. He soon discerned that this group had a clear intention. They seemed to be approaching him. They were foes, not friends. Their demeanor was hostile, their malice far outweighing any hint of goodwill. Though they were numerous, Suchin was confident in his ability to handle them. His strength surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In other words, aside from his combat experience, he was superior in every respect to these so-called warriors. While he was not yet capable of catching bullets with his bare hands, dodging them was an effortless task. "Someone is coming. Stay here and do not move. I will confront them." Suchin instructed the women to remain hidden on the staircase while he positioned himself at the entrance, ready to block their path. He was an indomitable force. No one could breach his defenses. Suchin harbored no fear of this group. His concern lay with the possibility that someone might take advantage of the situation to harm Li Tingting and the others. The women understood their limitations and could only offer psychological support to Suchin to be careful. "Suchin, don't get hurt." From the moment they signed the soul contract, they were irrevocably bound to him, and they could not bear the thought of him encountering any misfortune as they remained obediently on the staircase. Soon, Suchin locked eyes with the approaching group. Each member brandished various weapons, predominantly iron rods, with only a few wielding crude knives. Their expressions were fierce and arrogant. Upon spotting Suchin, they erupted in delight, believing that their prey had conveniently presented itself. They quickly formed a semicircle, effectively blocking Suchin's escape route. Suchin realized that they viewed him as their quarry, a cold smile creeping across his face. Who was the prey, and who was the hunter? This group had misjudged their roles. A quick glance revealed their imposing physiques. It was evident they were from a physical training institution. The glint in their eyes spoke of a vicious intent, a demeanor only those who had taken lives would possess. If an ordinary person were to encounter them, their fate would likely be grim. But Suchin was no ordinary individual. He could easily dispatch them with just a few moves. His enhanced physique, combined with advanced combat skills, made him a formidable adversary. Under the right circumstances, he could take on 100 foes without breaking a sweat. The atmosphere was charged with tension. One particularly brash young man with a buzz cut stepped forward and shouted at Suchin. "Hey kid, is that vehicle outside yours?" Upon hearing this, Suchin raised an eyebrow. "Yes, it is. What of it?" The young man, emboldened by Suchin's dismissive attitude, seethed with rage and swung his iron rod, intending to teach Suchin a lesson. "Yang Wu, step back." Yang Wu hesitated, wanting to protest, but was swiftly interrupted by Zhang Chong, who spoke with an edge of anger. "I won't say it again." Hearing Zhang Chong's order, the young man suppressed his fury. Glaring at Suchin before reluctantly retreating into the group, that Suchin recognized Zhang Chong. He was handsome and well-connected at school, previously adored by many young female students before the apocalypse. That Suchin had heard numerous tales about him, including how he had gotten a female college student pregnant several years ago, only for the matter to be hushed up. He was also one of the most fervent pursuers of Mei Runin, the campus goddess, who, unfortunately for him, had no interest in him whatsoever. That Suchin knew Zhang Chong well, because Mei Runin had once been his instructor. "There's no need to worry, my friend, that we mean you no harm. If you are indeed the owner of that vehicle outside, could you take us away from here?" Zhang Chong smiled amicably, speaking to Suchin in a calm tone. Rest assured, once you help us leave this place, I will ensure you receive a substantial reward. Had it been anyone else, they would have fallen for Zhang Chang's facade. However, Su Qin was not an ordinary person. He regarded this sudden group with great suspicion. Unclear of Su Qin's background, Zhang Chang opted to bide his time, wanting to ascertain Su Qin's true nature before making any decisions that he needed to confirm whether Su Qin was alone or if he had accomplices nearby. In Zhang Chang's mind, anyone who possessed an armored vehicle had formidable connections, not something they could easily contend with. That he understood that individuals with such influence were rarely solitary, that if Su Qin were indeed alone, it was highly likely he had come into possession of the vehicle by chance, in which case Zhang Chang would not hold back. Fortune favors the worthy, he thought, believing himself to be that worthy individual. Interesting. Su Qin scoffed. You needn't pretend. I can see right through you that you're nothing but scum. His words dripped with derision. You don't need to probe. I'm alone, and there are no allies outside that if you wish to make a move against me, just do it. Su Qin's continuous taunts aimed to provoke them. Upon hearing Su Qin's words, Zhang Chang's face turned ashen with fury. No one had dared to speak to him in such a manner throughout his life. Especially after the collapse of law and morality in the apocalypse, his violent tendencies had become exacerbated. Since becoming the leader of a band of miscreants, he had acted with impunity, committing numerous atrocities and eliminating anyone who opposed him. After enduring such insults from Su Qin, he could no longer contain himself. He bellowed, "Fine. Since you were seeking death, don't blame me for being ruthless." With a sweeping motion of his hand, he commanded his minions, "Seize him. I want to break his limbs and feed him to the zombies." With their leader's orders, the lackeys sprang into action, each gripping their weapons with malevolent expressions, eagerly anticipating the moment when they would see Su Qin begging for mercy. Among them, Yang Wu was the most eager. He had longed to take action against Su Qin. "Die, you bastard!" Yang Wu snarled, raising his steel rod and swinging it forcefully towards Su Qin's head. There was no doubt about his intent, to crush Su Qin's skull. "Oof, a bunch of mindless fools." As Su Qin faced the encirclement of the crowd, not a trace of trepidation flickered in his heart. Instead, his countenance radiated scorn that he held these individuals in utter contempt. Observing Su Qin's unmoving stance, Yang Wu mistakenly assumed that he had been rendered weak with fear, at a loss for how to proceed. This misconception only heightened Yang Wu's exhilaration, as he envisioned Su Qin bloodied and kneeling before him. When the steel rod hovered mere centimeters from Su Qin's head, it abruptly halted, irrespective of Yang Wu's futile exertions to advance it even slightly. "What? How is this possible?" Yang Wu exclaimed, discovering that a hand had firmly gripped his wrist. None other than Su Qin's. Before he could react, a sudden flash of movement occurred, and he found that his right wrist, clutching the weapon, felt as if it had been shattered. Pain surged violently from the joint. A scream erupted from the crowd. The steel rod slipped from Yang Wu's grasp, thudding lifelessly to the ground. With a powerful punch, Su Qin struck Yang Wu's chest, sending his body hurtling backward until he lay on the ground. Gasping for breath, blood pouring from his mouth in torrents, that it was evident to all that his chest had caved in, his ribs seemingly shattered, with broken bones possibly piercing his internal organs. His injuries were grievous. Without timely medical attention, he was destined to perish on the spot. Su Qin felt no remorse for his actions. After all, if Yang Wu sought his life, then dying by his hand was entirely deserved. In a matter of mere seconds, the tide of the confrontation had shifted dramatically. The once certain victor, Yang Wu, had become the first casualty. All present were left astounded by Su Qin's formidable prowess. Was this strength even human? "Press on," Zhang Chang thought, acknowledging that he had underestimated Su Qin's capabilities, that he had never anticipated that Su Qin could single-handedly vanquish them all, unless he were a legendary warrior, a possibility so minuscule it was almost laughable. Seeing Zhang Chang still intent on attacking him, Su Qin resolved that none among them would escape unscathed. He had dispatched zombies with the ease of slaughtering chickens. How much simpler would it be to deal with this band of ordinary men? With his exceptional skills, Su Qin orchestrated a display of sheer, visceral violence. Within just a few minutes, only Su Qin and Zhang Chang remained standing, while the others writhed on the ground, their limbs broken and cries of agony filling the air. Witnessing the scene, Zhang Chang was taken aback. He had never imagined Su Chen's combat prowess could be so overwhelming, especially against a group of over a dozen individuals. Even a dozen pigs would not fall so swiftly. He realized, albeit too late, that he had indeed bitten off more than he could chew. His mouth suddenly dry. He swallowed hard, nervously stammering, "Brother, it seems I have underestimated you. How about we call it quits? If you spare me, I won't hold you accountable for injuring my subordinate. You go your way, and I shall go mine." This, Su Chen regarded Zhang Chong with amusement, curious as to where he found the audacity to utter such words. "What do you mean by calling it quits? I know only one principle: to eradicate the roots of the problem. No enemy of mine shall be spared." Upon hearing Su Chen's refusal to show mercy, Zhang Chong's composure crumbled. He understood that he was merely slightly stronger than the average person, far from being a match for Su Chen. With bloodshot eyes, he glared at Su Chen in fury. "Must you truly be so ruthless?" Su Chen remained silent, his cold gaze fixed upon Zhang Chong, and the outcome was all too clear. Death was the worst that could happen, and Zhang Chong seemed prepared to fight to the bitter end. Yet, halfway through his charge, he abruptly turned and fled. As the saying goes, in a dire situation, retreat is the best strategy. As long as one lives, there is hope for revenge. Knowing he could not win, only a fool would remain and fight. But Su Chen had been momentarily distracted by Zhang Chong's unexpected maneuver. "You think you can escape?" he thought, picking up a steel rod and hurling it towards the fleeing Zhang Chong. Before he could gain any distance, a sharp pain shot through his thigh, causing him to lose his balance and tumble several times before coming to a halt. This was his first thought upon hitting the ground. It was over. Indeed, as he turned to face his impending doom, he saw Su Chen approaching him. "Please spare me. I swear I won't dare cross you again," he pleaded, uttering desperate cries for mercy. "Spare you?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. "What reason do you have that merits my clemency?" Zhang Chong, as if grasping at a lifeline, fervently exclaimed, "I have money. If you let me go this time, I will give you all my wealth. Plus, I have people. We recently captured several women. I can offer them to you. We have also stockpiled plenty of food and water, all of which I can give you. Everything is yours, just spare my life." Zhang Chong was eager to relinquish all he possessed, desperate for Su Chen to grant him a reprieve. Indeed, he was a scoundrel. Su Chen had already surmised that individuals like Zhang Chong would only become more unscrupulous in the apocalypse. In this bleak world, money held no value. Food was plentiful, and as for women, he had no interest in those who had already been sullied. Clearly, Zhang Chong had little to offer. "So, are you prepared to descend into hell?" Su Chen declared, swinging the steel rod towards Zhang Chong's head. Caught off guard by Su Chen's disinterest in his possessions, Zhang Chong's mind raced. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, "Wait! I have information about Mei Runin." Chapter 22. The Revelation. Panting heavily, Zhang Chong realized he had narrowly escaped death. As the steel rod hovered barely an inch from his head, Su Chen halted, though. Zhang Chong's mention of Mei Runin piqued Su Chen's interest. Mei Runin was not only his mentor, but had also once been the goddess of his heart. Her identity was shrouded in mystery, far beyond the reach of ordinary suitors. That he recalled a wealthy young man who had tried to coerce Mei Runin, only for his entire family to face dire consequences. This incident had instilled fear in those who dared approach her with ill intentions. With a swift kick, Su Chen nudged the prostrate Zhang Chong. "Stop feigning death. Quickly share what you know. If I discover you are deceiving me, you will deeply regret it." Zhang Chong, sensing a temporary reprieve, endured the excruciating pain in his fractured thigh, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he forced himself to maintain composure. He feared that any hesitation might lead Su Chen to change his mind, and thus he divulged everything he knew. "Yesterday, after raiding a few locations, we heard news of Mei Runin from others. She is trapped in a car in the underground parking lot of the school. That I attempted to rescue her, but ultimately gave up. The parking lot's exit is blocked, and with numerous zombies outside. Mei Runin is stuck in the CEA. He spoke. He cautiously observed Su Chen's demeanor, anxious that a misplaced word might seal his fate. In fact, before we came to find you, we also scouted the underground parking lot. Many zombies have left, but those below remain unscathed. The sheer number of zombies makes it impossible for our group of 10 to accomplish anything. Therefore, I am certain that Mei Runin is still trapped in that car. I have shared all that I know. You promised you would spare me," Zhang Chong concluded, his heart racing with trepidation, for his life now rested entirely in Su Chen's hands. Life or death hinged on Su Chen's decision. Su Chen, meanwhile, fell into deep contemplation. From Zhang Chang's expression and tone, he discerned that the latter was not lying. The information relayed was largely truthful, and no one could weave such convincing fabrications in the face of death. And if anyone could, it certainly would not be Zhang Chang. In truth, Su Chen harbored some concern for Mei Runan. Having been trapped in that car for so long, she was likely nearing her limit. Nevertheless, he did not intend to rush to the underground parking lot just yet. First, he needed to escort Li Tingting and the others back to the battle vehicle. The situation has been resolved. You may emerge now. Turning to the three women behind him, Su Chen called out to the eagerly awaiting Li Tingting and her companions. Upon hearing his voice, they immediately emerged from the stairwell. As they stepped out, they were met with the sight of numerous wounded individuals writhing on the ground, and they quickly recognized Zhang Chang lying at Su Chen's feet. That in recent days, they had witnessed Zhang Chang and his associates commit countless heinous acts. Seeing him brought low by Su Chen, reduced to such a pitiful state, felt like poetic justice. Those who had tragically fallen victim to Zhang Chang could finally find peace. Just moments ago, they had stealthily observed Su Chen single-handedly defeat so many adversaries without sustaining any injuries. His prowess was truly astonishing. Only by witnessing it firsthand could one truly grasp Su Chen's formidable strength, that he seemed to embody the legendary martial arts masters of lore. How could you be here? Zhang Chang, noticing Li Tingting and the others, widened his eyes in astonishment. He surmised that Su Chen had come to rescue them, yet he was taken aback that they had managed to conceal themselves in this very spot. Eluding his notice for days, a twinge of regret surged within him. Had he known that three campus beauties were hiding here, he certainly would not have allowed Su Chen to gain the upper hand. It appeared that the three campus queens of Haicheng University had chosen to ally themselves with Su Chen, and no wonder he had earlier asserted his disinterest in ordinary women. If he had these stunning women by his side, he too would disregard the mundane at this moment. The three women approached Su Chen and recounted the vile acts they had witnessed Zhang Chang commit not long ago. You little betisich. How dare you slander me? I won't let this go. Zhang Chang shouted in a fit of rage upon hearing his misdeeds laid bare, and he longed to silence the three women, fearing they sought to lead him to his demise. Silence. Su Chen, already weary of Zhang Chang, responded to his insults with a swift kick to Zhang Chang's chest. This man was far more repugnant than he had anticipated, utterly unworthy of being called human. You dare insult my people. Zhang Chang struggled to breathe under Su Chen's foot. Abandoning any attempts at deceit, he wept, "Hero, brother, please, spare me this once. I swear I won't do it again." His face bore the expression of regret, as if he had suddenly realized the gravity of his errors. Yet Su Chen retorted, "A leopard cannot change its spots. A dog cannot cease to eat excrement. Moreover, I have no intention of letting you off the hook. When you committed those heinous acts, you should have foreseen the consequences you now face, that I may not be a goody two-shoes. But dealing with scum like you is something I can manage, to prevent you from harming others further. You ought to descend to hell and apologize to those you have wronged." Upon realizing Su Chen's intent to end his life, Zhang Chang's face contorted with malice, and he roared, "Even if I die, I will return as a vengeful spirit to drag you all down to hell." However, before he could make a move, Su Chen swiftly broke his neck, granting him a merciful end. Although Li Tingting and her companions had witnessed countless deaths in recent days, this was their first encounter with murder up close, and they felt a twinge of fear. There are things you must come to terms with that in this apocalypse. One must not show mercy, for it is ultimately oneself who will suffer. Especially you women. Your fates will be even more tragic. Whether confronted by zombies or humans, you must eradicate any threats without hesitation. You have seen the fates of those who fell into Zhang Chang's hands. You should understand better than I did. Su Chen prepared them mentally for what lay ahead. Looking at the fallen bodies around him, Su Chen had no intention of allowing them to escape unscathed. He had proclaimed the need to eradicate the roots of evil, and he would not falter in his resolve. After all, these individuals were all sinners, responsible for countless deaths. Today, he would perform a righteous act by delivering justice. One by one, he dispatched them, sending them to reunite in the afterlife. With their leader Zhang Chang dead, it was only fitting that his minions accompany him, that a family should remain united, and he didn't mind playing the role of the Good Samaritan. The hearts of these men were filled with terror as they struggled, expending every ounce of energy to crawl away, desperate to escape. "Please, don't come any closer." In their eyes, Su Chen had transformed into a grim reaper, mercilessly harvesting lives. Their struggles were in vain, as their companions fell one after another beneath Su Chen's feet. The dread of death loomed over them. Before long, each of them unlocked a new achievement: reincarnation. What they would become in their next lives remained a mystery in Su Chen's mind. It was perhaps best that they never returned as humans. It would be a contribution to the entirety of human society. Chapter 23. Setting off again. Once all the adversaries had been dealt with, Su Chen tidied his clothing slightly. Confronting this group had required no weapons. They were far easier to handle than zombies. He transformed back into the gentle and refined young man he had been before. Were it not for the corpses strewn about, none would believe such a brutal scene had been orchestrated by him. "Let us go. You all head to the vehicle. I have another place to visit." Ting and her companions obediently followed Su Chen toward the imposing armored vehicle, their first encounter with something so grand instilling them with a sense of security. Su Chen vigilantly monitored the readings on his detection device, wary of any potential zombie ambush in the outside world. Caution was paramount for safeguarding one's life. Upon entering the vehicle, the three women marveled at their surroundings, curiosity ablaze as they examined every detail in that moment. They finally felt at ease. They were safe. Inside the vehicle, zombies posed no threat to them, unlike their previous experiences in the infirmary, where they lived in constant fear of an invasion. At that moment, Su Chen noticed the drone that had lured away the large horde of zombies returning, gently landing atop the vehicle. This drone had proven invaluable, enabling him to rescue the others with relative ease by diverting a significant number of zombies away from Haicheng University. Otherwise, he would have had to expend much more effort. He pulled up the drone's footage, eager to see if anything unexpected had occurred along the way. After viewing the recordings, Su Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. He noticed that after the drone dropped the blood bags at the designated location, the number of zombies below had surged to the thousands. Unintentionally, he had triggered a massive zombie tide as the drone returned. He observed other zombies continuing to gather in the vicinity. Su Chen understood that a great calamity was imminent, and he was uncertain of the extent of its impact. Inwardly, he whispered a prayer. He hadn't intended for this to happen and hoped that not too many lives would be lost as a result. As for the notion of preventing the zombie tide, that was unrealistic. Beneath his refuge, the scale of the tide would have no bearing on him. After all, no one would know that it was his actions that had instigated it most. He would offer a few words of blessing for those who perished in the tide, wishing them a swift rebirth as humans once more. Having inadvertently learned of Mei Runin's whereabouts, Su Chen was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. Mei Runin was the youngest professor at Haicheng University, once an unattainable dream for him. Yet now, armed with the ability and hope to fulfill his past desires, he would not let this chance go to waste. This time, Su Chen opted to act alone, leaving Li Tingting and the others safely inside the vehicle. With the soul contract in place, he had no worries of betrayal and could delegate many tasks to them. Su Chen recalled that the environment within the underground parking lot would surely be quite complex, and driving the armored vehicle could easily lead to congestion. Thus, it was best for him to venture forth alone. Upon reaching this realization, Su Chen swiftly resolved to take action. He decided to leave Li Tingting and the other two women in the car while he ventured alone into the underground parking lot to rescue others. After parking the vehicle in a secluded corner of the campus, Su Chen cautioned the three women to remain inside the car, no matter the circumstances. For added security, he locked the doors upon his departure, ensuring that only he could unlock them. This precaution was taken to prevent any unforeseen incidents. After all, for Li Tingting and her companions, the car was the safest refuge, impervious to both human and zombie threats, unless the enemy possessed heavy weaponry. Once outside, Su Chen made his way towards the underground parking lot. As he disembarked, he retrieved a weapon resembling a tang knife from his spatial ring, an item he had purchased from the system store. Crafted from a special alloy, firearms were ill-suited for combating zombies due to the excessive noise they generated, which could easily attract hordes. Instead, cold weapons were ideal for Su Chen to unleash his prowess. And paired with advanced combat skills, he could dispatch ordinary foes with ease. Striding confidently through the campus of Haicheng, he dismissed the zombies, which would terrify most, as mere trifles. After only a few steps, he encountered several wandering zombies, which let out guttural roars and charged towards his position. Excellent. Gripping the Tang knife tightly, Su Chen was eager to engage. He remained still until the zombies were merely 2 or 3 strides away before he reacted. With a swift motion, he swung the Tang knife, targeting the neck of the nearest zombie. To thoroughly eliminate a zombie, one must strike at the head. The knife effortlessly severed the zombie's neck, akin to slicing through vegetables. The head, akin to a basketball, rolled a few times on the ground before the lifeless body collapsed at his feet. These zombies, driven solely by their instinct to kill, showed no acknowledgement of their fallen companions and continued to charge at Su Chen. In less than a minute, all the zombies lay motionless on the ground. That in stark contrast. Su Chen had not a single injury, nor did his breathing rate alter. Having never killed even a chicken prior, he now felt no turmoil within as he dispatched zombies. This left him with a surreal sense of detachment. Since acquiring the system and the onset of the apocalypse, his mental state and other aspects had undergone a transformative change in just a few days. Nonetheless, he relished this transformation. In a world without the apocalypse, he might have led a mundane life of collecting rent and occasionally seeking leisure. While the apocalypse was perilous, it liberated him. With strength, he could live as he desired. Weighing the two scenarios, he found himself preferring the apocalypse. The system's notification chimed in his ear once more, indicating the accumulation of additional points that he paid it no mind and continued towards his destination. Along the way, he dispatched numerous zombies and rescued several survivors. These individuals were awed by Su Chen's formidable strength, expressing a desire to follow him as subordinates or companions. However, Su Chen declined their offers one by one. The refuge had limited capacity, and it was impossible to simply accept anyone, especially considering his high standards for recruits. Even if some showed promise, though they may rival the campus beauties, they paled in comparison to Li Ting and her peers. With his appetite for quality already whetted, Su Chen found them lacking. After dismissing the persistent suitors, he continued on his path, though some tenaciously trailed him until they were ultimately deterred by his overwhelming force. For Su Chen, aiding fellow humans was a matter of convenience. Becoming a savior to all was out of the question. He was neither a saint nor a noble hero, but rather a refined egoist. Human nature is most susceptible to testing, especially in an apocalyptic context. Whether to save others was purely at his discretion. No one could coerce him. Moral obligations. If he possessed no morals, he could not be bound by them. Discussing morality amidst the apocalypse was akin to believing pigs could climb trees. Chapter 24. The new breed of zombies. With each swing of his knife, Su Chen felt increasingly adept with the Tang knife in his grasp. System, display my attribute panel. Host, Su Chen. Age, 22. Strength, 100. Speed, 100. Constitution, 100. Mentality, 70. Shelter, level 1 points, 76. 88 shelter members. For items, spatial ring, detector, Tang knife, Sano vehicle. Su Chen also noticed a subtle increase in his mental capacity, crossing into the 70 range. Currently, his mental attribute was the only one lagging, growing at a sluggish pace, but he speculated that this was due to the bloody experiences he had endured, which fortified his spirit. After rescuing Li Tingting and her companions, he observed that the second main quest had not indicated completion. The system's response revealed that only upon returning to the shelter would it be considered successful. Su Chen had no objections. Each individual was worth 1,000 points, and since they were already in his possession, claiming the points was merely a matter of time, that he was not far from breaking the 8,000-point mark, the majority of which had been accrued from slaying zombies. Indeed, killing zombies was the most straightforward way to earn points. The adage about the spoils of war applied here, albeit with a twist. It had become about slaying zombies. Upon returning to the shelter, his total points would easily surpass 10,000, representing a significant fortune that he already had enough points to upgrade the shelter. He eagerly anticipated the surprises that a level 2 shelter might bring. Regardless of the circumstances, it would surely surpass the current conditions. After a relentless 10 minutes of slaughter, Su Chen finally reached the entrance of the underground parking lot that a glance revealed the chaos that had once reigned here. With vehicles haphazardly colliding and dried blood staining the ground, the scene was utterly chaotic, making it difficult to discern the specifics inside. However, this did not deter Su Chen. After consuming a basic gene serum, His vision had significantly improved, and night vision was no challenge. For precaution, he activated the detector to assess the surrounding situation. At the entrance of the parking lot alone, there were no less than 20 zombies wandering about. And one could only imagine the numbers deeper inside. The situation was manageable. Su Chun gripped his tang knife, feeling entirely at ease that he had yet to satiate his thirst for zombie combat, and now he could indulge in the intricate environment of the underground parking lot. Even if he encountered a small-scale zombie tide, he could easily evade using his speed advantage. That it was even conceivable that he could single-handedly annihilate all the zombies within. However, doing so would leave him utterly exhausted, a cost he deemed unnecessary. Not lingering at the entrance for long, Su Chun stepped inside, his gaze steady as he surveyed the area ahead. Whenever a zombie charged at him, he swiftly dispatched it with a single stroke. With every few steps, another zombie's corpse fell to the ground. After eliminating several zombies, Su Chun began to notice something amiss. The zombies within the underground parking lot appeared more aggressive and vicious than those outside. While the number of attackers was not overwhelming, their frequency was striking. He encountered zombies almost every few steps. With a swift turn and a slash, he dispatched a zombie that had attempted to ambush him from behind. It became apparent why Zhang Chong had been so confident that Mei Runan had not left the parking lot in such dire circumstances. Escape was nearly impossible. Not just anyone could slay zombies with Su Chen's ease. Ordinary individuals, if not cautious, would pay the ultimate price when confronted by zombies. Those trapped within could only remain in their vehicles, waiting for salvation or hoping for the sudden disappearance of the zombies to flee. Su Chen's movements were swift and decisive. He initially intended to minimize noise. Yet he underestimated the unique environment of the underground parking lot, where even the faintest sound could draw the attention of nearby zombies. Upon seeing the feedback from the detector, Su Chen realized he was encircled by over 20 zombies, all closing in on him. The once quiet underground parking lot erupted with a cacophony of growls and snarls. As if signaling an assault, all the zombies simultaneously launched an attack against him. This unusual occurrence piqued Su Chen's curiosity. Was it possible that these bloodthirsty zombies, upon evolving, had developed the ability to command others? This revelation was alarming. If these zombies truly gained intelligence, humanity's future would become increasingly dire, unless all humans could enhance their strength like Su Chen. With this thought in mind, Su Chen remained vigilant against the zombie onslaught while scanning his surroundings, seeking evidence of any zombies orchestrating the attack. After swiftly dispatching another zombie, he leaped atop a nearby vehicle to survey the area. To his surprise, he spotted a particularly unusual zombie standing at a distance. Motionless, continuously howling as if issuing commands. That must be the one. At a glance, it was evident that this was a zombie commanding from behind, its size significantly larger than that of the others. Despite the murky gaze that should have been present, a glimmer of light appeared within its eyes that Su Chen speculated that this particular zombie was likely a level 2 variant, albeit one that had evolved in a different direction compared to the previous level 2 zombie he had encountered. One evolution focused on strength, while the other leaned towards intelligence. Upon reaching this conclusion, Su Chen found the apocalypse increasingly intriguing. He pondered whether zombies might possess other forms of evolution, how different evolutionary paths could be distinguished, and whether humanity could also develop its own means of evolution in this desolate world. That a myriad of questions flooded his mind. However, he quickly set these thoughts aside, preparing to eliminate all the level 1 zombies before investigating whether this level 2 zombie possessed any other abilities beyond controlling its undead brethren. Only through direct confrontation could he discern the differences. The fire of battle surged within Su Chen's heart. Chapter 25. Decimation. Su Chen became more focused. To validate his hypothesis, he tightened his grip on the Tang Dao and swiftly engaged in combat with the zombies. The dance of blades and the splatter of blood filled the air as limbs and blood flew in all directions. Within moments, all the zombies that had besieged him were slain, their bodies strewn about Su Chen's vicinity. It was exhilarating. His blood surged with adrenaline. The only one remaining on the field was the special zombie manipulating its brethren from behind. Without hesitation, Su Chen charged directly towards this unique foe, which had also taken note of his approach and responded with a renewed howl. After these two encounters, Su Chen was certain that this zombie indeed possessed the ability to control others. making it a greater threat to humanity than its counterparts. As Su Chun neared his target, more than 10 zombies obstructed his path. Yet he did not falter. These ordinary zombies crumbled under the edge of his blade, and he swiftly breached their defenses. After cutting down those that impeded his progress, Su Chun finally stood before the special zombie. While it displayed a modicum of intelligence, he wondered if it also surpassed the ordinary zombies in strength. Only a confrontation would reveal the truth. His actions provoked the special zombie, which roared once more, the sound distinctly different from before as expected. Su Chun observed that the ordinary zombies had become increasingly frenzied and aggressive, charging at him without regard for their lives. Nevertheless, Su Chun remained unfazed. This minor issue was easily resolvable. With a swift turn, he repelled the zombies behind him, never allowing himself to grow complacent during battle, but he understood that he must treat every encounter with zombies seriously. He would not allow arrogance to lead him to failure here. Despite the zombies exhibiting a slight increase in intelligence, they ultimately remained far inferior to humanity, completely oblivious to Su Chun's intentions. As he dispatched the ordinary zombies, he discreetly inched closer to his target. Soon he discovered an opportune moment, using his strength to send a zombie before him, flying into several others behind it. Seizing this chance, Su Chun broke free from the zombies trailing him and surged towards the special zombie. The entire sequence unfolded too rapidly for the special zombie to react, as the distance between them dwindled. Rather than fleeing, it brazenly launched an attack against Su Chun. It possessed a measure of intelligence, but it was scant. Su Chun quickly concluded that with a bit more wisdom, it would realize it stood no chance against him and should have opted for escape instead of confrontation. The special zombie's actions prompted a swift response from Su Chun. He positioned his Tang Dao to intercept its sharp claws. Clang! The two forces collided, the special zombie's strength only marginally greater than that of the ordinary zombies. Far inferior to that of the previous level 2 zombie. After just one exchange, Su Chun comprehended the special zombie's capabilities entirely, certainly not a match for him. Of course, this assessment pertains solely to Su Chun. For an average person facing ordinary zombies, as long as they wielded a weapon and maintained composure, they could easily eliminate them. The special zombie, however, was a different story. Aside from those hardened by extensive training, ordinary individuals stood no chance against it. With a powerful shove, Su Chun sent the special zombie stumbling backward, unable to withstand his might. Seizing the moment, Su Chun pursued relentlessly, striking the downed creature mercilessly. He aimed for its arm, not yet intending to deliver a fatal blow, wishing instead to discern any additional abilities it might possess. The more he learned, the better equipped he would be to survive in this apocalypse. With a swift and decisive slash, he severed the special zombie's arm. Yet, he remained vigilant. Should he sense danger, he would instantly retaliate to his dismay. However, he discovered that aside from its enhanced strength and ability to control other zombies, it bore no additional capabilities. Realizing that this zombie had lost its research value, Su Chun resolved to eliminate it. With a fierce stroke, he severed the head of the mutated zombie. The creature, which had once sought to resist, found its struggle futile once its head was detached from its body. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 2 zombie, intelligent variant. Reward: 50 points. Indeed, with the system's announcement confirming his earlier suspicions, it became clear that this zombie was indeed a level 2 variant. Classified as intelligent, it was evident that slaying advanced zombies yielded points more swiftly. Though the drawback remained that level 2 zombies were exceedingly rare, far outnumbered by their ordinary counterparts, Su Chun pondered when he might encounter another. With the level 2 zombie vanquished, the remaining ordinary zombies became significantly easier to handle. Previously exhibiting some semblance of organization, they now disintegrated into a chaotic mass. Simultaneously, the ordinary zombies retreated from their frenzied state. Their threat diminished as Su Chun wasted no time, cutting through the horde of zombies, severing heads that fell to the ground. Once the last zombie was dispatched, tranquility returned to the underground parking lot. The ground was littered with corpses surrounding Su Chun, creating a chilling spectacle. This time, Su Chun had relished the slaughter. He flicked his Tang Dao, splattering the blood from its blade onto the ground. Taking a deep breath, Su Chun acknowledged that the recent battle had indeed drained some of his energy. Since entering the parking lot, he had slain nearly 100 zombies. Anyone else in his position would have been utterly exhausted by now. After regaining his composure, Su Chun continued deeper into the parking lot. recognizing Mei Runen's vehicle and its designated parking spot. After all, Mei Runen had once been his instructor, and their interactions had been frequent enough for him to remember. The distance from his current location to where Mei Runen was situated was small, yet not too far. Just a few more steps would bring him to her. Following the previous battle, the number of zombies along his path had noticeably decreased, only encountering one or two sporadically, which he swiftly dispatched. The commotion from his earlier fight had also drawn the attention of the remaining survivors within the parking lot. Though they were unaware of the specifics of the situation, they could clearly see that the number of zombies around them had diminished significantly. Even so, fear of potential traps held them back from making any rash moves, wary that stepping outside might lead them straight into the jaws of the undead. They could only ascertain that someone had entered the underground parking lot and drawn the nearby zombies away. Some speculated whether it might be a rescue team sent by the authorities. Unfortunately, they were mistaken. Su Chun pressed onward, equipped with a detector that indicated the presence of survivors nearby, yet he harbored no intention of rescuing them, that by slaying numerous zombies, he had already provided them with the greatest boon. With fewer zombies remaining, their chances of survival would ultimately depend on their own fortunes. That Su Chen's singular focus remained, to locate Mei Runen. The lives of others held no value worthy of his intervention. Chapter 26. Finding the target at last, he found it. In the far corner of the parking lot, Su Chen finally located his objective, a vibrant red sports car, quietly parked in place. That it was indeed Mei Runen's vehicle. One he had often seen before, rendering it unmistakably familiar. Through the glass of the car, he discerned the silhouette of an individual within. He could ascertain that the person inside the vehicle was undoubtedly Mei Runen. Finally locating his target, Su Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. After swiftly dispatching several wandering zombies nearby, he began to make his way towards the sportsy AR-AT. That moment, Mei Runen lay weakly within the vehicle, her mind clouded with uncertainty about her future. Having been trapped in the underground parking lot for over 10 days, she had seen no opportunity for escape. Suddenly, a cacophony of violence erupted outside the car, accompanied by the low growls of zombies, startling Mei Runen from her slumber, causing her to believe that the zombies had arrived. She hastily sat up and peered through the car window, witnessing the scene outside, a figure standing still with a knife in hand, surrounded by several fallen zombie corpses. Though she had not witnessed the battle, she could surmise the outcome. Without further contemplation, she deduced that it was this very person who had slain the zombies. Then, Mei Runen noticed that the figure was approaching her location, causing her heart to race. She fervently hoped that this person had come to rescue her, after being confined in the car for over 10 days. Her food and water supplies had long been depleted. Had it not been for her habit of keeping snacks and water in the car, she might have perished from starvation long ago. Now, in the absence of sustenance, she was on the brink of collapse. As Su Chun neared the sports car, he observed a number of empty snack wrappers scattered on the ground outside. Looking up into the car, he was met with the gaze of a pair of beautiful eyes. Instantly recognizing her identity, he understood that it was Mei Runen, the youngest and most beautiful professor at Haicheng University. Though her appearance was somewhat disheveled, her complexion pale and her lips cracked, her charm remained untainted, her elegance undiminished, still exuding an air of nobility, but he could faintly perceive her graceful figure, exuding an irresistible allure. No wonder many were enamored by her. Unlike Li Tingting and the other two, Mei Runen's style leaned towards maturity. One side an unripe apple, the other a ripe peach. Su Chen expressed his fondness for both, upon seeing him standing beside her car. Mei Runen's heart surged with joy. After so many days, someone had finally come to rescue her. Her phone had long since died, leaving her unable to contact the outside world. She had refrained from starting the car, fearing that the noise would attract the zombies. She had witnessed numerous individuals being besieged by hordes of zombies after attempting to start their vehicles, meeting their demise in gruesome fashion. Leaving the car was not a feasible option either, as zombies lurked nearby, affording her no opportunity to escape. That a moment's carelessness could lead to being noticed by the undead. Thus, she had remained trapped in the car for so long, finally encountering a living person. After exchanging glances through the car window for a few seconds, Mei Runen snapped back to reality. Overcome with excitement, she opened the car door and stepped out, only to find her weakened body unable to maintain balance, causing her to tumble to the ground. Quick as a flash, Su Chen caught her around the waist. The proximity stirred a sense of shyness within Mei Runen, who wished to distance herself from him but lacked the strength. Appearing almost to be playfully nestled in his embrace to a gentleman, Su Chen naturally tightened his hold on her to prevent any further mishaps. After several attempts, Mei Runin finally relented. "Could you please help me to a seat?" Su Chen, she asked that moment. She recognized his identity and shot him a glance, initially mistaking him for someone with ulterior motives, only to realize he was a familiar face. Her frantic heart began to calm. Given that Su Chen was often troubled by Zhao Hua, she had become somewhat acquainted with him. Tio think that the widely admired Professor Mei would still remember him. Su Chen smiled, understanding the importance of moderation, and gently placed her back into the seat of the car. She was now firmly within his grasp, and there would be ample opportunity in the future, so there was no need to rush. "Get in as well. Let us converse inside the car." Mei Runin gestured for Su Chen to take the passenger's seat. That he complied, moving to the other side and sliding into the seat as soon as he settled inside. Mei Runin inquired, "Are you here to rescue me?" In response, Su Chen nodded. "Indeed. I heard about your predicament and came specifically to save you." Mei Runin analyzed his words and discerned their truth, her fondness for him increasing significantly. He had risked himself to rescue her, and she decided to overlook the earlier incident where he had taken advantage of her vulnerability. "Su Chen, what is the situation like outside now?" she asked, having been confined in the car and unable to establish contact. Though she had her suspicions, fearing that the circumstances outside were dire, perhaps even descending into chaos, she clung to hope until she received confirmation. Aware of the harsh realities of the world, Su Chen knew it was imperative to inform Mei Runin of the truth. Only by understanding the new reality could she grasp that the world had irrevocably changed, and her previous sources of support had vanished. This was crucial to achieving his objective in rescuing her. The entire world has collapsed, and humanity teeters on the brink of extinction. Approximately 70% of the human population has transformed into zombies. This is merely a conservative estimate. It could be even higher. The societal order we once knew has disintegrated, and bloodshed has become the prevailing theme. Amongst humanity, what remains are only primal desires and violence, with individuals fixated solely on survival in this apocalyptic landscape. Each chilling word that escaped Su Chen's lips plunged Mei Runin into despair, her heart growing cold at the grim reality that far exceeded her worst fears. How could this be? Overwhelmed by hopelessness and uncertainty about her future, she pondered her next steps in a world turned upside down at the onset of the apocalypse. Her phone still had battery life, allowing her to contact her family and confirm their safety. However, her family resided in the capital, over 1,000 kilometers away. Beyond her reach, the individuals assigned by her family to protect her in Haicheng had ceased communication after the apocalypse began. Otherwise, how could Mei Runin have remained trapped for such an extended period? It was evident that, had Su Chen not appeared unexpectedly, she might have starved to death in the car. Chapter 27. Departure. Seeing the troubled expression on Mei Runin's face, Su Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. She was in disarray, providing him with the perfect opportunity to pursue her heart. However, he also understood the need for caution. Mei Runin was not easily deceived, and he must not let her detect his intentions. "Professor Mei, it is unwise to linger here." He urged that we cannot predict when zombies might appear. It would be safer to leave as soon as possible. Su Chen deemed this location unsuitable for conversation and prepared to escort Mei Runin away. Just then, a few zombies did indeed materialize nearby, likely drawn by the commotion from Su Chen's earlier confrontation. What a fortuitous turn of events. Su Chen silently applauded the zombies for providing him with a perfect excuse to usher Mei Runin away. The previously repugnant creatures now appeared almost endearing in his eyes. How fortuitous that they had emerged just after his remark, as if to assist him in his endeavor. Upon seeing the zombies, Mei Runin became increasingly agitated. She had been thoroughly frightened by them over the past days. Had she not possessed a strong inner resolve, she might have succumbed to madness. Su Chen recognized that, given Mei Runin's frail state, merely standing was a challenge. Let alone running, he swiftly cradled her in his arms, her delicate form trembling slightly as it was her first experience being carried in such a manner. She did not rebuke Su Chen for his boldness, believing his actions were necessitated by her weakness. Burying her face in his chest in a display of shyness, the renowned Ice Queen of Haicheng University unveiled such vulnerability. Had anyone else witnessed this, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Alas, this tender moment was witnessed by none but Su-chun. Mei Runen's slight frame did not hinder his movement. In fact, he could have dealt with the zombies first, but the potential benefits of capturing Mei Runen's heart outweighed the trivial loss of a few points for not slaying them. With Mei Runen in his embrace, Su-chun sprinted through the underground parking lot, carefully controlling his speed to maintain a mere meter or two distance from the zombies, creating an appearance of danger that would surely impress her. This was a performance crafted solely for Mei Runen's eyes, an archetypal hero saving the damsel in distress. Though the trope was somewhat cliché, it was undeniably effective in garnering affection that I end this process. One must not appear overly at ease. Otherwise, others may not perceive the danger as significant, and the goodwill garnered will be minimal. However, one must also avoid projecting excessive difficulty, which could lead to a breakdown in composure. At present, Su-chun strikes a perfect balance, effectively conveying the peril while retaining the capacity to guard against unforeseen events that may arise at any moment. Throughout their journey, Mei Ruonan's admiration for Su-chun has soared. For the first time, she encounters a man who selflessly saves her. Observing Mei Ruonan's expression, he realizes that his arduous performance has not gone awry, and a subtle smile graces his lips. Despite Su-chun's attempts to control the pace, it does not take long for them to reach the parking lot. Having spent an extended period in the darkness, Mei Ruonan finds herself somewhat unaccustomed to the sunlight. If possible, could we visit my dormitory at school? I left some belongings there that would be beneficial for us. She inquires with a cool voice emanating from her embrace that MY residence is relatively secluded. There should not be many zombies nearby. After spending some time in Su-chun's arms, Mei Ruonan is no longer as bashful as she was at the outset. Her words imply that the items at her home hold significant importance and could prove invaluable in this apocalyptic scenario. Su-chun has no intention of declining her request, as he too is curious about what these items might be. Now that Mei Ruonan is in his possession, he cannot allow her to slip away. Not a problem. Please guide me, and I shall follow your directions, he responds. Under Mei Ruonan's guidance, Su-chun makes his way to the apartment where she resides at Haicheng University, encountering zombies along the way. Su-chun continues to evade them. After all, how could a battle compare to the delicate beauty cradled in his arms? This is not the moment for him to showcase his prowess. Previously, he had faced zombies head-on, wielding his blade to decapitate them. Now, however, he finds himself dodging zombies, a novel experience that he finds intriguing. With his agile physique, the ordinary zombies cannot even come close. After a few deft maneuvers, he successfully eludes the pursuing undead. While evading zombies and following Mei Ruonan's directions, Su-chun finally arrives at her apartment after much effort. Owning an independent apartment at Haicheng University speaks volumes about her status. Upon reaching her doorstep, he notices that no zombies have followed them, that we're home. You may set me down now. I can walk on my own. At this moment, Mei Ruonan regains her composure, hurriedly extricating herself from Su-chun's embrace. Her long legs touching the ground once more, it is evident that her fair cheeks are now tinged with a faint blush. Strangely, she finds herself reminiscing about Su-chun's embrace. During that brief moment, she experienced an unprecedented sense of security, something she had not felt from a male figure in many years. She perceives that Su-chun displays no fear in the face of the grotesque zombies. Her feelings towards Su-chun become somewhat complex, leaving her uncertain whether they are positive or negative, that if Su-chun were to learn of her thoughts, he would undoubtedly be pleased. The trope of the hero rescuing the damsel is the simplest and most effective narrative device. Regaining her rationality, Mei Ruonan temporarily suppresses her unusual feelings that I have arrived home. Let us hurry inside. Swiftly unlocking the door with her fingerprint, she turns to Su-chun, urging, "Come inside. It would be troublesome if the nearby zombies were to discover us." As she speaks, she takes Su-chun's hand and leads him into the apartment. Click. Once the door closes behind them, Mei Ruonan's tense heart finally eases, at least for the moment, free from the threat of zombies. Upon entering, Su-chun is struck by the luxurious decor of the apartment. Not only does she possess such a residence at Haicheng University, but it is also exquisitely adorned. His curiosity about Mei Ruonan's identity intensifies. Turning to Su-chun, she says, "Please have a seat in the living room. I will go upstairs to retrieve something and will return shortly." Without pausing for rest, She hurriedly ascends the stairs, eager to check if her belongings remain in her room. Su Chun, too, is intrigued by what she intends to retrieve. Chapter 28. Communication before long. As Su Chun relaxes on the living room sofa, he sees Mei Ruonan descending the stairs, cradling a small iron box in her arms. She approaches the living room and carefully places the box on the table before the sofa. Her meticulous actions reveal that she places great importance on the contents of the iron box. When it opens, Su Chun is taken aback by what he sees. Inside lies a handgun, several bullets, and 3 grenades. The handgun is one thing, but grenades are quite unexpected. Mei Ruonan's background must be quite extraordinary. No wonder she was insistent on returning. These weapons could serve as her protection. She explains that these items were given to her by her family for self-defense. The presence of such items indicates that Mei Ruonan hails from a remarkably influential background, one that transcends ordinary lineage. Could it be that you are the young lady of the Mei family from the capital? Su Chun speculates, directly voicing his thoughts. Mei Ruonan remains silent, merely nodding in affirmation. So, she truly is the young lady of the Mei family. Su Chun is astonished. Her status explains why no one dares to offend her at Haicheng University. The Mei family is one of the 5 top-tier families in the capital, unmatched by any other family of similar standing. It is no wonder that she possesses such items within her apartment. That moment, Mei Ruonan unexpectedly pushes the box towards Su Chun. Take these items with you. Her gesture leaves Su Chun utterly bewildered. Typically, one would expect her to safeguard these items for her own protection. Why would she so readily relinquish them to another? Without fear of potential mishaps? For Su Chun, a firearm may not hold much utility. His Tang Dao is far more effective. Yet, for an ordinary person, a gun is an invaluable tool for survival, let alone the greater destructive power of grenades. Are you truly giving me these items? Do you not fear entrusting them to someone else? Su Chun candidly expresses his doubts, his gaze fixed upon Mei Ruonan's gem-like eyes, attempting to discern her true intentions. Mei Ruonan is not surprised by Su Chun's reaction. She understands that her actions would baffle anyone. Sitting up straight, she smiles and explains, I am giving these items to you because I have my own reasoning. In my view, they will prove far more useful in your possession. Her eyes lock onto Su Chun's, unwavering in her conviction. You were able to defeat those zombies earlier, weren't you? From the beginning. You dispatched several of them. Her tone is assertive, brimming with confidence. When you led me out of the underground parking lot, I inadvertently noticed numerous zombies lying dead along the route. They must have been slain by someone. You exhibited no surprise upon seeing the fallen zombies. Coincidentally, only the path from where I was trapped to the parking lot was littered with their corpses. No other area had such remnants. Coupled with your claim of coming specifically to rescue me, I deduced that those zombies were likely dealt with by you. Mei Ruonan articulates her reasoning with clarity and logical coherence. Regaining her former self-assured demeanor, the timid woman from earlier feels like a mere figment of the imagination. Now, Mei Ruonan embodies the image of a goddess pursued by many, radiating an allure that is undeniably captivating. As she meticulously analyzes the situation, it almost seems as though she is implying that Su Chun's actions were to seize an advantage over her. In response, Su Chun touches his nose, feigning calmness as he clears his throat. Ahem. I had to hold you to ensure your safety, which is why I carried you away. This explanation barely convinces him. Mei Ruonan wears an expression of realization, having discerned Su Chun's underlying thoughts. However, given that Su Chun came specifically to save her, she has no intention of probing further into his motivations. What truly matters now is another matter entirely. She wishes to understand Su Chun's true purpose in rescuing her. I want to know why you saved me. Did I need to know the real reason? She states, emphasizing the word real. It is clear that she desires Su Chun to speak candidly. Seeing that Mei Ruonan has pressed him to such an extent, Su Chun feels no need to conceal the truth any longer. The reason is simple. I saved you because of who you are. You are the dream girl of countless individuals, myself included, before the apocalypse. The chasm separating us was insurmountable. It was a mere fantasy to hope for you. Yet now, in this new world, I will inevitably become the person who thrives most abundantly and safely. That I am not being arrogant. I possess the confidence to believe this. As Su Chun speaks, an unparalleled self-assurance envelopes him, a conviction bestowed by the system, As long as the system remains, his future is boundless. He confided in Mei Runin about his sanctuary and the supplies he possessed, reasoning that she would inevitably discover these things sooner or later. Whether he revealed them now or later would yield the same result. That as for other matters, Su Chen decided to wait until Mei Runin signed the soul contract before divulging any further information. After listening to Su Chen's words, Mei Runin fell into deep contemplation. After a long pause, she spoke again, inquiring, "Are you the one who was hoarding supplies like crazy a while back?" Su Chen was not taken aback. Given Mei Runin's status, it would have been more surprising had she been unaware of this. Now, there was no need for concealment, and he nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed. That was I. Did you already know that the apocalypse was coming?" Mei Runin asked directly, posing the most crucial question. Any rational person could surmise that Su Chen was likely aware of the impending doom. This query rendered Su Chen momentarily silent as he opted to respond. Having reached this juncture in their conversation, it was beneficial to be candid. "Yes, I am indeed aware that the apocalypse is imminent, which is why I began stockpiling supplies in advance." Upon receiving the answer she sought, Mei Runin's pupils constricted sharply. She comprehended the gravity of what lay beneath his words. She did not question why Su Chen had not informed others about the apocalypse. She understood his reasoning well enough and knew she would have acted similarly. No one would believe such news. Instead, they would deem him mad. Were it not for the simultaneous announcements of the apocalypse by leaders around the globe, no one would accept it as truth. She understood Su Chen's perspective. Since he could not save others, he would do his utmost to save himself, that it was not a matter of good or evil, but rather human nature. In truth, Mei Runin had not anticipated that Su Chen would directly share such vital secrets with her, treating her as if she were not an outsider. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. She could clearly sense Su Chen's feelings towards her. Had it been anyone else, she would have long since rejected them. Yet Su Chen had saved her life, and she did not harbor any disdain for him. When she had previously given him the gun and grenades, her gratitude was genuine, but there was also an underlying desire to align herself with him. Chapter 29. Making a decision, Mei Runin realized that her forthcoming choices were of paramount importance. Just moments ago, after her phone had charged upstairs, she learned that the current network signals were fragmented into numerous zones, allowing her only 3 monthly opportunities to communicate with her family far away in the capital. She understood that her only reliance now lay with Su Chen. After several discussions, she had come to grasp Su Chen's abilities and character. Frankly speaking, from every conceivable angle, Su Chen was undoubtedly her best option at present. This decision could potentially affect her entire life, necessitating careful consideration. After extensive deliberation, she needed to pose a few more questions before arriving at a conclusion that would influence her future. She inquired once more, "Do you know when the apocalypse will end? Will there be new upheavals in this world?" Su Chen glanced at Mei Runin, surprised that she would pose such questions. While others were preoccupied with survival strategies during the apocalypse, she had noticed something different. Had it been someone else, they might not have known how to respond. Yet Su Chen was precisely the only one in this world aware of the true circumstances. Looking up at Mei Runin, he spoke solemnly, "This is merely the beginning. The apocalypse is far more complex than you can imagine. The future for humanity will be dire, and the calamities will grow increasingly horrific. While I cannot guarantee the safety of others, I can assure you that as long as I am alive, my people will be able to endure the apocalypse securely. You may find it hard to believe what I say, but it is the truth. I possess the confidence to survive the apocalypse that at this point, Su Chen had essentially conveyed everything he could. Now, the choice lay with Mei Runin that as it stood, no one could possibly be a more suitable candidate than Su Chen. Upon hearing his words, Mei Runin's expression shifted dramatically. Understanding the implications of his message, she realized that the future would only worsen. Her eyes seemed to lose their sparkle. Humanity was already struggling to survive. According to Su Chen, would the future not hold even the hope of existence? The one who spoke such words was Su Chen, the very person who could foresee the apocalypse. There was no reason for him to deceive her regarding this matter, thus lending a high degree of credibility to his words. Having reached this point, she had made up her mind. "Aside from me, are there others in your sanctuary?" Su Chen chose not to withhold information and revealed the situation regarding Li Tingting and the others, believing it prudent to prepare Mei Runin for the reality. Upon receiving Su Chen's response, Mei Runin regarded him with a bemused smile. She had long suspected that Su Chun could not be a monogamous individual. She was accustomed to such matters. Even her father had several concubines, and capable men in this world tended to be the same. Even if she chose Su Chun, she needed to ensure her future standing. All men are like this. I do not insist on much, but I wish for you to guarantee me one thing. Upon hearing this, Su Chun understood that Mei Runin was opting to align herself with him. And his previous efforts had not been in vain. As long as her request was not excessive, he would not refuse. Speak, and I shall grant it if it is within my power. Mei Runin shot Su Chun a glance. Recognizing the underlying implication in his words, whether he could fulfill it rested solely on his assurance. She did not intend to hold this against him, that I will not be treated as a subordinate. Her tone was resolute. This was Mei Runin's bottom line. As the eldest daughter of the Mei family, she could not be reduced to a lesser role, not even in the apocalypse, while she could compromise on other matters. This one was non-negotiable. Regardless of her background or personal dignity, she could never accept a position of subservience. Certainly, Su Chun responded without hesitation, immediately acquiescing. This request was not only reasonable, but also quite lenient. He appreciated Mei Runin even more for expressing her stance so clearly. Why would he refuse her when she had laid her cards on the table? Very well. As long as you treat me sincerely, I shall not betray you. I, Su Chun, do not claim to be a good man, but any promise I make shall be honored. He looked earnestly at Mei Runin, ensuring she understood that he was a person worthy of her trust. Su Chun considered himself a good man, one who could maintain balance in any situation. At this juncture, Mei Runin had no choice but to place her faith in Su Chun. Of course, Su Chun would not forget the most crucial matter, the contract. Regardless of whether he trusted her or not, anyone who followed him must sign their name on the soul contract to ensure their safety. For human hearts are the most intricate of enigmas. No one could ever be entirely certain of the changes in another's heart, unless one resorted to violence to obliterate their will, rendering them mere tools devoid of thought. Su Chun had the capacity to accomplish this, but found such actions beneath him. Once a person loses their personality and capacity for thought, are they even still human? When the moment felt right, Su Chun produced the soul contract and placed it before Mei Runin. Signing this contract signifies our unity. This is a soul contract that binds all who have fixed their names. Only by signing the contract can I place my complete trust in you. Everyone who joins my sanctuary must sign. No one is exempt. Mei Runin found Su Chun's words intriguing. A contract that could control souls was something she had never heard of before, had it not been for his expression, which appeared genuine. She might have thought he was jesting. Holding the soul contract in her hands, she scrutinized it for any anomalies but found none, ultimately deciding to let it go. After glancing at the contents of the contract, her beautiful eyes swept over Su Chun once more. Although the content was brief, it assured Su Chun's absolute authority, quelling any hidden dangers in their infancy. She silently approved of Su Chun's approach. In the apocalypse, ensuring one's safety was of utmost importance. Having chosen to align with Su Chun, Mei Runin exhibited no resistance to the soul contract, but on the contrary, she felt a sense of anticipation. Wondering if the soul contract was truly as extraordinary as Su Chun claimed. If it were a deception, she would not suffer any loss, but her impression of Su Chun would inevitably diminish. Using such tactics to deceive her would be quite lowbrow. If it were genuine, she would be pleased, for it would indicate that Su Chun held significant secrets that if he could produce a soul contract, what other wondrous things might he possess? Not to mention, at the very least, in the apocalypse, they could lead more prosperous and secure lives. That it is worth noting that for an ordinary person to survive the apocalypse is already a formidable challenge. How much more difficult would it be to thrive? Surely, there could be few in the world who enjoyed such a privilege. Without a hint of hesitation, she took up the pen and inscribed her name upon the contract. In the next moment, the soul contract transformed into a radiant light and vanished into her mind, leaving her in a state of astonishment. Mei Runin could distinctly feel that, just as Su Chun had asserted, under the influence of the contract, she was incapable of harboring any malice towards him. Any thoughts detrimental to his well-being were entirely suppressed. Aside from this, she found herself largely unchanged. The sole difference was the presence of another person in her heart, a future reliance. In that instant, she recognized that her choice had not been in vain. Indeed, Su Chun's future held boundless potential. Given his ability to produce such a miraculous soul contract, what could he not achieve? Chapter 30. Another one. Once all matters have been settled, Su Chen said, "You should rest well. Once you feel rejuvenated, we will set off to meet the others." He carefully stored the handgun, remarking that using it against zombies could easily lead to unforeseen accidents, potentially attracting hordes of them. That he then collected all the items from the iron box and transferred them into the spatial ring. Now that Mei Runin had become one of his own, he no longer needed to conceal it and openly displayed the spatial ring. This is a spatial ring. You possess such a fantastical item as well? Mei Runin exclaimed, astonished as she beheld the uniquely designed ring on Su Chen's finger. Indeed, Su Chen nodded in affirmation. It contains a space of 1,000 cubic meters, which should suffice for my needs at present. What, 1,000 cubic meters? Upon hearing this, Mei Runin was first taken aback, then filled with excitement. So, does that mean I can take all my belongings with me? Initially reluctant to part with her numerous clothes and cosmetics, she realized that with Su Chen's spatial ring, accommodating her personal items would be a trivial matter. With that, she disregarded the need for rest and eagerly pulled Su Chen into her room to handle the necessary arrangements. Upon entering her chamber, however, she suddenly felt bashful, for it was the first time she had actively invited a male into her private quarters. Overcoming her inner turmoil, she retrieved all the items she needed to take and laid them before Su Chen for him to collect into the spatial ring. With a mere wave of his hand, all her belongings vanished. Such was the allure of the spatial ring. It not only alleviated much hassle, but also saved a considerable amount of time. This left Mei Runin envious, pondering when she might also possess a spatial ring. Even if it were not as grand as Su Chen's, is it possible to obtain a spatial ring? She inquired. Her eyes filled with anticipation, much to Su Chen's surprise that he had not anticipated that such an item would captivate her so profoundly that Dio not speak merely of spatial rings. If you grant me time, I could procure even items that extend life, and resurrecting the dead would not be a formidable challenge, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. The system mall is replete with all manner of goods, as long as one has sufficient points. Anything desired can be acquired. What? Mei Runin was once again taken aback by Su Chen's words. The more time she spent with him, the more delightful surprises he unveiled. Then, as if struck by a thought, she quietly asked, "Do you possess anything that can maintain one's appearance?" "Of course. There are numerous items for beauty and eternal youth, but I will need time. I cannot procure them immediately." The items in the system mall were vast and varied, and maintaining one's appearance was but a trifling matter. Upon receiving Su Chen's affirmative response, Mei Runin was utterly elated, her eyes brimming with desire. Su Chen understood that women held an immense fascination for items that preserved their beauty. But he had not expected Mei Runin to exhibit such fervor. It was as if this icy goddess had become irresistibly charming. In truth, Su Chen had intended to purchase beauty-maintaining items for everyone once his points were sufficient. If they were to remain youthful, he would ultimately benefit as well. He certainly would not hesitate to spend his points. Rest assured, I will find a way to acquire them for you, for reasons unknown. As he made this assurance, Su Chen gently pinched Mei Runin's delicate, fair cheek. To his surprise, she did not resist his affectionate gesture. Her cheeks flushed, and she merely shot him a playful glare. Having chosen Su Chen, she was mentally prepared for such interactions, especially since this gesture was merely affectionate and well within her comfort zone. Then, as if struck by another thought, she composed herself and spoke again. "Would you mind if I were to add another person?" This statement left Su Chen somewhat bewildered, suspecting he might have misheard that I wished to rescue another person. Would it be possible for her to enter the refuge as well? Mei Runin continued, clarifying her intent to avoid any misunderstanding. "This person you should have met, Guan Xinyue. She is my dear friend and confidant. However, she tends to be quite mysterious and rarely makes her presence known. At this juncture, Su Chen recalled who Mei Runin was referring to. They had crossed paths a few times, primarily when he was seeking Mei Ruonin. In terms of appearance, Guan Xinyue was no less striking than Mei Runin. Yet her notoriety was rather limited, as Su Chen had only heard that Guan Xinyue had deep connections at Haicheng University and seldom interacted with others. Many graduates were unaware of her existence, highlighting just how low-key she was. Had it not been for Mei Runin's mention, he might have forgotten that such a person existed at their school. However, he was surprised that Mei Runin would involve her close friend in this matter. Naturally, Su Chen had no reason to refuse such a request. Who would turn down an opportunity as beneficial as this? Yet he pondered the rationale behind Mei Runen's decision, observing the perplexed expression on Su Chen's face. Mei Runen elaborated, I just discovered a message from Xinyue. I've re-established contact with her. She is alone at the school, and her remaining food supply will not last for many more days. Hence, I thought of you. I figured you wouldn't mind adding another gorgeous woman to your refuge. Cough, cough, cough. Su Chen cleared his throat. Since she is your friend, I certainly agree. My refuge has ample space and abundant resources. Accommodating a few more individuals is no issue at all. After all, saving a life is worth more than the construction of a grand pagoda. I am, after all, a well-known philanthropist. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Mei Runen could not help but roll her eyes. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to stifle her retort, recognizing that it was her request that prompted such a response from him. She was aware that had Guanxin not been a great beauty, Su Chen would not have acquiesced so readily. Truly, men were often so predictable. Chapter 31. The library after tidying up all her belongings. Mei Runen managed to take a brief hour's nap. Though the time was short, her spirits were significantly rejuvenated, and walking normally posed no difficulty. Once everything was in order, Su Chen escorted her out of the apartment. As they walked side by side, Su Chen wielded his tang knife in his right hand, ever vigilant of their surroundings, and no longer needing to conceal his prowess in front of Mei Runen. He displayed his formidable strength in its entirety. Every zombie they encountered along the way fell beneath the blade of his knife, dispatched with swift and decisive efficiency. Such formidable strength left Mei Runen beside him in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Initially, she felt somewhat uneasy witnessing such a gruesome scene, but as Su Chen continued to slay the undead with increasing ease, she gradually acclimated to the carnage that as their companionship deepened. She discovered more secrets about Su Chen, and his unintentional charm became ever more captivating. Having observed Su Chen dispatching zombies effortlessly, she understood why he held little regard for firearms. A single blade could resolve a zombie with far greater convenience than a handgun. In Su Chen's perspective, a pistol was more suited for guarding against treacherous humans than for exterminating zombies. That in the conventional mindset of an ordinary person, firearms are perceived as more threatening than knives. After all, there was only one Su Chen. Others could not handle the undead with such ease. The commotion caused by Su Chen's relentless assaults on the zombies attracted considerable attention. Those who were unaware of Su Chen recognized Mei Runen, and, witnessing the scene, women felt envious of her for having such a powerful protector, while men envied Su Chen not only for his strength, but also for winning the admiration of such a stunning beauty as Mei Runen. They yearned to rush forth and seek his tutelage. As for Su Chen himself, he paid no mind to the thoughts of these onlookers. He led Mei Runen towards the location of Guanxin. The fates of others were of no concern to him. Mei Runen also noticed the gazes of those nearby and shared similar sentiments. She had no desire to urge Su Chen to rescue them. Although she felt sympathy for these people, she was no naive saint. Lacking strength herself, relying on Su Chen, she would not implore him to save others. She was aware of the limitations of the shelter, which could not accommodate too many individuals. Naturally, ensuring the safety of their own was paramount. She could only offer silent prayers for those individuals and then put them out of her mind, instead contemplating how to persuade her dear friend Guanxin to join them in seeking refuge with Su Chen. Others, noticing Su Chen's indifference to their plight, wished to cry out for help, but were too afraid to do so. Fearing it might attract nearby zombies. As for Su Chen, he held no thoughts for these individuals. Most of the zombies within Haicheng University had been dealt with by him, leaving only a handful behind. If those people could muster a bit of courage, they could easily handle the remaining zombies. Unfortunately, they cherished their lives too dearly to take risks. Only when faced with absolute peril would they consider confronting the undead. Observing their cowardice reminded Su Chen of Zhang Chong and others from not long ago. Their actions, though contemptible, exhibited a bravery in confronting zombies that these individuals could learn from. He could not deny that in the apocalypse, it was often the nefarious like Zhang Chong who thrived primarily because they dared to fight. Only through desperation could they hope to survive. Su Chen, on the other hand, was able to preserve his own safety due to the system he possessed. As he continued to slay zombies, Su Chen pondered the gains of his journey. Initially, he sought only to rescue Li Tingting and her companions. Yet inadvertently, he had discovered Mei Runen's whereabouts, followed by information about Guanxin. The unexpected joys multiplied. Having them was once a dream he dared not entertain. Yet now it was within his grasp. An indescribable sense of bliss filled him. In the apocalypse, what women truly required were merely two conditions: a secure environment and an ample supply of food. He fulfilled both conditions. Surely, few could rival him in this regard. Thud. Another zombie collapsed to the ground. Based on the information provided by Mei Runin, they were now quite close to the library where Guan Xinyue was located. Along the way, Mei Runin detailed Guan Xinyue's background. She was the daughter of the president of Haicheng University and served as the librarian, living a life of discretion, rarely appearing before others. Their friendship blossomed from a chance encounter, revolving solely around mundane matters. Mei Runin did not know much about Guan Xinyue, only that she maintained an air of mystery, likely due to her father's influence, leaving many to speculate about her clandestine activities. Of course, despite Guan Xinyue's enigmatic nature, it was impossible for her to avoid notice in the school environment. Apart from being the president's daughter, she was also a beauty rivaling Mei Ruonin. Xu Chen had learned of this understated beauty only after several encounters regarding matters involving Mei Runin. Regrettably, he had yet to engage with Guan Xinyue directly. Upon hearing about her from Mei Runin, he felt both surprised and unsurprised. Given Mei Runin's stature, befriending anyone would pose no issue in terms of status. Guan Xinyue was no match for Mei Runin. The only point of comparison would be their beauty. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the library. As they stepped inside, Xu Chen immediately sensed something amiss. The library appeared eerily empty, devoid of both people and zombies. That it seemed untouched by the devastation and attacks of the undead, an anomaly that puzzled him. Even with a sparse population, such a situation should not exist. Looking around, he noted that everything remained unchanged from his memory. Your friend is rather extraordinary. Xu Chen felt an inkling that Guan Xinyue might be concealing something, not as simple as outsiders perceived. His curiosity piqued. He wondered how Guan Xinyue managed to achieve this. Confronted with the unknown, Xu Chen did not dare to let down his guard. Gripping his tang knife tightly, he heightened his vigilance. While he did not believe many could defeat him in direct combat, it did not mean he was invincible. Caution was prudent. With such a rare beauty in his grasp, he could not afford to falter due to negligence. Taking out the detection device, the results mirrored what he had just observed. No sign of zombies within the library. Chapter 32. The Laboratory Beep. In the silent library, Mei Runin's phone chimed, indicating a message had arrived. She quickly opened her phone to find it was a message from Guan Xinyue, asking them to wait a moment as she was on her way to. Xu Chen glanced up at the overhead camera. Realizing that Guan Xinyue had likely discovered their presence through it, the mystery deepened. Though he could not pinpoint Guan Xinyue's location, he possessed a tool, the detection device. Surely, Guan Xinyue could not evade its scrutiny. If she could, he would have to pay special attention to her. A green that appeared on the detection device, moving towards Xu Chen's location. It seemed this was indeed Guan Xinyue. However, to his astonishment, she was approaching from beneath the library. One green that indicated that apart from Xu Chen and Mei Runin, Guan Xinyue was the only other person inside the library, approximately 10 meters below ground level. What is this? Mei Runin inquired, noticing the sudden appearance of the detection device in Xu Chen's hand. This detection device can sense nearby organisms. Neither humans nor zombies can elude its detection. Red dots signify zombies. Green dots represent humans, and yellow dots indicate animals. He briefly explained the device's functions. Mei Runin, intrigued, took the detection device from Xu Chen's hand and began to examine it. Xu Chen seemed to accumulate more and more extraordinary gadgets. Xian is on her way. Noticing the green dot drawing closer, Mei Runin realized Guan Xinyue was indeed approaching. Sure enough, as she spoke, a stunning, elegantly poised woman appeared before them. Xian. Upon meeting, the two women eagerly embraced. Runin, I've been unable to reach you for days and feared something had happened. Thank goodness you're safe. I've been so worried these past few days. You must make it up to me, Guan Xinyue exclaimed. Relief evident on her face as she saw Mei Runin unharmed. It was clear that their friendship was quite strong. Well, I'm fine. I made it here safely thanks to my formidable companion. His strength is such that ordinary zombies are no match for him. From now on, I'm sticking with him. Why not join us as well? Mei Runin half-jokingly introduced Xu Chen while genuinely expressing her thoughts. After all, she understood that Guan Xinyue was alone and that unforeseen dangers could arise at any moment. Joining Su Chen's refuge would not only provide safety, but also mutual support. That, oh, this is not like you. Guan Xinhua looked at Su Chen with a hint of astonishment, having spent many years together. She was well aware of Mei Runin's character. The admiration that Mei Runin held for Su Chen suggested that their relationship was far from simple. From Mei Runin's words, it seemed she intended to rely entirely on Su Chen. This revelation piqued Guan Xinyue's curiosity immensely. It could not possibly be as straightforward as Mei Runin had portrayed, and there must be deeper secrets at play. Trust me, you will never regret joining us. Mei Runin said earnestly, meeting Guan Xinyue's gaze. That Su Chen was taken aback by this unexpected fervor from Mei Runin to bring Guan Xinyue into his fold. He was certain that beyond their deep sisterly bond, there were other motivations at work. Regardless of the reasons, the ultimate beneficiary would be him, and he couldn't mind. In fact, he hoped to intensify his efforts. Guan Xinyue was no less a stunning beauty than Mei Runin, and it would be disingenuous for Su Chen to claim he wasn't intrigued. However, whether or not he would succeed depended on their forthcoming actions. Yet, Guan Xinyue, still unfamiliar with Su Chen, would not easily acquiesce, especially since she had her own reasons to remain here to avoid impacting their friendship. She deftly shifted the topic. This isn't the place for idle chatter. Follow me to the laboratory, where it will be safer. It seemed that Guan Xinyue had no intention of leaving the premises as she led Mei Runin deeper into the library. Su Chen quietly trailed behind them. Along the way, the two women engaged in conversation. Although he could not discern the specifics of their dialogue, their radiant smiles suggested they were sharing intimate secrets. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had not experienced such a light-hearted atmosphere. It appeared that the camaraderie among friends could temporarily alleviate the sorrow brought about by the end of days. Before long, the trio arrived at a concealed passageway, the entrance cleverly hidden within a wall. Under Guan Xinyue's guidance, they quickly reached her laboratory. Apologies for the disarray. I hope you don't mind, she said. The laboratory was cluttered with various instruments, and there were even some human organs present, indicating that Guan Xinyue's research was related to the human body. That it was no wonder that she was seldom seen. She must spend most of her time conducting experiments. Her role as the librarian was likely a clever facade. Logically, even if she were conducting secret experiments, there should have been some whispers about it. Therefore, one could only conclude that her work was of a nature that could not be accepted by others. Was she conducting live experiments? The moment Su Chen set eyes on the laboratory, this thought crossed his mind. Xinyue, what kind of experiments are you conducting? At that moment, Mei Runin also observed the peculiarities of the laboratory, her suspicions about Guan Xinyue's activities growing. After all these years, she had heard nothing about this laboratory. The secrecy surrounding it was impeccable. If it were a typical confidential lab, she would have caught wind of something. Given her status, facing her best friend's probing questions, Guan Xinyue remained silent for a long time before ultimately deciding to speak the truth. Sigh. At this point, I have nothing left to conceal. This laboratory was established at my request to my father, solely for my use. The information about it must never leave this place. Otherwise, my father and I would face public condemnation. I am researching the potential of the human body, seeking methods to unlock latent abilities. After years of study, just when I finally uncovered a sliver of insight, the apocalypse struck and disrupted all my plans. That Su Chen furrowed his brow. If it were merely a study of human potential, it wouldn't necessitate such stringent secrecy. There must be other reasons involved. Mei Runin shared this sentiment. Guan Xinyue continued, my father has assisted me from the shadows. The organs you see are a result of his help. Upon hearing this, Mei Runin's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, are you conducting live experiments? Chapter 33. Unexpected discovery. Guan Xinyue shook her head, rejecting Mei Runin's assumption. It's not as you think. You should know me well enough to realize I would never engage in such inhumane acts for the sake of research. These organs are not from living individuals. They are from the deceased. The deceased. This revelation only deepened Mei Runin's confusion. Indeed, they are the deceased. However, these corpses are not ordinary. It's not about their identities, but rather the extraordinary powers they exhibited before death. For instance, you may have heard of the woman whose child was trapped beneath a car, and she miraculously lifted the vehicle with one hand to save her child. This is a prime example of human potential being unleashed. Unfortunately, those who experience such explosive potential typically perish shortly thereafter. These organs are sourced from individuals who face similar circumstances that I suspect that their demise was due to the overexertion of some latent power at the moment of potential activation, possibly stemming from their genetics, though I cannot confirm it. Every individual has a threshold for their potential, and this varies from person to person. What I seek is the correct method to surpass this threshold, allowing humanity to unlock its full potential in a healthy manner. Such empowered individuals would be significantly stronger, and it may even lead to evolution. That A.S. Guanxinhua spoke with increasing fervor. She regarded her endeavors as profoundly sacred, all in the name of humanity's future. Why don't you collaborate with those large laboratories? They have the resources and personnel to expedite your discovery of methods to unlock human potential. Mei Runin reiterated her doubts that in response, Guanxinhua dismissed the notion. Those institutions are merely the pawns of wealthy families, that if I were to make a breakthrough, there is a high likelihood I would be imprisoned or silenced on the spot. Once successful, I wouldn't care about that. My findings would undoubtedly be concealed from them, never to see the light of day. Their only concern is themselves. Hence, I would never conduct research for such people. Even if I must go it alone, I am determined to unravel the secrets of human potential. At that moment, Guanxin radiated an aura of boundless confidence. What a remarkable woman! Su Chen's perception of her elevated significantly. From her words, he discerned that she was a genuinely dedicated researcher, but as for Guanxinua's mention of unlocking human potential, Su Chen recalled the preliminary gene serum he had ingested. He might very well be one of the humans she described as having unlocked their potential. The only one in the world capable of achieving such a feat. In that instant, he hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal this information to her. The advantages were readily apparent. If Guanxin sought to learn how to activate potential, she would undoubtedly wish to accompany him. With himself as a living example, escape would be impossible for her. The only concern was whether Guanxin might dissect him in the name of research. Of course, that was merely a jest. Guanxinhua was but a frail woman, posing no threat to him. Then, Su Chen pondered the peculiarities of the library, that he was quite curious about how she had managed to eliminate all the zombies within it. I am intrigued by how a seemingly frail woman like yourself managed to rid the library of all the zombies, that I do not mean to belittle you from my observations. It appears you employed some method to achieve this. Upon hearing Su Chen's inquiry, Guanxinhua turned to regard him, surprised that he had noticed such a detail. That, to be honest, I am equally curious that I am discussing this. I can only attribute it to serendipity. Guanxinhua replied, as she retrieved a vial from the nearby lab table. By chance, I acquired a zombie corpse and discovered something unexpected. Due to some virus, genetic alterations occurred, leading to the transformation into zombies. I found that these altered genes have a fear of something, specifically infrasound. Zombies are exceedingly sensitive to infrasound. Upon exposure, they behave as though they have encountered their nemesis and flee immediately. Upon hearing this, Su Chen and Mei Runin understood why the library was devoid of any zombie presence. That it appeared that Guanxinhua had used infrasound to drive them away. This discovery was indeed invaluable. Capable of saving many lives, unfortunately, the devices capable of generating infrasound were not easily obtainable, especially in the current environment. You are remarkable, Shinya. Mei Runin praised her dear friend without reservation. Yet Guanxinhua did not perceive this discovery as particularly beneficial. Her primary concern lay in finding a safe method to unlock human potential, especially in the aftermath of the apocalypse, as such knowledge would be crucial for humanity's survival in these dire times. Su Chen clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, Miss Guan is indeed a remarkable scientist, capable of discovering the subsonic waves that restrain zombies. Upon hearing Su Chen's compliment, Guanxin felt little stirrings in her heart. Yet his subsequent words rendered her unable to remain composed. Human potential, you say? I believe I may have awakened a portion of my body's capabilities. That Su Chen's calm declaration resonated within the laboratory. Hearing this, Guanxinhua furrowed her brow and replied, Considering you saved Nan Nan, I shall overlook your jest. However, refrain from making light of experiments in front of our research team. If it were someone else with a less forgiving temperament, they might have already begun expelling you. Were it not for her regard for Mei Runin, she would likely not feel inclined to be so courteous. A.S. Mei Runin observed Su Chen. She sensed that he was not fabricating tales merely to capture Guanxinhua's attention. Given Su Chen's possession of those extraordinary tools, perhaps he had genuinely awakened his physical potential. Thus, she interjected, Xinhua, Do not be hasty. I believe Su Chen does not appear to be lying. He possesses many remarkable qualities. And it may indeed be true. Upon hearing her friend's defense of Su Chen, Guan Xingyue scrutinized him closely, pondering what kind of enchantment he had cast upon Mei Runin. After all, the development of human potential is not only challenging but also perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to death. With years of research behind her, Guan Xingyue understood that current technology could not safely facilitate the awakening of human potential, as it entailed far too many unknowns. Chapter 34. Testing. Noticing the skepticism on Guan Xingyue's face, Su Chen felt no anger. He simply needed to lay the facts before her, confident that she would be intrigued, that he understood that researchers like Guan Xingyue are deeply invested in their work. Once he demonstrated the truth of his claims, he would gain leverage over her. Who says I am jesting? If you doubt me, feel free to test it yourself. As he spoke, Su Chen retrieved a metal object from the experimental table and effortlessly crumpled it in his hand. The awakening of potential simply involves surpassing human limits in strength, speed, and reaction. Since I dare to assert this, I possess the relevant evidence. Surely, you have testing instruments available. Encouraged by her friend's words and witnessing Su Chen's earnest demeanor, Guan Xingyue felt a flicker of doubt. Could this possibly be true? Yet, recalling the difficulties involved, she shook her head. Could there truly be someone who could safely awaken their physical potential, with years of research behind her? She was acutely aware of the numerous challenges that lay ahead, and she had long prepared to dedicate her life to this pursuit. Since Su Chen was so confident, she was eager to witness the source of his assurance. Follow me. Guan Xingyue led the way to a room adjacent to the laboratory that I have only 3 types of testing devices here, for strength, speed, and reaction, that if you meet the standards in these 3 areas, it will prove that you have indeed awakened your potential. Su Chen spoke little, approaching the strength testing apparatus directly. Words were futile at this juncture. Actions would speak louder than truth. Su Chen was also curious to discover how powerful he could become after consuming the primary gene serum. He had no testing tools until now, making this an opportune moment to gauge his strength. Standing still, he took a deep breath, clenched his right fist, focused his mind, and began to channel energy into his hand. Guan Xingyue observed Su Chen's movements, pondering what force his punch could yield. Statistically, a normal person generates approximately 60 kilograms of force with a punch, while trained individuals might reach over 100 kilograms. The strongest recorded human punch barely exceeds 226 kilograms. Considering Su Chen's slender build, Guan Xingyue would be astounded if he could muster even 100 kilograms of force. With a fierce shout, Su Chen unleashed his fist toward the force meter. A thunderous roar echoed in everyone's ears as the data on the strength testing apparatus skyrocketed. 100 kg, 300 kg, 500 kg, 1 ton, 5 tons. It ultimately came to a halt at 8.6 tons. 8.6 tons. How is this possible? At that moment, Guan Xingyue felt as if she were losing her sanity or that her eyes were deceiving her. Even Mei Runin, who had held high expectations for Su Chen's abilities, could scarcely fathom such a magnitude of strength. This terrifying force was comparable to that of a speeding bus. Was this truly a strength that a human could possess? Even Su Chen himself was astonished by the figure of 8.6 tons. After consuming the primary gene serum, he had known only that his strength had increased, but he never anticipated it would reach such heights. According to his attribute panel, his capabilities were merely tenfold that of an ordinary person. Yet the actual disparity in strength was staggering. Indeed, only data could provide such a visceral sense of shock. Breathing heavily, Su Chen realized that the sheer effort of that punch had left him somewhat fatigued, an unusual sensation for him, indicating that a full-force release indeed exacted a toll. However, it did not significantly impact him, merely a matter of replenishing his energy. Did your hand reel? It can't possibly be the work of a machine. Mei Runin and Guan Xingyue approached Su Chen from either side, each grasping his arm, their expressions rife with disbelief, questioning whether he might be a robot. Observing their bewildered faces, Su Chen extricated his arm from their grasp. I assure you, I am a genuine human being. If you remain skeptical, we can test it again later. I will let you see for yourself whether I am a robot. He cast a challenging glance at Mei Runin, lowering his gaze slightly. Initially, she did not comprehend his implication, but upon seeing the mischievous expression on his face, she quickly grasped it. Are you mad? She playfully pinched his waist, blushing as she exclaimed, How can you say such things in front of my friend? Seeing her flustered demeanor, Su Chen refrained from further teasing, choosing instead to shift his focus back to Guan Xinyu. Let us continue with the testing. After assessing his strength, he was equally eager to discover the extent of his speed and reaction times. Meanwhile, Guan Xinyue's gaze towards Su Chen had transformed, from initial indifference to fervent enthusiasm. Her bright eyes brimmed with an insatiable thirst for knowledge and excitement. She was beginning to believe that Su Chen had indeed awakened his physical potential. What else could explain such a terrifying level of strength? The culmination of her years of research had seemingly manifested before her. Her remaining rationality kept her from descending into madness, and she nodded in agreement to continue. She yearned to discern the limits of Su Chen's speed and reaction capabilities. Subsequently, she guided Su Chen to a contraption resembling a treadmill. Following her instructions, he commenced the speed test, propelling his legs into motion and progressively increasing his pace. The belt and gears whirred rapidly. 3 ms for ms. Before long, he surpassed 10 ms, which is the current human-created speed limit. Yet this was not Su Chen's maximum. His velocity continued to escalate. As he accelerated, his moving legs became mere blurs, imperceptible to the naked eye. Ultimately, his speed exceeded 20 ms, reaching a staggering 20.7 in. Such a terrifying figure undoubtedly surpassed human limitations for the final reaction test. The results spoke for themselves. The most naturally gifted individuals achieve a reaction time of around 150 milliseconds, while Su Chen clocked in at under 100 milliseconds. After completing 3 tests, both women re-evaluated their understanding of the world. Su Chen turned to Guan Xinyu, speaking nonchalantly, "So, do you now believe that I have genuinely activated my physical potential?" Chapter 35. A shift in attitude following the tests. Guan Xinyue's attitude towards Su Chen underwent a complete transformation. The goal she had once intended to pursue for a lifetime suddenly lay vividly before her. Her emotions were a complex tapestry of excitement, madness, longing, and confusion, difficult to articulate. Ultimately, it culminated in fervor. Indeed, it was fervor. This was Su Chen's assessment of Guan Xinyu at that moment. Her gaze sent ripples of unease through him. How did you achieve this? After a long pause, Guan Xinyu finally posed her most pressing question. Her singular desire was to learn from Su Chen the method of awakening potential. Yet, she was well aware that he would not divulge such secrets. The power that could transform a person into a deity was not something one would share lightly. Guan Xinyu had prepared herself to sacrifice everything, all in pursuit of a single answer. This has been her lifelong pursuit. Regardless of the cost, she is resolute in her commitment. I am willing to sacrifice everything. I shall do whatever is within my power. From the essence of Guan Xinyu, Su Chen perceives the most unadulterated spirit of scientific inquiry, and his heart is inevitably stirred. Alas, he knows he is incapable of such feats. Su Chen is acutely aware that his achievements stem from the consumption of a basic gene serum. He possesses no other means to unlock human potential. However, Guan Xinyu remains oblivious. This is my most vital secret, one that must remain undisclosed. Unless what? Guan Xinyu, filled with hope, presses eagerly, "Name your conditions." Hearing this, Su Chen realizes that Guan Xinyu has unwittingly fallen into his trap. "Unless you become my woman, only then can you share in my secret. Moreover, in the future, I shall assist my woman in awakening her potential. For me, such a task is hardly formidable that Su Chen is not merely toying with Guan Xinyu. He genuinely harbors such intentions, provided his future points are sufficient. He plans to offer every individual in the refuge a basic gene serum that he desires nothing more than for his woman to thrive alongside him. Mei Runan has long been aware of Su Chen's intentions to win over Guan Xinyu. She had intended to do so as well. However, she had not anticipated that Su Chen could also aid others in activating their human potential. To be honest, she finds herself intrigued. After Su Chen's 3 tests, she comprehends deeply that unlocking potential transforms one into something akin to a superhuman. This formidable strength is something she greatly yearns for. Initially, she believed Su Chen to be an anomaly, yet now she discovers she may also have such an opportunity in her future. The mere thought of potentially becoming a being of superhuman caliber sends her heart racing. Were it not for the circumstances, she might have succumbed to the impulse to offer herself to Su Chen right then and there. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Guan Xinyu is astounded. She had not anticipated that Su Chen's conditions would be so straightforward. Indeed, merely becoming Su Chen's woman would grant her the very essence of her lifelong quest. Few could withstand such temptation. Is it truly that simple? You can also assist others in unlocking their potential. Su Chen nods slightly, a proud expression gracing his face. With the system in place, a mere basic gene serum poses no difficulty. I assure you, without a moment's hesitation, Guaxinyue declares, from this day forth, I am yours. After all, she has minimal expectations of her future partner. The conditions Su Chen presents are utterly irresistible. Approaching him, she places his hand against her cheek. Ahem, Su Chen is taken aback by Guaxinyue's forthrightness. He witnesses the fervor of a true scientist, willing to sacrifice everything. Such determination only enhances Guaxinyue's allure in Su Chen's eyes, with her being so proactive. He sees no reason to linger on unnecessary words that he retrieves the soul contract for Guaxinyue to sign, succinctly explaining its functions. Without any hesitation, Guaxinyue signs her name, not even glancing at the contract's contents. Following her signature, the miraculous nature of the soul contract leaves Su Chen appearing even more enigmatic in Guaxinyue's eyes. Very well. I have signed the contract. From now on, I am yours. Now, you must reveal how you activated human potential. Seeing Guaxinyue's urgency, Su Chen cannot help but smile wryly, unsure of how to respond to her. Ultimately, he divulges the truth about his consumption of the basic gene serum. What? Gene serum? You are not deceiving me. Guaxinyue is taken aback by the revelation, feeling both astonished and yet finding it logical. Only the legendary gene serum could yield such results. Activating human potential not only demands immense capability, but also imposes a considerable burden on the cells and genes of an individual. A misstep could lead to genetic collapse, resulting in death. The gene serum entirely circumvents all errors, perfectly enhancing human genetics without any detriment. Consuming the gene serum is indeed the most flawless method to unlock human potential. Do you have any more gene serums? Could you provide me with a sample? Guaxinyue is eager to understand the composition of the gene serum. She yearns to uncover how it enhances genes while preventing damage. Countless questions flood her mind. To validate her theories, she must obtain a sample of the gene serum. Regarding the gene serum, scientists have speculated that only when human civilization reaches a secondary level could it be researched. The secrets surrounding Su Chen multiply, whether it be the soul contract or the gene serum. Guaxinyue realizes these advancements are beyond the current capabilities of humanity. She suspects Su Chen may have received assistance from a higher civilization. Even in the face of impending doom, the existence of advanced civilization is something she can accept. That I currently have no basic gene serums available. However, rest assured, when the opportunity arises, I will provide you with one. I am a man of my word when it comes to my woman. Su Chen's points are sufficient to exchange for the basic gene serum, but he does not intend to give it to Guaxinyue just yet. The easier something is to acquire, the less it is cherished. Moreover, Guaxinyue's intention to use the gene serum for research means he cannot afford such a waste at this stage. Furthermore, he urgently requires points for upgrading the refuge, purchasing supplies, and more. His demand for points will be substantial in the near future. Su Chen's response aligns with Guaxinyue's expectations. She understands the rarity of the gene serum, especially since it can only be obtained from Su Chen. Where shall we go next? Now firmly aligned with Su Chen, Guaxinyue is aware that it is time to leave the laboratory. In truth, she feels a pang of reluctance toward the equipment. But compared to Su Chen's offerings, these items pale in significance, and she must reluctantly part with them. You shall accompany me to my refuge. Noticing the hint of reluctance in Guaxinyue's gaze, Su Chen comprehends her sentiments. Do not mourn. Once we arrive at the refuge, I will construct a new laboratory for you, equipped with even more advanced apparatus than you currently possess. Really? Guaxinyue looks towards Su Chen, her mind racing at the thought that if he can procure a gene serum, acquiring experimental equipment should be a trivial matter. She beams with joy, eager to return to the refuge and have him expedite the establishment of her laboratory. Let us depart at once. Such a capricious Guaxinyue amuses both Su Chen and Mei Runan, rendering her all the more endearing. Mei Runan assists her dear friend in packing her essential research data and instruments, ultimately entrusting them to Su Chen's spatial ring for safekeeping. Gazing at the spatial ring adorning Su Chen's finger, Guaxinyue's eyes gleam with excitement. Humanity's understanding of spatial phenomena remains largely theoretical. This spatial ring could elevate human research into space by several levels. At this moment, Guaxinhua feels an overwhelming desire to extract every ounce of knowledge from Su Chen. His possession of such extraordinary items could incite a frenzy across the scientific community. The thought of being Su Chen's woman and having ample opportunities to acquire these treasures for her research brings a smile to her face. Guaxinua's demeanor piques the curiosity of Mei Runan, who wonders what thoughts occupy her friend's mind. Chapter 36. Shopping spree with Su Chen's assurance. Guaxinhua only takes the crucial experimental data and instruments, discarding everything else. Upon leaving the library, Su Chen does not linger, swiftly bringing both women back to the battle vehicle. Since departing to rescue Mei Runan, 3 to 4 hours have elapsed, and the sky has darkened. The 3 women waiting in the vehicle have grown anxious, fearing something might have befallen Su Chen had they not consistently received his messages. Upon returning to the vehicle, the women introduce themselves to Li Tingting, and her companions are astonished to meet Guaxinhua. They had only heard her name before. They had not anticipated that Su Chen would not only rescue Mei Runan, but also bring back another companion. The atmosphere in the vehicle becomes somewhat peculiar. Thankfully, it is Mei Runan, drawing on her previous identity, who takes the initiative to engage Li Tingting and her friends in conversation, easing the tension. The only discomfort for Su Chen is the feeling of being isolated from the circle of 5 women, who engage in discussions about skincare, beauty, and fashion, topics in which he finds himself unable to contribute, but Su Chen can only grunt quietly, vowing to demonstrate his prowess once they return to the refuge. Repositioning himself in the cockpit, Su Chen prepared to start the armored vehicle and return to the shelter. After such an extended absence, it was indeed time to head back. The gains from this expedition far exceeded his expectations, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. As for gasoline, he could conveniently collect some on the way home. It wouldn't take much time, as Su Chen navigated the armored vehicle confidently along the road. The number of zombies on the way home had significantly decreased, most of them having met their demise under his vehicle previously. At this juncture, Su Chen had no intention of seeking out more zombies. Shortly after departing from Haicheng University, he suddenly noticed a nearby commercial street, predominantly lined with luxury boutiques. He recalled that his previous acquisitions were primarily food, and he had scarcely paid attention to clothing. With so many women accompanying him back to the shelter, he realized he hadn't prepared any attire for them. Since they had become his women, it was only right that they should be well-dressed. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to procure some garments. Upon sharing his thoughts with the women, they erupted in jubilant cheers. Prior to the apocalypse, each of them relished shopping in such places, harboring dreams of emptying these stores. The prospect of freely selecting items delighted them immensely. Previously, they could only gaze longingly at clothes, jewelry, and cosmetics. Now, they could choose at will. Su Chen turned the vehicle towards the heart of the commercial street and drove into the largest shopping mall. Before the apocalypse unfolded, most people had fled to other areas to hoard supplies, resulting in the once bustling mall being relatively deserted. Given that this location primarily sold luxury goods, it had not attracted many scavengers. Had Su Chen not been aware of this, he would not have chosen to come here. Typically, the commercial street was teeming with people, numbering in the thousands, a situation he could hardly contend with. After parking the vehicle in the mall, Su Chen disembarked and utilized his detection device, discovering that the presence of zombies within the mall was indeed scarce. Perhaps only about 10 were approaching. Drawn in by the noise of the armored vehicle, grabbing his weapon, he awaited their arrival. A few hulking zombies, upon spotting Su Chen, charged at him like sharks sensing blood, heedless of their impending doom. Having witnessed such scenes countless times, Su Chen felt no trepidation. With a swift draw of his blade, he severed heads with fluid precision. The entire process was seamless. To Su Chen, these ordinary zombies were akin to meat on a chopping block, easily dispatched and posing no threat whatsoever. Were it not for the points awarded for slaying these common zombies, he would have long since lost interest in them. The more he engaged, the more adept he became at wielding his power. Thus far, Su Chen had yet to encounter an adversary capable of compelling him to exert his full strength. Once all the zombies were dispatched, Su Chen confirmed with his detection device that the mall was devoid of any further threats. Only then did he inform the women in the vehicle that they could disembark. Had it not been for the knowledge of zombies lurking outside, they would have eagerly exited much sooner. After hearing of Su Chen's successful eliminations, they could hardly contain their excitement as they stepped out of the vehicle in droves, heading towards the luxury shops. Now, The vast mall was devoid of any other living souls aside from them. Countless designer clothes, bags, and jewelry awaited their selection, free for the taking, without concern for financial constraints. The notion of zero-cost shopping was undoubtedly the most exhilarating experience. This was the dream of every woman. As they surveyed the myriad luxury counters, the women selected items with discernment. They exhibited a tacit understanding, avoiding nearly useless luxury items like bags, instead focusing on clothing. They chose not only regular attire, but a multitude of professional outfits, including sailor suits, JK uniforms, maid costumes, and alluring lingerie. None were overlooked. Silk stockings in black, white, and lace. Everything was swept clean. Su Chen observed the frenzy of procurement with unwavering patience, feeling a surge of excitement at their choices. They truly understood his desires. In truth, it was not that they comprehended Su Chen's heart. Rather, they had an innate understanding of what men favored. After all, a man's interests are few, with a smile. Su Chen stored the items they had selected within his spatial ring, contemplating whether to host a fashion show or a lingerie showcase upon their return to the shelter, activities that promised both joy and health. Initially, the women hesitated over whether to select provocative outfits, feeling somewhat bashful that it was unclear who initiated the comparison, but soon a competitive spirit arose, ultimately benefiting Su Chen. Healthy competition fostered a closer bond among them, and Su Chen was determined to encourage this dynamic, as it might yield even greater surprises, of a nature that men inherently understand. Clearing his throat, Su Chen focused on the task at hand, gathering all the items into his spatial ring. The spatial ring alleviated numerous burdens. Noticing that they had nearly collected everything, it was time to depart. However, the women still seemed somewhat reluctant to leave. Having grown fond of this zero-cost shopping experience, the allure of acquiring anything they desired was a temptation few could resist. The group, freshly invigorated by their shopping spree, prepared to return to the vehicle. Su Chen detected an anomaly on his device. He observed a group of people slowly approaching the mall. Although he was uncertain of their intentions, he sensed they were not likely here for him. Given their current pace, there was no time for the women to return to the vehicle. To be cautious, Su Chen retrieved a handgun from his spatial ring and handed it to Mei Runan. People are coming. Take this gun and be careful. If a conflict arises, use it to protect yourselves. Do not let anyone approach you. Upon hearing Su Chen's instructions, Mei Runan solemnly accepted the handgun and nodded. Fully aware that Su Chen was merely exercising caution, as Su Chen's group reached the first floor, the approaching individuals entered the mall, leading to an unexpected encounter. Upon seeing Su Chen and his companions, the newcomers paused in astonishment. A gathering of young women and a single young man, a rather peculiar assembly that elicited surprise. They had not anticipated encountering anyone else at the mall before them. Noticing the armored vehicle parked centrally, they speculated that it must belong to Su Chen's group. Likewise, Su Chen scrutinized the sudden arrivals. Each of them wielded weapons, kitchen knives, axes, and various iron implements for protection. It appeared they were likely residents from the vicinity, venturing to the mall to procure supplies. "Who are you?" A burly middle-aged man gripping an axe stepped forward to inquire. "You are clearly not locals. Who permitted your presence here? Furthermore, is that armored vehicle outside yours? Provide me with the details of your arrival." He observed that Su Chen and his companions were exceedingly youthful, attempting to assert dominance through intimidation, a tactic he often employed. Simultaneously, he was taken aback. Merely seeking supplies had led them to a group of exquisite young women. Regardless of the perspective, it resembled a wealthy young man out on an outing with his entourage. The possession of an armored vehicle indicated that Su Chen's identity was anything but ordinary. In terms of combat prowess, he did not perceive Su Chen as a credible threat. Su Chen chuckled lightly. "You lack the authority to question me. This is not your territory. I come and go as I please. Your intentions here are of no concern to me. Mind your own business." Su Chen similarly dismissed the group, viewing them as mere ordinary folk that if a confrontation ensued, he could easily overpower them all. He had no desire for excessive dialogue with these individuals as long as they did not initiate trouble. He was no mindless killer. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the group was infuriated. How arrogant! This was their initial impression of him. He seemed to regard them with disdain, prompting a desire to teach him a lesson. The middle-aged leader was equally enraged. When had a mere youth dared to speak back to him, accustomed to barking orders at his subordinates, He found Su Chen's audacity intolerable. However, years of self-control kept his anger in check, and he buried it deep within. One of the men beside him stepped forward. "You insolent brat! How dare you address Brother Wang in such a manner? Whatever Brother Wang wishes to ask, you should respond respectfully. Brother Wang has a good temper. If it were me, you wouldn't fare well." At first glance, it was evident that this individual was the loyal subordinate of the so-called Brother Wang. He regarded Su Chen with disdain. Perceiving no threat from him and his companions, believing they could easily manipulate their opponent, that in truth, he harbored a keen interest in the group of beautiful women surrounding Su Chen. Having lived so long, he had never encountered such exquisite beauty, and it was particularly striking that all of them were stunning, that he felt a deep sense of envy and jealousy towards Su Chen, even contemplating the idea of usurping his position. Others in the crowd began to advise Su Chen to simply apologize, considering themselves benevolent. However, Su Chen had no intention of accepting their supposed goodwill. He was not a subordinate of this so-called Brother Wang. And being confronted with such arrogance was already a testament to his patience. That in the pre-apocalyptic era, Su Chen might have shown some deference to someone like Brother Wang. But now, in this world where strength reigned supreme, he could no longer tolerate those who relied on power to dominate others. "What is wrong with the way I speak?" Su Chen challenged. Not convinced? The more he dismissed them, the calmer Brother Wang appeared, even obstructing his underling who intended to teach Su Chen a lesson. "Young man, do not be overly impetuous. This society is not what it once was. If something were to go awry, no one would be able to advocate for you." Brother Wang's gaze at Su Chen subtly hinted at a threat, believing that by exerting some pressure, Su Chen would meekly capitulate. His eyes inadvertently scanned the group of women, revealing his hidden intentions toward them. Ha ha ha! Su Chen was unwilling to continue this futile exchange. "What if I am impetuous? If the youth are not spirited, then what is the essence of youth?" He continued. "Stop your incessant prattling. Either mind your own business or we can have a contest right here." As he spoke, he caressed the tang knife in his hand, his eyes brimming with disdain, clearly expressing his contempt for them. These words left Brother Wang momentarily speechless, that he wished to retaliate against Su Chen. But most of his group was hastily assembled, merely for the sake of gathering supplies outside. That in truth, they lacked the resolve to act against others. Thus, only his subordinate remained who could potentially follow his command to attack Su Chen. However, Brother Wang was not impulsive. Unable to gauge Su Chen's capabilities, he hesitated to act rashly. That Su Chen seemed like a porcupine, prickly and difficult to approach, leaving Brother Wang caught in a dilemma. Meanwhile, one of Brother Wang's subordinates, eager to prove himself, had long harbored resentment towards Su Chen. Without waiting for Brother Wang's orders, he raised his axe and charged at Su Chen, clearly intent on demonstrating no mercy. "That you're too arrogant. Kid, I'll show you that in this apocalypse, you are nothing." The surrounding onlookers fell silent, unwilling to become embroiled in the conflict. Clang, Su Chen deftly deflected the axe with his tang knife, dissipating its force, and delivered a powerful punch to the assailant's chest. He would not show mercy to anyone harboring murderous intent against him. A scream echoed in the crowd. That Su Chen's punch left the attacker grievously injured, collapsing to the ground in agony. "Harboring thoughts of murder against me. You needn't hope to leave here alive." The rapid turn of events left Brother Wang in a state of shock, that he had not anticipated Su Chen's terrifying strength, which had felled his subordinate in a single blow. Realizing Su Chen was not to be trifled with, he promptly chose to concede, awkwardly laughing. "That my young brother, I was too impulsive earlier and inadvertently offended you. I hope you can be magnanimous and overlook our previous actions. That in the face of inferiority, one must bow their head. The priority was to preserve oneself. Retribution could wait for another day." "Ridiculous," Su Chen scoffed. The more such individuals acted in this manner, the less he could afford to let them go lightly. Having already made an enemy, it was imperative to eradicate the threat entirely. Brother Wang and his subordinate had to die. Regardless of whether they might pose a danger in the future, it was crucial to eliminate risks in their infancy. That as for the others who had not acted against him, he would spare them, as Su Chen was no cold-blooded killer. Chapter 38. Infighting with a flicker in his eyes, Su Chen coolly stated, "I could let you go." This declaration caused Brother Wang and his subordinate's eyes to widen in surprise. However, Su Chen's next words plunged their hearts into despair. "Only one of you can survive. I initially had no intention of involving myself, But you insisted on provoking me, that I am no saint and lack the generosity to let you both live. Either both of you die, or one of you must choose to perish. Brother Wang and his subordinates' eyes narrowed. They had not expected Su Chun to be so ruthless, proposing that they turn on each other. The onlookers could no longer remain silent, vocally protesting that Su Chen's terms were too extreme, urging him to spare both Brother Wang and his subordinate. Su Chen found their reactions amusing. Just moments ago, Brother Wang had exerted pressure on him while conveniently ignoring their aggressive actions towards him. Silence. If you wish for me to spare them, then you must offer your own lives as a trade. If you cannot do that, do not pester me with your incessant whining. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. His words effectively rendered the crowd speechless. They were not foolish. They understood they were no match for Su Chun and would not sacrifice their lives for the sake of two others. The notion of exchanging their lives for someone else's was inconceivable, and thus they had no intention of doing so. With this, Su Chen's ears were finally at peace. People are inherently selfish, especially since they had little connection to Brother Wang. Observing their silence, Su Chun had anticipated this outcome, but he turned his attention back to the regretful Brother Wang. Now that no one is in the way, it is time for you two to make your choice. Either both die, or only one may live. The outcome rests entirely upon your decision. Brother Wang's expression shifted dramatically. He felt a surge of frustration and wanted to curse Su Chun, but dared not. Simultaneously, he harbored resentment towards the group that had accompanied him, silently vowing that if he survived, he would not spare any of them. Yet for now, his priority was survival, gazing at his seriously injured subordinate on the ground. A complex array of emotions flickered in his eyes, though the desire to live ultimately prevailed. Xiao Zhang, do not hold it against me. I will take care of your family. Rest in peace. With that, he raised his axe and swung it towards the downed Xiao Zhang. The events unfolded too quickly for anyone but Su Chun, who had anticipated it and no one else could react in time. Stunned by Brother Wang's decisive betrayal, even Xiao Zhang, who had sought to please Brother Wang, was blindsided by the fatal blow meant to secure Brother Wang's own life. Still severely injured, Xiao Zhang was caught off guard. Utterly defenseless, the axe struck his chest, sending blood splattering everywhere. He coughed up blood. Confusion and regret clouded his mind as he slowly succumbed to death. Once he confirmed that Xiao Zhang had drawn his last breath, Brother Wang sighed in relief. He turned to glare at Su Chun through gritted teeth. Are you satisfied? I hope you won't go back on your word, or I will not rest until I make you pay for this. What decisiveness! What ruthlessness! Su Chun acknowledged that he had underestimated Brother Wang. With such resolve, he held potential to become a formidable figure in this apocalyptic world. Unfortunately for him, he had crossed Su Chun. Indeed, you followed through. I will not act against you. Su Chun replied coolly. Yes, a man of his word. He would not strike him down. However, his restraint did not imply that others would follow suit. Before Brother Wang could relish his escape from death's clutches, Su Chun turned to Mei Runin beside him, signaling her with his eyes. As Brother Wang attempted to take a few steps, the sharp crack of a gunshot rang out from behind him. A searing pain radiated from his chest, and he looked down to see a gaping wound. It's a gun. You broke your promise. Struggling to turn, he fixed a piercing gaze on Su Chun. Using his last ounce of strength to speak, he collapsed, his breath growing fainter. The surrounding crowd was taken aback by the sudden gunfire. Even those who might have protested against Su Chun hesitated to speak out. Leave now. I have no desire to indiscriminately kill innocents. Su Chun's words brought a wave of relief to the crowd, who had feared he would eliminate them all. However, just as they reached the doorway, they suddenly felt a chill at their necks, and several heads tumbled to the ground, severed by Su Chun's blade. This group of individuals is exceedingly naive, completely unprepared for the cunning of Su Chun. Once all had perished at his hands, Mei Runin felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, her body growing weak. Fortunately, she was steadied by the supportive grasp of Guan Xinyu, preventing her from collapsing onto the ground. This was her inaugural experience with taking a life. Su Chun approached Mei Runin and gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, do not burden yourself with guilt. Such is the nature of the apocalypse. Slaughter has become a commonplace occurrence. He understood well that the act of killing weighed heavily on the hearts of the women, yet he felt compelled to rectify their perceptions in this desolate world. One must be ruthless when the time calls for it. This is a reality they must learn to accept, that in the apocalypse, human malice often eclipses even that of the undead. Li Tingting and the others should have grasped this by now. To thrive in this harsh reality, one must show no mercy to those harboring ill intentions. Otherwise, it is their own lives that will become a living hell in the future. Seizing the moment, Su Chun imparted upon the women the most crucial lesson for survival in the apocalypse. He did not wish for their compassion to lead them into dire straits that in his mind. He crafted a plan, intending to subject each woman to the crucible of bloodshed in the days to come, to learn how to navigate this brutal existence. Only by adapting to the harshness of the apocalypse could they truly survive. Subsequently, Su Chun ushered the women back into the armored vehicle, continuing their journey. This time, he drove the vehicle to a gas station, collecting a substantial amount of gasoline before steering towards the location of the refuge. With each passing moment, they drew closer to safety, and the mood among the women began to lighten. After having interacted with Su Chun, their longing for the refuge had grown fervent. Upon arrival, they eagerly anticipated a long, relaxing bath. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had been preoccupied with mere survival, devoid of time or means to cleanse themselves. Chapter 39. Celebration. Finally, Su Chun slowly guided the vehicle into the warehouse above the refuge, halting the car and turning to the women behind him, saying, "We have arrived. You may disembark." Upon hearing Su Chun's words, the women linked arms and excitedly stepped out of the vehicle. However, as they exited, they were met with a vast, empty warehouse, devoid of any semblance of a refuge. Their bright eyes were filled with confusion as they looked to Su Chun, as if questioning whether they had arrived at the wrong location. Su Chun anticipated their thoughts. Had he been in their shoes, he would have felt similarly perplexed. After all, there was no trace of a refuge in sight, not even an entrance. "You are too eager. I have assured you that the refuge is secure, not merely due to its subterranean location of 100 meters, but also because the entrance is exceedingly discreet, imperceptible to the average person." Su Chun gestured for the women to step aside and approach the front. With a gentle snap of his fingers, the ground nearby revealed a concealed opening. With a rumbling sound, a lift emerged from the ground, and the women suddenly understood that this was the means of entering the refuge. Indeed, as Su Chun had claimed, it was remarkably secure. Except for those in the know, few would ever suspect the existence of such a hidden entrance. Utilizing a spatial ring, Su Chun stowed the vehicle away and approached the lift. As he drew near, the artificial intelligence instantly verified Su Chun's identity, and the lift doors slowly opened before them. "Welcome home, Master." The voice of Xiao AI resonated from within. "Let us proceed inside." Su Chun encouraged the women to follow him into the lift. Noticing their puzzled expressions, he introduced, "The voice you just heard belongs to Xiao AI. She oversees all functions of my refuge. She is an artificial intelligence. Should you require assistance in the future, simply call upon Xiao AI. Once we enter the refuge, I shall register your biometric information, allowing you free access thereafter." As he spoke, the lift arrived, revealing the entrance to the refuge before the women. "How swift!" Li Yingying exclaimed in astonishment, and the others shared her incredulity. After all, they had descended 100 meters underground in such a brief span, and within the lift, they felt no significant jostling, as if standing on solid ground. The entrance to the refuge detected Su Chun's presence and began to open slowly. "Welcome from this moment forth. You shall reside here." That Su Chun smiled at the women behind him. "Life in the refuge will be an unforgettable experience that I dare say few in the world can compare to the refuge I have crafted." Currently, the refuge was merely at level 1, but once it was upgraded, it would surely surpass any other place on Earth. With sufficient points, life would flourish even more abundantly, as the lights within the refuge illuminated. The scene unfolded before the women, leaving them with an impression of opulence. They were captivated by the lavish surroundings. Even Mei Runan, who had seen much of the world, was taken aback by the refuge's extravagant decor. "Is this truly your refuge? How magnificent!" The women gazed in awe at the spectacle before them, each one stunned into silence. Previously, they had only glimpsed photos, but witnessing it firsthand evoked an entirely different sensation. "Do not dawdle. Let us enter." At the sound of Su Chun's urging, they gradually regained their composure and followed him into the long-awaited refuge. They could hardly fathom how Su Chun had constructed such a luxurious sanctuary 100 meters underground. Su Chun guided the women on a tour of the refuge. Through Xiao AI's explanations, they discerned that the refuge was replete with advanced technology, boasting features far superior to anything they had previously encountered. The more they learned, the more they fell in love with this place. It exceeded their wildest expectations. Upon discovering the storage room filled with provisions, they were left speechless. Such an abundance of food was sufficient to sustain their group for many years. It was likely that the food consumed until death would barely constitute a fraction of the total. Observing the women's astonished expressions, Su Chun could not help but chuckle that it is time to arrange your accommodations. I have retrieved your belongings. Please sort through them. As Su Chun spoke, he extracted the personal items stored in the spatial ring and gestured toward the rooms behind him, stating, "Choose whichever room you desire. Once you have made your selections, simply ask Xiao AI to register your biometric information that I have granted you all access to the refuge. From this day forth, you shall be the mistresses of this sanctuary. We shall become a loving family." Su Chun's words elicited a blush from the women, and a hint of shyness graced their features. Seeing their reactions, Su Chun couldn't help but smile. Indeed, a refuge filled with people was far more delightful. His spirits lifted, and visions of a blissful future danced in his mind. Soon enough, the 5 women had chosen their rooms. Eagerly, they entered their respective quarters to tidy up, for this could very well be the rooms they would inhabit for the rest of their lives, warranting careful organization. While they busied themselves, Su Chun too had work to do. Once the women officially settled into the refuge, their points were credited, an impressive 5,000 points. Each received a reward of 1,000. Far easier than slaying zombies. Su Chun also noted that his total points had reached approximately 13,000, a considerable fortune. This was ample to cover the costs of upgrading the refuge. Elevating the refuge from level 1 to level 2 required 10,000 points. And the temporary storage space he had initially rented could be purchased for just 800 points. However, now was not the time for an upgrade. It would be prudent to wait until the women had acclimatized. Xiao AI, please prepare dinner for us. The hour grows late. Though this outing had its challenges, the rewards far exceeded his expectations. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the women had not enjoyed a proper meal. On their first day in the refuge, Su Chun resolved to treat them to a sumptuous dinner, allowing them to bid farewell to their arduous past. Becoming his women meant they would no longer endure such suffering. Under Xiao AI's guidance, a lavish dinner was prepared. As the women emerged from their rooms, their stomachs growled at the sight of the feast laid before them. They felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet Su Chun was unfazed. He understood the hardships they had endured in the apocalypse. Today marks your official induction as the mistresses of the refuge. Let us celebrate. He raised a glass of red wine. The women's cheeks flushed as they bashfully lifted their glasses to toast with Su Chun, bidding farewell to their former lives. Their hearts brimmed with joy. From this day forth, their lives would no longer be filled with anguish. Chapter 40. Flattery. Come. Let us take a photograph together to commemorate this occasion. After finishing their drinks, Su Chun instructed the ladies to remain seated and still. For the moment, he recalled that he had been so preoccupied with saving lives today that he had yet to harvest the chives in the group. Although the points offered by these individuals paled in comparison to the bounty he had gathered during his outing today, even the tiniest morsel is still sustenance. The upgrade of the shelter was imminent. And soon enough, his points would dwindle significantly. Accumulating as many points as possible was essential that a table laden with exquisite delicacies, complemented by the presence of 5 stunning beauties. When this photograph surfaced in the group chat, it ignited a frenzy, particularly in Su Chun's class group, where everyone recognized the identities of these 5 enchanting women. They were all left awestruck by Su Chun's audacity. It was enough to incite envy and madness among them. Not only was the food abundant, but he also had the company of 5 alluring women. Truly, he was the epitome of a winner in life. Wu Tao exclaimed, "Oh my, Su Chun's life is simply too blissful." Li Li questioned, "How could Su Chun be with Li Tingting and the others? I thought they were trapped in school?" Li Wei speculated, "No way. Su Chun didn't say a word all day. Could he have gone to rescue them from school? That was remarkably swift." Wang Wu lamented, "Wah, I too wish to be taken under your wing." "Oh, great one. This life seems far too joyous." Li Li added, "It pains me. Su Chun has laid his nefarious hands on the school beauty Li Tingting. Release them, and let me endure your torment instead." All the men in the group expressed their envy and jealousy towards Su Chun. After acclimating to this treatment over the past days, Su Chun gradually found himself relishing the adulation. It is a universal truth that everyone possesses a sense of vanity. The sensation of being praised is undeniably delightful. Su Chun finally comprehended why bosses and leaders cherish those who flatter them. It's simply human nature to enjoy the company of those who bestow compliments. Regardless of others' opinions, Su Chun found it to be an exhilarating and comfortable experience. Everyone, upon Su Chun's announcement, a profound silence enveloped the group chat, akin to employees falling silent at the sight of a leader preparing to speak. Witnessing the astuteness of his group members, Su Chun grew increasingly fond of the apocalypse. While the end of the world represented a life-and-death crisis for others, for Su Chun, it signified the dawn of his rise to prominence. In a peaceful society, he could never have achieved his current stature. Dear all, I imagine you are quite curious about why they are here, correct? You are indeed correct. I rescued them from school today. From this day forth, they shall be members of my shelter, and they are now under my protection. Su Chun boldly declared the affiliation of Li Tingting and the others in the group. The other women in the group were envious of the five beauties, who would now enjoy a life of comfort alongside Su Chun, while they themselves had to endure great sacrifices for mere scraps of food. They had expressed their desires to Su Chun for his affection, but alas, their overtures had been met with his unyielding rejection. Those with narrower minds, upon witnessing Su Chun's triumphant demeanor, silently cursed him and Li Tingting, wishing for their demise at the hands of zombies. Unfortunately for them, such curses bore no fruit. Su Chun possessed a system that ensured not only his safety, but also his flourishing existence as time progressed. A single photograph had stirred the outside world into a slight uproar. Following Su Chun's words, the mobile phones of the five ladies were inundated with messages. Congratulations, attempts to ingratiate themselves, pleas for acceptance, and inquiries about the location of the shelter. Among others, that it was a veritable display of ingenuity from all directions. The ladies were taken aback, realizing that many who had previously been rebuffed by Su Chun were now seeking to extract their desires from them. In that moment, they forgot about their meals, engrossed in responding to the deluge of messages. These individuals had underestimated them, having witnessed the darker sides of human nature and having been educated by Su Chun. They were not inclined to act naively. Anyone attempting to pry information from them was either rebuffed or promptly blocked. They owed no one any favors. Su Chun wholeheartedly approved of their actions. Aware that the influx of messages was overwhelming, the ladies decided to switch off their phones and savor their meal in peace. In truth, they were puzzled as to why Su Chun relished flaunting his achievements before others. Based on their interactions thus far, they knew he was not the type to seek attention. Nonetheless, they did not question his motives. If he wished to boast, so be it. After all, they had now become the objects of envy. At that moment, Su Chun received a notification from the system, indicating that his delightful group members had successfully contributed a substantial amount of points. This time, the stimulation was far greater than before, generating an additional 300 points, much to Su Chun's delight. For those who frequently showered him with praise in the group, Su Chun decided to extend some benefits. For these individuals, who were not quite his own but still allies, he felt it necessary to show his appreciation. Thus, Su Chun discreetly contacted Wu Tao and a few others, requesting to know their current locations. Given the bounty he had collected today, he anticipated that he would frequently venture out on tasks in the future. He intended that if he happened to pass by their locations, he would deliver some supplies to them, enabling them to endure a little longer in the apocalypse, that he wanted them to be content as his loyal contributors, providing points diligently each day. Those who received Su Chun's message were ecstatic. They could hardly believe that their routine flattery in the group would yield such rewards. Immediately, they began to sing Su Chun's praises in the chat. This bizarre scene left other group members bewildered, wondering if these individuals had been possessed. However, upon learning of Su Chun's promise, the others wished fervently that they had been the ones to flatter him. It seemed as though everyone had reached a consensus, transforming into Su Chun's sycophants. After days of observing Su Chun, everyone knew that even the tiniest morsel he let slip through his fingers could sustain them for several days. This resulted in a complete transformation of the group chat, which had become an exclusive forum for extolling Su Chun. This was a bait Su Chun had intentionally set, that he wanted more people to understand that following him would yield rewards. Even if they could not be considered true allies, as long as they were adept at flattery, they could still reap benefits to BY promoting his reputation in this manner. He was paving the way for future endeavors. Once the shelter was upgraded, the space would expand, accommodating even more individuals, as Suchin hoped that quality women would take the initiative to approach him. Ahem. He assured himself that his motivations were purely for points, rather than any base desires. Amidst the flurry of compliments, Suchin and the others finally concluded their sumptuous dinner. Chapter 41. The new area after dinner. The atmosphere in the shelter was particularly lively. Since the apocalypse had begun, Suchin had not felt such warmth in quite some time. The 5 ladies sat on the sofa, engaging in animated discussions. When women gather, it appears they have an inexhaustible array of topics, from skincare regimens to fashion trends, from films to celebrity gossip, leaving Suchin seated nearby, unable to interject, that he could not fathom how, even in the midst of an apocalypse, they could be so engrossed in such trivial matters, although he could not partake in their conversation. Watching the 5 women converse intimately filled his heart with an indescribable sense of relaxation. Having lived alone in the shelter for an extended period, he had inevitably experienced loneliness, if not for the ability to communicate online. Even with ample resources, no one could endure the solitude for long. Humans are inherently social creatures. No one can survive independently without others. Even those termed homebodies in peaceful societies, who appear to shun contact, remain remarkably active in the online world. This constitutes a form of connection. This was precisely why Suchin felt a surge of joy. Time slipped by, and suddenly, Mei Runin proposed that they all indulge in a soak. The eyes of the other 4 women instantly lit up. Every woman relishes the opportunity to unwind in a bath, and they had not enjoyed such a luxury in quite some time. Especially after learning from Xiao AI that Suchin's bedroom boasted a lavish 5-meter by 3-meter massage bathtub, they had long coveted the experience. Its functionality surpassed that of any external facility, offering skin restoration and other benefits. This made the ladies quite envious. However, being newly arrived at the shelter, they felt somewhat hesitant to approach Suchin directly. Now that Mei Runin had taken the initiative to suggest bathing, they were all animated, their eyes fixed on Suchin. Clearly, they had their sights set on his massage bathtub. Upon noticing the 5 ladies gazing at him, Suchin immediately grasped their intentions. Well, they were eyeing his luxurious massage bathtub. Initially, he had planned to enjoy a soak himself after dinner, listening to music. This was one of his favorite pastimes. Unexpectedly, someone wanted to compete for his time. That's Suchin. I've heard that your room contains a highly advanced massage bathtub. We would like to experience it, Mei Runin stated directly, revealing their intentions. Yes, we also wish to try the luxurious massage bathtub. Fearing that Suchin might refuse, the others spoke with a hint of playful coaxing in their voices. At this juncture, surrounded by a throng of admirers, what could Suchin do? His only option was to indulge his women. Delaying his own enjoyment was hardly a matter of concern. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he sighed, all right, for the time being, I shall allow you to revel in your enjoyment. Upon receiving Suchin's response, the women beamed with delight. Then, half-jokingly, Suchin said, if you don't mind, how about I join you for a soak? The ladies' cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson as they rolled their eyes at him, exclaiming, pervert. Mei Runin directly rolled her eyes, thinking it absurd. Dream on. Bathing is a team activity for the 5 of us. There's South no place for you. At that moment, someone tossed a pillow at Suchin while shouting, sisters, let us hurry. We can't let this pervert catch up. Before he could react, they rushed back to their rooms to don their bathrobes, preparing for their soak, leaving behind a trail of melodious laughter. Observing their eager antics, Suchin couldn't help but chuckle. They were truly a delightful bunch of troublemakers. Once the women departed, Suchin's smile gradually faded. The earlier incident was merely a trivial matter. What lay ahead was of utmost importance. Having been in the shelter for some time, it was time for an upgrade. Before proceeding, he needed to ascertain whether the upgrade would affect those within the shelter. Calling upon the system in his mind, he commanded, System, come forth. Ding. Does the host have any inquiries? Will the inhabitants need to vacate the shelter during the upgrade? Rest assured, host. The upgrade from level 3 to level 3 is merely an enhancement of the existing structure, adding new areas to the shelter without extensive renovations. The original functions will be upgraded. Though the enhancements may not be substantial, .IT will merely improve signal reception, enabling Su Chun to communicate over greater distances and bolster defensive capabilities. Among other things, while the benefits post-upgrade may not be exceedingly significant, they will undoubtedly surpass the previous state. What intrigues Su Chun most were the functionalities of the newly added areas. What new areas will a Level 2 shelter introduce? The Level 2 shelter will expand upon the existing framework, adding 3 new features. First, a new exit will be created, allowing vehicles to enter and exit freely, providing a designated spot for Su Chen's combat vehicle, thus eliminating the need to store it in a spatial ring. This new exit will also serve to obfuscate the shelter's location from outsiders. Second, an industrial planting zone will be established, equipped with advanced instruments to cultivate various crops and fruit trees using soilless farming methods. This planting area sparked a glimmer of excitement in Su Chen's eyes. It was incredibly useful. With this, he could have fresh vegetables and fruits. Previously, he had procured a limited supply of produce, knowing they couldn't be stored for long. Even though the shelter's storage could extend shelf life, it paled in comparison to other grains. Hence, he hadn't purchased much. Now, with the planting zone, he no longer had to worry about lacking fresh produce. As for seeds, he had already prepared plenty during his previous procurement. The planting area wasn't vast, but due to the soilless cultivation, it would make optimal use of the space, allowing him to plant quite a variety. Third, a medical room will be added, containing medical pods capable of treating various severe illnesses and injuries. These medical pods could be life-saving. In a post-apocalyptic world lacking doctors and medical facilities, their importance cannot be overstated. Should he sustain serious injuries, having a medical pod would alleviate concerns regarding treatment availability. Su Chun had reviewed the medical pod's capabilities, which could treat all ailments, even terminal illnesses, if medical pods were widely available. It would likely render many doctors obsolete. With such remarkable features available even at a Level 2 shelter, Su Chun could hardly contain his eagerness to upgrade the shelter swiftly. Chapter 42, Shelter Upgrade. After absorbing the system's explanation, Su Chun felt a surge of enthusiasm. Since the upgrade posed no issues, the sooner it happened, the better. He had long coveted the planting zone. Eager to soon savor fresh vegetables and fruits, system, initiate the shelter upgrade immediately. Ding, upgrading to a Level 2 shelter requires 10,000 points. Does the host confirm the upgrade? Yes, he affirmed decisively. With the points deducted, the upgrade commenced. Please select the location for the new exit. Note, the exit must be within 1 kilometer of the shelter. Please select the site for the planting zone. Please choose the location for the medical room. Upon hearing the prompts, Su Chun fell into brief contemplation. The new exit needed to be in a discreet location, one that would not be easily discovered. That he recalled suitable nearby spots and suddenly thought of a perfect location to the northwest of the shelter. Approximately 900 meters away, there was a small hill. It wasn't very high, merely around 100 meters, and had been converted into Zeshan Park, a popular running spot for many in the mornings. Establishing the new exit within the hill would provide excellent concealment. Set the new exit at Zeshan Park. Establish the planting zone to the left of the storage room. Position the medical pod to the south of the living area. Su Chun wasted no time in finalizing his choices. Ding, location selection successful. The shelter is now upgrading. Ding, upgrade duration, 1 hour. Please be patient, host. As the system's voice faded, Su Chun watched as his points rapidly dwindled, dropping from 5 digits to 4. Fortunately, the expenditure felt worthwhile. The shelter was his stronghold, and investing points here was justified. During the upgrade, he also decided to purchase the temporary storage space he had initially rented from the system, spending another 1,000 points. Watching his points diminish, Su Chun couldn't help but lament the insufficiency of his resources. The later he progressed, the more points were required for purchasing items and upgrading the shelter, leading him to feel a renewed desire to earn points. In a few days, he planned to venture out again to complete several of the system's side quests that amass significant points. He had limited options: either face a horde of zombies or fulfill the system's side quests. He discovered that some side quests offered substantial point rewards. Had he not just returned to the shelter, he would have already set out to tackle those tasks. During the 1-hour wait for the shelter's upgrade, Su Chun remained industrious. The number of people in the shelter was gradually increasing, and certain tasks required additional hands. While the AI, Xiao AI, could manage all devices and provided considerable convenience, it lacked a physical presence, which imposed limitations. For instance, Cultivating vegetables and fruits required human intervention for planting and harvesting. Moreover, shelter cleanliness and organization could not solely fall on Su Chen's shoulders. Thus, his first thought was of acquiring robots. With robots, life for Su Chen and his companions would become considerably easier, as there would be fewer tasks requiring their direct involvement. The shelter lacked robots, but the system's marketplace boasted a variety of them. Cooking robots, cleaning robots, housekeeping robots. Su Chen purchased anything that would aid him. He spent over 10,000 points, not overly concerned about the remaining balance. Points were meant to be spent. Once depleted, he could always complete more tasks to earn them back. The flow of points drained away like water, as he spent over 2,000 points on 9 robots. Among them, 2 multifunctional robots were the most expensive, each costing 1,000 points. The multifunctional robots, humanoid in shape and standing 183 meters tall, were equipped with functions for protection, reconnaissance, combat, and even a portion of firepower systems. Purchasing these multifunctional robots was for the sake of his companions in the future, when Su Chen was away. These 2 robots would ensure the safety of the women. Moreover, in the face of danger, he could rely on them to shield him. Their utility was undeniably significant, which justified their steep price, as other singular-purpose robots were worth merely a fraction of theirs. Soon, 9 robots of varying shapes and sizes appeared before Su Chen. The 2 multifunctional robots would not be needed immediately, so he placed them in the storage room for future use for the remaining robots. He instructed Xiao AI to take control over them. With artificial intelligence in charge, these robots could function at their maximum potential. Before long, the hour passed swiftly. Ding! Shelter upgrade complete. IT has now reached level 2. Please check your rewards, host. The newly constructed area of the shelter has been successfully completed, and the shelter map has been updated. The system's voice resonated in Su Chen's mind as he gazed at the revised map. The newly added region was not particularly vast, yet it expanded the overall space of the shelter by approximately 2/3 that of this new area. Around 70% was designated for planting, while the size of the medical room was inconsequential. As long as the medical pod remained intact, other amenities held little significance. That a wide passage connected the new exit to the shelter, allowing armored vehicles to traverse effortlessly. Su Chen's first destination was the planting area. Upon entering, he was awestruck by the scene before him. The entire space was meticulously divided into smaller sections, each arranged with precision, featuring a variety of vegetables and fruits that were to be cultivated. Su Chen merely had to insert the seeds, with the intelligent controls of the planting equipment handling the rest. That he only needed to wait until harvest time, when robots would come to gather the produce. The sheer pleasure of such effortless enjoyment was delightful. The system's output was nothing short of exquisite. Without delay, Su Chen summoned the robots he had just acquired to assist in planting the seeds he had prepared. While the robots busied themselves, he made his way to the medical room. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the medical pod situated prominently in the center, exuding a sense of advanced technology. Once a person reclined within the pod, a full-body scan would commence, identifying any ailments and reading DNA, followed by treatment through some extraordinary means that no matter how grievous the injuries, as long as one had breath remaining, complete recovery was assured. Having consumed a basic gene serum, Su Chen found himself with no immediate need for the medical pod, which was a life-saving device that could be utilized at any time. Next, Su Chen took the shortest possible time to reacquaint himself with the upgraded shelter. Chapter 43. The joyful crowd. After enjoying a comforting bath, the women emerged from their rooms wrapped in bathrobes, only to discover a few robots had inexplicably appeared within the shelter. They regarded Su Chen with curious expressions. Eager to understand the origin of these machines, Su Chen simply introduced the functions of the robots, refraining from disclosing their origins. The system was his greatest secret, one he could not divulge to anyone. Even though the women were bound by a soul contract, rendering them incapable of betrayal, he remained tight-lipped. With a few succinct sentences, he deftly shifted the conversation's focus. The women had grown accustomed to Su Chen's enigmatic nature, as he frequently produced an array of peculiar items. Sensing his reluctance to elaborate, they ceased their inquiries, recognizing that these innovations posed no harm to them, but rather offered significant assistance. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen proposed a tour of the newly unlocked areas of the shelter, guiding them through the planting zone and medical room. Upon arriving at the planting area, he explained its purpose. The women were delighted to learn that they would soon enjoy fresh fruits and vegetables. In the wake of the apocalypse, their expectations for food were modest. Freshness was of little consequence, as long as their hunger was satiated. The prospect of consuming fresh produce brought them immense joy. In that moment, they felt exceedingly fortunate to have chosen Su Chun. Otherwise, they could only imagine the hardships they might have faced in this desolate world. While touring the medical room, the reactions of the others were relatively subdued. With the exception of Guan Xingyue, who, upon seeing the medical pod, resembled a devoted believer beholding a deity. While others were unaware of the pod's value, she was acutely aware. The technology behind the medical pod surpassed her own research, representing a groundbreaking advancement. Had she not retained a modicum of rationality, she would have eagerly dismantled the pod to study it piece by piece. Mastering the pod's genetic technology would make unlocking human potential as effortless as drinking water. Turning to Su Chun, her eyes gleamed with longing. "That I want it. Can you give it to me?" At that moment, everyone present was taken aback by her words. Mei Runen's face displayed disbelief as she stared blankly at her friend. Astonished by her boldness, even Su Chun himself was startled. Was the usually reserved Guanxin truly this direct? For a fleeting moment, he found himself at a loss for how to respond, realizing the expressions of those around her. Guan Xinhua instantly understood that her words had led to a misunderstanding, that a blush crept onto her cheeks as she bashfully stomped her foot, hurriedly clarifying, "Oh, I didn't mean it that way. You've all misunderstood. I merely want Su Chun to allow me to study the medical pod for a few days. IT would greatly aid my research." Upon hearing her explanation, everyone comprehended that they had misinterpreted her words. After all, who could blame them for jumping to conclusions when she had not articulated her intentions clearly? Coughing softly to mask his own embarrassment, Su Chun admitted to feeling a flicker of excitement at her request. Had the others not been present, he might have impulsively acted on that feeling. "No problem, feel free to study it. However, take note that I currently possess only one medical pod, so please do not damage it. This is a life-saving device, so exercise caution while you research." After learning of Guan Xinyue's request, Su Chun did not refuse, but rather cautioned her to handle it carefully. Initially, Guan Xinyue had anticipated that Su Chun would decline her request. Fully aware of the pod's preciousness, which far surpassed the gene serums he had previously mentioned, to her surprise, Su Chun readily acquiesced to her seemingly excessive demand. That moment, her heart was gradually captivated by him. Not only did he possess extraordinary technological advancements, but he was also remarkably generous. Such a person was undeniably hard to resist, especially for someone like Guan Xinhua, a researcher who found herself utterly defenseless in the face of Su Chun's charm. After his agreement, she eagerly envisioned establishing her laboratory and commencing her studies. Suddenly recalling that she had left most of her experimental equipment behind in the shelter, she felt a pang of disappointment. Remembering Su Chun's earlier promise, she approached him in the astonished gaze of Mei Runen. She grasped Su Chun's right hand with both of hers and playfully implored, "You promised to help me rebuild my laboratory. Why not assist me in setting it up now?" In her eagerness to begin her research, she scarcely considered anything else. This was her first time behaving so playfully toward a man. Were it not for her dedication to her research, she might have shyly fled. "All right, I will do my best to arrange it. Please provide me with a list of the items you need, and I will get them for you in a few days." No one could refuse the charming plea of a stunning beauty. Guan Xinhue, with her cool and graceful demeanor, created a delightful contrast that filled Su Chun with a sense of accomplishment that a few research instruments were a trivial expenditure of his points. "Okay, just wait for me. I'll be right back." Once Guan Xinhue received Su Chun's affirmation, she hurried back to her room to jot down the items she required. Her urgency appeared endearing to Su Chun. Meanwhile, the other four women busied themselves with their own affairs. Upon discovering that the shelter's network was unrestricted, allowing them to connect with individuals from other regions at any time, they prepared to reach out to their family and friends. Perhaps fortune favored them, for aside from Mei Runen, the families of the other women had survived the apocalypse. Regrettably, their homes were not in Haicheng, but rather in distant locations, either in the capital or in Xijing. For the time being, they could not reunite with their families and could only maintain contact through the network. Previously, communication with their families had been severely limited due to signal restrictions, but within the shelter, the signal was unimpeded, prompting them to reassure their families of their safety. While the women shared their feelings with their relatives, Suchin sat quietly nearby, but he felt fortunate that the families of the 5 women were not in Haicheng. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to accommodate their relatives. Allowing anyone other than his women to enter the shelter was out of the question. Suchin would never consent to that. As it stood, their families were in other regions, alleviating any immediate concerns. While the women communicated with their families, they did not disclose the intricate details of the shelter, only mentioning that their location was safe and that they lacked for nothing in terms of food. They understood that Suchin's possessions were astonishingly extraordinary, making it difficult to explain to their families. Once the conversations concluded, Suchin smiled at them and proposed, "To celebrate your joining the shelter, let us play a game." Chapter 44. The monster in the river. The next day, Suchin rubbed his waist, having played video games for an extended period the previous night. Although he had not delved into the main storyline, he had engaged in all available activities, which explained his visibly fatigued demeanor. The reason he refrained from fully conquering the women was primarily due to their prolonged lack of nourishment, leaving them too weak. Having undergone enhancement through a basic genetic serum, Suchin's strength and stamina were extraordinarily formidable that if he had forced the issue, he might have inadvertently harmed them. What he sought were companions, not mere playthings. Thus, he decided to leave the women in the shelter to recuperate while he ventured out alone in his war vehicle. With his points dwindling, he selected several side quests from the mission panel. His objective for this outing was to slay zombies, complete tasks, and accumulate points as much as possible that To grow stronger. He needed points. This time, he chose a new exit. As he approached it, the path ahead appeared to be blocked by a wall. Suchin chose not to halt the vehicle, but instead continued onward. Suddenly, the wall before him cracked open, a narrow fissure widening, allowing bright light from outside to pierce into the tunnel. Suchin drove his war vehicle out of the tunnel. The opening behind him sealed shut, resembling a genuine wall, leaving no one to suspect a passage to the shelter lay concealed behind it. Having departed from Zeshan Park, he set off towards his first destination. Suchin opened the system panel, examining the selected side quests. Side Quest 7. Recover Crystal Cores. Reward: 5,000 points. Side Quest 11. Collect Essence of Strange Creatures. Reward: 3,000 points. Side Quest 12. Investigate Anomalies in the Jinning River. Reward: 4,000 points. Each of these tasks promised generous rewards, indicating that their completion would be quite challenging. However, Suchin was undeterred that if the danger were too great, he would not recklessly proceed, for ensuring his own safety was paramount. As the saying goes, one must preserve the Green Mountains. One need not fear a lack of firewood. He retrieved the map of the task locations from his spatial ring and discovered that the closest side quest was Task 12. Only 7 or 8 kilometers away, easily reachable in a short time. With the accelerator pressed to the floor, the war vehicle surged forward, rock music blaring from the speakers, invigorating his spirit. His body swayed to the rhythm of the music. Suchin harbored no fear of zombies being attracted by the noise. Rather, he welcomed the prospect of more zombies presenting themselves for slaughter. These zombies were utterly defenseless before his war vehicle, contributing points to him as he crushed them to end the entire Jianghai city. It seemed only Suchin dared to be this audacious that he plowed through the zombies and arrived at the task location. Parking his vehicle by the banks of the Jinning River, stepping out, he stretched, feeling the refreshing breeze by the riverside. The Jinning River is the largest and longest river in the country, connecting to the sea, with Jianghai City situated at its estuary, hence its name. Gazing at the Jinning River before him, Suchin was momentarily at a loss as to where to begin his investigation. If he were to conduct a thorough search bit by bit, he wondered how long it would take to uncover the source of the anomalies. After pondering for a moment, he decided that since he was uncertain of the source's location, he would begin by examining the areas of anomaly. But he was unaware of what anomalies had occurred here. How could I have forgotten this? He suddenly slapped his forehead and retrieved a detector from his spatial ring. He speculated that the anomalies within might be related to zombies. With no other methods coming to mind, he resolved to try the detector. Lo and behold, something was amiss in the river. The detector displayed nothing. No yellow dots representing animals. No red dots indicating zombies. Not a single one appeared. This was the Jinning River. How could there be no fish at all? This indicated that some significant change had transpired in the river, leading to either the complete exodus of fish or their total demise. There could be no other explanation. Standing by the riverbank provided only a partial reading. as much of the area remained unexplored. Therefore, Su Chen realized he needed to find a boat. Recalling that numerous vessels typically docked along the river, as many people enjoyed boating across it, he searched diligently. After a considerable time, he finally located a speedboat. Discovering that the keys had been left behind, he only needed to start it. Su Chen piloted the speedboat into the depths of the Jining River. After cruising around for a few laps, he still found no anomalies through the detector, that he even began to suspect whether the device was malfunctioning. Unfortunately, the system confirmed that the detector was functioning perfectly, leaving him perplexed. After meandering for a while without any findings, he pondered how to proceed with his investigation. Just as he prepared to give up and temporarily shift to other task locations, the detector registered a change, detecting movement that was rapidly approaching his position. This was the first time he had seen a white and did not know what it represented. It was neither human, nor zombie, nor a normal animal. This intrigued Su Chen immensely. Could it be a creature mutated after the apocalypse? It was fast. In the blink of an eye, the creature drew closer. Judging by its speed alone, this monster was formidable, far beyond the capabilities of a zombie. Although he was uncertain of what lay beneath the river, Su Chen was certain that the disappearance of all fish in the Jining River was its doing. That he was unaware of the creature's combat prowess. He did not wish to engage in battle in the water, as the environment would severely disadvantage him, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. That he hurriedly activated the speedboat. Racing toward the riverbank, he needed to reach solid ground swiftly to confront this monster. As the creature in the river approached the speedboat, Su Chen caught a glimpse of its form through the water's surface. It was completely black, approximately 7 meters long, and with its tail, it measured a full 10 meters. It appeared fish-like, yet it possessed robust limbs, leading Su Chen to conclude that this monster was an amphibious creature. Fortunately, the speedboat was not slow, allowing him to maintain a temporary equilibrium with the creature in the river, which relieved him greatly. Engaging in combat within the water would have been disastrous. Returning to land was of utmost importance. With the task now within reach, the next step was to devise a plan to deal with this monster. Suddenly, Su Chen noticed that the creature behind him had accelerated, rapidly closing the distance to his speedboat. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he jerked the boat to the left. The speedboat veered sharply, and a pitch-black claw struck the water surface where he had just been, sending up a spray that revealed its immense power. Had Su Chen not acted promptly, the monster's claw would have obliterated the speedboat. It was evident that this creature would not be easy to handle, which explained the generous rewards for this task. Yet Su Chen felt no inclination to retreat. This was thrilling. After continuously crushing zombies, he had finally encountered a worthy opponent, igniting his fighting spirit. This monster appeared formidable, but it was not invincible. Su Chen's retreat was merely due to the disadvantageous terrain. It did not signify that he was incapable of defeating the creature. Chapter 45. A Fierce Battle Splash. Another sharp turn evaded the monster's attack. With a bit of distance still separating him from the shore, Su Chen's expression grew grave. But he sensed that the creature in the water had become increasingly agitated after several failed attempts to strike. Its attack frequency was escalating. After all, a speedboat is merely a machine, with considerable limitations. Su Chen felt a sinking realization that the speedboat might not withstand the strain long enough to reach the shore safely. Thus, he needed to devise a plan to extricate himself. It seemed he would have to utilize other means to buy himself time. From his spatial ring, he retrieved the grenades given to him by Mei Runan. He intended to give the creature in the water a significant surprise. Originally, he thought he would not need to use these grenades anytime soon. Yet here he was, ready to employ them. Grenades could indeed be somewhat effective against such a monster. Even if he couldn't eliminate it outright, they would at least serve to create a diversion, giving Su Chen a chance to return to the shore. Then, the balance of power would shift. Su Chen intended to make this monster understand that he was not to be trifled with. Angering him would exact a bloody price. With a whoosh, the creature's next attack was particularly cunning. Leaving the speedboat with no option to evade, Su Chen had anticipated this outcome. Unable to dodge, he prepared to abandon the vessel, as the shore was only a few meters away. Just as the claw was about to strike the speedboat, Su Chen leaped into the water. In the next moment, the speedboat was capsized by the creature's immense force. Enjoy the moment. Su Chen cast a cold smile at the creature lurking in the water before swimming towards the shore. Unperturbed by the monster's pursuit, Just after swimming a few meters, two thunderous explosions erupted behind him. Upon plunging into the water, Suchin had pulled the pin from a grenade and left it on the speedboat. The grenade detonated against the creature's claws, sending a surge of crimson blood to the surface, inflicting injury upon its forelimb but failing to strike a critical point. Nevertheless, Suchun had achieved his objective. The creature's speed would be significantly hampered by its wounds, allowing him a chance to reach the shore. As Suchun swam back to land, the creature did not pursue him. Suddenly alert, he swiftly drew his tang knife. Keenly observing the monster in the water, as the creature emerged onto the shore, its true form became apparent. It resembled an oversized salamander, but with a mouth split into 4 segments, housing appendages akin to those of insects. Its massive body emanated a formidable presence, and Suchun could sense a threat far greater than that posed by the level 2 zombies he had encountered earlier. Once ashore, the creature's obsidian eyes fixed intently on Suchun, revealing a substantial wound on its left forelimb, blood dripping steadily to the ground. The creature understood that Suchun was the one responsible for its injury. With a guttural roar, it challenged him. Undeterred, Suchun met its gaze, readying himself for a life-or-death struggle. The creature launched the first attack, charging at Suchun with surprising speed, displaying none of the expected signs of injury. That it bore down on him like a truck hurtling forward. Suchun, wary of the creature's strength, chose not to engage directly without understanding its capabilities. Recklessness in battle was ill-advised. He needed to ascertain the disparity in their strengths to formulate an appropriate strategy. As the collision drew near, Suchun propelled himself off the ground with his left foot, twisting his body to the side. His tang knife struck the creature's wounded forelimb with precision. This was a calculated move. By continuously targeting its injured limb, he aimed to incapacitate one of its legs, thus making it easier to contend with. A howl of agony escaped the creature as Suchun's blade carved into its wound. Intensifying its suffering, seizing the moment, he pressed the attack on its injured forelimb. In response to the pain, the creature raised its uninjured forepaw to strike Suchun, but he deftly evaded the assault with his agility. After several exchanges, he began to comprehend the creature's strength. It was slightly more powerful than himself, yet its reactions were considerably slower. With one leg injured, it posed little threat to Suchun, despite its massive size. Suchun found it challenging to inflict serious harm on the creature. His attacks only resulted in superficial injuries that eliminated. He needed to find an opportunity to strike at its vulnerable brain. Regardless of whether the opponent was a zombie, a monster, or a human, the brain remained an ever-constant weak point. Suchun attempted to target the creature's head, but found his efforts thwarted by its various defenses. Realizing that he needed to devise a more strategic approach, he observed that the creature had picked up on his intentions, increasing the frequency and intensity of its attacks. Each strike devastated the surrounding environment, sending debris flying. Recognizing the formidable challenge posed by his adversary, Suchun opted for a defensive stance, biding his time for the perfect opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. At last, he identified a suitable location to create an opening, feigning weakness. He sprinted towards the left side where numerous stalls adorned with promotional banners stood, remnants of a pre-apocalypse event. Leading the massive creature through the stalls, its bulk wreaked havoc, demolishing them and becoming entangled in the banners. The more stalls it destroyed, the more impediments it faced, significantly impairing its vision and mobility. Suddenly halting, it began to tear at the banners, ensnaring its body. This was the moment Suchun had been waiting for. With a firm grip on his tang knife, he concentrated his strength. Die! He roared, charging at the creature. As they were about to collide, Suchun leaped, raising his weapon towards the creature's head, channeling all his might into the strike. The blade sliced through the air, and in that instant, the creature realized the imminent danger, but it was too late to defend itself against Suchun's full-force assault. With a sickening plunge, the blade pierced the creature's eye. Yet, it did not succumb immediately. The excruciating pain sent it thrashing on the ground. Suchun, refusing to be greedy for victory, swiftly withdrew, maintaining a distance of several meters. The injured creature flailed desperately, attempting to swat away the source of its torment. But its efforts proved futile. As the timing became ripe, Suchun charged forward once more, determined to end the creature's reign of terror. Sensing his overwhelming intent to kill, the creature hesitated, contemplating retreating to the water. Thinking of escaping? Not on my watch, Suchun vowed, pursuing it relentlessly. To his surprise, the creature's will to survive was fierce, and it dashed towards the riverbank with remarkable speed, mere meters from the water's edge. Propelling itself forward, it leaped, its massive form tracing an arc through the air, seemingly on the brink of evading Su Chen's grasp. However, Su Chen's expression remained steely. He did not believe the creature could escape his clutches. Armed with the chain he had found, he swung it with precision, aiming for its left hind leg. Fortune smiled upon him as the chain ensnared the beast's limb. With a resounding thud, the creature crashed to the ground. Marking its defeat, it could no longer escape. Yet the creature was undeterred, rising to continue its frantic flight. In response, Su Chen pressed down hard on the ground, pulling on the chain with all his might. Once more, the creature fell heavily to the earth, its forequarters now perilously close to the water, but its hind leg remained firmly bound, unable to advance further. A heart-rending roar erupted from the creature as it struggled against its restraints. Blood flowing from the deep gash on its leg. Despite the pain, it fought with all its strength, but the chain held firm. Feeling the increasing force on the other end, Su Chen refused to relent. Is it just a matter of strength? I won't be intimidated by a half-wounded beast. He gritted his teeth, pulling with every ounce of strength he possessed, his veins bulging ominously. With a fierce shout, he managed to pull the creature back a few steps, its claws raking the ground and carving deep furrows. That moment, the balance of power shifted. Like a tug of war, once one side faltered, the other seized the advantage and pressed on relentlessly. The creature had lost its opportunity to engage Su Chen in a contest of strength. It was clear that Su Chen's hidden power was formidable. With a final, desperate howl, the creature seemed to grasp its impending fate. No amount of struggling or roaring could alter the outcome. Su Chen steadily reeled in the chain, drawing closer to the creature, its resistance growing weaker with each inch. However, he too began to feel the strain, and a stalemate ensued. Suddenly, Su Chen noticed a slight crack in the chain, indicating it could not withstand their combined forces much longer. Realizing he could not rely solely on brute strength, he needed to devise a new plan. Seizing the opportunity before the chain snapped, he scanned the surroundings and spotted a sturdy tree. With determination, he moved towards it, anchoring the chain around its thick trunk. The tree groaned under the creature's immense power, but it held firm for the moment. Time was of the essence. Su Chen had to act swiftly. Drawing his tang knife, he raced towards the creature, resolute in his determination to end its existence once and for all. He charged forth like a lion who had found its prey, driven by an unyielding fervor. In the span of a few breaths, he surged forward to confront the monstrous foe. Power coalesced in his right hand as he leapt into the air, aiming a decisive strike at the creature's head. Su Chen exerted every ounce of his strength into this blow, determined to deliver a fatal blow. With a swift slash, the razor-sharp blade cleaved through the monster's neck. And under the weight of Su Chen's immense force, a deep gash was carved into its flesh. Blood gushed forth in torrents from the wound, splattering onto Su Chen's attire. The creature, now reeling from the injury, emitted a more anguished wail, writhing on the ground in despair. This strike had targeted a vital spot, severely crippling it, and the creature's struggles diminished significantly. Seizing the moment, Su Chen struck again, aiming for the already wounded neck of the beast. This was his first encounter with such a creature, and he remained oblivious to its weaknesses. However, one truth was clear to him. Severing its head was the most foolproof strategy that a living being could survive the loss of its head. Death, with one final stroke, he shattered the monster's spine, its massive head tumbling to the ground, lifeless. The once formidable body collapsed, blood pooling beneath it. Puffing heavily, Su Chen planted his Tang Dao into the earth. Taking a moment to catch his breath. Since the apocalypse began, this had been his most arduous battle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying an anomalous creature. Would you like to submit its essence? The system's notification stunned Su Chen. This creature was an anomalous being. Thus, it was not the source of the disturbances plaguing Jinning River. Had he misjudged the situation? Confusion washed over him as he realized that despite his relentless struggle, he had perhaps been mistaken. Fortunately, it was not entirely in vain, as he would still earn a substantial number of points. Otherwise, he might have been driven to despair. Submit the essence, regardless of the circumstances. He decided to turn in the creature's essence to the system in exchange for points. 3,000 points was certainly worth it. No wonder it exhibited such formidable strength. Even he had exerted considerable effort to defeat it. It seemed that earning the 4,000 points from side quest 12 would not be an easy task. Upon agreeing to submit the essence, he witnessed the creature's corpse gradually withering, as though it had been dead for a long time. Although Su Chun was unaware of the true nature of this essence, he was certain of its significance to the system. Otherwise, such a generous reward would not have been offered. After a brief respite, Su Chun prepared to set off once more. Since he had yet to uncover the cause of the anomaly, he resolved to continue his investigation. Having come this far, he was unwilling to abandon his quest. This time, he intended to venture upstream, suspecting that the fish deaths were indicative of a problem in that direction. Returning to his armored vehicle, he navigated along the riverbank, heading upstream. Chapter 47. The Devil's Fungus. As he drove, he admired the scenic beauty of the river, noticing that Jinning River appeared clearer than ever in the aftermath of the apocalypse. However, as he reveled in the picturesque surroundings, a frown creased his brow. Something felt amiss. Yet he could not pinpoint what was wrong. It was eerily quiet. Upon uttering this thought, he suddenly realized the issue. The silence. According to logic, there should be zombies meandering nearby. Yet, since his arrival at Jinning River, he had not encountered a single undead soul. Even during his earlier battle with the creature in the water, the commotion had failed to attract any zombies. Even now, as he drove along the riverbank, the situation remained unchanged. This was strange and unsettling. Was there something that frightened the zombies away from Jinning River? This idea increasingly took root in Su Chen's mind, and curiosity gnawed at him. What could be the cause of this phenomenon? As he approached the Cross River Bridge, he was greeted by a shocking sight. Beneath the bridge dangled a colossal, pitch-black entity that resembled a grotesque tumor. Roughly the size of a small car, below this mass were several tendril-like appendages, occasionally dripping a viscous, dark green liquid into the water, which dispersed rapidly. This liquid was undoubtedly the reason for the disappearance of the fish downstream. Ding! Congratulations to the host for locating the source. Reward: for 1,000 points. Ding! Side quest 12 completed. Triggered special mission. Eliminate the Devil's Fungus. Reward: 30,000 points. Caution 1. The fully formed Devil's Fungus harbors terrifying toxins. If released, it could claim the lives of hundreds of thousands in mere moments. It is imperative to ensure that the toxins do not spread during the elimination process. Caution 2. The Devil's Fungus is explosive when exposed to fire. The explosion will disperse toxins over a 10-kilometer radius. Caution 3. The Devil's Fungus possesses extraordinary vitality. Even when fragmented, the pieces can continue to grow as Su Chen's pupils dilated in shock at the astonishing rewards tied to this triggered special mission. 30,000 points. No wonder the initial investigation task offered 4,000 points. Completing this perilous mission would be fraught with danger, as the so-called Devil's Fungus contained toxins capable of exterminating millions. It was now clear why the fish in the downstream waters had vanished. They had perished from the toxin. Moreover, it was evident that the zombies had been driven away by this very threat. The reward was undeniably enticing, yet the challenge posed was formidable. One misstep could cost Su Chen his life. Though his body had undergone enhancement through basic serums, this did not equate to immunity from such a horrific toxin. Should he inadvertently come into contact with it, he too could succumb to its lethal effects. He suddenly recalled the monster he had just slain and pondered why it had not been affected by the toxin. That he could not ascertain the reason. But Su Chen recognized that he had no means of immunity against such a deadly poison. Preparations were essential. Stopping the vehicle 100 meters from the bridge, he hesitated to approach the Devil's Fungus too closely, positioning himself at a safe distance. Stepping out of the vehicle, he gazed at the enormous fungus beneath the bridge. Lost in contemplation, initially, he thought the best course of action would be to douse it in gasoline and incinerate it. However, the notion that it would explode upon contact with fire was utterly unforeseen. Cutting it apart was also futile, as it seemed to possess an immortal essence, capable of regenerating regardless of how finely it was sliced. Inwardly, Su Chen cursed vehemently. This was utterly repulsive. How was he to proceed? He could neither touch it nor burn it. What other options remained? Were it not for the substantial points at stake, he would have abandoned this task long ago. Just then, Su Chen spotted someone crossing the bridge, making their way toward his location. Upon reaching the midpoint of the bridge, the individual collapsed to the ground, Su-chan quickly retrieved his binoculars, discovering that the person's face had turned a horrific shade of purple-red, frothing at the mouth and convulsing on the ground. Clearly a case of poisoning. Moments later, they lay completely still, devoid of life. To his astonishment, the tendrils of the devil's fungus reached out, ensnaring the body and dragging it into its grotesque mass. Witnessing this scene filled Su-chan with dread. Good grief, the bridge is toxic. Fortunate for him that he had been cautious enough not to foolishly approach the devil's fungus too closely. This revelation weighed heavily on Su-chan as he contemplated his next steps. To eradicate the devil's fungus, the foremost and most crucial step was to ensure his own safety from the poison. Protecting his life was of utmost importance, lacking any protective gear against viruses. He recalled that the system store offered options: a super biohazard suit. This suit could defend against nuclear radiation, biological viruses, and more. Moreover, the super biohazard suit was vastly superior to other protective gear. Not only was its functionality exponentially enhanced, but it also provided an excellent experience and did not hinder mobility, making it incredibly convenient. With this suit, Su-chan could confidently shield himself from the devil's fungus's toxins. The only drawback was its price, a steep 500 points that he made the purchase. Should he succeed, the rewards would be monumental, and he would stand to gain immensely. Now, he only needed a strategy to eliminate the devil's fungus. After much contemplation, an idea struck him that, of course, fire was out of the question, but what if he used ice instead? If he could find a way to freeze the entire devil's fungus, the subsequent task would become much simpler. A frozen devil's fungus would be incapable of releasing toxins, rendering it vulnerable to his assault. He could then place it into a sealed container for incineration. Even if it exploded, the toxins would remain contained. Under sustained high temperatures, both the toxins and the devil's fungus would be eradicated. Furthermore, he recalled that there was a major virus research facility nearby, which would undoubtedly feature secure containment areas suitable for safely disposing of the devil's fungus. As for how to gain access to the facility, Su-chan was unconcerned that he carried with him a shard of Shao AI, an advanced artificial intelligence capable of effortlessly breaching the facility's security systems. In this era, advanced AI was a decisive advantage against prevailing technology. There exists no device that cannot be deciphered. With a plan in place to combat the devil bacteria, he continued to procure tools capable of rapidly freezing objects from the marketplace, alongside sealed containers suitable for transporting the devil bacteria. After a prolonged selection process, he finally opted for a freezing device, the cryo gun. This instrument could freeze any object, reaching temperatures as low as -50 degrees. Price: 1,000 points. The containers were remarkably inexpensive, merely 50 points. With all the necessary items gathered, he was ready to tackle the devil bacteria. Chapter 48. The motorcycle gang, huh? What is that? Just as Su-chan finished his purchases from the system marketplace, he was startled by an unusual sound near his ear. He turned around, only to find a group of motorcyclists emerging from nowhere. Their hair was a riot of colors, making them quite conspicuous. Brandishing iron rods and large blades, they shouted boisterously, resembling the infamous motorcycle gang of legend. They had been a considerable nuisance before the apocalypse, often racing through the night and causing chaos. After several official crackdowns, the gang had seemingly vanished. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, this notorious motorcycle gang had revived, wailing. The motorcycle gang spotted Su-chan, and they began to howl in unison, encircling him on their bikes. Exuding an air of arrogance to them, Su-chan appeared to be a lamb awaiting slaughter. Fortunately, the zombies in the area had disappeared due to the presence of the devil bacteria, and the ruckus created by the gang had already attracted a horde of zombies. Their actions struck Su-chan as incredibly foolish. Since the apocalypse began, no one had dared to provoke him so brazenly. His fists clenched. After circling Su-chan several times, the 6 motorcycles finally came to a stop. "Hey, is it just you?" One brash blonde sneered, completely dismissing Su-chan. Casting a glance at the combat vehicle nearby, he continued, "Nice ride you've got there. Where did you get it?" Another youth with a chicken-headed hairstyle stepped forward, declaring, "This is the territory of our motorcycle gang. Who allowed you to come here? Without our permission, anyone who intrudes must either surrender their belongings or be beaten and tossed off the bridge. Do you see that mass below the bridge? That's what we've fed. Those who dared to enter and resist before had been consumed by that very mass. Today, I'm in a good mood. Just leave everything behind and crawl out from under me, and I might let you go." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire gang erupted into laughter. They had encountered solitary individuals before and always took great pleasure in toying with them before ultimately tossing them off the bridge. Although they were unaware of the devil bacteria, they understood that the absence of zombies was due to its presence. The gang regarded the devil bacteria as a divine gift bestowed upon them. Meanwhile, Su-Chin remained expressionless, having already sentenced the motorcycle gang to death in his mind. These individuals were recklessly courting disaster. Beyond murder, they were using humans to nourish the devil bacteria. They had no idea what kind of monster they were nurturing. One capable of killing millions. The blonde, noticing Su-Chin's lack of fear, felt a surge of irritation. Su-Chin's indifference to kneeling in submission robbed them of their amusement. Watching others cry and beg was their greatest enjoyment. Rolling up his sleeves, he approached Su-Chin, wielding an iron rod. "Hey, are you perhaps a tough nut to crack? I'm here to loosen you up." The others looked on, eager to see how long Su-Chin could withstand the blonde's assault. Given his seemingly frail appearance, "Let me show you the might of your grandmaster," he shouted, swinging the iron rod towards Su-Chin's chest. Humph! Su-Chin let out a cold snort, countering with a swift slap to the blonde's face, the tremendous force causing him to spin several times before collapsing to the ground. The blonde was utterly dazed. His face swelled grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, and the intense pain left him disoriented. The others were equally astonished to witness the blonde being struck down by Su-Chin. "You dare to ambush my brother." The chicken-headed youth was the first to regain his composure. Seeing Su-Chin resist and knock the blonde to the ground ignited his fury, and he charged at Su-Chin, weapon drawn. Bang! Su-Chin said nothing more. He simply reached out and seized the weapon, then kicked the youth several meters away. Clutching his stomach, the chicken-headed youth knelt on the ground, racked with pain, wishing to weep. The remaining four had never encountered someone as formidable as Su-Chin. He was far mightier than any legendary warrior. With a single slap and a kick, he had taken down their strongest fighters. To break an iron rod barehanded. Was that even humanly possible? Just as Su-Chin prepared to continue his assault on the remaining gang members, the four of them dropped to their knees in unison before him. Their movements synchronized as if they had been trained for this very moment. "That we were wrong," they proclaimed loudly, realizing they were no match for him and wishing to avoid punishment. Su-Chin, momentarily taken aback, had never encountered foes who surrendered so swiftly before even engaging in battle. Feeling somewhat vexed, he kicked the fallen blonde, questioning whether he would dare to act so arrogantly again. "You spineless cowards. Where has your bravado gone? I prefer to see you rebellious. It makes beating you all the more satisfying." The blonde and the chicken-headed youth, both aware of their earlier blunders, realized they had underestimated Su-Chin. This man was no honorable fighter. He had feigned weakness to lure them into a trap. They hastily knelt before Su-Chin, crying out that they were in the wrong, that they had been bewitched by the devil. Such a drastic shift in demeanor was typical of those who preyed on the weak. "Weren't you just shouting a moment ago? Why the sudden cowardice?" Su-Chin found their behavior amusing. The contrast was simply too stark. In mere seconds, they had transformed into entirely different individuals. "Sir, we were just speaking foolishly. We were merely trying to intimidate you. We've never harmed anyone." The blonde, sobbing uncontrollably, confessed that we only wanted to prevent outsiders from encroaching on our territory. "This place is devoid of zombies, much safer than others that we only drove people away and occasionally gave them a beating. We never intended to harm anyone." The others chimed in, terrified that Su-Chin might turn his attention toward them. Observing the pitiful state of the blonde and the chicken-headed youth, they harbored no thoughts of resistance. Su-Chin regarded the blonde's expression, sensing sincerity in his words, and felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Each one of them appeared fearsome, yet they were nothing but cowards that he couldn't help but marvel at the vast array of personalities in the world. Chapter 49. Notification enough with the tears. "Everyone, shut your mouths," Su-Chin, irritated by their wailing, barked that "I have a question for you." The six who had been crying moments earlier shrank back at his reprimand. The chicken-headed youth trembled as he spoke. "What do you wish to ask, sir? I assure you, I will speak candidly and thoroughly." Su-Chin waved his hand dismissively. "All right. Are you the only six here? This place is free of zombies, making it akin to paradise for weary survivors. There cannot possibly be only 6 of you. There must be other survivors gathered here. Sir, You are indeed astute. Due to the unique nature of this location, many have settled here. However, resources are limited, and the number of inhabitants must be capped. To prevent more people from discovering that we are free of zombies, we often patrol the area to drive off any uninvited guests that we six are responsible for this sector. Unbeknownst to them, they had ultimately fallen into the hands of Su Chun. After listening to the chicken-headed youth, Su Chun remained silent, his gaze contemplative, lost in thought. The six crouched motionless, not daring to breathe, fearful of provoking Su Chun's ire. "You're free to go." Upon hearing Su Chun grant them freedom, the hearts of the six raced. They never expected to leave unscathed. However, his next words left them in shock. "Return and inform everyone to prepare for battle against the zombies. I intend to eradicate that thing once and for all." Su Chun pointed towards the devil fungus beneath the bridge, speaking in a calm tone. "From this moment forth, this place shall no longer be a sanctuary for zombies. It will become as perilous as any other location. With the threat of the devil fungus eliminated, the undead will inevitably return to haunt this area. As a fellow human, I feel compelled to issue a warning. The reason I share this information is to enable the people here to prepare in advance that if the survivors living nearby remain unaware of this news, many innocent lives will undoubtedly be lost to the hands of the zombies." "No, no, no." The six members of the Chicken Head Gang knelt before Su Chun once more, pleading desperately, "Please don't do this. The fungus is our guardian deity. We cannot afford to lose it. We beg you. If your anger stems from earlier events, feel free to strike us again, as long as you refrain from harming that entity." They may not comprehend the nature of the devil fungus, but they understood that it was its presence that shielded them from zombie attacks. It was because of the devil fungus that they could endure the apocalypse in relative safety. Some even prostrated themselves before Su Chun, hoping to sway him to reconsider his intentions. They were acutely aware that once the devil fungus was gone, they and their loved ones would once again face the looming threat of the undead. The hellish scenes they had once endured would return to plague their lives, and one wished to relive those days of uncertainty. For the sake of their families and themselves, they could not allow Su Chun to proceed with his plans. "Silence. The course of action I wish to take shall not be influenced by you." Su Chun had no intention of explaining himself, for he knew that no matter what he said, they would remain obstinate. Even if they were aware that the devil fungus could annihilate millions, they would likely accuse him of deceit. This was not a matter of right or wrong, but rather a reflection of human nature. The individuals benefiting from the situation would never willingly relinquish their advantages. The devil fungus provided them with safety, and they would not permit anyone to disrupt their newfound security. It was akin to the famous trolley problem. Do you choose to save many at the expense of a few? The difficulty lies in the moral and utilitarian dilemmas presented. To save millions. Would one sacrifice the lives of dozens or hundreds? For Su Chun, however, this question posed little challenge. Any choice he made would be evaluated based on its benefits to himself. He was, after all, a self-serving individual, yet he was also willing to extend assistance to others, as long as his own interests remained protected. Thus, he allowed the Chicken Head Gang to return and warned the nearby survivors to prepare. He had no desire for excessive human casualties due to this matter. As for their thoughts, he was indifferent, as long as he could remain true to his own conscience. That was enough. "Get lost. Do not obstruct my path," he declared. "The devil fungus shall be eradicated." He harbored no concern for whether these individuals would understand him. The devil fungus was a target that must be eliminated. Beyond the motivation of points, he was also driven by the knowledge he had gleaned from the system. Once the devil fungus fully matured, all life within a 100-kilometer radius would face annihilation, whether human or zombie. All would fall victim to its toxins. Its threat was more terrifying than the radiation that follows a nuclear explosion, with toxins lingering for millennia. Jianghai City would become a lifeless wasteland. As his stronghold lay within Jianghai City, he could not allow this matter to jeopardize his future. For his own development, Su Chun had to eliminate the devil fungus. Seeing Su Chun's unwavering resolve, the Chicken Head Gang felt deeply aggrieved. They realized they could not persuade him, nor could they overpower him in a direct confrontation. They had exhausted all options, leaving them with one feasible course of action: to return and summon reinforcements. If 6 could not prevail, then perhaps 60 or even 600. They could not fathom that Su Chun could single-handedly contend with all of them. With this thought in mind, They ceased their kneeling and swiftly mounted their motorcycles, racing back to their gathering place to inform others of the events that had transpired. They had to act quickly before Su Chen took any action, as Su Chen merely watched coldly as they departed. Discerning their intentions, however, he held no belief that these survivors could rival him, that he had already alerted them. Should anyone stubbornly attempt to thwart his mission, he would not hesitate to unleash violence that if they refused to heed reason. Then they would learn the consequences of their obstinacy through force. Su Chen excelled in persuading through strength. Sometimes, only a display of power could compel others to comply. Chapter 50. Pack and take away. As soon as the 6 members of the Chicken Head Gang departed, Su Chen wasted no time, that he donned his biohazard protective suit, fully encasing himself, and drove his combat vehicle onto the Jiang River Bridge. Upon reaching the precise point above the devil fungus, he brought the vehicle to a gradual halt. The ensuing battle between Su Chen and the devil fungus was imminent. Not long ago, someone had been poisoned. The devil fungus had used its tendrils to drag away the corpse and consume it. Su Chen was now aware that the devil fungus possessed intelligence. While the extent of its intellect was uncertain, he was convinced it would not submit easily. This time, his Tang Dao would serve no purpose. Armed with a cryogenic gun, he disembarked from the vehicle, approached the bridge's edge, and fired a freezing round that struck the water below. An area of approximately 5 to 6 square meters froze instantly, providing Su Chen with a temporary foothold. With a gun in his left hand and a container in his right, he leaped down. From this height, Su Chen felt no trepidation. He stood firmly on the ice, expanding his available space by freezing the surrounding water. He had thoroughly prepared for the confrontation with the devil fungus. Whoosh! He raised his gun and aimed at the devil fungus, firing a freezing round. At that moment, the devil fungus seemed to sense the threat. Its massive, bloated body began to writhe, that a tendril lashed out with lightning speed, intercepting the cryogenic bullet at a critical moment. Upon impact, the ice rapidly spread, completely encasing the tendril and rendering it immobile for the time being. This shot appeared to incite the fury of the devil fungus. Its remaining tendrils flailed wildly, lunging towards Su Chen's position. Rather than confront it head-on, Su Chen opted for a swift retreat, uncertain if his protective suit could withstand the assault. Reacting with remarkable speed, he propelled himself backward. Boom! Several tendrils crashed against the ice, creating a large pit that exposed the water beneath. He quickly raised his gun and fired twice more, freezing the 2 tendrils that had breached the ice. The newly formed pit was once again encased in ice. This environment was particularly advantageous for Su Chen. Both of his recent attacks had yielded significant success. It seemed the devil fungus recognized that its tendrils alone could not defeat Su Chen. A profound sense of crisis compelled it to adapt. The unfrozen tendrils retracted, and the tips began secreting a green liquid. Su Chen recognized this liquid as the devil fungus's unique toxin. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply as he witnessed an extraordinary sight. What the hell? It can operate like this too. A few tendrils quivered, launching the toxin towards Su Chen's location as if using it as a projectile. How disgraceful! He retreated a few steps, and the toxin missed, striking the ice instead. Sizzle! The potent toxin began to corrode the ice. Even a single drop could erode a vast expanse. The icy surface beneath him displayed numerous cracks, threatening to shatter entirely at any moment. What a terrifying toxin! Su Chen gasped within his protective suit. No living creature could withstand such a potent poison. He raised his cryogenic gun once more, solidifying the precarious ice beneath him, that no matter what, he could not afford to lose his foothold. Otherwise, he would find it exceedingly difficult to inflict harm upon the devil fungus. That a torrent of toxin continued to rain down upon Su Chen, densely packed, leaving him with no space to evade. Yet this posed little challenge for him. He could simply expand the ice's area. Whoosh, whoosh! Several cryogenic bullets collided with the toxin, generating wisps of white and green mist as they neutralized each other. This revelation filled Su Chen with excitement. The freezing bullets could counteract the devil fungus's toxin, which would greatly aid him in his forthcoming actions. This time, Su Chen took the initiative. He raised his cryogenic gun and fired rapidly, unleashing a barrage of freezing bullets aimed at the devil fungus's core. The creature reacted swiftly, unleashing its own torrent of toxin in an attempt to counter his assault. The speed of toxin production could not match that of Su Chen's shooting. A portion of the bullets still struck the tendrils and body of the devil fungus. Approximately one-fifth of its mass became encased in ice, significantly diminishing its defensive and offensive capabilities. Seeing this, Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Without the cryogenic gun, he would have been at a loss on how to contend with the devil fungus. Various perverse abilities, akin to bugs, leave ordinary individuals utterly helpless. The once nightmarish devil fungus, upon encountering Su Chen, met its nemesis. Seizing the advantage, with the adversary already in a precarious position, Su Chen would not let this opportunity slip by. While engaging in gunfire, he adeptly evaded the increasingly frenzied assaults of the devil fungus, capitalizing on his superior speed, that if the devil fungus possessed the capacity for speech, it would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of curses. Su Chen's agility was remarkable. Not a single strike landed upon him. Yet the creature, immobilized, could only endure relentless attacks. As more of its body became encased in ice, its resistance waned. Once it was entirely frozen, the first phase of the operation was complete. Next, he would proceed to the second phase, severing the devil fungus from the bridge and placing it into the container he had prepared in advance. Positioning the container directly below, Su Chen ascended to commence the cutting process, ensuring that not a trace of the devil fungus remained. With a splash, the devil fungus plummeted into the container, as Su Chen diligently poured water into it before utilizing a cryogenic gun to freeze the entire vessel. How heavy! Even Su Chen felt the strain while lifting the container. An average person would find it nearly impossible to bear such a burden that he had contemplated placing the container into his spatial ring, only to discover it could not accommodate living entities, as the devil fungus retained its vitality. Thus, Su Chen had no choice but to laboriously transport the container back to the bridge, securing it atop the war vehicle. The exertion of the recent battle, combined with this task, had significantly drained his stamina. Had it not been for the enhancement provided by the basic gene serum, accomplishing this extraordinary task would have been exceedingly difficult. He retrieved the antiviral agent he had long prepared, purchased from the System S marketplace, capable of neutralizing all toxins that he meticulously disinfected both his body and the entire war vehicle, eradicating any remnants of the devil fungus's poison to prevent any potential harm to himself. After completing this extensive disinfection, Su Chen finally shed his protective suit, the scent of the disinfectant lingering in the air. With everything in place, he was ready to drive to the nearby virus research facility to execute the final eradication of the devil fungus. As he prepared to depart the bridge, he noticed a throng of individuals blocking his path. Observing the situation with an expressionless demeanor, Su Chen realized that his reluctance to resort to violence would not dissuade these people from their intentions. He would not hesitate to strike decisively. Chapter 51. Defeat in Flight 2 buses approached from behind the crowd, halting at the bridge's entrance and completely obstructing his route, that a cursory glance revealed that roughly 40 to 50 individuals comprised this group, predominantly young and robust men. Listen up, you have 10 minutes to put down what you're carrying, comply, and I guarantee your safe departure. Otherwise, don't blame us for resorting to force, a figure within the crowd brandished a megaphone. Addressing Su Chen, they believed their numerical superiority would secure their victory over him. Aware of Su Chen's formidable strength, they preferred to avoid confrontation, but they could not allow him to abscond with the devil fungus, their so-called guardian deity, which was vital to their and their family's safety. They had laid everything on the line to thwart him. Enough talk. If you want to fight, then fight. As for this thing, do not even dream of taking it. Return and contemplate how to navigate your lives moving forward. Su Chen calmly declared, standing firm to him. The threats posed by these individuals were inconsequential. Fuming, Ma Jiahao, the leader of the group, was incensed by Su Chen's audacity. The glint of rage filled the eyes of those around him. In their view, Su Chen was akin to a thief who had broken into their home to steal their belongings, mockingly laughing in their faces. This bastard is insufferably arrogant. Let us teach him a lesson. Their patience had worn thin, and they could no longer restrain themselves. Weapons were drawn, eager to demonstrate their prowess. To Su Chen, a glance at their armaments revealed a stark contrast to those he had previously encountered. They were far more extravagant and intimidating. Ma Jiahao shouted, "Brothers, we cannot allow this man to take our guardian deity. Since he is so obstinate, we shall show him no mercy. Kill, kill, kill," as the crowd echoed his battle cry. Su Chen, unwilling to waste any more time on these ignorant fools, unsheathed his Tang Dao and advanced. They had chosen the path of conflict. Whether they lived or died was no longer within their control. In a world where societal order had disintegrated, the strength of the formidable was the ultimate truth. With a roar, the mob surged toward Su Chun. Among them were the 6 individuals he had previously spared. But this time, he would show no mercy. They had chosen their fate, and they would bear the consequences. The dozens charged at him, a sight that would terrify an ordinary person. Su Chun remained unfazed. Though he had expended considerable energy moments ago, he was more than capable of dealing with them, but he stood his ground, awaiting the enemy to deliver themselves into his grasp. Did he surrender? The vanguard, witnessing Su Chun's demeanor, mistook his stillness for regret over opposing them. It was too late. Without Ma Jiao's command, they would not cease their assault. They could only blame Su Chun for not surrendering sooner. However, the ensuing scene left everyone dumbfounded. In a flash of steel, the first few attackers collapsed, blood spraying from their chests as they fell lifeless to the ground. Unfazed, Su Chun pressed into the throng, wielding his Tang Dao with deadly precision. Each motion blossomed with crimson petals of life that doubled a nightmare. The remaining members of the crowd were paralyzed with fear, though they had heard tales of Su Chun's formidable prowess. They had never anticipated such overwhelming strength. In the face of their sea of numbers, he appeared effortlessly invincible, suffering not a scratch while many fell beneath his blade. What manner of monster is this? I quit. This cannot be human. For those yet to engage with Su Chun, terror gripped their hearts. The speed with which their comrades fell was both astonishing and disheartening. None among them had ever witnessed such a horrific spectacle. No soul could stand unafraid in the presence of death. The conviction of inevitable victory that had once surged within them dissipated like mist. In this moment, those who remained were consumed by dread. Let them do as they please. I'm out. Su Chun was simply too terrifying. Run. He is coming this way. Flee, flee. He is a demon, more fearsome than a zombie. Let this guardian deity be damned. My life is paramount. I would face zombies any day rather than contend with this beast. The scene devolved into chaos. Just as Su Chun had anticipated, a show of ruthless force would swiftly shatter their morale. In truth, these individuals were untrained, a mere mob. The moment they sensed a hint of defeat, panic would ensue. Su Chun swiftly dispatched a segment of their ranks. The remaining members were paralyzed with terror. Do not flee. Together, we can overcome him. For our future. Amidst the panic throng, Ma Jiao, hoarse from shouting into the megaphone, found his words ineffective. He had not foreseen Su Chun as a harbinger of death. The situation had shifted too rapidly for him to comprehend. Suddenly, a long knife flew forth, piercing the megaphone from Ma Jiao's grasp. With a sharp intake of breath, he was jolted by the unexpected turn of events. Had it veered just slightly, it would have been his head that was pierced. Gazing up towards the source of the projectile, he met Su Chun's gaze, who smiled at him. The chilling realization struck him. This was a warning. The courage that remained in his heart was extinguished by this single blow, and the urge to retreat surged within him. When confronted with death, no one can truly stand fearless. He ceased to persist, turning to flee for his life. Meanwhile, Su Chun continued to wield his blade, pursuing the group relentlessly. That he had already issued a warning. Since these individuals chose not to heed it, he would ensure they understood through force. Particularly the 6 individuals with yellow hair whom he had previously spared. Returning to court death was something he would never allow. After a relentless pursuit of over 100 meters, he ultimately slaughtered them all. Chapter 52. Entering the Research Institute only after eliminating all adversaries did Su Chun finally halt his steps. The ground was strewn with corpses, creating a scene reminiscent of hell on Earth. With the nuisances dealt with, he returned to his battle vehicle. The most pressing matter at hand was to completely eradicate the frozen devil bacteria. Securing the points was paramount. Guided by Xiao AI, he maneuvered the vehicle toward the Virus Research Institute. The journey was uneventful, devoid of further mishaps. Upon arriving at the Virus Research Institute, Su Chun discovered the gates firmly shut, all entrances sealed. Deploying a detection device, he found that there were indeed numerous living souls within the institute. This revelation altered his initial intentions. The institute was governed by the world's most advanced intelligent control system, and the gates were equally under its command. By hacking into the control system, he could effortlessly gain access. For hackers in this world, breaching such a facility was exceedingly challenging. However, Su Chun was not a hacker. he possessed something far more formidable. Indeed, it was Xiao AI, an artificial intelligence far surpassing modern technology, capable of effortlessly deciphering the control systems. Xiao AI commenced the operation. At Su Chen's command, Xiao AI began to infiltrate the Virus Research Institute systems. Simultaneously, alarms blared throughout the facility. The personnel inside became aware of the ongoing breach, realizing someone was attempting to usurp control of the institute, which sent them into a state of panic. Most among them were researchers. Lacking any understanding of network technology, rendered helpless as they watched their control slip away. Through the surveillance cameras, they spotted Su Chen outside, recognizing him as the architect of their turmoil. Old Wang, what should we do? Shall we simply stand by and watch as he takes control of the Research Institute? A bespectacled man in a white lab coat queried the elderly figure among them. Fear flickered across the faces of the others. They were uncertain of Su Chen's intentions and could only place their hopes in their elder. Old Wang, not only a master in the field of virus research but also a mentor to them all, had stepped forward during the apocalypse, using his authority to seal all exits, thus ensuring the survival of the defenseless researchers. Strangely enough, none of the researchers had succumbed to zombification. Rather, it was the security personnel outside the laboratory who had transformed into the undead. In the days that followed, employing their privileges and their sharp intellects, they systematically eliminated the zombies. They even conducted examinations on the cadavers, uncovering remarkable findings. Regrettably, even with the hopes of the group resting on him, Old Wang found himself powerless, forced to watch helplessly as Su Chen seized control of the institute. I hope this individual harbors no ill intentions. Old Wang sighed inwardly, feeling utterly defeated. Minutes passed. Master, I have successfully commandeered the control of the Research Institute. According to the internal surveillance, only a dozen or so researchers remain alive. All data concerning the surviving researchers has been uploaded to your mobile device. After seizing control, Xiao AI returned to Su Chen's side, reporting the intelligence she had gathered. Excellent work. He praised Xiao AI, glancing at the information uploaded to his phone, but he noticed several notable figures he had previously seen in the news, confirming that those within were indeed researchers. Unarmed and incapable of posing any threat, Su Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He retrieved the container of the frozen devil bacteria from the vehicle's roof, resting it on his shoulder as he advanced into the Research Institute. Upon reaching the entrance, the tightly shut gates began to open slowly under Xiao AI's command. Following her guidance, Su Chen ventured inside, encountering no obstacles along the way. Arriving at the door to the innermost laboratory, he set down the container. Who are you? What brings you here? Upon entering the laboratory, he was met with a group of individuals clad in white coats, all regarding him with suspicion. Su Chen offered a faint smile. Projecting his goodwill, he had no intentions of unleashing a massacre. There was no need to antagonize these individuals. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill will. I merely wish to utilize the laboratory for a brief time. Rest assured, once I am finished, I will depart and restore access to you. Hearing Su Chen's words, the researcher's tense demeanor began to ease. That I am Wang Ku. Might I inquire what you intend to do within the laboratory? Old Wang, recognizing Su Chen's benevolence, inquired. Lacking knowledge about Su Chen's character, he simply wished to assist him in completing his task swiftly so that he might vacate the premises. It is you, Old Wang. I am Su Chen. Su Chen regarded Wang Ku with admiration. Years prior, a terrifying virus had emerged worldwide, claiming the lives of countless individuals. Wang Ku, undeterred by his advanced age, ventured into the epicenters of the outbreaks to research the virus. After much toil, he ultimately discovered a method to counteract it. Such a venerable hero was deserving of Su Chen's respect. Old Wang, as long as none among you harbors malicious intent, I shall not cause you harm. He felt it was vital to assure a person of Wang Ku's stature that, of course, that is the extent of my promise. Wang Ku, discerning through their conversation that Su Chen posed no threat, began to feel more at ease. What do you intend to achieve within the laboratory? Nothing much. Merely wish to utilize the laboratory to eradicate a strain of bacteria capable of killing millions. Su Chen pointed toward the frozen devil bacteria outside the laboratory. Following his gesture, the researchers finally noticed what Su Chen had brought with him. This bacteria can kill millions. Their first instinct was disbelief, regarding Su Chen as if he were a fool. However, Su Chen had no desire to explain himself. As long as they aided him in exterminating the devil bacteria, he was indifferent to their opinions. Are you jesting? Old Wang too felt skeptical, as he had no recollection of such a formidable entity. Given the prevailing circumstances, he refrained from voicing further objections that if Su Chen wished to use the laboratory, he would allow it. The priority was to expedite this enigmatic individual's departure from the institute. Since you are insistent, I shall not press further. Wang Ke cast a deep gaze at Su Chen, attempting to discern more about him, feeling that this young man was anything but ordinary. Old Wang, I require a completely sealed laboratory. Very well. Follow me. Su Chen lifted the container once more and trailed behind Wang Ke. The others were once again struck by the terrifying powers Su Chen wielded. Chapter 53. Incineration Soon. Wang Ke led Su Chen to a door forged from alloy. This laboratory meets your requirements. Once the door is closed, it remains in a state of absolute isolation, though we typically conduct our research on the most hazardous viruses within this facility. The entire room is constructed from a special aluminum alloy, ensuring not only impeccable sealing, but also remarkable durability. Even explosives would struggle to breach this place. Additionally, it is equipped with an incineration system to prevent any viral leakage in the event of an accident. Upon hearing Wang Ke's description, Su Chen felt reassured that he had come to the right place, as it aligned perfectly with his needs. Under Xiao AI's control, the door creaked open as Su Chen entered. Placing the container in the center of the laboratory, then extracting the frozen devil bacteria that he then instructed the others to leave at Su Chen's insistence, the curious researchers reluctantly exited, while Xiao AI disabled all surveillance. Despite the presence of an incineration system, Su Chen worried that the destruction might not be thorough enough, prompting him to enhance the preparations that he retrieved a substantial quantity of gasoline and flammable materials from his spatial ring, arranging them near the devil bacteria. After completing these preparations, Su Chen exited the laboratory, shutting the door behind him as he moved to the adjacent observation room. From the observation room, he could clearly see everything occurring in the laboratory. Approaching the control panel, he cast a glance at the devil bacteria and issued a command to Xiao AI. Commence the process. With a decisive command, Xiao AI sprang into action. The laboratory's incineration system roared to life, engulfing the entire space in flames. The gasoline and flammable materials left behind by Su Chen amplified the system's ferocity. Within mere seconds, the frozen devil spores were unleashed, only to be met with searing fire. As the system had indicated, any part of the spores that came into contact with the flames erupted violently. Countless fragments of dismembered limbs, imbued with toxic green fluid, scattered throughout the laboratory, sensing the intense heat. The devil spores, which were continuously exploding upon contact with the flames, fell into a state of panic. They darted chaotically within the laboratory, only to discover that fire had consumed every corner of the room, leaving no sanctuary. Their tendrils flailed wildly against the walls, yet the immense force left no mark upon the sturdy surfaces. Realizing they were trapped in a dire predicament, the spores were soon entirely engulfed in flames. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated throughout the laboratory as the devil spores fragmented into countless varying-sized pieces. Following this, the green toxic liquid spread rapidly, saturating the entire room, while a dense miasma of green gas permeated every nook and cranny. Fortunately, the materials used to construct the laboratory were sufficiently resilient, rendering them impervious to the corrosive effects of the spore's venom. The blaze did not diminish in the wake of the explosion. Rather, it intensified. Even through the thick, specially tempered glass, Su Chen could feel a scorching wave of heat bearing down on him, a testament to the laboratory's soaring temperature. At that moment, the temperature inside the laboratory reached several thousand degrees, a level no living being could withstand. Under the relentless assault of the flames, the toxic liquid exhibited no resistance and gradually vanished. The various instruments and apparatus within the laboratory melted into pools of molten iron under the inferno. After a relentless 10 minutes of incineration, when the toxins had been thoroughly eradicated, the devil spores were reduced to mere ash. Everything in the laboratory had been reduced to nothingness. It was only upon receiving a system notification that he deactivated the incineration system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a special mission by exterminating the devil spores and preventing the virus from spreading, earning a reward of 30,000 points. Upon hearing that the task was completed, Su Chen could not suppress a smile. Another substantial sum of points had been added to his account. With the 30,000 points acquired, his total now surpassed 40,000, merely a stone's throw away from 50,000. It seemed that it would not be long before he could undertake additional tasks. Perhaps even obtaining the advanced genetic serum worth 500,000 points. That moment, Xiao Ai's voice suddenly emerged from Su Chen's phone. Master, I have discovered something. It seems the researchers here have found something significant on the zombies. While infiltrating the server, I inadvertently came across remnants of information suggesting a connection to human evolution. During my incursion, they transferred all the crucial data, preventing me from obtaining detailed information, judging by their actions. This information is of considerable importance. This revelation. Su Chen's smile faded. What initially seemed like a simple task had unexpectedly unveiled a significant discovery, a connection between zombies and human evolution. Just then, Xiao Ai issued another warning. Warning, Master, please be cautious that a large number of armed personnel are about to enter the Research Institute, carrying weapons and ammunition. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression grew serious. Xiao Ai, have you identified the identities of these individuals? Soon, Xiao Ai replied, Master, I have determined that someone within the Research Institute sent a signal to the outside world while I was infiltrating. The content was related to the data I just uncovered. Based on the analysis, there appears to be a traitor among the researchers who disclosed their findings to the Wu family in Jianghai City. These armed personnel hail from the Wu family. The prowess of artificial intelligence was indeed remarkable, deducing detailed information from mere threads of evidence, and providing Su Chen with a comprehensive understanding of the situation. Previously, all authority within the Research Institute resided with Wang Ke, preventing others from establishing contact with the outside world. His intrusion had inadvertently afforded the insider an opportunity. The Wu family was a prominent clan in Jianghai, second only to the Wang family, where Wang Yuning resided. The situation suddenly became intriguing. The Wu family's mobilization signaled that whatever the researchers had uncovered was of utmost importance. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched such a formidable force to the institute. Su Chen was certain that the so-called Wu family would not let him off easily, that he was all too familiar with the operational styles of such families. Before the apocalypse, they had acted with impunity. And now, devoid of oversight, they would undoubtedly become even more brazen, to safeguard their secrets. Silencing potential leaks through murder was a commonplace affair for these families. As Su Chen pondered for a moment, contemplating how to respond to these intruders. Their firearms posed a significant threat to him. He had yet to reach a state of invulnerability and needed to tread carefully against fully armed adversaries. Xiao Ai, seal the entrance to the Research Institute. As Su Chen's command echoed, the doors of the institute sealed shut once more. First, he would isolate these individuals, cutting off their support. Utilizing the institute's authority, he could eliminate them all. Chapter 54. Confrontation. Meanwhile, a group of fully armed individuals entered the Research Institute. Hurry up. The family head is waiting for us to bring back the items. Orders have been given. Eliminate everyone except the researchers. Leaving no survivors. Upon hearing the captain's words, the team members were filled with excitement. It had been a long time since the apocalypse began, and they had not had an outlet for their frustrations. They were eager to complete this mission and swiftly return to the Wu family to claim their rewards. Profit was the greatest motivator, according to the intelligence they possessed, aside from the researchers. There was only one unexpected intruder. They were numerous, armed with superior weaponry, and no matter how one looked at it, the advantage was theirs. Just moments after stepping into the Research Institute, they suddenly noticed the entrance had sealed behind them. Alert at the captain's command, everyone raised their weapons, aiming forward. Any sign of abnormality would lead to a hail of bullets. The behavior of these individuals suggested they had undergone professional training. After observing for a while, without spotting anyone, they stood up and assumed an offensive formation, continuing their advance. Tension filled the air as they cautiously scanned their surroundings. Su Chen watched this scene unfold through the surveillance cameras. Wang Lao, what are you planning to do? Su Chen turned to Wang Ke, who had hurried to the monitoring room upon receiving news of the invasion. Who leaked the information? Wang Ke fumed, wishing he could strangle the traitor on the spot. As a person of some social standing, Wang Ke was acutely aware of the operational styles of these powerful families that if he were to fall into their hands, he would likely be reduced to a life of servitude. Devoid of any rights, The researchers surrounding Wang Ke glanced at one another, all eager to identify the individual responsible for the leak. Unfortunately, the traitor was too well hidden, betraying no signs. Watching his students, Wang Ke felt a deep sorrow. If all went as expected, they would be exploited to death by the Wu family, their value drained until they were of no further use. Finally, Wang Ke turned his gaze to Su Chen. He recalled that the institute was now under Su Chen's control, and he was certain that Su Chen could uncover the identity of the traitor. Since you know someone has betrayed us, you must know who it is. That Su Chen smiled in response. Wang Lao, there's no need to rush regarding the traitor, that I believe you are aware of the purpose of these individuals' visit, right? The reason he had not immediately confronted the armed intruders was that he needed the researchers' assistance for something that would enable him to deal with the enemy more effectively. This was his first encounter with fully armed humans, and he had to be exceedingly cautious. That I hope you can provide me with the necessary items, as it would greatly enhance my chances of dealing with them. Upon hearing Su Chen's request, Wang Ke's eyes sharpened as he scrutinized him. What items are you referring to? I have no knowledge of such things, and I certainly have no idea what these individuals are after. Wang Ke's refusal was anticipated by Su Chen, who replied calmly, "Zombies? Human evolution? Wang Lao, you cannot hide this from me." Instantly, everyone present was taken aback. They had thought they had successfully transferred all the data. So how could Su Chen be aware of this information? Your haste left behind some clues. Therefore, Wang Lao, there's no need to feign ignorance in front of me, that I also understand that none of you wish to be captured by the Wu family. It goes without saying what fate awaits those captured. If you provide me with a copy of the data, I will assist in resolving your issue with these individuals. How does that sound? This trade seems quite reasonable, does it not? He was acutely aware that demanding the soul data was somewhat challenging. However, replicating it would pose no difficulty. Wang Ke's gaze flickered, clearly revealing his inner conflict. He genuinely wished to avoid capture, yet he was equally reluctant to relinquish the data to Su Chen. Unfortunately, there was no third option available. His primary concern lay in his ignorance of Su Chen's capabilities, leaving him uncertain about whether he could handle the situation with the others outside. Perceiving Wang Ke's hesitation, Su Chen remarked, "Old Wang, why not place your trust in me? Even if I were to fail, you would not incur any losses, but should I succeed, you will evade the clutches of the Wu family and retain your freedom." Weighing the pros and cons, Wang Ke opted to copy the data for Su Chen, allowing him to deal with the individuals outside. Indeed, as Su Chen had stated, he would suffer no loss in this transaction. It was remarkably advantageous. Ultimately, Wang Ke retrieved a hard drive from a safe and handed it over to Su Chen. All the data is contained within. Hurry and make a copy. Once in possession of the hard drive, Su Chen connected it to his computer, entrusting the remaining tasks to Xiao AI. While copying, Xiao AI verified the data and assured Su Chen that everything was in order. Soon, the data transfer was complete, and Su Chen, clutching the backup hard drive, made his way outside. With the coveted items in hand, it was time to exit as soon as he was out of sight of the crowd. Su Chen concealed the hard drive within his spatial ring, producing a new hard drive to feign nonchalance. This tactic was employed to approach the armed personnel closely, where he felt confident in eliminating all adversaries. Engaging at a distance would be exceedingly disadvantageous for Su Chen, hence this strategic maneuver. While he could have simply presented a hard drive to placate the armed group, he was disinclined to grant the researchers an easy advantage. He intended to extract some benefits from them. What caught his eye was their research on human evolution, which could be of great interest to Guanxinhua. Perhaps, in her excitement, she would even choose to dedicate herself to the cause. In that case, Su Chen and she could explore various intriguing positions together. Before long, Su Chen encountered the armed personnel. "The do not shoot. The hard drive I hold is precisely what you seek. The only copy of the data. If you were to accidentally damage it, I fear you would find it difficult to report back to the Wu family." The sudden appearance of Su Chen left the armed personnel momentarily bewildered. Not only did he claim to possess what their master desired, but he also explicitly identified their origins, leaving them uncertain about their next course of action. Their leader bellowed, "Stop the charade. How can you prove that what you have is genuine?" Seeing through their ruse, Su Chen calmly replied, "If you doubt me, feel free to shoot and test it." This statement left the leader in a quandary. Observing Su Chen's composed demeanor instilled a measure of belief in the authenticity of his claims. He dared not take the gamble. If it were indeed genuine and he were to destroy it, he was certain that the master would not spare him. Thus, he chose to pacify Su Chun, seeking a means to ascertain the truth of the item. Why have you revealed yourself? What is your intention? The leader's eyes were fixed intently on Su Chun, searching for any sign of weakness. With a smile, Su Chun responded, I wish to propose a transaction, this. The leader's face revealed no emotion as he inquired, Oh, what sort of deal do you have in mind? Speak, if you will. His foremost priority was to stabilize the situation with Su Chun before devising a plan to acquire the item. I intend to use this item as a token for joining the Wu family. If you can facilitate my entrance into the Wu family, I shall gladly hand over this hard drive to you. Upon hearing Su Chun's proposal, not only did the leader find it utterly absurd, but so did the other team members. The notion of joining the Wu family was utterly unattainable in their lifetimes. Despite their disdain for Su Chun, they recognized a method to safely obtain the hard drive by feigning agreement to his terms. Feigning hesitance, the leader appeared to weigh the benefits and drawbacks, deliberately prolonging his response to lull Su Chun into a false sense of security. A swift agreement would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Meanwhile, Su Chun silently observed the leader's clumsy act, choosing not to expose him. His sole intention was to draw closer to them. Whether they harbored deceitful intentions mattered little as long as he achieved his goal. After a prolonged silence, the leader finally spoke, I cannot provide you with a definitive answer at this moment. Should you genuinely wish to join us, I will do my utmost to advocate on your behalf to the master, but of course, this is contingent upon your handing over the hard drive to me for verification. While articulating this, his true intention was starkly different. Once he possessed the item, he would not hesitate to eliminate Su Chun on the spot. Foolish creature, how dare you attempt to swindle me? Su Chun silently cursed as he had anticipated this very maneuver. Barely suppressing his urge to express his contempt, maintaining an innocent facade, he feigned belief in the leader's words that that's so. I truly appreciate your assistance that if I were to hand over the item to you, you wouldn't deny your promise, would you? Seeing that Su Chun appeared to be wavering, the leader restrained his excitement, donning a facade of benevolence. Of course not. The Wu family is renowned in Zhanghai City for their integrity. We honor our commitments, otherwise you would not desire to join us. Suppressing his revulsion, Su Chun feigned innocence that I believe you. I shall approach to hand over the item for your assessment. Rest assured, it is indeed genuine. I would never jest with my own life. The leader signaled for his team to lower their weapons, allowing Su Chun to approach with ease, harboring no concerns about potential harm from him. Even if Su Chun harbored ill intentions, given his slender frame, they dismissed him as lacking any real strength. Should any complications arise, they felt confident in their ability to subdue him collectively, observing the now unguarded adversaries. Su Chun secretly reveled in his success. He had not anticipated that they would be so easily deceived. The myriad plans he had prepared were rendered unnecessary. With his objective achieved, he no longer wished to linger. To avoid arousing suspicion, he maintained a cautious demeanor, slowly inching closer, thereby instilling further confidence in his foes. They would never suspect that what they perceived as an ant, easily crushed, was in fact a ferocious beast lying in wait for its prey. Before long, Su Chun stood before them. Here, this is what you seek. Upon receiving the hard drive, the leader's face broke into a broad smile, and the other team members shared in his delight, each fantasizing about the rewards they would receive upon returning to the Wu family. Particularly the types of maids the master would bestow upon them. It seemed as though everyone had achieved their desires. However, the leader swiftly concealed his smile, a murderous intent surging forth as he prepared to strike Su Chun down. Come, little brother. Perhaps we are destined to become family from this day forth. Extending his right hand as if to pat Su Chun's shoulder, he suddenly brandished a knife, viciously slashing towards Su Chun's neck. Contrary to the expected scene of bloodshed, Su Chun deftly seized the leader's wrist. Why the impatience? Su Chun conjured a tang knife from thin air, plunging it directly into the leader's heart, leaving him with an expression of utter disbelief. You cheated. His words faltered as blood gushed forth, and he fell lifelessly to the ground, unable to fathom how he had so easily fallen to Su Chun. The events unfolded with shocking rapidity. The other team members, still reeling from the surprise, beheld their leader sprawled in a pool of blood. Leader! They shouted in anger, raising their weapons to retaliate against Su Chun. However, after successfully closing the distance, Su Chun would not grant them the opportunity to fire. Demonstrating his agility, He advanced swiftly, wielding the Tang knife with grace, severing the hands of the nearest armed foes. Their firearms clattered to the ground as the injured fell, howling in agony. With a swift kick, Su Chen sent the two disarmed individuals crashing into their comrades, preventing them from retaliating. Seizing the moment, Su Chen pursued his foes, brandishing his blade once more. The silvery glimmer of the knife sliced through the throats of several adversaries, blood spewing forth from the gaping wounds. After dispatching this group, Su Chen showed no signs of halting. He intended to eliminate every last enemy. At this juncture, aside from Su Chen, only 3 individuals remained alive. Their eyes filled with rage and shock. The abruptness and swiftness of the situation left them reeling. In mere moments, their comrades had fallen before their eyes. That Su Chen's strength was terrifying, more akin to a beast than a human. The demise of their allies afforded them a fleeting opportunity as they raised their weapons to fire upon Su Chen. They could not fathom that Su Chen could possibly be swifter than their firearms. Fingers rapidly squeezed the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets erupted from the barrels, hurtling towards the advancing Su Chen. Too late, Su Chen let out a soft sigh. Had he been afar, he would have found it impossible to contend with these foes. But at this proximity, he possessed the means to effortlessly eliminate them. With a powerful push against the ground, he propelled himself against the walls, ricocheting back and forth till a barrage of bullets whizzed past him. Within a mere few breaths, Su Chen evaded all the projectiles and found himself before the remaining 3 adversaries that eyed in their terrified gaze. He offered no chance for mercy. The blade swiftly glided across each of their throats. Thus, in less than 3 minutes, an entire squad of heavily armed foes was vanquished by Su Chen. Chapter 56. Fate and departure come forth. Su Chen sensed the approach of others from behind. I have dealt with these individuals. There is no need for concern. No sooner had he spoken than a group emerged from behind him, upon witnessing the multitude of bodies strewn across the ground. Shock enveloped their faces. How terrifying! This was the collective thought that surfaced in their minds. One man had single-handedly annihilated a fully armed battalion. Was such a feat even conceivable? If someone were to claim that Su Chen was a superhuman, they would readily believe it. Young friend, may I inquire about your next intentions? Wang Ke stepped forward from the crowd. Having observed Su Chen's formidable prowess, thoughts began to stir within him that if you have no place to rest, might I suggest you temporarily stay at the Research Institute? Understanding Wang Ke's insinuation, Su Chen recognized that it was an invitation for him to remain as their protector. Without a moment's hesitation, he declined. Thank you for your concern, Wang Lao, but I have my own refuge. What a jest! Even if he lacked a sanctuary, he would never consent to be a bodyguard for others. That, of course, Wang Ke did not mean it in that manner. But to Su Chen, it mattered little. Alas, Wang Ke sighed deeply. It appears we are not so fortunate. He had initially believed that with his status, securing assistance would be effortless. From Su Chen's tone, he sensed that retaining him was not an option. He continued, let us not dwell on this. Could I trouble you, young friend, to reveal the identity of the traitor? Since you are privy to the Wu family's affairs, you must surely be able to uncover the identity of the infiltrator. Should you divulge this information, I assure you, there will be generous recompense. For Su Chen, this matter was trivial. With Xiao AI's assistance, he had long known the traitor's identity. Whether he disclosed it to Wang Ke held little consequence for him. As Su Chen pondered, a young researcher in a white lab coat, adorned with glasses, flickered with fear that he was the one who had betrayed information to the Wu family. Su Chen's arrival had provided him with an opportunity to connect with the outside world. Originally, he had intended to leverage this chance to ingratiate himself with the Wu family, hoping to gain favor from their patriarch and enjoy a life of ease. However, he never anticipated that Su Chen would be the one to shatter his dreams. His heart brimmed with hatred for Su Chen, who had instilled hope only to obliterate it. Now, with the risk of exposure looming, despair washed over him. He resolved that if he were to meet his end, he would take someone down with him. Seizing the moment while the others were focused on Su Chen, he drew forth a dagger that he had concealed. With the dagger in hand, he lunged at Su Chen. Fueled by rage, it is all your fault. I have lost everything. You shall die. The sudden outburst startled everyone. All eyes turned to the bespectacled man, recognizing his intent to assassinate Su Chen. Be careful. Wang Ke, frail and aged, attempted to intervene but was powerless. merely able to shout a warning to Su Chen. In such circumstances, others might be harmed, but Su Chen was not to be trifled with. A mere researcher. Unarmed and weak, seeking to harm him with a dagger was nothing short of foolishness. Seeking death. Su Chen scoffed. He had intended to extract something of value from the individual, yet the latter had chosen to attack first. Since he had willingly stepped into the fray, he could not complain about the consequences. With a swift motion, he knocked the dagger aside and seized the bespectacled man's throat, lifting him off the ground. I had yet to make my decision, and yet you dare to come seeking death. Then I shall not hold back. As his words fell, Su Chen's grip tightened, crushing the man's neck and ending his life on the spot. Such was the fate of those who harbored murderous intent. Everything transpired so rapidly that even Wang Ku, who wished to intercede, found his words stifled by the sudden death. All he could muster was a sigh. Alas, this was all brought upon by Xiao Li himself. Who would have imagined that a once promising young man would meet such a fate? As one ages, nostalgia is inevitable. The others regarded Su Chen with a mixture of fear and awe. They had witnessed him take a life without a trace of emotional turmoil, as though he had merely crushed an ant beneath his foot, that a god of death, casting the lifeless body aside. Su Chen remarked nonchalantly, Wang Lao, this man sought his own demise. The traitor you seek is he. He dared to strike at me, truly oblivious to the consequences. At that moment, everyone had confirmed the identity of the infiltrator. It was the bespectacled man. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Ku, overwhelmed by the emotional upheaval, coughed to do not blame the young friend. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with Xiao Li for his own moral decline. He was one of my most promising students. And yet I never expected him to descend to such depths. Truly, a misfortune for our institution. With the comfort of his fellow researchers, Wang Ku regained some composure. Young friend, may I ask your age? I have a niece named Wang Yuning, who is somewhat known in Zhanghai City. You may have heard of her. In the future, I would be pleased to introduce you both. Upon hearing this, Su Chen paused, quickly inquiring to confirm if he had indeed heard correctly. Are you referring to Wang Yuning from Haicheng University, the daughter of the Wang family in Zhanghai City? Wang Ku regarded Su Chen with surprise. Could it be that you are acquainted with my niece? Acquainted? More than familiar. What a coincidence. I did not realize that Wang Lao belonged to the Wang family. Your standing appears quite esteemed. What a stroke of fate. Miss Wang and I are classmates. My name is Su Chen. Su Chen continued, since you are from the Wang family, why do you not associate with them and instead choose to remain at the research institute? Wang Ku replied solemnly, my family is mired in chaos. The outside world is far more appealing. By staying out here, I am spared from witnessing the treachery and vile dealings of others. Research suits me better. There is no filth to contend with. Su Chen grasped Wang Ku's perspective. He seemed to be a genuine researcher, which explained his numerous admirable accomplishments. That you are a classmate of Xiao Yuning. I shall henceforth refer to you as Xiao Su. After exchanging a few more words, Su Chen expressed his intention to take his leave. Should fate allow, let us keep in touch. I am weary today, so I shan't take up more of your time. Xiao Su. With that, Wang Ku led the others back into the depths of the research institute. That Su Chen turned to leave, for he still had tasks to complete. After departing the institute, he instructed Xiao AI to restore the permissions to Wang Ku. With the Wu family now on their radar, Su Chen suspected that Wang Ku had already reached out to the Wang family for the inevitable confrontation between the two powerful families. Su Chen had no desire to delve into the outcome. Chapter 57. The mysterious crystal core driving his war vehicle. Su Chen set his sights on the crystal core. He was filled with curiosity regarding what this crystal core was, compelling the system to offer a bounty of 5,000 points, significantly surpassing the value of monster essences. According to the map provided by the system, the crystal core was located at the Zhanghai City Sports Complex. He pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward at an incredible speed, like a steel beast racing along the highway, crushing every zombie that dared to obstruct its path into a pulp. As he neared the sports complex, Su Chen was taken aback by the scene before him. Zombies. As far as the eye could see, a dense throng of zombies surrounded the complex, rendering it impassable. A casual glance would terrify any ordinary person. A rough estimate suggested there were at least several tens of thousands. Among the horde, he noted several particularly large specimens, unmistakably higher-tier zombies. each at least level 3 or above. If he could eliminate these zombies en masse, 1,000,000 points would not be a dream, of course. Suchin only entertained such thoughts. Eradicating all these zombies would require weapons of mass destruction. Otherwise, even if he were to exhaust himself, he could not hope to slay them all with mere blades. That is for why the sports complex had attracted such a massive zombie congregation. Suchin had already formed a hypothesis. These zombies must have been lured here by the crystal core. The curiosity within Suchin deepened, pondering the secrets that the crystal nucleus harbored, secrets so alluring that both the system and the zombies yearned for it. Faced with such a vast horde of zombies, even Suchin hesitated to charge in recklessly, especially considering the presence of numerous zombies of indeterminate rank. Acting impulsively could lead to disastrous consequences. As he approached the vicinity of the gymnasium, he halted the vehicle. Unable to gain entry, that he drove to a concealed spot and retrieved a drone to meticulously survey the interior of the gymnasium. Once again, the drone proved to be of paramount assistance. That in the face of such circumstances, he had no means to ascertain the specifics within the GYM. As the drone ventured inside, the images from the gymnasium unfolded before him, causing Suchin to gasp in astonishment. The deeper he delved, the more high-ranking zombies he encountered. At the very heart of the gym, he beheld 4 colossal zombies standing at a staggering height of 4 to 5 meters. Their muscles grotesquely exposed, evoking sheer terror. Such formidable creatures left Suchin uncertain of his ability to vanquish them. In the center of the zombie throng, a 10-square-meter space was vacated, where a mysterious crystal floated, emitting an enigmatic glow. This crystal was undoubtedly the nucleus that Suchin sought. All the zombies fixated on it, particularly the 4 most powerful among them, who occasionally attempted to approach the nucleus only to be repelled by the burning radiance it exuded, forcing them to retreat to their original positions. From the rare emotional fluctuations he sensed among these zombies, an unmistakable desire, it became evident that their obsession with the nucleus surpassed even their thirst for flesh. The more intense their yearning, the clearer the significance of the nucleus became. Suchin was determined to acquire it and delve into the allure that attracted such a multitude of zombies. Initially, he contemplated using the drone to seize the nucleus and ascend into the sky, leaving the zombies helpless. However, the outcome left him profoundly disappointed. As he maneuvered the drone closer to the nucleus, the transmitted images began to blur, and the drone shuddered violently, as if a magnetic field disrupted its signal. The closer he approached, the greater the interference became. Realizing that the nucleus's radiance could not only harm zombies but also severely disrupt electronic devices, he withdrew the drone to prevent losing his soul unit. Once distanced from the nucleus, the interference dissipated, and the drone swiftly regained its normal function, allowing him to hover nearby and observe the nucleus. After exhaling a sigh of relief, a sense of helplessness washed over Suchin. Encircled by a multitude of zombies, acquiring the nucleus seemed an insurmountable challenge. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to explore alternative methods. Just as he had done previously at Haicheng University, he would attempt to lure the zombies away using blood. Without delay, he commanded the drone to return and affixed a blood bag beneath it. The drone soared above the horde, circling the zombies. Yet, the results were disheartening. Only a fraction of the outermost zombies were drawn by the blood, while the majority remained entrenched within the gym. Frustrated, Suchin intensified his efforts, equipping the drone with a speaker to target both the zombies' olfactory and auditory senses. However, this approach yielded equally dismal results. Reluctant to abandon the mission and depart from the gymnasium, Suchin's mind raced with possibilities. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He recalled Guan Xinyue's recent discovery that infrasound could drive away zombies. Regardless of the outcome, he resolved to give it a try. Lacking the necessary equipment to generate infrasound, he turned to the system's marketplace for assistance. Grateful for the ability to procure essential items at any moment from the system, he recognized its critical importance in dire situations like this, that if he had to search for infrasound-generating devices otherwise, it would prove exceedingly challenging. With the system marketplace at his disposal, he merely needed to spend the requisite points to acquire what he urgently needed. After a brief search, he located the desired item, an infrasound emitter, capable of generating infrasound towards a target, priced at a mere 500 points. Such a bargain. For Suchin, 500 points was a trivial sum, Without hesitation, he made the purchase that I in the next moment. An instrument resembling a speaker appeared in his hand. Indeed, it was the infrasound emitter. The drone could not control this device, necessitating manual operation. Regardless, direct involvement carried certain risks, so it was preferable to have someone else undertake the perilous task on his behalf. With a wave of his right hand, a robot materialized before him. His previously acquired multifunctional robot. He had left the other girls safely at the shelter, and for the time being, did not require the robot's protection. Thus storing one of the multifunctional robots in his spatial ring as a precaution, to his surprise, it was now poised to be of service. He entrusted the infrasound emitter to the robot, sending it forth to brave the dangers. Even if complications arose, Su-chun would remain unscathed, facing only the loss of the robot and the infrasound emitter, an acceptable price for his safety, given his current points. Chapter 58. Zombies turn on each other with a series of clicks. The multifunctional robot, under Xiao AI's control, advanced towards the gymnasium, activating the infrasound emitter just before contact with the zombies. That a roar erupted as the zombies before the robot shifted, momentarily displacing themselves to allow passage. That a significant area cleared ahead of the robot, for these ordinary zombies exhibited no resistance to the infrasound, obediently vacating the vicinity. Thus, the robot approached the gymnasium, but further challenges awaited. It remained uncertain whether the infrasound would affect higher-ranking zombies. To Su-chun's relief, the second-tier zombies were also swiftly driven away by the infrasound. The path remained unobstructed, and the robot successfully entered the gymnasium. Inside, the zombies were of an even higher rank. The previously effective infrasound, which had easily dispatched the lower-ranking zombies, now encountered diminished efficacy against this new tier, while it could still influence the zombies. The process was not as seamless as before, requiring more time to clear them out. As the robot delved deeper, the time expended to drive away the zombies increased significantly. Su-chun surmised that the infrasound's impact on the four most formidable zombies at the center was likely negligible. This outcome surpassed his expectations, providing sufficient opportunity to act, with the infrasound emitter driving away zombies and the nucleus's allure captivating them. Su-chun felt confident in his safe access to the gymnasium without facing an onslaught. Without further ado, he instructed Xiao AI to maneuver the robot, guiding him into the gymnasium. As anticipated, the zombies merely roared at Su-chun from a distance, lacking any intent to attack. Thus, Su-chun entered the gymnasium, encircled by tens of thousands of zombies, an astonishing feat for any human. Soon, he arrived at the center of the gymnasium. Upon laying eyes on the nucleus, he was irresistibly drawn to it, overcome by an impulse to seize it. However, just as he prepared to advance and claim the nucleus, he suddenly regained his composure, a flicker of caution entering his gaze. That was close. He nearly jeopardized everything. He was certain that he had just been ensnared by the crystal core through some unknown means. Had it not been for the significant enhancement of his mental fortitude, he might have succumbed to the temptation of seizing the core by force. That moment, he would have faced the relentless assault of the four most formidable zombies. This unexpected encounter rendered Su-chun increasingly cautious. He could not ascertain whether he would be harmed by the radiance emanating from the crystal core. He stood in the corner, biding his time for the opportune moment to strike. As time gradually passed, the brightness of the crystal core began to wane. The nearby zombies grew exceedingly agitated. Had there not been restrictions in place, they would have rushed forward to claim it. Su-chun was fully prepared, but he did not intend to be the first to act, for the initial aggressor would undoubtedly become the target of all the zombies present, but he planned to let the zombies contend among themselves, waiting for them to engage in a deadly struggle before he would seize the crystal core and make a swift escape from the gymnasium. Then, it would be impossible for these zombies to pursue him. Not long after, the glow of the crystal core completely vanished, rendering it at its most enticing. Even Su-chun, having already steeled himself, nearly succumbed to its allure once more. Fortunately, his resolve proved strong enough to suppress the impulse within. At that moment, the distinct nature of the zombies was revealed. They were all captivated by the crystal core. The impatient zombies surged toward its location, their roars echoing throughout the gymnasium. They had all entered a frenzied state. This terrifying spectacle sent shivers down Su-chun's spine. Were it not for his clever decision to ascend to a higher vantage point, he would have inevitably clashed with these deranged zombies. Just then, he noticed the four most powerful giant zombies at the center behaving peculiarly. Unlike the other zombies, they did not rush toward the crystal core. Instead, they encircled it, preventing any other zombies from approaching even a step. Any zombie daring to make a move toward the core was swiftly dealt with by their combined might. Su Chun understood their intentions. When powerful beings contest, they first eliminate all surrounding threats to prevent anyone from reaping the benefits. However, he was astonished to observe that these four giant zombies possessed such intelligence that it led Su Chun to ponder. Could it be that the higher the zombie's level, the greater its cunning? Nonetheless, the cacophony of battle momentarily pushed his curiosity aside. These four giant zombies were indeed formidable. With their massive physiques and terrifying strength, they dispatched ordinary zombies with ease, often with a single blow. Even those of a higher rank could hardly withstand their onslaught. Despite their undeniable prowess, the sheer number of zombies proved overwhelming, and they could not fend them all off. Countless zombies inflicted numerous wounds upon the giant zombies, no matter how powerful they were. They could not withstand the tide of the undead. Just as Su Chun anticipated that the giant zombies would be overwhelmed by the horde, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a thunderous roar, the four giant zombies simultaneously unleashed a mighty cry, releasing an immense aura from their beings. From a distance, Su Chun could distinctly feel a powerful pressure weighing down on him. His astonishment. As the giant zombies displayed their might, the other zombies halted in their tracks. They no longer exhibited their previous frenzy, instinctively succumbing to fear. Could this be the unique kingly aura of zombies? This bizarre scene left Su Chun utterly perplexed. With another bellow, the giant zombies caused the remaining zombies to retreat toward the gymnasium's exit. The once chaotic battleground fell eerily silent at that moment, apart from the giant zombies and Su Chun. The gymnasium was littered with the fragmented remains of countless zombies, resembling a hellish landscape. With no other zombies to interfere, the final phase of the battle was imminent. The four giant zombies, vying for the ownership of the crystal core, were destined to engage in a fierce clash. In this critical moment, Su Chun adopted an even more low-key approach that to prevent revealing his presence. He stowed away his robot and infrasound emitter within his spatial ring, waiting for the pivotal moment to strike. The climactic battle at the heart of the gymnasium was about to commence. Chapter 59. The Yellow Sparrow awaits, based on the strength exhibited by the giant zombies in their previous encounters. Su Chun was confident that he could defeat them in a one-on-one confrontation. However, should they unite, he would find himself outmatched, merely striving to ensure his own survival. Thus, he opted to allow the zombies to engage in internal strife while he concealed himself, preparing to seize the spoils. This exemplified the fundamental difference between humanity and zombies. Humans possess the intellect to utilize various means to achieve their goals. With a thunderous roar, one of the giant zombies suddenly lunged forward. Reaching for the crystal core, the other three zombies would not simply stand by and watch. They simultaneously charged toward the core. Their colossal hands collided, signaling the onset of battle. And though they were kin, they did not hold back. One delivered a crushing blow to a shoulder, while another pierced a belly. The scene was brutally sanguinary. Observing their ferocity brought immense delight to Su Chun. The more fiercely they fought, the easier it would be for him to claim the crystal core in the end. After a brutal clash, all four giant zombies were left severely injured, their forms visibly diminished. It was evident that they had reached their limits. Su Chun knew the moment to act had arrived. All four giant zombies were gravely weakened, their combat effectiveness greatly diminished compared to their peak. Unexpectedly, one of the zombies unleashed a surge of power. Toppling the other three to the ground, it roared in triumph, as if declaring its victory, preparing to seize the crystal core. Had Su Chun not been present, it might have emerged as the ultimate victor. Alas, it rejoiced too soon. Unaware that another presence lurked in the shadows behind them, as the mantis preys on the cicada, the yellow sparrow waits. Seizing the moment of the zombie's complacency, Su Chun erupted into action. Now was the time. After such a prolonged wait, he had finally found his opportunity to strike, that he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, his body transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged toward the zombie. His Tang Dao gleaming ominously as it aimed straight for the zombie's chest. The instant Su Chun revealed himself, the zombie recognized the uninvited guest. Instantly, rage contorted its features, its injuries rendering it a fearsome sight. The other downed zombies were equally bewildered by Su Chen's sudden appearance. Yet, Su Chen's singular focus was to eliminate the zombie and seize the crystal core. With a thunderous roar, the central zombie charged towards Su Chen. Its massive form intent on turning the unexpected human into mere pulp. Observing the approaching behemoth, Su Chen exhibited no hint of panic. His expression remained placid. A futile struggle. After their internal conflict, the giant zombie was gravely wounded. Its strength significantly diminished, rendering it no match for Su Chen. With a deft flick of his toes, Su Chen nimbly retreated a few steps, easily evading the zombie's attack. The ground trembled beneath the weight of the charging zombie. Yet to Su Chen, it was riddled with flaws. With the Tang Dao in hand, he advanced with immense vigor, his speed reaching its zenith as the blade struck at the zombie's chest wound. He understood that a single blow would not suffice for a fatal kill. Thus, he aimed to exacerbate the zombie's injuries, rendering it even weaker, thereby mitigating his own risks. Even though the zombie's strength had waned, Su Chen remained vigilant. Caution is the mother of safety. The sharp blade sliced through the zombie's chest wound, dark blood spilling onto the ground, revealing shattered bones beneath. Unfortunately, this was not a fatal wound for the zombie. It merely hindered its strength. The zombie roared in fury, swinging its arms in a desperate attempt to crush Su Chen into oblivion. Alas, it was far too slow. To Su Chen, the zombie's movements resembled those of a feeble old man. With a series of agile sidesteps, he effortlessly evaded the giant fist that pounded the ground, sending fragments of debris flying. While dodging, Su Chen counterattacked, his Tang Dao continuously slashing at the zombie. In no time. He severed the zombie's arm with successive strikes. Now, bereft of one hand, the zombie's combat prowess suffered another decline, making it even less of a threat to Su Chen. This presented Su Chen with his prime opportunity. Now was the moment. This time, I shall send you on your way. Su Chen no longer withheld his strength, delivering a final, lethal blow to the zombie. The power within him converged into his right hand as he charged forward with the Tang Dao. The blade slicing through the air with a deafening whoosh. The zombie, oblivious to its impending demise, flailed its remaining arm in a futile attempt to attack Su Chen. Unfortunately, its injuries had severely compromised its coordination. And coupled with Su Chen's remarkable speed, even in its prime, it would have found it difficult to evade him. In a flash, the blade severed the zombie's neck, decapitating its massive head. The once menacing creature fell lifeless to the ground, its enormous body collapsing as its head rolled several times across the floor. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 4 zombie strength type. Reward: 500 points. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Su Chen felt a wave of confusion wash over him. To be candid, this level 4 zombie possessed slightly greater strength than the peculiar beings he had previously encountered in Jin Ningjiang. Yet, the discrepancy in the points awarded upon its defeat was substantial. Su Chen surmised that the intrinsic essence of the odd creatures accounted for their significantly higher value compared to the level 4 zombies. That it seemed that essence was indeed a coveted item. After dispatching the zombie, Su Chen did not pause in his actions. 3 more zombies remained on the battlefield, having merely been knocked down temporarily rather than killed. Seizing the brief opportunity, Su Chen dispatched another zombie. The remaining 3 were in even worse condition, making them exceedingly easy to eliminate. With a fierce shout, he charged toward the closest zombie, leaping into the air to strike directly at its head. In the next instant, yet another massive head tumbled to the ground. Drawing from his combat experience, Su Chen had gained considerable insight into the weaknesses of the giant zombies, allowing him to handle them with greater ease. The last 2 zombies soon met their demise beneath his blade. That moment, only Su Chen stood alive in the center of the gymnasium, surrounded by a sea of corpses, casting him as a veritable war god. Another 1,500 points were added to his tally. Chapter 60. Plotting against the zombies. With the intimidation factor of the giant zombie eliminated, the horde of zombies that had been driven away returned to the gymnasium. This was no place to linger. Su Chen first needed to secure the crystal core. As he grasped the crystal core, a wave of warmth spread from his palm throughout his body, a sensation so pleasurable that he nearly gasped aloud. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, stowing the core in his spatial ring before retrieving the subsonic wave emitter. He aimed it at the approaching zombies, forcefully driving the front line back to carve out an escape route for himself. Without lingering, he made his way outside the gymnasium. Thanks to the assistance of the subsonic wave emitter, Suchin safely exited the arena. Upon returning to his vehicle, he had no intention of leaving the area just yet. At this moment, there were tens of thousands of zombies gathered in the gymnasium that if he could eradicate them all, it would yield a staggering fortune, potentially netting him over 100,000 points. Such an opportunity for sudden wealth was not one he would overlook. That he took the crystal core from his spatial ring and examined it closely. It appeared exceptionally beautiful that he began calling upon the system, seeking answers to his internal queries. System, tell me, how did the crystal core come into existence, and what is its true purpose? Why are these zombies so enamored with the core, and why do you offer such a high point reward for it? In response to Suchin's barrage of questions, the system promptly provided an answer. Ding. The crystal core is composed of mysterious substances from the universe. Due to the arrival of the apocalypse, it began to manifest on this planet. The core possesses powerful functions, capable of altering essence and accelerating evolution. Upon obtaining it, zombies can elevate their levels. Currently, this crystal core only affects zombies below level 5, allowing them to temporarily become level 5 zombies. It is akin to the basic gene serum consumed by the host. Upon hearing this, Suchin was astounded that he had not anticipated such formidable capabilities within the object he held. No wonder it was so coveted by the zombies. A level 5 zombie. Suchin estimated that he might not even stand a chance against one, that the comparison to the basic gene serum explained the system's point reward being set at a similar value. He quickly pressed on. Can humans utilize the crystal core to enhance their strength? If it truly can augment my abilities, I have no intention of surrendering it to the system. I would use it to empower myself. The system seemed to sense Suchin's intentions, and its subsequent remarks left him feeling disheartened. Humans can indeed use the crystal core to bolster their strength. However, unlike the gene serum, utilizing the core carries certain risks, leading to immense suffering. Failure to endure could result in severe injury or even instant death. The gene serum is far more compatible with human genetics. The apocalypse proved to be remarkably unkind to humanity. Just when one hoped to find a means to enhance their power, the path was fraught with peril. What a grim fate. This revelation dissuaded him from contemplating the use of the crystal core. He would not gamble his life for the sake of power. That it was far more prudent to accumulate points and purchase the intermediate gene serum instead. That as for why the system sought the crystal core, it offered no explanation. That he continued to inquire. Is there truly no safe method for humans to enhance their strength? If this continued, as time passed and the zombies grew stronger, humanity's chances of survival would dwindle to nothing. The system remained silent for a considerable time before replying. The apocalypse is a punishment and a trial for the life of a planet. Only through entering the next apocalypse can humans find opportunities to elevate their strength. For now, the only choice is to strive to survive. Living is the only hope. The information gleaned from the system's response was profound. Behind the onset of the apocalypse lay secrets yet to be unveiled. The notion of trials sparked numerous hypotheses in Suchin's mind, but alas, none were reliable. Only confirmation from the system would suffice. However, when Suchin pressed further, the system ceased to respond, reinforcing his belief that the hidden secrets were extensive and likely intertwined with the system's own mysteries. So, the system had no intention of elaborating further. Fine. After pondering for a long while, Suchin ultimately buried his curiosity deep within, deciding to delve into it once he became more powerful. For now, his primary focus was on how to survive in the apocalypse and thrive. According to the system's assertions, handing the crystal core over would yield the most points, 5,000 in total. Suchin quickly made up his mind. However, he was in no rush to surrender the crystal core to the system. After all, he was still calculating the tens of thousands of zombies within the gymnasium. Nothing could attract them more effectively than the crystal core. He pondered extensively on how to eliminate such a vast number of zombies in one fell swoop. An idea struck him. While he may not possess the abilities to accomplish this, he could certainly employ tools. The area was surrounded by towering skyscrapers, which could serve as instruments against the zombies. Indeed, Suchin devised a plan to blow up the buildings, guiding the zombies to a specific location and then using explosives to demolish several surrounding structures. By destroying the foundations of the buildings, the resulting collapse would be sufficient to crush tens of thousands of zombies. Several challenges lay ahead in executing this plan, in addition to requiring a substantial quantity of explosives. Precise calculations were necessary. Where exactly should the bombs be placed within the buildings? What type of explosives would yield the most effective results? How could he safely escape without being caught in the blast? Each of these factors necessitated meticulous calculations. For others, this would require a significant amount of time. But for Su Chun, it was simplicity itself that he had Xiao AI, an artificial intelligence unrivaled in its computational prowess. Before long, Xiao AI had devised a comprehensive plan for Su Chun that by following its guidance, he could eliminate the entire horde of zombies. As for the explosives, Su Chun naturally procured them from the system's shop. After a prolonged period of diligent work, with the assistance of the robot, Su Chun swiftly installed all the explosives in the predetermined locations. Next came the task of luring the zombies in. Su Chun promptly took the crystal core to the gymnasium, instantly attracting all the zombies within that he sprinted ahead, leading the horde into the trap he had set. Upon reaching the designated spot, Su Chun decisively stowed the crystal core back in his spatial ring, causing the zombies to lose their target and halt in their tracks. There was no time to waste. He quickly dashed toward a safe area. With the remote control in hand, he pressed the button. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted from all directions, followed by the simultaneous collapse of the surrounding skyscrapers toward the center. Tens of thousands of zombies stood no chance against such a catastrophic disaster. Being instantly crushed into a pulpy mess that as the buildings crumbled, countless clouds of dust filled the air, enveloping the vicinity for several kilometers, obscuring all visibility. Meanwhile, Su Chun had already sought refuge in a nearby underground parking lot. Completely unaffected by the chaos, from the moment the buildings began to fall, the system's prompt notifications rang incessantly in his ears. Chapter 61. A chance encounter with survivors. Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 1 zombie and earning 5 points. Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 1 zombie and earning 5 points. Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 2 zombie and earning 50 points. Congratulations to the host for defeating a level 1 zombie and earning 5 points. The incessant notification sound left Su Chun feeling somewhat dazed. System, please temporarily disable the notification sound. As soon as he finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped his ears that if it had continued any longer, his head might have exploded. Now that the zombie had been vanquished, the crystal core held little value for him, so he handed it over to the system to complete the side quest. 5,000 points credited. Su Chun returned to the armored vehicle with a sense of satisfaction that he remained in the underground parking lot, awaiting the clearance of the dust that blanketed the ground, for visibility was severely hampered. And it was prudent to wait until the haze settled before making his exit. With the task nearly accomplished and having spent considerable time outside, it was time to return to the shelter. During this waiting period, Su Chun engaged in conversation with the women from the shelter, fostering a sense of camaraderie. To his surprise, they revealed to him that they had prepared a surprise for him. This piqued his curiosity, yet despite his persistent inquiries, they remained mysterious and evasive that he noticed that when the topic of the surprise arose, Li Tingting's expression turned somewhat bashful, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Forget it. I'll find out what the surprise is when I return. Thus, he chatted with the women for several hours until the dust had settled significantly, but he also realized just how many points he had accumulated this time. 204. 035 points. It exceeded his previous expectations, breaking through the 200,000 mark. The sheer volume of points gained was exhilarating. His total points now reached approximately 260,000. Su Chun yearned for more opportunities like this. Not only could he purchase intermediate gene serums, but even advanced ones could be acquired directly. However, such endeavors were incredibly time-consuming, and there was no feasible way to amass so many zombies in a short span. His inner excitement took a considerable time to subside. When the moment arrived, he drove the armored vehicle out of the underground parking lot. Although the area was still shrouded in dust, he could make out the road sufficiently to navigate his way out. As he returned to the surface, Su Chun was greeted by a landscape of shattered ruins, with countless zombie limbs trapped beneath the debris, blood saturating the ground, resembling a hellish scene. Even Su Chun was momentarily taken aback by the sight. However, he quickly regained his composure and hastily drove away from the area. After a while, he finally escaped the dust-laden zone. Upon emerging, the air felt considerably fresher that he drove to a nearby gas station to refuel. While he was in the midst of filling up, he noticed a group of individuals ahead. They wielded a variety of weapons: kitchen knives, axes, iron rods, and the like. Their vital areas were reinforced with iron or wooden boards. A precaution against zombie attacks. What caught Su Chen's attention the most was the leader at the forefront, a woman clad in a uniform, likely a security officer, given her fuller figure. She held a handgun in one hand and a standard long knife in the other. They soon noticed Su Chen's presence, and with no way to conceal the armored vehicle, it was challenging to avoid detection. Instead of retreating, the woman approached Su Chen with a face full of joy, clearly believing him to be a member of the military. Initially, Su Chen had no intention of engaging with them. He planned to leave as soon as the tank was full. However, upon catching sight of the female officer's face, his interest was piqued. He stood still, waiting for her to approach. "Hello. Are you here to rescue people?" Before she reached him, her voice reached his ears. Her tone was pleasant, a stark contrast to the soft-spoken tones of others, exuding clarity and decisiveness. "No, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. I am merely an ordinary citizen." As the female officer reached him, a flicker of disappointment crossed her face upon hearing Su Chen's response. She scrutinized him closely, confirming that he was indeed an ordinary person. "Hello, I am Tong Huishue, a security officer. Are you alone? If you don't mind, you can join us. I can ensure your safety," observing Tong Huishue's unwavering sense of justice. Su Chen felt a surge of admiration. Even amidst the apocalypse, she steadfastly upheld her professional ethics, protecting ordinary individuals. He respected her deeply. Were he in her position, he certainly could not achieve such a level of commitment. While he appreciated her integrity, he still needed to decline to "No, I have my own shelter and am not considering joining others at this time." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, disappointment washed over Tong Huishue's face. If Su Chen could join their group, their safety would be significantly bolstered. Although she felt a pang of envy toward his armored vehicle, she had no intention of resorting to theft. Just as she prepared to return to her group and continue the search for food, an unexpected event unfolded. Her team members, upon spotting Su Chen's vehicle, suddenly lit up with excitement, approaching her and exclaiming, "Sister Tong, is this gentleman planning to join us? How wonderful! With this vehicle, we can travel safely without fear of zombie attacks. With this armored vehicle, we have nothing to fear." The group clamored excitedly, as if the vehicle was already theirs, completely disregarding Su Chen. This left Tong Huishue feeling somewhat awkward as she glanced apologetically at him. While Su Chen merely smirked, amused by their antics. One might think the vehicle belonged to them. How utterly ridiculous. Ultimately, it was Tong Huishue who mustered the courage to address her team, stating, "This armored vehicle belongs to Mr. Su that I have already inquired, and he has his own shelter, so he does not plan to join us. Therefore, this vehicle has nothing to do with us." Upon hearing her words, her team members fell silent, as if someone had choked them. Just moments ago, they had been animatedly discussing how to utilize the vehicle, but now, not a word was spoken. They regarded Su Chen with skepticism, scrutinizing him, baffled as to why he refused to join them. Su Chen continued to watch with a detached demeanor, eager to see how these clowns would perform next. The atmosphere turned decidedly strange. After a prolonged silence, it was Tong Huishue who finally broke the tension. "All right, since this gentleman is unwilling to join us, let us continue our search for food." She harbored an unsettling feeling, sensing that remaining in this situation could lead to undesirable outcomes, especially as she perceived a change in her team members. She couldn't quite pinpoint what had shifted, but it was palpable. Unbeknownst to Tong Huishue, Su Chen was acutely aware that he sensed a wave of jealousy emanating from these individuals, their hostility towards him steadily escalating. Su Chen felt nothing but disdain. He understood their thoughts all too well, that in his view, had it not been for Tong Huishue's protection, this group would have likely descended into chaos, fighting amongst themselves. The darker aspects of human nature are prevalent in most, while individuals like Tong Huishue are rare, and even more so in an apocalypse. How outrageous! Suddenly, a middle-aged woman in the crowd began to shout, pointing accusingly at Su Chen. "That vehicle must have been stolen by him from somewhere. It doesn't belong to him. We should seize the vehicle to protect more people. Officer Tong, this man is likely a criminal. You should arrest him." Tong Huishue was taken aback by her sudden outburst, astonished that one of her own team members would speak such words. She was no fool. She understood that their intent was to confiscate Su Chen's vehicle. What was even more surprising was that other team members began to echo the middle-aged woman's sentiments, lending their support to her claims. Their greed was now unmistakably evident. Tong Huishue realized that she was seeing her team members in a new light for the first time. "Enough," she exclaimed. "What you are suggesting is nothing more than an attempt to seize this gentleman's vehicle. What theft? What criminality? You would slander someone without concrete evidence. I will not only refuse to condone your actions, but will also prevent you from committing any wrongdoing." She firmly established her stance, refusing to allow her team to harm Su Chen. In her eyes, he appeared vulnerable and could not possibly rival her team members. Yet she still held onto a shred of righteousness, unwilling to permit anyone to disrupt the peace. Upon hearing Tong Huishue's words, Su Chen regarded her with newfound respect. After all, her character was commendable. However, he remained skeptical of her ability to navigate this situation. Due to the underestimation of human nature in the aftermath of societal collapse, the individuals who were reprimanded wore expressions of profound discontent. They had initially believed that Tong Huishue would stand by them. However, to their astonishment, she not only refrained from offering support, but instead unleashed a torrent of scorn upon them. This left them harboring deep dissatisfaction towards her. As the saying goes, one who has received a grain of rice in kindness may bear a grudge for a peck. They had grown accustomed to her previous generosity, and her sudden withdrawal of aid ignited feelings of resentment within them. Su Chen discerned their animosity towards Tong Huishue reflected in their eyes, even to the point of hatred, which struck him as laughable. Some individuals truly did not deserve assistance, nor did they merit existence in this world. He sensed that these people would not retreat merely due to Tong Huishue's words. Rather, they were likely to engage in unexpected actions that Su Chen was in no hurry to intervene. He was curious to see what they would do next. Perhaps this would serve to awaken Tong Huishue to reality. Dispelling her current naivety, he even entertained the possibility of winning her over. Su Chen was determined to gather a cohort of beautiful women from various professions in the shelter, and Tong Huishue's identity intrigued him immensely. Thus, he resolved to patiently await the unfolding of events. Initially, those who had been chastised considered rebellion, but upon seeing the gun in Tong Huishue's hand, much of their anger dissipated. Among the crowd, a few remained unwilling to surrender so easily. They exchanged glances and devised a plan to tea that moment. A young woman approached Tong Huishue under their direction. "Sister Tong, please do not be angry with them. They were merely momentarily misguided, and after your admonishment, they have come to realize their errors." Upon hearing this, Tong Huishue's ire subsided somewhat. She shared a good rapport with the young woman, having saved her from the jaws of a zombie at a critical moment. Just as she was about to respond, the ensuing scene filled her with rage. The young woman suddenly snatched the gun from Tong Huishue's hand and swiftly tossed it to a burly man behind her. "Xiao Mengyu." Tong Huishue stared incredulously at the girl, unable to fathom such betrayal. "Sister Tong, please do not blame me. Your kindness has made our survival in this apocalypse exceedingly difficult. Time and again, we found food, only to have it taken by other survivors who got there first. Have you ever considered our feelings?" The middle-aged woman, now emboldened, stepped forward and declared, "Zhang is not like you. He guarantees that we will have sufficient food and will not be foolish like you." Xiao Meng's words resonated with the others, who had long harbored discontent towards Tong Huishue. Had it not been for her formidable strength and the gun in her possession, they would have revolted long ago. How can you do this? I saved your lives. How can you treat me this way? The food you rely on was gathered through my efforts." Tong Huishue's face flushed with indignation as she realized that the lives she had fought to save had turned into ungrateful wretches. More than half of their lives had been preserved by her own actions. To her astonishment, they not only failed to express gratitude, but instead directed hatred towards her. Her worldview crumbled under the weight of their betrayal, exposing the grotesque nature of humanity in stark relief. "That we never forced you. It was your own choice. Yes, it was all voluntary on your part." The middle-aged woman boisterously interjected, her words garnering the approval of many, providing them with a semblance of justification for their actions. Only those with thin faces stood in silence, unable to meet her gaze. Clearly, while they were grateful to Tong Huishue, they still supported the actions of the others. The reality of the Eastwood gentleman and the wolf, as well as the farmer and the snake, was vividly illustrated. Clap, clap, clap. Bravo. What a splendid performance. Su Chen mocked the scene, incredulous that such a result had unfolded. Indeed, one must not play the benevolent in the apocalypse. Observing Tong Huishue's internal light flicker upon hearing his derision towards the others, she began to develop a favorable impression of him. While these individuals have been convincing themselves that their actions were justified, Su Chen's words seemed to strike at their Achilles' heel, prompting them to glare at him with palpable fury. Chapter 63. An Invitation. Seeing their faces twisted with rage, Su Chen found amusement in their ire. "Oh, is it permissible for you to act as you please while I am not allowed to comment? Your audacity is astounding. Indeed, you can betray your savior without a twinge of conscience," Su Chen, in both overt and subtle ways, belittled them, and he held a deep contempt for such individuals. After enduring a few jests, the crowd could no longer contain themselves. They had committed such acts and would not tolerate being ridiculed for it. "Shut your mouth. What do you know?" The middle-aged woman, unable to restrain herself, pointed at Su Chen and unleashed a tirade of abuse that, in terms of obstinacy, none could rival her, employing her usual tactics from the apocalypse. She relied on her age to berate Su Chen with a barrage of insults about disrespect for elders and other scathing remarks. "Old woman, be silent. One more word, and I will make you regret it." Su Chen's gaze turned frigid, laced with an undercurrent of menace. Instantly, the middle-aged woman was nearly paralyzed with fear, her vitriol dying on her lips as if choked by his fierce stare. That was her first encounter with such a terrifying gaze. Akin to a sharp dagger poised at her throat, rendering her breathless. That moment, Zhang Hanquan, armed with a handgun, emerged from the crowd. He was the Zhang Ge referred to by Xiao Meng, the behind-the-scenes manipulator who had duped the others. With the firearm in hand, he radiated confidence. Unaware of how the middle-aged woman had been intimidated by Su Chen, he felt a swell of disdain. She appeared fierce, yet was silenced by a mere insult. What a disgrace. Regardless, she was still part of his faction. "Kid, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? You were enjoying yourself with those insults earlier. Do you want to taste lead now?" He casually raised his gun, aiming it at Su Chen. "I wonder whether your tongue is quicker than my trigger." His intent was clear. If Su Chen did not submit, he would pull the trigger. With the knowledge that someone had his back, the middle-aged woman regained her bravado, a smug expression crossing her face. The others speculated how Su Chen might capitulate under Zhang Hanquan's threat. Unfortunately, Su Chen's subsequent actions astonished everyone. Rather than showing any inclination to back down, he escalated his mockery, his voice ringing louder that a clown is a clown. Even with a weapon, he remains a fool. "Do you truly believe that your little toy can harm me?" Absurd to the extreme. With a disdainful snort, he intensified his derision that a mere handgun was inconsequential. With his current agility, evading bullets posed no challenge. These individuals were merely ordinary folk, foolishly believing that possessing a firearm granted them dominion over all. Tong Huishue, watching in disbelief, could not fathom Su Chen's lack of fear as he continued to taunt Zhang Hanquan. She detected not a hint of trepidation in his demeanor, stirring her curiosity. "Zhang Ge, this brat looks down on you. Why not send him to hell? If we dispose of him, his vehicle will belong to us. With that vehicle, we need not fear zombies when we venture out." Zhang Hanquan's interest was piqued. He had initially set his sights on Su Chen's battle vehicle. Previously, Tong Huishue had commanded respect due to her strength and the gun she wielded, leaving no one daring to oppose her. Yet, a mere attempt had allowed Xiao Meng to seize the gun. Now, he believed he held the reins of power, able to dictate the fate of all. Not only did he intend to take Su Chen's vehicle, but he also had designs on Tong Huishue herself that he had long harbored intentions toward her, but his lack of power had previously restrained him. Now, he sought to make her his plaything, since the onset of the apocalypse. He had been stifled. Both Su Chen and Tong Huishue could sense the malevolent desire lurking in Zhang Hanquan's gaze. There was no need for speculation about his intentions. Tong Huishue was furious, her chest rising and falling with indignation as she struggled to contain herself. Her demeanor caused the eyes of the men around her to widen. Zhang Hanquan was almost drooling, growing increasingly agitated. Unable to restrain himself any longer, and preparing to eliminate Su Chen. "Kid, blame your bad luck." With the gun aimed at Su Chen, he prepared to pull the trigger. Bang! As the gunshot rang out, Tong Huishue cried out. No, she wished to prevent others from being harmed due to her own missteps, and sought to thwart Zhang Hanquan. just as she grappled with the guilt of why she had endeavored to save these ungrateful wretches. A startling scene unfolded before her eyes. Apart from her, the others were rendered speechless in astonishment, for Su Chun had remarkably evaded bullets right before the gaze of onlookers. This was inconceivable. Zhang Hanquan's heart raced with panic as disbelief washed over his face. Bang bang, he fired 2 more shots at Su Chun, yet the outcome mirrored the previous encounter. Su Chun merely sidestepped, eluding the bullets with ease. Not only that, but as he dodged the shots, he also advanced steadily toward Zhang Hanquan. "Who are you? Are you human or a ghost?" Zhang Hanquan nearly lost his composure. He could scarcely fathom how Su Chun managed to evade the bullets. Not just him, but everyone present was equally taken aback. Even Tong Huishue found herself momentarily stunned, acutely aware of the difficulty in dodging bullets. As she witnessed Su Chun inching closer, Zhang Hanquan grasped his handgun, preparing to shoot again, that a scream escaped his lips as he clutched his right hand in agony. The pistol clattering to the ground, it turned out that Su Chun had no intention of playing games. A dagger had suddenly appeared in his hand, which he hurled, striking Zhang Hanquan's wrist. The entire sequence of events transpired with astonishing swiftness, leaving all present utterly blindsided. Within mere minutes, the tide of the situation had shifted dramatically that Su Chun approached Zhang Hanquan, retrieved the firearm, and without granting him a chance to plead for mercy, he fired a shot that claimed Zhang Hanquan's life instantly. The others were left in shock by Su Chun's decisiveness. His demeanor suggested an unsettling ease in committing murder, devoid of any psychological burden. Each person instinctively shrank back, fearful of drawing attention and meeting a similar fate as Zhang Hanquan. What no one anticipated was that Su Chun would disregard the others entirely and instead approach Tong Huishue, extending an invitation. "Miss Tong, I trust you are utterly disillusioned with these individuals. They are no longer worthy of your sacrifice to protect. Why not accompany me back to my sanctuary?" Chapter 64. The journey home upon hearing Su Chun's invitation. Tong Huishue fell silent. Before she could respond, the others began to panic. With Zhang Hanquan dead and the hard-won handgun gone, they found themselves defenseless that if Tong Huishue agreed to Su Chun's offer, what would become of them? The very individuals who had betrayed her now knelt before Tong Huishue, their faces etched with remorse in response. Su Chun merely stood aside, chuckling at the absurdity of it all. This group was laughable. Just moments ago, they had berated Tong Huishue, dismissing her life-saving efforts. Now, they groveled before her in repentance, epitomizing the essence of shamelessness. Su Chun chuckled aloud, eager to witness how Tong Huishue would handle the situation. If she chose to accept these individuals again, he would abandon her. Such ignorance was not worth his consideration. Observing their contrition and Su Chun's amused expression, Tong Huishue remained silent for a moment before making her decision. Though she was a peacekeeper, she was still human, a normal person incapable of forgiving this group. The very people she had risked her life to save were not only ungrateful, but had also turned against her after their betrayal. The sight of their repentance filled her with revulsion. "Leave? I do not wish to see you any longer. I am not foolish. You do not deserve my protection." At her words, the previously kneeling individuals erupted in outrage. Rising to their feet and hurling insults at Tong Huishue, "We have apologized. What more do you want? As a peacekeeper, how can you be so petty? It is your duty to save us." They bombarded her with accusations. Tong Huishue was incensed, nearly compelled to slap each of them in turn for their utter shamelessness. Bang! A gunshot rang out, silencing the uproar. The shooter was none other than Su Chun. "You worthless trash. Shut your mouths," he bellowed, likening them to flies buzzing noisily in his ears. "Speak another word, and I shall gift you a bullet." Instantly, the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence as everyone ceased their protests. Convinced that Su Chun was indeed capable of pulling the trigger, dealing with such shameless individuals, only a show of force proved effective. Attempting to reason with them was a fool's errand. Tong Huishue's choice did not disappoint Su Chun. "Let us go. Leave these people to navigate the apocalypse on their own." With profound disappointment, Tong Huishue unexpectedly agreed to Su Chun's invitation and stepped into the armored vehicle. She no longer wished to behold those who had wounded her heart. As she boarded the vehicle, Su Chun surveyed the crowd, a sneer of disdain curling his lips before he too entered. Just as he was about to close the door, a ruptured blood bag appeared on the ground, its contents oozing forth. The stench of blood filled the air, though Tong Huishua had chosen to spare the group. Su Chun had no intention of doing the same, but he would not sully his hands, but would instead allow the zombies to teach them a lesson in humanity. Initially, the others paid little heed to the scent of blood, assuming it emanated from Zhang Hongquan's corpse. However, it was not long before they noticed an influx of zombies converging on their location. Panic ensued as they realized they were no match for such a horde. They frantically pounded on the vehicle's exterior, pleading for Su Chun to let them in. "Hurry and let us in. I don't want to die." Hearing their cries for help, Su Chun showed no inclination to respond. He had no intention of granting them the mercy of entry. They were already on the brink of death. Tong Huishua, too, sensed the commotion outside. How could there be so many zombies? She wondered. Perhaps the gunfire had attracted them. They should have left sooner. They deserved their fate. Su Chun cast a nonchalant glance at Tong Huishua's striking visage, unconcerned as he remarked, "You need not pity them. It is better for these ingrates to perish at the hands of the zombies, lest they harm others. This is the apocalypse. You must learn to live for yourself." Upon hearing Su Chun's words, Tong Huishua closed her eyes, compelling herself to refrain from contemplating these matters. After all, as a stability officer, it was the first time she had chosen to stand idly by that as Su Chun had suggested. She indeed ought to consider her own life. Subsequently, the cacophony of screams erupted outside, against the relentless tide of zombies. These individuals were no match. Soon, someone was toppled by a zombie, which was quickly joined by others, tearing and gnawing at the unfortunate victim. The remaining survivors bore expressions of regret, particularly the middle-aged woman who had been the most boisterous, pleading desperately for Tong Huishua to rescue her from inside the vehicle. When her prayers went unanswered, they morphed into curses, ultimately drawing the attention of the zombies, one of which sank its teeth into her neck, tearing away a large chunk of flesh, blood gushing forth as more zombies descended to partake in the feast. Meanwhile, the traitorous Xiao Meng had no opportunity for remorse, having been bitten by a zombie at the very outset, meeting her demise on the spot. Gradually, the screams outside grew fainter until they vanished entirely, leaving only the sounds of zombies feasting in their wake. Once Su Chun confirmed that all were dead, he activated the battle vehicle and steered it towards a shelter. That on the return journey, Su Chun informed Tong Huishua of the general conditions of the shelter, as well as the details of the soul contract. It was unclear whether it was the result of betrayal that caused a significant change in Tong Huishua's demeanor, but Su Chun assured her that the people in the shelter were all on their side. With no dissent, without a second thought, she signed her name on the soul contract. Naturally, Su Chun was elated. He had gained another enchanting beauty, one who possessed a profession. Filled with joy, he quickly drove towards the shelter. This outing not only earned him over 200,000 points, but also brought him an additional woman, a bountiful harvest. Chapter 65. The battle begins since the vehicle entered the passage leading to the shelter. The astonishment on Tong Huishua's face had not faded. She had not anticipated the existence of such a concealed route in this place, which offered her further insight into Su Chun's capabilities. Upon reaching the entrance of the shelter, as Su Chun and Tong Huishua disembarked, they were greeted by a welcoming party at the door. That was Mei Runin and her 4 companions, who, upon learning of Su Chun's imminent return to the shelter, had eagerly adorned themselves and arrived at the entrance to receive him. "Welcome home." The warm voices of the women enveloped Su Chun, instilling in him a genuine sense of belonging. Beside him, Tong Huishua also beheld the women Su Chun had mentioned. Noticing that their appearances were on par with her own, which diminished her sense of pride somewhat, in comparison to Mei Runin and her companions, she found herself lacking, especially in terms of numbers. Su Chun approached the 5 women with Tong Huishua in tow. "Allow me to introduce, this is Tong Huishua. From today onwards, she shall be your sister as well. That we are all family here, living in the shelter together in peace." Under Su Chun's introduction, the 6 women quickly became acquainted. It seemed to be a natural inclination, as Su Chun observed how easily women forged friendships with one another, in just a few exchanges. They were engaged in intimate conversation. They guided Tong Huishua in familiarizing herself with the shelter, where she discovered the various comprehensive functions and the high level of security. Could be said that there were few in the world who could rival Su Chun in this regard. Meanwhile, as they toured the shelter, Su Chun instructed Xiao AI to prepare dinner. Having left in the morning, they returned to the shelter unaware that night had fallen. After a busy day of tasks, Su Chen intended to take stock of his gains before dinner. Cheers. Let us celebrate Tong Huishua's joining us. At the lavish dining table, everyone raised their glasses. Thank you. Tong Huishua felt a warm sensation envelop her. Since the apocalypse began, she had not enjoyed a single restful night, nor savored a satisfying meal. She had been tirelessly saving others, only to find herself betrayed by a group of ingrates. A pain that would forever linger in her heart. Thankfully, Su Chen was present to provide solace to her wounded spirit. Strangely, ever since arriving at the shelter, she felt a profound sense of tranquility. Of course, the food was delectable, and the wine delightful as she sat there in a daze. It felt as though the hardships she had endured outside were but a fleeting illusion. This blissful life made her forget the tribulations of the apocalypse. After experiencing such tranquility, one could hardly wish to return to the struggles of the outside world. Observing the women conversing joyfully, Su Chen too found warmth in this life. The dinner stretched on, and it was uncertain how long they had feasted. Most of the delicacies had found their way into Su Chen's stomach, his appetite having significantly increased after consuming the genetic serum. The women had also indulged in ample wine, with all but Li Tingting becoming quite tipsy. Originally, Su Chen intended to escort each of them back to their rooms, but was halted by Mei Runan, who whispered in his ear, her breath fragrant, stirring something within him. You should stay here. I mentioned before that upon your return, Tingting has something to discuss with you. With that, she led the somewhat dazed women back to their respective rooms. As she departed, Mei Runan discreetly gave Li Tingting an approving gesture. Once the five left, only Su Chen and Li Tingting remained in the room. They exchanged glances, curiosity evident in Su Chen's eyes. While a rosy hue suddenly graced Li Tingting's fair cheeks at that moment, Su Chen recalled what the women had mentioned earlier. There was a gift awaiting him upon his return. This was likely the very reason Mei Runan had insisted he stay. His mind buzzed with curiosity about what sort of gift Li Tingting had prepared for him, sensing that it was something extraordinary. After an indeterminate amount of time, Li Tingting emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. She appeared extraordinarily beautiful, her long, dark, damp hair cascading over her shoulders, her face exquisitely delicate. The slight furrow of her brows added an element of grace, complemented by her rosy lips and fair, rounded chin. Her neck is smooth as jade, resembling a celestial being. Her long, slender legs and flawless, fair skin bore no trace of imperfection. The towel accentuated her alluring figure, making her even more captivating. What a stunning beauty! Now this woman, coveted by countless men, was about to become entirely his from top to bottom. She would bear the mark of Su Chen. Unexplainably, upon seeing the unmasked desire in Su Chen's eyes, Li Tingting adjusted her towel, inadvertently enhancing her allure. Finally, after taking a deep breath, she gently bit her red lip and let the towel fall. Su Chen's heart raced. It was a black lace set. He never expected Li Tingting would be so attuned to his desires. In truth, she merely understood the cravings of a lecherous soul. This is my gift to you. Please cherish it, she shyly declared. Even a deity would be unable to resist such a proclamation, Su Chen, overwhelmed, said little more before sweeping Li Tingting into his arms, striding towards his quarters. Today, Su Chen would indulge in a divine experience. This night, he intended to push his limits. Chapter 66. A surge of spirit the following morning. Su Chen emerged from his room, while Li Tingting lay on the boat in his bedroom, her song, just having concluded, finally affording her the opportunity to rest. The change of location was necessitated by the fact that Li Tingting's own bedroom boat had become uninhabitable for sleep. After a night of relentless battle, Su Chen felt invigorated rather than weary, that it must be said. Li Tingting's long, alluring legs and her delicate waist were truly captivating. Had it not been for his transformation through genetic enhancements, he would likely have required several days to recuperate fully. Indeed, possessing a robust physique was quite advantageous. Were it not for the evident exhaustion etched on Li Tingting's face, he would not have chosen to conclude their revelry. As he stepped out of his door, Su Chen stretched lazily, a hint of reminiscence etched across his features. The gifts of the previous night had been nothing short of splendid. He had indulged in all that he desired. Regrettably, it appeared that Li Tingting would be unable to prepare any further offerings in the near future. Upon reaching the dining area, he discovered the women, still recovering from the previous night's intoxication. Partaking in breakfast, upon catching sight of Su Chen, their cheeks flushed crimson, and they averted their gazes, seemingly aware of Li Tingting's melodious serenade. Suppressing a tinge of embarrassment by rubbing his nose, Su Chen contemplated that with one woman having taken the plunge, the remaining 5 would inevitably follow suit. Once they all genuinely became his women, their present shyness would dissipate. At that point, he envisioned engaging in new games, such as playing roles of teacher and student, the beleaguered instructor, or the school bell's day of suffering, among others. Countless narratives awaited him to unlock, and as the refuge grew more populated, even grander spectacles would be his to savor. Are you all unwell? Su Chen feigned ignorance, expressing faux concern for the women as he seated himself beside Mei Runin. I was up all night, and my body is in dire need of replenishment. After sitting down, he promptly began to consume the bread on the table. The women, relieved by his lack of further antics, felt a wave of comfort wash over them. Had the conversation persisted, they might have fled the scene, overwhelmed by shyness. While dining, Su Chen happened to notice Guan Xinyue engrossed in her tablet, seemingly engrossed in some research in that moment. He recalled possessing something within his spatial ring. Retrieving a hard drive, he presented it to Guan Xinyue, saying, Xinyue, I stumbled upon this during my travels. IT contains data on human enhancement, sourced from a research facility that I believe it will greatly aid your studies. Upon hearing his words, Guan Xinyue's eyes sparkled with delight. She had not anticipated such a significant gift from Su Chen, and her joy was palpable. Her research had been at a standstill, and this timely present was a boon. Carefully taking the hard drive, her excitement was evident to all. At that moment, Su Chen felt a faint imprint of lips on his cheek. Without affording him a chance to react, Guan Xinyue, disregarding her meal, dashed to the medical room to delve into her research, transforming it into her makeshift laboratory. This unexpected move caught Su Chen off guard, as well as the remaining 4 women, creating an unusual atmosphere. Initially surprised, Su Chen soon found amusement in the scene. Had Guan Xinyue not acted with such swiftness, he would have ensured she faced more substantial consequences for her teasing, at the very least. Her lip balm would not be spared. Just then, another surprise unfolded. Mei Runin, seated beside him, left her own kiss mark on his other cheek. This time, Su Chen was resolute. He encircled her waist, drawing her onto his lap, and retaliated with fervor. This sudden turn of events left the other 3 women speechless. The rapid progression of events had taken them by surprise. Time slipped by, and only when Mei Runin was on the verge of breathlessness did she manage to break free. Gasping for fresh air, her lip balm had vanished, and her lips bore a slight redness and swelling. Feeling both humiliated and furious at being toyed with by Su Chen in front of others, she pinched his waist hard with her right hand before fleeing, her face flushed with embarrassment. That Su Chen, however, wore a broad smile. Such a minor price was well worth it. The 3 women remaining in the dining area exchanged bewildered glances. Caught between awkwardness and intrigue, Guan Xinyue and Mei Runin's antics had left them in a quandary, particularly for Tong Huishue, who had only recently arrived at the refuge. As they noticed Su Chen's amused gaze upon them, they realized that escaping his scrutiny would be no easy feat, igniting a sense of shyness within them. Had they been alone with Su Chen, they would have certainly behaved differently. Eventually, they would all belong to him. So there was little to be ashamed of. The presence of others, however, made it difficult to let loose. Observing their bashful demeanor, Su Chen surmised their thoughts and chose not to press them further. He merely tapped his cheek with a finger, signaling the 3 women. Upon grasping his intention, Li Yingying, her cheeks flushed, approached Su Chen and planted a kiss on his cheek. Having received what she desired, he permitted her to depart without further ado. With her close friend having taken the plunge, Li Wanyin could no longer suppress her own shyness and similarly left her mark. Afterward, she tugged Li Yingying along, both of them retreating to their room in a flurry of embarrassment. Tong Huishue watched as one by one they fled, leaving her in a state of confusion. She had considered such scenarios but had not anticipated them unfolding so swiftly. Her decisive nature propelled her towards a choice. Deep down, she sensed that further delay might result in even greater consequences. Tong Huishue had always trusted her instincts, which had proven remarkably accurate over the years. And this was a key reason behind her prompt decision. Though she had mentally prepared herself, a sense of nervousness and shyness still enveloped her. Approaching Su Chen, she closed her eyes, yielding to the moment. Securing yet another kiss mark, she felt a surge of happiness. Su Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Pleased with the unexpected rewards his spontaneous actions had garnered, he resolved to pay closer attention to Guan Xinyue moving forward. Without his prompting, the others would not have taken such initiative. With Li Tingting as a precedent, he anticipated that the others would soon present him with their own gifts, after Tong Huishue departed. Su Chen could not help but exclaim in wonder. Life is becoming increasingly indulgent. Chapter 67. Daily lifetime passed swiftly, and before long, evening descended. Li Tingting awoke, feeling utterly fatigued, her throat dry and sore. Having not eaten all day, she did not feel hunger. One could only imagine the extent of Su Chen's excitement and fervor the previous night. Upon noticing her awakening, Su Chen hurried to care for her, offering her water from a cup. She soon dozed off again, clearly having been roused by thirst, and it would take time for her to fully recuperate. The others were somewhat startled by Li Tingting's condition. Having not anticipated the extent of Su Chen's prowess, in response, Su Chen merely smiled gently. The stronger he became, the happier the women would be in their future lives. No woman wished for her man to lack strength or endurance. For the time being, Su Chen had no intentions of venturing out, but he aimed to cultivate closer relationships with the women, ensuring they genuinely became his own. He sensed that the women shared this sentiment. Otherwise, they would not have been so cooperative with Li Tingting the previous day, each one drinking to the point of inebriation, leaving Su Chen and Li Tingting alone together. He welcomed their actions, as the ultimate enjoyment was his alone. Their willingness to engage in such activities indicated that someone must have taken the lead in orchestrating their behavior. If he were to hazard a guess, it would likely be Mei Runin, for only she possessed the influence to guide Li Tingting and the others into following her lead. After all, Mei Runin was the daughter of a prominent family, and it was a simple matter for her to rally Li Tingting and the others under her banner. From the very beginning, she had been clear about her intentions. She aspired to be the primary consort. Regarding the matter of prowess, currently no woman stands as her equal. Even Tong Huishue, who has just arrived at the sanctuary, merely possesses a slightly stronger character than the others. It is likely that she too will be subdued in due course. In just a day's time, under the guidance of Mei Runin, the women have interacted with great harmony. This is indeed advantageous, as having someone at home to assist in managing others will alleviate much of Su Chen's troubles. Su Chen speculates that only Wang Yuning could rival her. Both hail from noble backgrounds and possess formidable skills. Presently, Su Chen and Wang Yuning maintain occasional correspondence, his fingers flying over the screen as they engage in dialogue. He harbors intentions towards Wang Yuning, who likewise holds unique sentiments for Su Chen, and intuition stirs within him, suggesting that their meeting is imminent. Should an opportunity arise, he would seize it without hesitation, endeavoring to bring her back to his sanctuary and make her his own. For in their exchanges, he has learned from her that discord is brewing within the Wang family. Turmoil has begun to surface, with some seeking to exploit the situation to their advantage. Her father, the head of the Wang family, has sustained injuries for reasons unknown, leading to ill intentions among those beneath him. Wang Yuning maintains contact with Su Chen in hopes of securing an ally or preserving a retreat. Their interactions have revealed to her that Su Chen is not an individual of ordinary caliber, and their correspondence has gradually increased in frequency. After concluding his conversation with Wang Yuning, Su Chen set down his phone and surveyed the women before him, each engrossed in their own leisure activities, some watching movies, others listening to music, and a few playing games. That he had prepared an abundance of entertainment options, sufficient to keep them occupied during their idle hours. Approaching Mei Runin, he settled beside her, wrapping an arm around her slender waist, and with a soft chuckle inquired, "Who among you has prepared a gift for me today?" "Ah, how annoying!" Mei Runin exclaimed, startled by Su Chen's sudden appearance. Nearly dropping the tablet in her hands, she playfully pushed him away, feigning indignation. "Are you not satisfied after having Tingting yesterday? Such a greedy fellow." A light cough escaped Su Chen as he clarified. "How can you say that? From the moment you all entered the sanctuary, you became mine. Besides, I pride myself on being a fair individual. I rewarded Tingting yesterday. Today, it is only right to reward you all as well. I do not show favoritism. Everyone is treated equally." With that, he erupted into laughter. "Pa, what a lecher," Mei Runin muttered, though she bore no intention of refusing, for it was a plan they had long discussed. The initial choice for the evening had been Li Yingying, but upon seeing Li Tingting's weary state, they had hesitated, resulting in a temporary change of plans. "What a stroke of luck for you." As the eldest among the women, It was her duty to step up at this moment. She appeared composed, yet the blush upon her cheeks betrayed her true feelings. "That I have prepared a gift for you tonight," she declared as Su Chen's face brightened at her words. Pulling her closer, a faint, enchanting fragrance wafting into his senses, intoxicating him, and he took a moment to admire Mei Runin, clad in a pristine white shirt paired with a short black skirt. The black stockings accentuated her long legs, which appeared at least 1.20 meters, exuding an irresistible allure. Those long legs could crush a man. A wasp waist, a bee's posterior, truly captivating. The shirt clung tightly to her upper body, as if the buttons might burst at any moment. Her dark hair was styled in a simple ponytail, her features exquisite, radiating an air of elegance that made it evident she hailed from a distinguished lineage. "I am certain I will adore your gift," Su Chen said, gently brushing his fingers against her delicate nose, "that I wish to see you don the uniform you frequently wore at Haicheng University." Upon hearing this, Mei Runin shyly retorted, "Not a chance. I would never heed your demands." Su Chen found her adorable demeanor utterly charming, that he had not anticipated that the once revered ice goddess, held in awe by many, could possess such a bashful side. "How delightful!" he exclaimed, clasping her alabaster hand. "Really? I believe you look most graceful in that attire." A light cough escaped Su Chen. He would never confess that he wished to engage in a role-playing game that evening. Merely contemplating it sent a thrill through him, that he was confident that Mei Runin, despite her protestations, would ultimately acquiesce to his desires. The allure of feigned resistance is a tactic often employed by women. As Su Chen and Mei Runin exchanged words, the other women felt a sense of relief wash over them, though a hint of unease lingered within them, the reason for which remained unclear. Chapter 68. Daily Life After Dinner. Mei Runin excused herself to the bedroom, claiming she wished to take a bath. Su Chen smiled slightly, undeterred, and continued conversing with the remaining 4 women at the table. After the meal, Su Chen's actions took a turn opposite to those of the morning. While the women had stamped their marks upon his face earlier, now he took it upon himself to savor the lip gloss of each woman in turn. With an especial focus on Guan Xinyu, when he finally released her, she appeared utterly drained. Gazing down at Guan Xinyu, he smirked, "Today, I shall temporarily spare you. However, you shall not escape me next time. You're next on my list." At his words, Guan Xinyu turned shyly away, for even she could not discuss such matters with Su Chen. She adopted a head-in-the-sand mentality, pretending she had not heard him. "Oh, you." Su Chen merely chuckled, leaving the matter there. Teasing Guan Xinyu. This evening was designated for Mei Runin, and he certainly did not wish to keep the lady waiting. With a knowing glance exchanged among the women, he departed, upon opening the door to the bedroom. He was instantly captivated by the sight before him, rendered momentarily speechless, for in that moment, Mei Runin had indeed donned her former uniform, and the combination of her attire and demeanor was nothing short of impeccable. To achieve the utmost effect, she had even adorned herself with gold-rimmed, non-prescription glasses. This scene left Su Chen utterly entranced. Upon noticing Su Chen's entrance, Mei Runin raised an eyebrow and spoke sternly, "Student, how dare you intrude upon the teacher's office unannounced?" Su Chen quickly gathered himself. Realizing that Mei Runin was even more playful than he had anticipated, to avoid dampening the mood, he immediately fell into character. "My apologies, Professor Mei, but I have an urgent matter I wish to discuss with you." Professor Mei, seeing Su Chen approach with a sense of urgency, relaxed her demeanor slightly. She gestured to the chair beside her desk, inviting him to sit. "Please, take a seat. If it is indeed urgent, I shall forgive your intrusion this time. Share your concerns with me, and I will do my utmost to assist you." Hearing her words, Su Chen felt a surge of delight. "I am struggling with my studies. The practical applications of biology and medicine elude me, and I require your assistance." Professor Mei frowned upon hearing this, "I cannot believe you are entirely clueless. This simply will not do. For the sake of your future, I shall guide you." With that, Professor Mei commenced a thorough instruction session on the practical knowledge of both subjects, which continued well into the night. The following day, Su Chen returned to his bedroom, finding himself unable to sleep, much like the previous night. Mei Runin's condition had deteriorated even more than Li Tingting's. The events of the previous night had ensnared Su Chen in their depths, causing him to forget all else. Observing Mei Runin's disheveled state as she lay in a deep slumber, it was clear she would require considerable time to recuperate. The uniform and stockings she had worn the night before had, unbeknownst to them, been reduced to mere tatters. One could only imagine the extent of the evening's escapades. Having rested for a day and night, Li Tingting finally regained her energy. Upon witnessing Mei Runan's state, she felt at a loss as to how to chastise Su Chen, just as she was preparing to dress and distance herself from him. It seemed she was a step too slow that Su Chen, still brimming with vigor, pulled Li Tingting back onto the ship, but he regarded her, noting that she was only draped in a blanket, the remnants of their recent encounter rekindling his desires. "Ah, you!" Li Tingting shrieked, attempting to escape that Su Chen, however, would not grant her the opportunity to flee, employing a few simple maneuvers that left her utterly defenseless. "Little girl, it is still early. Why the rush to leave? Let us engage in some games." Su Chen's face broke into a mischievous smile. Soon after, following 2 consecutive days and nights of intense combat, even a body as resilient as his could not withstand the exhaustion, and he felt a tinge of fatigue. After tidying up his belongings, he lay down on the boat and quickly drifted into slumber. Conversely, Li Tingting, spared from overwhelming fatigue due to Su Chen's leniency, merely took a brief rest before extricating herself from his embrace. Hastily donning her clothes without ensuring they were properly worn, she hurriedly made her way out of the bedroom. She was terrified that if she lingered any longer, she might miss her chance to leave the boat. Simultaneously, she scoffed at the falsehoods circulating online, lamenting, "Whoever claims men are quick in such matters deserves a resounding slap." Alone, she was no match for Su Chen. Should they engage again, she feared she would succumb to dehydration. No. As Li Tingting exited the bedroom, she devised a plan to avoid the dreadful predicament she had previously faced. By the time she emerged, it was nearly noon. Upon sighting the food on the dining table, she abandoned all pretense and began to eat voraciously, having gone nearly 2 days without sustenance, although Su Chen had provided her with something to tide her over. Only food could truly satiate her hunger. "Tingting, how has your skin become so radiant?" Upon hearing this, Li Tingting paused her meal after a few bites, raised her head, and noticed the other 4 women had gathered in the dining room, each sporting dark circles under their eyes. That it was evident they had not slept well the previous night. For the reason, she quickly surmised, mentally chastising Su Chen for his thoughtlessness. Hearing the 4 women compliment her improved complexion, she merely rolled her eyes. Reminded of Su Chen's initial flattering words, she was surprised to find them to be true. She muttered to the other women, "There's no need to envy me. In a few days, once you experience what I have, your skin will also improve. That I have faith that Su Chen will be more than willing to assist you." Her words, a blush crept onto the faces of the 4 women, as they grasped the implication behind Li Tingting's statement. "Oh dear, Tingting, how have you turned so wicked?" Li Tingting, however, offered no response, continuing to devour her lunch, clearly famished. The 4 women, reminded of the earlier topic, fell into silence, each lost in thought, likely recalling Mei Runan's unceasing serenade from the night before. Yet, the lingering blush on their faces betrayed their inner turmoil. Chapter 69. The Second Catastrophe at 8 in the evening. Su Chen awoke, stretching luxuriously. What a delightful slumber it had been. Over the course of 2 nights, he had fully demonstrated his valor. His progress had now reached 2/3 of the way, with the remaining 1/3 requiring his diligent effort to complete. After dressing, he gently covered Mei Runan with a blanket, careful not to disturb her rest, and quietly exited the bedroom. Upon stepping out, he instructed Xiao Ai to prepare food for him, after satisfying his hunger and thirst. He entered the living room to find the women quite at ease. Li Yingying and Li Tingting were seated together watching a show. Tong Huishua was jogging on a treadmill, and Li Wanyan was practicing yoga on the floor. As they noticed Su Chen's presence, all attention shifted towards him. Observing this scene, Su Chen felt a warm sense of contentment. That moment, the system's voice suddenly resonated in his ear. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the first phase and earned a reward of 1,000 points. Ding! The second phase of the apocalyptic disaster has been initiated. Please prepare for protective measures. Ding! The second catastrophe has been confirmed. Sulfuric acid rain. The duration of this disaster is 1 month, during which sulfuric acid rain will intermittently fall across the globe. With unpredictable timing, ding, countdown to arrival, 3 days." Once the system's notifications concluded, Su Chen took a seat on the sofa, contemplating his next course of action. That he had not anticipated that the second catastrophe would arrive so swiftly. According to the system's alerts, he had only 3 days left. Throughout this month, sulfuric acid rain could descend at any moment, making it difficult to predict. Venturing outside, a moment's carelessness could lead to being corroded by the suddenly appearing rain. And merely thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, Su Chun had ample food supplies, eliminating the need for him to venture out during this time, that he then considered that while humans could not withstand sulfuric acid rain, neither could the zombies. After a month of exposure to sulfuric acid rain, the number of zombies would significantly decrease, which would be good news for the surviving humans. Survivors simply needed to find a way to endure this disaster. Confirming that this catastrophe would have no adverse effects on him, Su Chun felt considerably relieved that he decided to share this news with the women, urging them to inform their families to prepare for the impending acid rain. After all, they were his women, and it was within his capacity to look after their loved ones that it was merely a reminder. After all, and he stood to lose nothing, he could also garner the gratitude of the women, who would be more inclined to indulge in his games later. Following Mei Runen's actions from the previous night, he discovered a newfound fondness for role-playing scenarios. Only those who experienced it firsthand could appreciate its exquisite charm. It was simply enchanting, drawing one in and making it hard to extricate oneself. Su Chun, what's wrong? The women noticed him lost in thought on the sofa, setting aside their activities to gather around him with concern. I'm fine. Su Chun snapped back to reality, smiling at their worried expressions. Suddenly, he pulled Li Tingting into his embrace, seating her on his lap. The unexpected move left Li Tingting feeling bashful, taken aback that he would act so intimately in front of so many others. Su Chun then gestured for the remaining 4 women to sit beside him. Although they were shy, fearing he might have ulterior motives, they obediently complied and settled down beside him. Su Chun, pleased with himself, reveled in the unique scene before him, feeling as though there was no one else in the world who could enjoy such a sight. Looking at the women, he calmly declared, I have just received news that in a short while, a new apocalyptic disaster will be upon us. What a new apocalyptic disaster! The women expressed their astonishment upon hearing Su Chun's words. Had it not been for the fact that it was Su Chun making the announcement, they would not have displayed such reactions. They understood that he had no reason to deceive them. Tong Huishu had quickly regained her composure and eagerly inquired, Do you know what the disaster entails? Will it affect us? The absence of doubt in her voice stemmed from having heard of Su Chun's miraculous abilities from others and having witnessed them herself. That it was precisely due to these experiences that her heart had been captured by him in such a short span of time. The other women soon regained their focus, realizing that Su Chun's expression bore no trace of anxiety, indicating that they would not be in danger. However, they began to worry for their loved ones, who lacked the protection Su Chun offered. They hurriedly sought to learn more about the new disaster, anxious to inform their families to prepare in advance. Without teasing them, Su Chun promptly provided an answer. The next disaster will be sulfuric acid rain. The entire world will face a deluge of corrosive acid. As long as you remain in the shelter, you need not fear any danger. Survivors outside must exercise caution during this month, as they could be caught off guard by falling acid rain. Sulfuric acid rain is exceedingly terrifying. It can effortlessly dissolve a person into a pool of blood. As far as I know, we have 3 days left before the acid rain arrives. After hearing Su Chun's words, the women quickly retrieved their phones, reaching out to their families. They were determined to inform their relatives as swiftly as possible, urging them to prepare. Although their families harbored doubts about the seriousness of the situation, they nonetheless took heed of their daughter's earnestness and began making preparations. After all, it wouldn't take much effort to be ready ahead of time. In the days that followed, based on their daughter's guidance, they had gathered considerable food supplies to cope with the zombies that a month should suffice to survive. Regarding Mei Runen's family, Su Chun made a point to awaken her so she could inform her own family. She had rested throughout the day. Though she could not rise from her bed and struggled to speak due to fatigue, she was still able to communicate through text on her phone. After alerting her family, drowsiness washed over her once more, and the weariness in her body compelled Mei Runen to fall asleep again. Witnessing this, Su Chun couldn't help but touch his nose, acknowledging that he had perhaps misjudged the intensity of his actions, causing Mei Runen some discomfort. Cough, cough, cough. I must be more careful next time. The allure of Mei Runen was simply too captivating, rendering it difficult for him to maintain self-control. Upon returning to the living room, Su Chun observed the relaxed expressions of the women. indicating that they had successfully informed their families that at this moment, their admiration for Su Chen deepened. The ability to foresee the impending apocalypse set him apart from others in a significant way. They felt fortunate to be Su Chen's women, enjoying not only a life free from financial worries and existential threats, but also the ability to assist their families. How fortunate they were to encounter such a remarkable man. Chapter 70. A letter seeing the adoration in the eyes of his women filled Su Chen with immense joy. Which man would not feel elated in such a circumstance? Just as he was about to engage them in deeper conversation. The women seemed to sense his intentions, and each began to concoct excuses to depart, but Su Chen could only shake his head in resigned acceptance, had he not been preoccupied with his own matters. They would not have found it so easy to leave. Seated on the sofa, he retrieved his phone and glanced at the messages it contained. One from Wang Yuning. Upon reading her message, a peculiar smile graced Su Chen's face. Wang Ke had re-established contact with the Wang family, and Wang Yuning had come to inquire about Su Chen after hearing of his exploits at the Virus Research Institute. She also divulged a wealth of information, revealing that Wang Ke harbored intentions of uniting them, which had consequently brought Su Chen to the attention of the Wang family patriarch. Simultaneously, Su Chen gleaned insights into why Wang Ke had not reached out to the Wang family sooner. The age-old tale of familial strife had caused Wang Ke to distance himself from the clan at a young age. It was only after Wang Yuning's father ascended to power that Wang Ke resumed contact. Yet he never fully reintegrated into the family. This time, however, the threat posed by the Wu family prompted Wang Ke to return, seeking to protect his students. Su Chen understood that the Wang family had likely acquired data on human evolution. From his prior discussions with the elder Wang Ke, he knew the old man worked for the government and possessed this vital data on their behalf. Although Guan Xinyue had not yet mastered the entirety of this information, she had discovered that the experimental results were indeed viable. Su Chen was aware that, given the research capabilities of these prominent families, mastering the methods of human evolution was merely a matter of time. However, he held little concern, for he knew that their evolution would pale in comparison to his own, only reaching the level of his primary gene serum at best. Transforming experimental data into tangible results was an endeavor far beyond their immediate capabilities. This was not a reflection of disdain for their research abilities, but rather an acknowledgement of the immense difficulty of human evolution. Before long, Su Chen would be able to procure intermediate gene serums, propelling his strength to new heights. Even if those eminent families mastered the evolution process, they would remain no match for him. Nonetheless, a sense of urgency began to stir within Su Chen. He felt the pressure of unseen pursuers, amplifying his desire to grow stronger. After discussing trivial matters, he pondered the reason behind Wang Yuning's visit. He could not believe that she would seek him out for something trivial that he anticipated. Wang Yuning articulated her purpose, laying out the details before him. Internally conflicted, she grappled with whether she should trust Su Chen. She found herself cornered, with no one but him capable of aiding her in escaping her dire predicament. Having heard about Su Chen from Wang Ke, she had come to him, clutching at the slim thread of hope. Her urgency stemmed from the volatile changes unfolding around her. As the apocalypse commenced, shadows of internal strife began to loom over the Wang family, escalating in severity with each passing day. Once mere servants were now emboldened to rebel. Before the apocalypse, such thoughts would have been unthinkable. But in this new world, strength reigned supreme. The Wang family gradually lost its grip on these once subservient individuals, who were now trending towards liberation. The leader of these servants, Jelen, had taken a liking to Wang Yuning and had been persistently seeking her hand in marriage from Wang Xingjun, the family patriarch. Initially, Wang Xingjun managed to maintain control, but he could not have anticipated that Jelen would garner the support of the majority of the Wang family servants. The situation spiraled beyond control, compelling Wang Xingjun to approach his daughter, hoping to persuade her to marry Jelen to stabilize the family's standing. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yuning overheard her father's scheming, which aimed to eliminate the rebellious servants. Her father's disregard for her life spoke volumes. For the sake of the family's safety and his own position, he was willing to sacrifice the happiness and even lives of his own children. This was the disgraceful reality of powerful families. Wang Yuning could not accept being cast aside by her father. Upon learning of these developments, she sought out potential allies. Initially, her approach to Su Chen was tentative, a shot in the dark. Yet after gaining a deeper understanding of him through the elder Wang Ke, She recognized that this was her singular chance to escape the Wang family and avoid becoming a sacrificial pawn. After listening to Wang Yuning's plight, Su Chen fell into a contemplative silence. He had not anticipated the ruthlessness of her father, who would sacrifice his own daughter to secure his power. Thus Su Chen pondered what advantages he might gain from aiding Wang Yuning. He lacked for neither food nor supplies, and he already possessed data on human evolution to at that moment. Wang Yuning's next words left Su Chen unable to remain composed. Sensing his hesitation, she divulged a crucial piece of information. She knew that Su Chen's refuge was well-stocked, and that she needed to approach him from a different angle. Wang Yuning. Not long ago, a meteorite fell near the Wang family residence. This meteorite is peculiar, resembling jade, but incredibly resilient. Since acquiring this extraordinary meteorite, the Wang family stronghold has not faced any zombie attacks. Upon hearing this, a notification chimed in Su Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a special mission. Recover the meteorite. Mission reward: 30,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a series of missions. The subsequent mission will commence upon completion of the initial task. Stunned, Su Chen realized the value of the meteorite Wang Yuning mentioned. This was a staggering 30,000 points, equivalent to the effort required to slay 6,000 level 1 zombies. This was no trifling sum, and Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. Even more enticing was the prospect of a series of missions following the completion of this special task, promising even greater rewards that he knew he had to visit the Wang family. Wang Yuning had unexpectedly brought him such delightful news. He quickly responded to her, and upon hearing Su Chen's agreement, Wang Yuning was overwhelmed with excitement. With his promise, her chances of salvation had significantly increased. Then he relayed the address of the Wang family to Su Chen. There remained a week before the head of the Wang family would execute his plan. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen conceived his strategy that he informed Wang Yuning that he would take action in 3 days. Coincidentally, that day marked the onset of the acid rain, presenting an opportune moment for him to strike. Chapter 71. Departure to the Wang family due to the information from Wang Yuning. Su Chen's meticulously arranged schedule was disrupted. He had initially intended to rest for a few days before turning his attention to the remaining 4 women, seeking to transform them into true women. However, the recent tragic fates of Li Tingting and Mei Runan instilled a sense of fear in the 4 women, compelling Su Chen to temporarily refrain from acting against them. In contrast, Li Tingting and Mei Runan, now having become women, were quite different. They engaged in role-playing games with Su Chen in the evenings, though their stamina faltered after just 2 days, as their bodies could not endure the exertion. They proved no match for Su Chen and soon succumbed to sleep. Concerned for their well-being, the 2 united to declare a truce, opting to recuperate for a few days. Su Chen's overwhelming strength left him temporarily devoid of joyful moments. On the eve of the acid rain's arrival, he found himself alone in a vacant room, languishing on his bed while idly scanning messages in a group chat. Suddenly, someone mentioned a change in the official announcement. Su Chen furrowed his brow upon hearing this. It was yet another occurrence of such nature. Prior to the apocalypse, the authorities had received warnings, but the time frame had been too brief to prepare adequately. This time, however, on the eve of the acid rain, the officials had been alerted once more. Glancing at the official notification, Su Chen noted it merely informed the public that significant changes were imminent. Urging citizens to prepare in advance, that a sigh of relief escaped him after reading it. Although he and T gleaned from the system who had conveyed this information to the authorities, he had come to a realization after these 2 instances. No matter the circumstance, the insights from his system were unparalleled. Whether it pertained to the nature of disasters or their timing, the system's accuracy was unmatched, granting him a measure of comfort. The following morning, as dawn broke, the sky appeared somewhat overcast. Soon, a thick layer of clouds enveloped the entire world, inciting a sense of panic among the populace, who were uncertain of the cause. Only Su Chen comprehended that this was the precursor to the impending acid rain. In the next moment, the system's alert sounded. Ding! Acid rain is imminent. Please exercise caution, host. As the system's voice faded, the external environment underwent a dramatic transformation. The temperature began to rise, and people felt an intense heat. Mistaking the dark clouds overhead for an impending downpour, at that moment, a scene unfolded that astonished all. Zombies lingering on the roads surged towards nearby buildings. Numerous locations became inundated with hordes of the undead. Unlucky survivors who inadvertently encountered these zombies met a grim fate. This bizarre spectacle transpired in every corner of the globe. The long-gathered clouds finally released their rain. When the first drop met the ground, it corroded into a small pit. This seemed to serve as a signal, and soon acid rain fell upon every part of the world, a hissing sound of corrosion echoing incessantly. Fortunately, most survivors were relatively fortunate. During this time, many remained indoors to evade the zombies' attacks. However, those venturing outside in search of sustenance faced dire consequences that if they were unfortunate enough to lack shelter when the acid rain descended, they would likely be corroded into mere puddles of blood. Before long, other survivors began to notice this strange phenomenon. The rainwater outside was indeed problematic. A portion of the zombies that had failed to find refuge succumbed to the acid rain's corrosive effects, transforming into pools of blood. The external vegetation similarly could not withstand the acid's onslaught, perishing on the spot. It could be said that the majority of the world's plant life was extinguished in this acid rain catastrophe. This disaster appeared to be a significant cleansing of life, leaving one to wonder when nature would once again reclaim the land. That, of course, none of this could affect Su Chen at 100 meters beneath his refuge. The acid rain posed no threat to him. Fortunately, the rain ceased swiftly. For the next month, the world would remain susceptible to acid rain attacks. While others hesitated to venture outdoors, Su Chen harbored no such fears. His confidence stemmed from the system's countdown indicating the arrival of acid rain, allowing him to evade its effects in advance. This was precisely why he had chosen today to visit the Wang family. Now, the Wang family was likely in disarray, struggling to adapt to the dangers posed by the acid rain. After bidding farewell to the women in the refuge, Su Chen drove towards the location of the Wang family. The entrance to the underground passage remained unaffected by the acid rain and was fully operational. Su Chen couldn't help but marvel at the robustness of the structures built by the system. Upon emerging into the outside world, he was met with a drastically altered scene. All vegetation had perished, and many buildings exhibited varying degrees of corrosion from the acid rain. That a dense fog permeated the air, mingled with sulfuric acid. Any ordinary person unfortunate enough to inhale it would be on the brink of death. The human body, inherently delicate, could not withstand the corrosive nature of sulfuric acid. Fortunately, Su Chen's vehicle boasted excellent sealing, making it difficult for the fog to penetrate. The journey was remarkably quiet, devoid of any zombies obstructing his path. The only downside was that Su Chen was unable to crush zombies for points, as the ground had become pockmarked and uneven due to the acid, resulting in a bumpy ride. The Wang family was still a fair distance from Su Chen's refuge, requiring 2 to 3 hours to reach. Along the way, he intermittently communicated with Wang Yuning to stay abreast of the changes within the Wang family. Since the onset of the acid rain, internal strife within the Wang family had begun to surface, and Wang Yuning's situation had grown increasingly precarious. The pressure from Gulin, coupled with her father's scheming, plunged the Wang family into chaos. Fortunately, Wang Yuning had chosen to align herself with Su Chen. Otherwise, her survival in this power struggle would have been exceedingly difficult, and becoming a casualty of internal conflict would have been inevitable. Wai Yuning, have you given it any thought for the stability of the Wang family? You must marry Gulin, Wang Zhengjun stated sternly to his daughter. Wang Yuning, Ji Lin had just laid his cards on the table, demanding a definitive answer by the end of the day. Otherwise, he would rally his forces against the Wang family's offspring. Under the weight of this threat, Wang Zhengjun concealed the murderous intent in his eyes. To him, Gulin was merely a dog he had raised. No one would submit to a treacherous dog. Now that the dog sought to bite its master, he intended to eliminate it once and for all. The crux of the matter lay in persuading Wang Yuning to agree to the marriage, thereby creating an opportunity for him to eradicate all traitors. Wang Yuning bit her lip, growing increasingly disillusioned with her family's treatment and her father. Had she not been privy to her father's true intentions, she might have acquiesced. Sacrificing her happiness for the sake of the family was a duty of a clan member. However, her father aimed for her demise. To prevent any leaks, everyone around her was to be executed. In a bid to stall her father, she chose to temporarily feign agreement. That my daughter, your understanding brings me great joy. Your sacrifice will be remembered by the family. Having received the answer he desired, Wang Zhengjun departed with a sense of elation. Watching her father's retreating figure, Wang Yuning silently prayed that Su Chen would not disappoint her. Chapter 72. Infiltration of the Wang family due to the acid rain. Many individuals discovered an array of different locales. Authorities uncovered numerous zombies perishing in the acidic downpour, significantly alleviating the pressure of eradicating the undead. Many astute individuals also realized that a considerable number of zombies had been dissolved into pools of blood by the acid rain, igniting their excitement. With the reduction of zombies, their chances of survival in this apocalyptic world had dramatically increased. The exchanges in various group chats became increasingly lively. However, Su Chun, who was currently driving, had no time to peruse this information. The most crucial matter for him was to swiftly reach the Wong family and secure that meteorite. Fortuitously, during his journey to the Wong family, it seemed that acid rain would not fall again in the immediate future, preventing any delay in his plans. The route was clear, and he halted his vehicle at a distance of 1 kilometer from the Wong family shelter. Based on the information provided by Wang Yuning, he knew that there were hidden sentinels along the road leading to the Wong family. Any approach towards their domain would quickly alert these sentinels, who would then notify the internal combatants to prepare for potential intrusions. In fact, the Wong family had previously installed an extensive array of surveillance cameras, ensuring comprehensive coverage without blind spots. However, after the acid rain, many of these cameras were damaged, temporarily depriving the Wong family of control over their surroundings. This presented Su Chun with an opportune moment to infiltrate. Armed with a detection device, he could easily evade the sentinels' watch that asked for the surveillance. Xiao AI directly hacked into the monitoring room, allowing Su Chun to swiftly identify where the cameras were located and avoid detection. Su Chun stored the battle vehicle within his spatial ring, preparing to infiltrate alone. Glancing at the detection device in his hand, he noticed several individuals concealed nearby. Fortunately, with this device, Su Chun could avoid detection. Otherwise, he would have been discovered after only a few steps. Utilizing his speed, he quickly approached the Wong family shelter. Within the short distance of 1 kilometer, Su Chun discerned at least 10 sentinels dispersed throughout the vicinity. Had the surveillance cameras not been destroyed, even Su Chun would have found it challenging to infiltrate. After cautiously bypassing the final sentinel, he encountered a towering wall adorned with barbed wire and even linked to high-voltage electricity. This must be the Wong family's haven, as Su Chun couldn't help but admire their vigilance. With the presence of surveillance and sentinels, along with such a tightly secured wall, it would not be easy to breach. Regrettably, the acid rain had compromised such a fortified defense, corroding much of the barbed wire and creating significant vulnerabilities. Utilizing his detection device, Su Chun opted for a blind spot in the surveillance, slipping into a corner unguarded by any personnel. Upon entry, he was struck by the scene before him, exclaiming inwardly, "What a tragic sight!" The vegetation within had been entirely eroded by the acid, and the surface of the buildings had been rendered unrecognizable. Yet he could still envision the former opulence based on the remnants, that he retrieved his phone to consult the map provided by Wang Yuning, which detailed the general layout of the Wong family estate. Wang Yuning's residence was situated in the most central area, alongside other core members of the Wong family. Suddenly, Su Chun noticed a group of individuals approaching his location that to avoid revealing his presence. He swiftly leaped into a nearby room. Although his strength could easily handle the patrolling group, such an action would undoubtedly expose him. Thus, Su Chun opted for concealment. Inside the dimly lit room, he could barely discern the surroundings with the sporadic external light. Upon assessing the situation, his heart filled with indignation. The room housed numerous cages, each containing individuals devoid of clothing, their bodies marred by various instruments of torture. Whip marks, ligature marks, burned scars. A mere glance was sufficient to ignite fury within him. Su Chun did not consider himself a virtuous man, yet he could never condone such cruelty towards these women. The room's owner was a beast. No, even less than a beast. Humanity and morality had descended into such depths in this apocalypse. At that moment, the imprisoned women noticed Su Chun's presence, yet they exhibited no reaction, their eyes reflecting a numb despair, their current plight worse than death itself. Do you wish for liberation? I can assist you. After a prolonged silence, Su Chun finally spoke, acknowledging that this was the only way he could aid these unfortunate women. Upon hearing his words, the women's expressions shifted to one of rare surprise. They initially assumed Su Chun was another tormentor, but it soon became clear that he had stumbled in by chance. "That I want that beast to suffer," one woman declared, her face contorted with rage, hatred coursing through every fiber of her being. "Whatever the cost, I am willing to bear it." The others, ignited by her words, fervently pleaded with Su Chun for a chance at vengeance. Sighing deeply, Su Chun acquiesced. Very well. My remaining compassion compels me to assist these unfortunate women. Truthfully, he harbored profound disdain for those who reveled in tormenting others, that I shall help you fulfill your desire, as long as it does not hinder my own affairs. Upon hearing Su Chen's agreement, the women knelt before him in gratitude. Thank you, kind sir. The beast is the captain of the Wang family's guard and will soon complete his patrol before coming here to torment us. Each time, he tortures us for several hours before resting. The women recounted everything they knew about the situation to Su Chun, after a moment of contemplation, ensuring that aiding them would not interfere with his plans. He resolved to assist these women. Let us await the return of this beast. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a door opening reached his ears, prompting Su Chun to quickly hide. My dear beauties, I have returned to play. A sleazy voice echoed as footsteps approached that a corpulent man was adjusting his belt as he neared the women. Disgusted by his appearance, Su Chun wasted no time. Delivering a swift strike that knocked the lecherous man unconscious, that he then released the women from their cages. This fiend is now yours to deal with. The women knelt before Su Chun, bowing deeply in gratitude, astonished to have the opportunity to exact their own revenge. Thank you, kind sir. Observing these young women, who should have been vibrant and full of life, now reduced to their current state, his heart ached for them. Subsequently, the women's faces hardened as they turned their gazes toward the unconscious and it was evident that his fate would be far from merciful. Chapter 73. The Wang Family Ancestral Hall, as Su Chun departed the room. The sounds of torment echoed behind him. The women had become frenzied, transforming into vengeful spirits, exacting a brutal retribution upon the beast that had tormented them. The screams did not attract the attention of those nearby. They had grown accustomed to such sounds, believing it was merely the beast indulging in his cruelty. Little did they know that it was the beast now enduring the torment, that Su Chun understood that once the women had exacted their vengeance, they would likely choose to end their own lives, their resolve for death palpable. Merely suppressed temporarily by their thirst for revenge, that as he prepared to leave, they inquired if there was anything they could do to assist him. Aware of their impending fate, he urged them to take their own lives in an hour, creating a significant disturbance to draw the Wang family's attention away. This strategy would facilitate Su Chen's operations within the Wang family estate. His plan was straightforward. Secure the meteorite while rescuing those in need, a task that would not consume much of his time. The only significant challenge lay in locating the meteorite's position. However, Wang Yuning had previously mentioned she possessed a means to help him obtain it. Thus, Su Chen's immediate objective was to rescue her. Upon infiltrating the Wang family estate, he sent a message to Wang Yuning, who was currently awaiting his arrival in her room. Following her agreement with her father, she had been placed under house arrest to prevent her from escaping. Wang Zhengjun, knowing his daughter well, suspected that her quick compliance might imply ulterior motives, hence the precautions he took. Fortunately for Wang Yuning, her father had not confiscated her phone, allowing her the opportunity to contact Su Chun. Wang Zhengjun could never have anticipated that his daughter would reach out to an outsider to facilitate her escape. Presently, Wang Yuning paced anxiously within her room. Upon receiving Su Chen's message confirming that he had infiltrated the Wang family estate, she could hardly contain her elation, nearly crying out in joy. Thankfully, she quickly regained her composure, swallowing the exclamation that had risen to her throat. She had not misjudged him. He had acted with remarkable swiftness. Penetrating the heavily fortified Wang family estate, the greater Su Chen's strength, the more hope she held for her own escape. The actions of her father had caused her profound sorrow and despair. Previously, she had harbored disdain for her own identity as a girl, having never engaged in normal communication with him throughout her life. The person who should have been her closest confidant felt more like a stranger she had just met. Were it not for the formidable standing of her deceased mother's family, Wang Yuning's existence in the Wang household would have been unbearable. Now, she had resolved to leave the place that had perpetually disappointed her since childhood. She finally understood why Uncle Wang had been so reluctant to return to the Wang family. Most members of the Wang family placed an excessive emphasis on power, to the point of obsession. Determined to sever ties with the Wang family, Wang Yuning eagerly awaited Su Chen's intervention to rescue her from this place, but a sound suddenly emanated from the window behind her, prompting Wang Yuning to turn around hastily. To her shock and delight, a figure appeared before her. Su Chen placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to remain silent. Complying, she quickly covered her mouth and nodded as Su Chen took a moment to survey the lavishly decorated room, marveling at the opulence befitting the daughter of the Wang family. His swift discovery of Wang Yuning's room was due to the fact that her residence was an independent villa. The guard stationed outside had failed to notice Su Chen's stealthy entry. "Time is of the essence that I will take you away, and once we locate the meteorite, we shall depart," Su Chen stated. Wang Yuning was taken aback. "Just the two of us? The meteorite is exceedingly heavy. An ordinary person cannot lift it alone. It requires a collective effort at Su Chen, however, merely smiled with assurance. "Rest assured, since I dared to come alone, I possess the means to transport the meteorite. Furthermore, before you accompany me, you must sign this." He produced a sole contract he had prepared earlier and placed it before Wang Yuning. Explaining its significance, Wang Yuning hesitated for a moment but swiftly made her choice. Regardless of the contract's authenticity, her sole avenue of escape lay with Su Chen, and she had no option but to inscribe her name. After experiencing the wonders of the soul contract, she became convinced that Su Chen could successfully rescue her. As for whether Su Chen could carry the meteorite, she harbored no doubts. "Hold on to me. I will take you away." At the window's edge, Su Chen wrapped his arms around Wang Yuning's waist and leaped down. After a series of agile jumps along the building's edge, they safely reached the ground. The exhilaration of landing unscathed filled Wang Yuning, who finally released her grip around Su Chen's neck after a brief moment. Observing her surroundings, her curiosity about Su Chen's capabilities grew, reminding her of the human evolution her uncle Wang Ko had mentioned. Su Chen's performance resembled that of an evolved human. However, this was not the moment for inquiries. She suppressed her doubts for now. Outside, numerous individuals sent by her father were monitoring her, and she was intrigued by how Su Chen had evaded their scrutiny. "Get ready. Whatever you do, do not let go," Su Chen instructed. Barely finishing his command, he dashed forward with Wang Yuning in his embrace. This moment coincided with a shift change among the guards outside, allowing him to slip past their line of sight. Before Wang Yuning could process the situation, she felt herself lifted off the ground once more. When Su Chen finally halted, she opened her eyes to find herself in an alleyway. After a brief moment of astonishment, exhilaration surged within her. She had escaped. Were it not for the circumstances, she would have shouted in relief, wanting to release the long-suppressed dissatisfaction and resentment within her. "All right, you have eluded their watch. Now lead me to the location of the meteorite." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Wang Yuning momentarily contained her excitement. "Follow me. I know precisely where my father has hidden the meteorite." She then took the lead, guiding Su Chen through the familiar terrain, adeptly avoiding the gaze of all watchful eyes. After a series of twists and turns, they arrived at the entrance of an ancient mansion. "This is where my father has secretly concealed the meteorite." She explained that I stumbled upon it by accident while they were moving things. Above them, a plaque read Wang Clan Ancestral Hall. Su Chen, upon seeing it, realized that there could be no more suitable place. To prevent the meteorite's location from being discovered, there were no guards within the Ancestral Hall. However, various security measures were in place, including surveillance cameras monitoring every corner and infrared sensors. Any malfunction would prompt a swift investigation by the Wang family. It was safe to say that an ordinary person would find it nearly impossible to infiltrate unnoticed. Yet for Su Chen, it posed no challenge. Instead of tampering with the cameras, he simply instructed Xiao AI to disable the monitoring system, rendering all footage invisible to the Wang family, allowing him to enter boldly. Within mere seconds, Su Chen received confirmation from Xiao AI that the Wang family surveillance room had been compromised, severing all connections with the cameras. A smirk adorned Su Chen's lips as he confidently led Wang Yuning into the Ancestral Hall. "Let us proceed. The cameras inside have been dealt with." Wang Yuning clearly placed her faith in Su Chen's abilities, harboring no doubts about his claims. Although she was curious about how he accomplished it, she buried her questions deep within her mind and followed him to the innermost part of the hall. Before them stood a thick iron door blocking their path to a hidden chamber. Su Chen unleashed his full strength, delivering powerful blows to the door, leaving deep imprints upon its surface, while the door remained intact. The joints could not withstand the force of Su Chen's strikes and fractured. The heavy door collapsed onto the floor. Witnessing such raw power, Wang Yuning was taken aback, coupled with her earlier impressions. She could not shake the feeling that Su Chun was akin to the evolved humans her uncle had described. Her eyes sparkled with awe. The stronger Su Chun was, the safer she felt. Her sense of security surged, knowing that as long as Su Chun was by her side, she would be unharmed. With the iron door no longer obstructing their path, a jade-like object approximately 6 cubic meters in size came into view. "This is the meteorite you seek," Wang Yuning said, pointing at it. "However, it is surrounded by infrared sensors. Even the slightest misstep could trigger an alarm." Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Simple." He snapped his fingers. And the infrared sensors automatically deactivated. Of course. This was all thanks to Xiao AI. In this world, there was no technology that Xiao AI could not crack. "Let us go," Su Chen declared, pulling the stunned Wang Yuning forward. Upon reaching the meteorite, he reached out and caressed its surface. Its texture was markedly different from that of jade. It was smoother and emitted a gentle warmth that coursed through his hand and into his body. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing a special mission. You have earned 30,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the prerequisite task. The chain mission has officially commenced. Phase 1. Transport the meteorite to the designated location to earn 3,000 points, subsequently unlocking the next phase of the mission." Hearing the system's notifications, Su Chun was intrigued. The chain mission required him to deliver the meteorite to a specific location. Although the points were modest, he was curious about what the final task entailed. The delivery location was etched into Su Chen's mind, and upon glancing at it, he realized it was in a neighboring province. He would not be able to make the trip in the short term. Just as Wang Yuning was about to inquire how Su Chun intended to carry the meteorite away, she suddenly saw him wave his hand, and the meteorite vanished from sight. "This is my spatial ring," Su Chun indicated, "and I have already stored the meteorite within. My task is complete. We may now depart from the Wang family." Continuously astonished by Su Chen's capabilities, Wang Yuning felt somewhat numb, and no matter how extraordinary his actions became, she found herself less surprised. Meanwhile, in the Wang family surveillance room, the personnel suddenly realized they had lost all connections to the cameras, prompting widespread panic that if they failed to rectify the situation promptly, dire consequences awaited them. As these individuals scrambled to troubleshoot the problem, they remained oblivious to the fact that someone had brazenly entered the Wang clan ancestral hall. Soon, Wang Jingjun received the news, and an ominous premonition gripped him. Though he could not pinpoint its source, he issued a stern order to those responsible for monitoring, demanding the situation be remedied as swiftly as possible, while anxiously pacing back and forth. Why did the problem have to arise at this moment? Before long, a subordinate entered and reported, "Head of the family, Gelin is here to see you." Upon hearing that Gelin had arrived, he momentarily suppressed the doubts lingering in his heart. Stabilizing Gelin was of utmost importance. That a man, approximately 30 years of age, entered under the guidance of a servant. He possessed striking features and moved with an air of decisiveness, unmistakably a person of action. Gelin had met the family head before and wondered what summoned him on this occasion. Wang Jingjun did not perceive much respect in Jelin's tone. Instead, he felt a surge of indignation. How dare a former slave exhibit such insolence towards his master? Wang Jingjun felt an overwhelming desire to rend Gelin limb from limb. Yet, in order to preserve his plans, he ultimately quelled his fury, forcing a semblance of a smile and adopting a congenial facade. "Gelin, I have agreed to marry my daughter to you. You must ensure that you do not let Ninger down." Upon hearing these words, Gelin was overjoyed. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside. Wang Jingjuan's countenance darkened with displeasure. What a lack of decorum! After reprimanding the intruding servant, he inquired, "What has transpired that has caused such a commotion?" The servant, upon hearing Wang Jingjuan's inquiry, hurriedly replied, "Master, it is grave news. The young lady is missing. We have heard no sound from her room, and when we inquired at the door, there was no response. Upon entering, we discovered she was not there." "What?" Wang Jingjuan's fury erupted. Gelin, standing nearby, was equally enraged. His soon-to-be bride had vanished. How could he possibly tolerate such a loss? He demanded, "Master, I require an explanation," initially consumed by the news of Wang Yuning's disappearance. Wang Jingjuan's anger flared further at Jelin's audacity to question him that he yearned to strike Gelin down on the spot. However, he managed to rein in his rage, allowing reason to reclaim its hold. "Go find her, no matter what. We must locate that rebellious girl." he bellowed at the servant. With that, he disregarded Jelen and stormed outside, intent on rallying forces to search the entirety of the Wang estate. Jelen, regaining his composure, hastily followed suit. He certainly did not wish to lose the goddess he was so close to obtaining. Chapter 75. Departure from the Wang family, with the commands of Wang Xingjun and Jelen. Chaos ensued within the Wang estate. At that moment, a house erupted into flames, capturing the attention of many. The proximity of the buildings posed a risk. If left unchecked, the fire could spread to others. The inferno was the result of a group of women who had exacted their revenge, torturing a beast to death and reducing his corpse to a puddle of flesh. Indeed, the wrath of vengeful women is the most fearsome. After their retribution, recalling Su Chen's instructions, they set the house ablaze, willingly turning the room that had tormented them into ashes, as Su Chen learned of all that had transpired through Xiao AI. Whether it was the house catching fire or Wang Zhijun dispatching men to search for Wang Yuning, he was fully informed that a significant portion of attention was diverted elsewhere, that Su Chen made his escape in the opposite direction. At this point, he saw no need to hide. He had accomplished all he intended and was unafraid of exposure. Most were captivated by the fire, leaving only a negligible number behind, incapable of hindering his departure. That I'll take you on an exhilarating ride. With that, Su Chen retrieved the armored vehicle from his spatial ring. Inviting Wang Yuning inside, that he took the driver's seat and began the ignition, exhibiting no intent to conceal his actions as he boldly drove towards the exit. The members of the Wang family quickly noticed the sudden appearance of the armored vehicle within their sanctuary. Their faces etched with confusion. How did this vehicle enter? They wondered. Are the sentinels and guards blind? What are they doing? Several patrolling personnel, gazing at the heavily armored vehicle, could not help but gasp. They realized their handguns could not penetrate its thick armor. Nor did they possess the courage to physically obstruct its path. That Su Chen maneuvered the vehicle recklessly, crushing everything in his path into fragments. The Wang family responded swiftly, dispatching several modified cars to follow in pursuit. Yet Su Chen remained unfazed. This was all part of his calculations. The pursuers attempted to force him to a halt with their vehicles, but after several collisions, they sustained damage instead, unable to impede his advance. Realizing they were powerless against Su Chen, they called for reinforcements via their walkie-talkies, only to receive the reply that assistance would not arrive in the immediate future. They surmised that this fire was likely linked to Su Chen. It was too coincidental otherwise. Simultaneously, Wang Xingjun learned of this information from his subordinates. Hearing that his daughter was taken by an unfamiliar man who was now wreaking havoc in the Wang estate in an armored vehicle, Wang Xingjun's fury escalated to the point of shattering his phone in frustration. What audacity! Where did this scoundrel come from? How did that armored vehicle gain entry? Damn it! He understood that this was likely a scheme orchestrated by his precious daughter, feigning compliance only to conspire with outsiders to effect her escape. Pursue him. No matter what, you must retrieve the young lady, he added, and informed Jelen of this situation. Let him lend his assistance at this juncture. Wang Xingjun still sought to probe which of his family members had colluded with Jelen. Anyone who betrayed him must be eradicated. Ah, the thrill. Su Chen drove the armored vehicle at full speed, smashing through the obstructing vehicles ahead. The exhilaration was unparalleled. Engaging in a chase on the road felt entirely different. Having watched numerous racing films, he had often fantasized about such a scenario. Little did he expect that the apocalypse would grant him the opportunity to fulfill that wish. Bang! Bullets rained down upon the armored vehicle, striking it and creating sparks that left only faint marks. How laughable! Su Chen internally mocked those firing from behind, fully aware that their efforts were futile. Yet they continued to waste ammunition. Wang Yuning, seated in the passenger seat, was similarly swept up in the atmosphere. It was her first experience of such exhilaration, and it was utterly delightful. Turning to observe Su Chen's relaxed demeanor, her anxious heart began to ease considerably. The enigmatic Su Chen provided her with immense reassurance. Hold on tight, Su Chen shouted, drawing her attention to the impending wall ahead. This was the boundary wall separating the Wang family from the outside world. It appeared he intended to crash through it to escape. Wang Yuning, frightened, shut her eyes, gripping the armrest tightly in preparation for the impending impact. Su Chen pressed the accelerator to the floor, the vehicle's power reaching its zenith. Boom! The wall crumbled before the armored vehicle, a small section collapsing under the force. This spectacle left the pursuing Wang family members dumbstruck. They had never anticipated that Su Chun would break through the wall and escape. "Chase after him," the family head commanded, insisting they retrieve his daughter, promising generous rewards. Jelena said that if we bring back our future sister-in-law, we will not be treated poorly. After a brief moment of shock, they resumed their pursuit, a convoy of 10 or so vehicles following closely behind, creating quite a commotion. "Umph. They dare to follow. They truly have no fear of death," Su Chin sneered at the vehicles trailing him. Earlier, on the Wang estate, he refrained from retaliating, but now that they sought their own demise, he bore them no ill will. Navigating through a narrow path, he swiftly executed a sharp turn as he emerged from it. Pressing the accelerator once more, the armored vehicle barreled toward the pursuing cars. "What? Get out of the way!" "No, retreat!" The onlookers, petrified, scrambled for safety. Knowing their vehicles could not withstand the armored behemoth's charge, they attempted to veer off course. But the narrowness of the road hindered their maneuverability. Did I end their panic? They could not reverse in time. The vehicles collided, chaos ensuing to no. A piercing scream erupted as Su Chin's armored vehicle crushed one car into a pancake, claiming the lives of those inside. Following this, cries of horror echoed throughout the vicinity.